Chapter 1. This student, accompany us for a while. Officer, I wish to report a crime and make a contribution. A senior student named Lu Yun from Hongcheng No. High School is suspected of engaging in the illicit trade of organs, possessing knowledge of the origins of kidneys that even I am unaware of. In the interrogation room of the Shishui branch of Hongcheng City, the bald-headed Chen Weihua had just taken a seat when he made this startling declaration. Chen Weihua, are you certain you are not speaking frivolously? Hongcheng No. High School is the finest in our city, boasting an admission rate exceeding 85 for top-tier universities. Each student is exceptionally gifted, with a promising future ahead. How could they possibly be involved in the illegal organ trade? Zhou Shuizhen, who was present for the interrogation, expressed his disbelief. Officer, I can provide evidence I possess chat logs and payment records. Then please elaborate on the matter in detail. Officer, as you know, I have gained a modest reputation within the organ black market and am frequently approached by individuals. Chen Weihua continued. 3 days ago, a person named Lu Yun contacted me that he claimed to have a kidney source and merely needed me to find a doctor to facilitate a kidney transplant for his father. I found this request rather peculiar and insisted he provide relevant documentation that he complied, and I subsequently dispatched my associates to investigate. They discovered that his father was indeed a patient suffering from uremia, having undergone dialysis for 3 years without finding a suitable kidney match, and his health had been deteriorating. As for Lu Yun, he is a senior student at Hongcheng No. High School, performing quite well academically, often ranking first in his grade. Although I was curious about the source of his kidney, I recalled the adage that curiosity killed the cat, so I refrained from further inquiry. Yesterday afternoon, I quoted him a price of 300,000 yuan, to which he agreed and paid a deposit of 100,000 yuan. I then began contacting the doctors I usually collaborate with to finalize the surgery date. However, before arrangements could be made, I was apprehended by your officers. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuizhen was already convinced of Chen Weihua's claims, as Lu Yun had a motive for engaging in the trafficking of human organs. What a pity it is for Lu Yun, the top student at Hongcheng No. High School, a promising candidate for prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Peking. To assist his father in acquiring a kidney, he has resorted to the illicit trade of organs, perhaps jeopardizing his chances of even taking the college entrance examination. Zhou Shuizhen sighed, feeling a profound sense of regret. Nevertheless, sympathy aside, since the student named Lu Yun had committed a crime, he must be brought to justice. An hour later, Zhou Shuizhen concluded the interrogation of Chen Weihua and secured all pertinent evidence, further solidifying his belief that Lu Yun was implicated in the illegal organ trade. After completing the necessary paperwork, he and a colleague drove to Hongcheng No. High School. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, at Hongcheng No. High School, Class 1 of the senior year, a young man dressed in a loose-fitting white t-shirt was diligently perusing the books on his desk. I found the legal provisions that may be applicable. After a considerable time, he exhaled with relief and closed the book. The cover of the book boldly displayed the title Criminal Law. His name was Lu Yun, originally an ordinary student, but 3 months ago, on his 18th birthday, he had acquired a research assistant system. The system bestowed upon him the extraordinary ability of absolute control over his body, enabling him to perceive all the cells and atoms within himself from a divine perspective, while effortlessly manipulating them without the constraints of energy or computational power. He immediately realized that his body had transformed into a universal laboratory. Whether delving into biotechnological or material science research, his efforts would yield bountiful rewards, despite the somewhat cumbersome procedures involved. Conducting experiments within his own body, he derived results that necessitated replication in a tangible laboratory, for he could not disclose that the research process had transpired within his own corporeal form. His inaugural research project focused on kidney cloning, spurred by the fact that his father, a patient suffering from uremia, had endured 3 years of dialysis without finding a suitable kidney donor. However, even if a donor were to be found and a transplant performed, the inevitable rejection would significantly shorten his father's lifespan. Thus, a kidney clone from his own cells would be the ideal solution, free from the worries of rejection. After 3 months of rigorous study and research, he had mastered the art of kidney cloning and, utilizing his absolute control over his body, successfully cultivated a fully functional kidney within himself. According to his original plan, The next step was to replicate this technology in a laboratory setting, followed by applications for animal and clinical trials. If all proceeded smoothly, in 2 to 3 years, his father would be among the first beneficiaries. He would also ascend to global renown as a distinguished researcher, as this represented the forefront of technological advancement, drawing the interest of elite teams and countless patients in desperate need of kidney transplants. However, circumstances took an unexpected turn point 3 days prior. During a hospital checkup, the doctor delivered the dire news that his father's condition had suddenly deteriorated, with a prognosis of less than a year to live, and still no suitable kidney match had been found. Lu Yun understood that he could no longer afford to wait. He chose to take a risk. First, he employed his absolute control over his body to cultivate 3 perfectly matched kidneys using his father's skin cells as samples. These were, in essence, the cloned kidneys. He then contacted Chen Weihua, an intermediary in the organ black market, to arrange for the transplant surgery. Yesterday, they agreed on a total cost of 300,000 yuan, of which he paid a 100,000 yuan deposit, planning to inform his father only after the surgery date was confirmed. Simultaneously, he procured copies of the criminal law and civil code, studying them meticulously to ascertain the potential repercussions of his illicit actions should they be discovered. To his relief, he found that the consequences might not be as severe as he had initially feared. Suddenly, the school bell rang, signaling the start of class. The classroom fell silent as the diminutive head teacher, Wang Xiaomei, entered with an austere expression, exuding an aura of intimidation. The students, sensing her formidable presence, fell into a hushed stillness, scarcely daring to breathe. The results of the second mock mathematics examination have been released, and to be frank, I am thoroughly dissatisfied, she declared. You are students of the experimental class. At the very least, you should be capable of gaining admission to a 211 university. Yet, many of you have failed this time. Wang Xiaomei, with her hands firmly placed on her hips and her gaze piercing, spoke for nearly a minute before beginning to distribute the examination papers. Wang Feng, 91 points. Zhou Peiqiang, 75 points. How could you possibly show your face? Lu Yun, 150 points. I must commend Lu Yun in this second mock examination. Not only did he achieve a perfect score in mathematics, but he also performed admirably in other subjects, securing a total of 741 points, first in the entire city, a staggering 62 points ahead of the second place. At this moment, a smile finally graced Wang Xiaomei's face. Just then, 2 uniformed police officers, led by the head of the school security team, arrived at the classroom door. The middle-aged officer at the forefront was none other than Zhou Shuijian. May I assist you? Wang Xiaomei promptly inquired. The security team leader replied directly, MS. Wang, is Lu Yun in your classroom? He is implicated in a criminal case, and these officers are here to seek his cooperation in the investigation. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaomei was utterly stunned. She could not fathom how Lu Yun could possibly be connected to a criminal matter. Officer, there must be some mistake. Lu Yun excels academically. He is the top student in the city for this second mock exam, a promising candidate for Tsinghua or Beida, and even has a chance to contend for the provincial top scholar. He has a bright future ahead. With a composed and thoughtful character, how could he be involved in a criminal case? Wang Xiaomei instinctively positioned herself in front of the officers, eager for clarification. I share your sentiments. It is indeed unfortunate. However, we have gathered substantial evidence indicating his involvement in criminal activity. Zhou Shuijian sighed. Could you enlighten me on the nature of his alleged crime? Wang Xiaomei pressed on to, I am afraid I can only inform you that he is implicated in a criminal case, Zhou Shuijian stated, as he approached the classroom door, surveying the room before fixing his gaze upon Lu Yun. Are you Lu Yun? Yes, Lu Yun replied, his demeanor calm. He had already discerned the reason for their visit and was prepared for what lay ahead. We are from the Shishui Sub-Bureau's Criminal Investigation Team and wish to discuss a few matters with you. Please accompany us. Very well. Lu Yun exhibited no signs of panic as he calmly exited the classroom, following Zhou Shuijian. Meanwhile, the classroom buzzed with confusion. What on earth has Lu Yun done to warrant being taken away by the police? Could it be related to his father's serious illness? I've heard they are in dire need of money. While there are indeed many high school students involved in such schemes, I doubt Lu Yun would stoop to that. He is exceptionally bright and could surely find alternative means if he sought financial gain. Let us hope this is merely a misunderstanding. The students, distracted from their lessons, engaged in hushed discussions at tea that moment. The homeroom teacher, Wang Xiaomei, entered, her gaze sweeping across the room. Remember, until this matter reaches a conclusion, it is strictly forbidden to discuss it outside. With that, she exited the classroom and called the principal. Principal Zhou, you recall Lu Yun from my class, don't you? He is consistently the top student, and in this mock exam, he achieved first place in the city. He was just taken away by the police, accompanied by the security team leader. Are you aware of this situation? Ms. Wang, I am indeed aware. The police contacted me, and I arranged for the security team leader to escort them to Lu Yun. Rest assured, I have already spoken with their superior. If Lu Yun has committed a crime, he shall be punished according to the law. If he is not, the case will be dismissed promptly, as it must not hinder Lu Yun's participation in the college entrance examination. Lu Yun is a promising talent from our school, a potential contender for the provincial top scholar. I shall keep a vigilant watch on this matter. The principal's voice resonated with calm authority before the call was terminated. Wang Xiaomei pondered deeply, unable to comprehend one thing. Lu Yun is an exceptionally intelligent individual, possessing the wisdom to contemplate the consequences of significant decisions. How could he possibly be implicated in a criminal case? It must be a misunderstanding. Surely, it is a misunderstanding. Chapter 2. I have not committed a crime. The kidney was created through cloning technology. Half an hour later, within a solitary interrogation room at the Shishui police station, two officers sat across from Lu Yun. Their expressions grave. One of them was the middle-aged officer Zhou Shuizhen, who had brought Lu Yun in. Observing the composed and calm demeanor of Lu Yun, he found himself musing. This remarkable psychological fortitude is astonishing. He appears not as a high school student, but rather as a seasoned veteran. What a pity, Zhou Shuizhen sighed inwardly. A top student from Hongcheng No. 2 Middle School, a promising candidate for prestigious universities, with an extraordinary mindset, was destined for greatness. Yet now, in a desperate attempt to save his father's life, he had engaged in the illegal trade of kidneys, tarnishing his future irreparably. Although he felt a pang of compassion, he suppressed his emotions and began the interrogation. According to Chen Weihua's testimony, you contacted him 3 days ago, requesting his assistance in arranging a kidney transplant for your father with the organ provided by yourself. Yesterday afternoon, you reached an agreement for a total fee of 300,000 yuan, of which you paid a deposit of 100,000 yuan. Is that correct? It is, Lu Yun replied calmly. Did you consider, before undertaking this action, that it constitutes a crime? Lu Yun answered candidly. Initially, I did perceive it as a crime, yet I proceeded regardless, for I had no other choice. If I did not arrange a kidney transplant for my father, he might not survive the year, or even the next 6 months. Even if I face imprisonment, I accepted at most, I would serve a few years, not a death sentence. Furthermore, if I obtain a patent for the invention, it could lead to a reduction in my sentence. Hearing this, Zhou Shuizhen found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Before him sat a youth who, despite breaking the law, undeniably exhibited the traits of a true man. However, Lu Yun's subsequent statement left him momentarily bewildered. Yet, after meticulously studying the criminal law and the civil code, I have come to realize that the situation is not as grave as I initially believed. Based on the evidence provided by Chen Weihua, you would likely consider me guilty of the crime of illegal organ trafficking, thereby violating the regulations on human organ transplantation. According to Article 234 of the criminal law, the elements constituting the crime of illegal organ trade involve organizing, coercing, or enticing others to sell their organs, or extracting organs without the individual's consent. However, the kidney I prepared for my father was cultivated from his skin cells using renal cloning technology in a laboratory. To put it more vividly, I utilized my father's cells as seeds to grow a new kidney that is not obtained from others, nor does it even fall within the definition of human organs. Therefore, I have not committed the crime of illegal organ trafficking. Zhou Shuizhen exclaimed, "What?" He gazed in astonishment at Lu Yun. Good heavens, not only are you an academic prodigy, but also a lawless maverick, effortlessly referencing criminal law. However, you just claim to have developed kidney cloning technology and successfully cultivated a kidney using your father's skin cells. I must have misheard, he remarked. Although I'm not an expert, I am aware that this technology is still quite distant from success otherwise. Intermediaries like Chen Weihua would not have any business. Lu Yun responded, I have rented a laboratory at the Pioneer Biological Industrial Park. For the past 3 months, I have attended classes during the day and immersed myself in research at night. The kidney intended for transplantation is right there in the lab. I can take you there now to retrieve it and then conduct a DNA comparison with my father's I have researched. And in your police DNA laboratory, expedited processing can yield results within 24 to 72 hours. When the time comes, you will find that the DNA sequences on the test report are identical. That would confirm that the kidney is indeed a cloned. Lu Yun maintained a calm demeanor, exuding a sense of confidence. Zhou Shuijian was left even more bewildered. Based on his years of interrogating criminals, he believed that the eyes are the windows to the soul. A person's expressions can be feigned, but their gaze cannot. Thus, as Lu Yun spoke, he fixed his eyes on him. To his surprise, he found no anomalies in Lu Yun's gaze or expressions, leading him to conclude based on his experience that Lu Yun was not lying and had genuinely developed kidney cloning technology. Yet, how was this even possible? Such a coveted technology was pursued by scientists worldwide, and Lu Yun was merely a senior high school student, devoid of funds or a team. How could he have achieved this in just 3 months? Nevertheless, considering Lu Yun's demonstrated intelligence, it seemed improbable that he would concoct a lie easily debunked within a day or two. Pondering this, Zhou Shuijian felt a buzzing in his head. Perhaps it was best to heed the words of great figures and adhere to the principle of seeking truth from facts. We will set off immediately to retrieve the kidney you mentioned and send it to the DNA laboratory for expedited processing. However, Zhou Shuijian looked at Lu Yun. I hope we can make an agreement. If the test report proves you to be deceitful, you must cease your mischief and truthfully disclose everything. Agreed. Lu Yun nodded. Zhou Shuijian stood up, ready to depart. But just as he stepped forward, a thought struck him, and he added, even if the test report indicates a 100 DNA match, it only proves you have not violated the crime of illegal organ trade. Do not forget your contact with Chen Weihua to arrange for an underground doctor to perform the kidney transplant also breaches the human organ transplant regulations, which is equally serious. Lu Yun spoke earnestly. I have indeed violated the human organ transplant regulations. However, under the principle of emergency avoidance, as stipulated in Article 21 of the criminal law, my father's condition has reached a critical stage, and conventional treatments have proven ineffective. This unlawful act is the sole means of saving his life. That I should be subject to leniency, or even exempt from punishment, as long as no severe consequences arise. Ultimately, the penalty should be a fine of no more than 100,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuijian was genuinely impressed. This high school student was certainly remarkable. 20 minutes later, a police vehicle arrived at the Pioneer Biological Industrial Park in Hongcheng, drawing the attention of the security personnel. Consequently, when Lu Yun, accompanied by Zhou Shuijian and other officers, proceeded to his rented laboratory, a team of security guards followed closely behind. Isn't that Lu Yun? Among those renting laboratories, he is the youngest, which leave a strong impression on me. He always comes at night and departs in the morning. What trouble has he gotten himself into to warrant the police's presence? Goodness, this scene looks familiar. They must be bringing the police to identify the scene. Has Lu Yun committed murder in our industrial park? Quick, call the captain. This could be serious. The security guards exchanged glances, their minds filled with ominous premonitions. Unaware of their thoughts, Lu Yun greeted a few familiar security personnel with a nod and a smile. Before long, he arrived at the laboratory with Zhou Shuijian and the others. The laboratory was quite spacious, exceeding 200 square meters. Upon closer inspection, one could see an array of petri dishes, PCR machines, flow cytometers, and stereo microscopes, all essential for biological experiments. In the center of the room stood a circular petri dish containing 3 dark red kidneys submerged in a colorless, transparent nutrient solution. The intricate network of blood vessels pulsated rhythmically with the fluid, appearing almost lifelike. Are these 3 kidneys still functioning? Zhou Shuijian inquired, astonished. As far as he knew, once kidneys were harvested, they were typically preserved in a cold storage solution for a maximum of 72 hours. The scene before him shattered his understanding. The kidneys were immersed in some liquid and were still operational, akin to their state within a human body. Lu Yun explained, I have modified the petri dish to maintain a constant temperature of 37.2 degrees Celsius, with an osmotic pressure of 280 milliosmoles and a pulse perfusion rate of 300 microliters per minute, mirroring the blood flow rate of the renal artery. Furthermore, with these modifications, this petri dish nearly perfectly simulates the working environment of a human kidney, allowing the kidneys placed inside to maintain their vitality indefinitely. Zhou Shuizhen, though unable to grasp the technical jargon, was nonetheless profoundly struck, for he could witness the 3 kidneys pulsating with life. At that moment, he found himself somewhat inclined to believe Lu Yun's assertions and was eager to learn the results of the DNA comparison. He looked at Lu Yun and said, "We have 3 kidneys here, let us take one for DNA comparison," while urging the DNA laboratory to expedite their process. If all goes well, we should receive the results by tomorrow afternoon. However, a question arises. Without professional equipment, transporting the kidney in such a manner could easily compromise its viability, correct? "The laboratory is equipped," Lu Yun replied, as he retrieved a kidney, meticulously prepared it, and placed it in a mechanical perfusion preservation box, which he handed to Zhou Shuizhen. Together, they departed the laboratory and returned to the Shishui sub-bureau. Subsequently, Zhou Shuizhen personally delivered the kidney, encased in the preservation box, to the DNA laboratory of the Forensic Identification Center. Lu's father was also notified to proceed to the DNA laboratory to collect DNA samples. Meanwhile, Lu Yun was transferred to the detention center. Chapter 3. Absolute Mastery of the Body. Knowledge is Power. For the first time in his life, Lu Yun found himself in a holding cell. Upon entering the room, he discovered nearly 20 individuals already present, each clad in blue vests, sitting orderly on their bunks, their faces betraying an air of submission. He chose an empty bunk and settled in. Almost immediately, a pungent amalgamation of foot odor and sweat assailed his nostrils. With a slight furrow of his brow, Lu Yun concentrated, and with a mere thought, he could vividly perceive the abundant hydrogen sulfide, ammonia, and other odorous chemicals within his nasal cavity. Decompose. He commanded with his mind, and these chemical compounds disintegrated into their atomic constituents, causing the offensive odors to vanish instantaneously. Next, he employed his mental faculties to deconstruct the nitrogen molecules in his nasal passage into nitrogen atoms, subsequently reassembling them into a nanoscale sieve with an interatomic distance of merely 0.2 nanometers, effectively covering the entrance of his nostrils. This layer of nanoscale filtration, imperceptible to the naked eye, served a significant purpose. It permitted only air to pass through while preventing hydrogen sulfide, ammonia, and other foul-smelling chemicals from entering his nasal cavity. Such was Lu Yun's extraordinary ability to command his body. He possessed the power to visualize and manipulate every cell and atom within him, rendering him immensely formidable. What relief it was! No longer subjected to the offensive odors, Lu Yun felt a wave of comfort wash over him. With another thought, a virtual panel manifested before his eyes. Host: Lu Yun. Research points: 0. Upon accumulating 100,000 research points, the ability of absolute mastery of the body may be upgraded. Your research achievements will impact the world, allowing you to earn research points. 3 months prior, on the day he turned 18, Lu Yun had received this research assistance system and resolved to pursue renal cloning technology. The following day, he mortgaged his parents' house, which had been transferred to him. And with the funds, he rented a biological laboratory. He then informed his parents that he would be boarding at school, and subsequently told his homeroom teacher that he was unable to attend early morning and evening study sessions. Thus began his routine of attending classes by day and conducting research in the lab by night. Why conceal his endeavors from his parents and teacher? Naturally, until he produced results, they would never believe in his capability to develop renal cloning technology, and they would attempt to dissuade him from pursuing such ambitions in favor of focusing on the college entrance examination. In the initial stages of his research, progress was sluggish, primarily due to the vast amount of knowledge to be acquired, including subjects such as genetic engineering, CRISPR, Cas9 gene editing technology, and live cell imaging. Each text was a specialized tome, challenging to comprehend fully. It was not until he delved into the mechanisms of memory and cognitive function within his own brain, modifying the synapses of his hippocampus and prefrontal cortex, that he experienced a qualitative transformation akin to taking a low-grade version of INS-T48, allowing his progress to accelerate. Armed with a sufficiently brilliant mind, coupled with his absolute mastery of the body and a vast reservoir of knowledge, perhaps with a touch of fortune, he successfully developed the renal cloning technology. It was then that he contacted the imbecile Chen Weihua, which ultimately led him to this holding cell. Regrets? Not in the slightest. To this day, he vividly recalls a day over 2 months ago when he inadvertently witnessed his father's agonizing state, curled up in the bathroom, fingers gripping the cracks between the tiles, with vomit mingled with blood splattering across his pale instep. Despite enduring such torment, his father always managed to smile and reassure him that his health was not in jeopardy. He distinctly remembers sitting on his father's shoulders as a child, joyfully singing, perceiving his father as a towering figure of strength. Now, however, it seemed that his father might be slipping away from him. Moreover, the worst had yet to come. Lu Yun pondered to himself, having rented a laboratory 3 months prior, visiting daily. Once the DNA comparison results were released, even if anyone questioned the origins of the kidney cloning technology, he could staunchly assert that it was developed in his lab and could be replicated there. The systematic nature of his work could not be exposed. As long as the system remained hidden, he felt he could confront any situation with confidence. He had to admit that the decision to rent the lab had been astute, sparing him from a series of complications. Lu Yun mentally commended himself but was soon engulfed by frustration. The path with Chen Weihua had been severed, and his father urgently needed a kidney transplant. What should he do? Seek another intermediary? Self-learn medical techniques? Or venture abroad for solutions? Young man, what trouble did you get into to end up here? Surely it's not for running points? Most youngsters like you end up here for that reason. A voice suddenly interrupted Lu Yun's thoughts. Turning towards the sound, he saw a balding middle-aged man. It's not for running points, Lu Yun replied. The police charged me with the illegal trafficking of organs, but it's a misunderstanding. The kidneys I intend to use for the transplant are all cultivated by myself in experiments. The balding man was momentarily speechless. A youth who appeared to be under 20 claiming he could cultivate kidneys in a lab? Such bravado. Yet, due to the overpowering stench of his breath, no one in the room was willing to converse with him, leaving him feeling stifled. Seeing that Lu Yun did not seem averse to him, he decided to continue the idle chatter. Kidney cloning technology? Could you explain it simply? I'm not very knowledgeable. With nothing else to occupy him, Lu Yun succinctly recounted the origins of his work, omitting any mention of the system and attributing all the credit to his own talent. Well, I'm impressed, my friend. You're a real man, the balding man exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, though inwardly he found it amusing. This kid had a remarkable talent for storytelling. It would be a shame if he didn't write web novels. By the way, since the kidneys were cultivated in your lab, why not contact a hospital for the surgery instead of reaching out to that intermediary, Chen Weihua? The balding man prodded, noticing Lu Yun had fallen silent once more. The hospital conducting kidney transplant surgeries explicitly refuses to accept kidneys of unknown origin. However, the kidneys I have cultivated have yet to receive legal recognition, thus categorizing them as of unknown origin. Consequently, I am left with no choice but to seek out individuals like Chen Weihua. Lu Yun felt a sense of helplessness. While this regulation serves to protect the interests of the majority, it has become an obstacle for him. Young man, you lack societal experience, remarked the bald man casually. Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. If you wish to make a stir, leverage public opinion. Society operates on this principle: the louder the outcry, the more attention garnered, and various resources will gravitate towards you, allowing for exceptional circumstances to be addressed. Find a self-media outlet and let them report your story. Soon, the entire nation will recognize you as a research prodigy who has developed kidney cloning technology, yet due to bureaucratic constraints, cannot offer it to your biological father. You might even find yourself resorting to contacting black market intermediaries, landing you in trouble with the law. I can assure you that should the situation escalate, you will have a considerable chance of having your case treated as an exception, expediting the approval for animal trials and clinical trial applications, or perhaps even securing a legitimate hospital for your father's surgery. You are a genius, after all, having undertaken endeavors that many would shy away from. You deserve special consideration. The bald man spoke casually, yet Lu Yun began to contemplate the feasibility of this approach seriously. Perhaps it is indeed time to harness the power of public opinion. Chapter 4. The detection report has emerged. Lu Yun is misunderstood. Meanwhile, at the Judicial Appraisal Center in Hong City, Lu Chongqing, having completed the collection of DNA samples, found himself engulfed in a surreal sense of disbelief. His son, Lu Yun, who had always been intelligent and sensible, had engaged in such a reckless act. Setting aside the question of whether those 3 kidneys were indeed cultivated by his son, merely contacting intermediaries in the organ black market to arrange for a kidney transplant was already a criminal offense. Moreover, Lu Yun had specifically inquired that if the transplant were to fail, resulting in deterioration of his health or even death, he would still be held criminally liable. The thought of Lu Yun facing criminal charges would irrevocably ruin his life. My child, I know you are concerned for me, but do you understand? I wish for you to live a good life, to marry and have children, and to thrive. I do not wish to see you take such risks for my sake. Lu Chongqing's fingers trembled slightly, his heart swelling with pride and guilt, pride for having such a son, yet guilt for being the burden he felt he was to him. He hoped for a favorable outcome. Once the DNA comparison results were available, the charges against his son would be dropped, allowing him to gain admission to his desired university. He whispered softly to himself, "My son is certainly not lying. Those 3 kidneys are indeed his creation. He will be fine. Do not fret." Nearby, a plump middle-aged woman suddenly interjected, her voice filled with fervor. She was Lu Yun's mother, Zhou Shui. Her tone was resolute, yet her heart trembled with fear. Terrified that the kidneys might have been purchased by her son, she could scarcely fathom the consequences of such a reality and could only attempt to hypnotize herself into calmness. Meanwhile, at the Shishui Sub-Bureau, Wang Xiaomei, the homeroom teacher for Class 3 of the senior year, rushed into Zhou Shuigan's office. After Lu Yun had been taken away, she pondered deeply and realized that she could not remain passive. She needed to find a way to understand the case's developments and, if possible, offer assistance to Lu Yun. As the homeroom teacher of a key experimental class in a prestigious high school, her network was significantly stronger than that of an average individual. She quickly reached out to a leader, and after making a brief introduction, she drove directly to the Shishui Sub-Bureau. Approaching Zhou Shuigan's desk, Wang Xiaomei stated forthrightly, "Officer Zhou, I apologize for the inconvenience, but I am genuinely worried about that child, Lu Yun. You need not violate any protocols by disclosing specific case details. Just share any information that can be disclosed." Zhou Shuigan paused thoughtfully and replied earnestly, "This matter could indeed be a misunderstanding. The specific results will be available by tomorrow afternoon, and I will notify you via WeChat at the earliest opportunity." "Ah, that is wonderful," Wang Xiaomei exclaimed with delight. Pulling out her phone, "Let us connect on WeChat. Send me a message directly when you have updates. Should there be any way I can assist, please do not hesitate to inform me." Meanwhile, in the WeChat group for Class 3 of the senior year, even though it was during class hours, many students were engaged in fervent discussions regarding the incident. The latest news was that Lu Yun had been taken into custody. "My father works in a detention center. He once met Lu Yun during a visit to my school and was deeply impressed by him, as he was the top student in our class. Today, he was unexpectedly alerted to Lu Yun being brought into the detention center and inquired about the circumstances. Do you know why Lu Yun was apprehended? My father has disclosed that information to me. However, he assured me that he would do his utmost to look after Lu Yun, ensuring he wouldn't be bullied while inside. Wang Feng, I commend you. By the way, Wang Feng, could you perhaps persuade your father to arrange a visit for us to see Lu Yun? We are all classmates after all, and even though Lu Yun is in trouble, we ought to pay him a visit. Is that even possible? It seems that only immediate family members and lawyers are permitted to visit." Upon seeing this response, some classmates expressed their disappointment as they had a good rapport with Lu Yun. The next day arrived swiftly, at 10 minutes past 2 in the afternoon. At the Judicial Appraisal Center of Hong City, within the DNA laboratory, the technical supervisor, Chen Tong, was engrossed in paperwork when a sudden notification chimed. She picked up her phone and opened WeChat, discovering a message from Zhou Shuigan. "Zhou Shuigan from the Criminal Investigation Team of the Shishui Branch, Sister Chen. Has the DNA comparison report I requested yielded results? Zhou Shuigan is truly perplexing, a senior high school student claiming to have successfully cloned 3 kidneys. And he actually believes it could be true. Moreover, he keeps urging me to expedite the report, which is quite ridiculous." Chen Tong was at a loss for words. She had already informed Zhou Shuigan yesterday afternoon that such a feat was impossible, even if kidney cloning technology were to succeed. It would take 5 to 10 years and be accomplished by a leading global team, not a high school student. Therefore, there was no need for any expedited processing. The report could follow the standard procedure. Yet, Zhou Shuigan remained insistent. Thus, she had no choice but to arrange for it to be expedited. Calculating the time, the report should have been completed by now. Chen Tong stood up and approached a desk, sifting through a pile of reports. Before long, she identified one and casually picked it up. This was the report. Upon glancing at it, she was taken aback to read, "The STR typing of the test material and sample is consistent, supporting the conclusion that they originate from the same individual, with a likelihood ratio, LR, exceeding 99. 99. What? How could this be?" Chen Tong paused momentarily. What does this conclusion signify? It indicates that the kidney brought by Zhou Shuijin matched the DNA sample of Lu Yun's father in a comparison, confirming the DNA was entirely identical. Out of scientific rigor, they refrained from declaring an absolute 100 match, instead stating it is greater than 99. 99. Am I imagining things? Chen Tong rubbed her eyes and reread the report, realizing she had not misread it. My goodness, that high school student is indeed a genius. This is utterly astonishing. Within merely 3 months, he managed to conquer kidney cloning technology all on his own. It's as if he possesses extraordinary abilities. Chen Tong couldn't help but express her inner thoughts, simultaneously recognizing the silver lining in the situation. The advancement of kidney cloning technology meant that patients in the country awaiting kidney donations would soon have access to organs that would not provoke rejection. The trade of kidneys would gradually vanish, leading to a decline in crime rates. With this thought in mind, she immediately picked up her phone and dialed Zhou Shuijin. Upon connection, she exclaimed, I have wonderful news. The test results are in, and you were right. The 3 kidneys were indeed cloned by that high school student. This is a true genius. Hurry and come to collect the report, then proceed to withdraw the criminal charges against him. By the way, what is that high school student's name again? Ah yes, Lu Yun. Zhou Shuijin felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. Perhaps due to the satisfaction of being correct, or perhaps from witnessing the birth of a genius firsthand, granting him an unexplainable sense of involvement. In any case, he was thrilled. Sister Chun, I'm on my way to get the report. With that, he rushed off, not forgetting to inform Wang Xiaomei and Lu Yun's parents about the good news. What? It's already confirmed to be a misunderstanding? Lu Yun will have the charges dropped today and be released from custody? That's splendid. I'm heading to the detention center right now. At Hongcheng No. 2 High School. Wang Xiaomei's eyes sparkled with excitement upon receiving the call. I knew it. Lu Yun could never commit such heinous acts. His arrest was merely a misunderstanding. But what exactly was the misunderstanding? Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Officer Zhou, can you tell me why Lu Yun was arrested? Now I can, Zhou Shuijin replied. You have an exceptionally talented student. As Zhou detailed the events, Wang Xiaomei was left speechless in shock. After a moment, she regained her composure, unable to suppress a smile that stretched across her face. My luck is extraordinary. I stumbled upon a student destined for greatness. Soon, she felt the urge to boast and opened WeChat to post a moment on her timeline. Today, I encountered something unbelievable. My student, Lu Yun, has independently developed kidney cloning technology and has successfully cloned 3 kidneys using his father's skin cells. Barely had the post been published when numerous comments began to pour in. Teacher Wang, you haven't been hacked, have you? Is this for real? Any news links? Is there really such an impressive high school student? Almost everyone expressed skepticism, as there was no evidence to substantiate the claim. In the office of the biology department at Hongcheng University, Professor Jiang Hai's initial reaction upon seeing the post was disbelief. However, after contemplating the matter, he promptly called Wang Xiaomei, as his research topic revolved around kidney cloning and he was deeply intrigued by such information. Cousin, is what you posted on WeChat true? Absolutely. Let me tell you, during my class yesterday, Wang Xiaomei's enthusiasm surged as she recounted the entire story. It was indeed true. Jiang Hai found himself at a loss for words. Here was a high school student who had triumphed in the realm of renal cloning technology, while he, a distinguished university professor, felt as though success was a distant dream. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Could you share with me Lu Yun's information and contact details? I wish to pay him a visit. Wang Xiaomei replied, I will inquire with him shortly. If he is amenable, I shall provide you with the details. Chapter 5. This is true genius. In Hongcheng City, at the CG community, lies the Chongqing Fried Noodles Shop, a family enterprise of Lu Yun. However, at this moment, his father, Lu Chongqing, and mother, Zhou Shuai, were not attending to business. Instead, they sat quietly, their eyes fixed intently on the mobile phone resting on the table, fervently hoping to receive a call from Officer Zhou. Ding dong. The phone rang. Lu Chongqing swiftly picked it up and connected the call, soon hearing the voice of Zhou Shuijin. Mr. Lu, I have good news to share with you. Wonderful. We shall head to the detention center to bring him home right away. Thank you, Officer Zhou. Thank you. After hanging up, Lu Chongqing trembled with excitement. Zhou Shui's suppressed fear and anxiety transformed into tears, cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. Thank heavens, their son was safe. Furthermore, he was a prodigy, having independently developed advanced renal cloning technology at the tender age of 18. At that moment, Lu Chongqing fell into a contemplative silence, then unexpectedly spoke. Dear, there is something I must confide in you. Although the 3 kidneys were developed by our son, I must refuse if he plans to arrange a transplant for me. Why ever so? Zhou Shui inquired. Because the procedure lacks the necessary approval from the relevant authorities, rendering it illegal. If all goes well, that would be splendid. But should there be dire consequences, should my condition worsen or, heaven forbid, lead to my demise, our son could face imprisonment. This is what a police officer informed me. Lu Chaqing stated with unwavering resolve. He had come to terms with life and death. His only concern was not to impede his son's future. What do you intend to do? Zhou Shui pressed. Our son is quite resolute. He will find ways to persuade you to accept the surgery. Once we bring him home for a reunion dinner, I will leave, staying with relatives and friends for a while, ensuring our son cannot locate me, Lu Chaqing replied. Meanwhile, at the Hongcheng detention center, Li Yun sat on his cot, eyes closed, meditating. Creak. The door swung open, and a young officer entered with a smile. Lu Yun. Due to insufficient evidence, we are releasing you as per the law. Please come with me. Someone is waiting for you. Thank you. Lu Yun rose and followed the officer outside, his demeanor calm, for he had anticipated this moment since his arrival the previous day. He knew that once the DNA comparison results were available, the criminal charges against him would be dropped. The balding man observed Lu Yun's retreating figure. Eyes wide with astonishment, more exhilarated than Lu Yun himself. Goodness. This young man just arrived yesterday and is already leaving today. It seems he was not lying. He truly has developed renal cloning technology. What incredible luck. Here I am, detained for drunk driving, and I encounter a scientific genius. The detention center was not large. And Lu Yun soon reached the entrance, where he discovered that in addition to his parents, his homeroom teacher, Wang Xiaomei, and Officer Zhou Shuijin had also come to greet him. However, the 2 individuals were aware that they were merely supporting characters in this moment. After greeting Lu Yun, they stepped aside, allowing Lu Yun's family to reunite without interruption. It was enough that they were present. Lu Chaqing and Zhou Shui did not exhibit excessive excitement. They merely patted Lu Yun on the shoulder. In truth, they concealed their overwhelming emotions, for their love for Lu Yun surpassed that of anyone else. Father, mother. I apologize for causing you concern, Lu Yun said, embracing both of his parents. At that moment, Wang Xiaomei spoke up. Lu Yun, I have something to share with you. I have a cousin named Jiang Hai, who is a professor in the biology department at Hongcheng University. He's also researching kidney cloning technology. He learned of your success through my social media posts and expressed a desire to visit you. If you are amenable, I can provide him with your contact information. Since he is your teacher's cousin, that is certainly acceptable, Lu Yun readily agreed. Seemingly struck by a thought, he inquired, Teacher, does your cousin know any influential self-media bloggers? Self-media bloggers? My cousin studied at Tsinghua University and is now a professor at Hongcheng University. He is well off and possesses an extensive network. Even if he doesn't know any personally, he can easily connect with prominent self-media bloggers. Wang Xiaomei asked, but why do you want to know this? Well, Lu Yun explained. As you know, although I have developed kidney cloning technology and successfully cloned 3 kidneys using my father's cells, I have yet to conduct any animal experiments. This means I am not qualified to apply for clinical trials at this moment. Consequently, I cannot arrange a legal kidney transplant for my father in the near future, especially since his life expectancy is less than a year. Therefore, I intend to take an unconventional approach. I want to create public discourse and leverage its power to influence official channels, at the very least to expedite the approval process for animal and clinical trials. If I could obtain special permission to bypass animal testing and proceed directly with my father's transplant, it would be even better. I believe this plan holds a degree of feasibility, given the existence of similar cases. However, I am not acquainted with any self-media practitioners. So I was contemplating how to reach out to them, but it seems I need not worry for now. I will first connect with my teacher's cousin and see if he can provide some resources. Wang Xiaomei had not anticipated such a fortunate turn of events and smiled, saying, I will inform my cousin and have him reach out to you. With that, she sent a WeChat message to her cousin, Jiang Hai. Mere seconds later, Jiang Hai called. After a brief conversation, she handed the phone to Lu Yun. Upon receiving the phone, Lu Yun heard the voice of a middle-aged man. Hello, Lu Yun. This is Jiang Hai. Thank you for agreeing to my visit. Furthermore, regarding your desire to generate public discourse, I will wholeheartedly support you. Not only can I connect you with self-media bloggers, but I can also coordinate with some official media outlets to report on your situation. I will thoroughly research the specifics of how we can proceed. Thank you, Professor Jiang. Indeed, I have a somewhat audacious request. May I visit you today? It would be even better if I could go directly to your laboratory. Of course, Lu Yun readily agreed, arranging a time with Jiang Hai. He then turned to his parents and said, "Dad, Mom, I need to make a trip to the laboratory, so I want to be returning home with you for now." "All right," Lu Chongqing nodded, adding, "Do remember to come back for dinner. We should celebrate as a family." Zhou Shui also nodded in agreement. Soon after, they made their way to the parking lot. At that moment, Zhou Shui, who had been harboring thoughts, remarked, "Did you hear that? Our son intends to apply pressure through public opinion to obtain approval for your kidney transplant surgery. If successful, it would no longer be deemed an illegal procedure. And even if severe consequences ensue, our son will not bear the brunt of it. I believe you should refrain from leaving for now." Lu Chaqing chuckled. "I certainly want to leave, as long as our son doesn't arrange for that unapproved kidney transplant. I have but a few days left to live, otherwise. I wouldn't dream of leaving home for fear of burdening him. Heavens forbid." Zhou Shui interjected, "Do not speak such ominous words. May the heavens bless you. And soon you will undergo a kidney transplant, restoring your health and granting you longevity." Meanwhile, Lu Yun, holding a mechanical perfusion preservation box containing the kidney, arrived at the Pioneer Biotechnology Industrial Park in Zhou Shuigan's vehicle. As he stepped out of the car, a commotion erupted from the security room. "Isn't that Lu Yun, who was arrested yesterday, released already? My goodness, it really is him. What on earth is happening?" The two security guards were utterly baffled. Spotting the familiar faces of the guards, Lu Yun smiled and nodded, then proceeded directly through the entrance to his laboratory. Just as he placed the kidney from the mechanical perfusion preservation box into the culture dish, the doorbell rang. Turning around, he was greeted by a middle-aged man with half-rimmed glasses and a refined demeanor, who smiled at him. "Lu Yun, I am Jiang Hai. Professor Jiang, hello." Lu Yun responded warmly, welcoming him inside. Upon entering, Jiang Hai was immediately captivated by the circular culture dish prominently displayed in the center. Rushing over to fixate on the three dark red kidneys submerged in a colorless, transparent nutrient solution, akin to gazing at a beloved maiden. Exquisite and brimming with vitality, Jiang Hai observed and offered a considerable time before regaining his composure and excitedly inquired, "Lu Yun, how did you cultivate these kidneys? Moreover, my cousin mentioned you accomplished this in just 3 months. To be frank, I find that hard to believe. You must have been researching kidney cloning techniques long before. Only renting this laboratory 3 months ago." Lu Yun replied, "Indeed, I commenced my research 3 months ago, starting from scratch. I delved into specialized works such as techniques in cellular biological experiments, spending nearly a month studying 75 professional books and reviewing over 100 papers. This led to my insights, allowing me to experiment and refine my approaches until I achieved success." "What?" Jiang Hai's face displayed a look of incredulity. "You accomplished all this in such a short span of time. Starting from scratch, not only did you complete 75 specialized textbooks, but you also perused over 100 academic papers. Even with an extraordinary memory, such an achievement seems nearly unattainable." Being well-versed in the field of biology, he understood the formidable challenge presented by those textbooks. Each one was a daunting task. To finish 75 books in a month and additionally review 100 papers was a notion that bordered on the fantastical. Lu Yun replied, "Although I do not possess a photographic memory, my recall abilities are rather commendable. Once I have read something, I can retain it and generally comprehend the material." Goodness! An impeccable memory, coupled with immediate understanding. No wonder your learning is so rapid. Jiang Hai felt a twinge of envy. Had he possessed such a faculty during his studies, he would undoubtedly have been the most distinguished student in the entire school, perhaps even a Nobel laureate by now. Little did he know that Lu Yun's abilities were not a natural endowment. Rather, they were acquired after he gained absolute control over his body. Through diligent research on his own brain, he restructured the neural synapses of the hippocampus and prefrontal cortex, thereby attaining this extraordinary skill reserved for intellectual prodigies. Chapter 6. Is this achievable for a high school student? Jiang Hai understood that envy was futile. Talent was an innate gift, bestowed at birth or absent for a lifetime. Thus, he chose not to dwell on this matter but turned to Lu Yun and inquired, "Could you elaborate on the process of your renal cloning technology?" "Of course. Feel free to omit any confidential techniques." Lu Yun responded, "In truth, the procedure is akin to that of other researchers. Initially, I obtained my father's skin cells and subsequently devised a method to revert those skin cells into stem cells. Stem cells possess the remarkable ability to differentiate into any cell type, so I employ gene editing to guide these stem cells to specifically differentiate into renal cells. The subsequent challenge was to facilitate the development of these renal cells into a fully formed kidney, which proved to be the most arduous task. I initially attempted the mainstream methods of biological scaffolding and 3D bioprinting, yet both endeavors ended in failure. Ultimately, I resorted to gene editing, targeting crucial genes such as PAX2 and P53, enabling the edited cells to self-organize into a kidney within the culture medium, much like the way a newborn's kidney forms autonomously. Through gene editing, one can instill renal cells with the capacity for self-organization into a renal organ. Jiang Hai's eyes widened with intrigue. Although renal cloning technology had reached maturity, he recognized that pursuing further research might yield limited significance. Nevertheless, the underlying principles were interconnected. If Lu Yun could utilize gene editing to direct renal cells to autonomously form a kidney, then theoretically, he could similarly manipulate cardiac cells to self-organize into a heart. Consequently, initiating cloning projects for organs such as the heart and lungs became a feasible prospect. Albeit with high demands on gene editing technology, a realm where Jiang Hai acknowledged his own limitations. Contemplating this possibility, Jiang Hai felt a surge of excitement and could not restrain his curiosity. Could you share how you conduct gene editing? I often engage in related experiments, yet I frequently encounter off-target issues. Lu Yun pondered briefly and replied, you are likely employing the current mainstream CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing technique. I initially used it as well, but soon discovered its numerous shortcomings. It has a high off-target rate, low delivery efficiency, limited editing size, and presents challenges in precise base editing. Consequently, I developed a new gene editing technology that, compared to CRISPR-Cas9, introduces a second set of reverse transcriptases and guiding RNAs, forming an automatic proofreading mechanism that enhances precision. It allows for direct single-base editing and, due to its self-calibrating capability, reduces the off-target rate to a mere 0.001, rendering it virtually negligible. I named this technology self-calibrating gene editing. Jiang Hai was momentarily rendered speechless by the revelation. As a graduate of Qing University, he had encountered countless prodigies and geniuses, yet witnessing Lu Yun's brilliance was a first. In just 3 months, he had not only developed renal cloning technology, but also devised a more advanced gene editing technique. Is this truly achievable for a high school student? Could he possibly be a time traveler from the future? Do you have any idea what I am feeling right now? Do you know what I currently yearn to do? Jiang Hai gazed at Lu Yun with a profound look, yet before Lu Yun could respond, he spoke up himself. I am utterly astonished to the point of questioning my existence. We are both human, so how can there be such a vast chasm between us? What I most desire at this moment is to rapidly publicize your remarkable achievements, sharing them with my classmates and professors at Tsinghua, so they too may witness true genius and experience the disheartening sensation of self-doubt. Upon hearing Jiang Hai's words, Lu Yun merely smiled faintly, unperturbed. He felt no embarrassment, although it was only after obtaining his extraordinary abilities that he reached such heights. The world has never adhered to the notion of fairness. Some are born into immense wealth. Others possess exceptional intelligence, and he simply has an advantage. This is entirely normal. As the saying goes, a moment of glory brings momentary joy, sustained glory brings prolonged joy. To continue basking in this elation, he must adeptly utilize the research assistance system as his advantage. Today, however, let us not delve into technicalities, lest I find myself restless at night. Jiang Hai chuckled, retrieved his phone, and after a few taps, handed it to Lu Yun. This is a friend of mine, Li Manny. She was previously a television host but has since resigned to manage a social media account named Manny Loves to Speak, which tracks societal hot topics. Although her account has only 1.3 million followers, its influence is considerable, and she possesses strong planning capabilities. Given her background in television, I believe she is the ideal candidate to help you generate public discourse. If you are willing, I can contact her right now. She will undoubtedly be eager to assist, as it would drive traffic to her account. Lu Yun accepted the phone, perused the content of the account, and examined other evaluations of Manny Loves to Speak. Finding the self-media influencer named Li Manny indeed impressive, she was beautiful, capable, and had a positive reputation, having never encountered any negative feedback. He couldn't help but wonder about any manipulative tactics aside from the facts. He then returned the phone to Jiang Hai, nodding, let's proceed with her. Please arrange a meeting. Of course, I'll call her now. Jiang Hai promptly dialed Li Manny's number in front of Lu Yun. In a spacious luxury apartment within the Langqin Garden community, Li Manny wore a troubled expression. Although she operated an account on Douyin with millions of followers and enjoyed a substantial income, the industry had become increasingly competitive. One misstep could result in becoming just another casualty of the relentless tide. Recently, she had not produced any viral videos, leading to a decline in her follower count, which filled her with a profound sense of crisis. Suddenly, her phone rang. She picked it up and saw it was her friend Jiang Hai calling, so she answered. Manny, haven't you been fretting over the absence of viral videos lately? I believe I have found one for you. Is that for real? You spend your days at school. What major news could you possibly have for me? Is it about some scandal between a male professor and a female student? Ha ha ha. Could it be that you are a university professor? Nonsense. I'm a serious person. What I wish to convey is the story of a high school senior who, in a desperate attempt to save his father, developed a groundbreaking kidney cloning technology. The tale unfolds as follows. 3 minutes later, Li Manny finally grasped the entirety of the situation, yet skepticism clouded her expression. Jiang Hai, today is not April Fool's Day. Please refrain from spinning such absurd tales. Despite not being an expert, she was aware that kidney cloning is an avant-garde technology. How could a mere high school student, starting from scratch, accomplish this feat in just 3 months, using his father's skin cells as samples to clone 3 kidneys? It seemed implausible. Jiang Hai replied, actually, like you. My initial reaction was disbelief, yet this is indeed the truth and easily verifiable. You should have access to police resources. Contact Officer Zhou Shuijin at the Shishui branch of Hongcheng City, who is handling this case. Furthermore, the DNA comparison report was issued by the Judicial Appraisal Center of Hongcheng City. You may also reach out to them. Hurry and confirm, then call me back. Speed is of the essence, as this exclusive news may not remain yours for long. Upon hearing this, a flicker of doubt ignited within Li Manny. Could it be true? The thought sent her heart racing, and she quickly scoured her contacts for a leader's number at the Shishui branch, dialing it without hesitation. Director Zhang, this is Li Manny. I have a question for you. Did your branch arrest a student named Lu Yun yesterday? Indeed. Are you looking to report on this incident? I must say, you have a keen eye. This event will undoubtedly create a stir once reported. Li Manny's heart raced with excitement upon hearing Director Zhang's words, prompting her to inquire eagerly. I heard this student was arrested for allegedly engaging in illegal organ trafficking, but after the DNA comparison, it was revealed to be a misunderstanding. Those kidneys were cultivated by the student using kidney cloning technology. Is that true? That is indeed the case. This news has already circulated within our branch, leaving everyone astounded. Today's high school students are remarkably impressive. By the way, if you wish to report on this story, you must act swiftly. Any delay may result in someone else scooping it. Indeed, I must hurry. I shall end the call for now, but I will treat you to a meal next time. She hung up the phone, her cheeks flushed with excitement. A high school senior, determined to save his critically ill father, bravely embarked on the research of world-leading kidney cloning technology and achieved success in merely 3 months, surpassing renowned scientists. Yet, due to legal constraints, he could not arrange a kidney transplant for his father through legitimate channels and was forced to contact an organ intermediary, leading to his arrest. Ultimately, the misunderstanding was resolved, and criminal charges were dismissed. My goodness, this is a treasure trove of newsworthy moments. This story is mine. Li Manny eagerly seized her phone and dialed Jiang Hai's number. Jiang Hai, where are you? And Lu Yun. I am driving over right now. Please. I implore you to cooperate with me. Any conditions can be discussed, and I assure you that I will do everything in my power to help Lu Yun achieve the results he desires. Chapter 7. The academician tests the cloned kidney. A tribute to our motherland. Greetings, Lu Yun. 20 minutes later, Li Manny arrived at the laboratory. Upon seeing the striking youth before her, whose looks could rival the pinnacle of beauty, she brightened and remarked, I must confess, I was somewhat apprehensive. Even if we could generate a sensation and capture the attention of society, achieving the desired outcome seemed challenging. However, witnessing your striking appearance has elevated my confidence by 50%. I assure you, this is not merely an attempt to foster a closer rapport. It is grounded in factual evidence. In the realm of the internet, attractiveness equates to justice. This is not a trivial statement, but a truth. Otherwise, how could those youthful heartthrobs gain such popularity? In response, Lu Yun smiled and extended his hand, saying, Ms. Li, it is a pleasure to meet you. I hope we can collaborate. Likewise, Li Manny replied, quickly reciprocating the handshake. She then proceeded to the crux of the matter. I have 2 plans, designated as Plan A and Plan B. However, before we initiate either plan, one essential task must be accomplished. We need to have authoritative figures conduct a comprehensive assessment of the cloned kidney you have produced, particularly regarding its functionality and viability. This is of paramount importance. Imagine if it were ultimately discovered that the quality of your cloned kidney was subpar, resulting in a deterioration of your father's condition post-transplant. How would public opinion regard you? While some may sympathize, recognizing that you too would not wish for such an outcome, others would likely argue that you knowingly chose to use a flawed organ, which would be deemed not an act of salvation, but rather one of harm. Therefore, we must await the evaluation results. If they are favorable, we will proceed with Plan A. If unfavorable, we will resort to Plan B. Lu Yun nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Indeed, this is a necessary course of action. Although I possess complete confidence in the kidney I have produced, convincing the public will necessitate an assessment report from a credible institution or authority." At this moment, Jiang Hai interjected, "How about I take charge of this matter? During my time at Tsinghua University pursuing my master's and doctorate, my advisor was an esteemed academician, a leading figure in the biological sciences. If he lends his endorsement, it will undoubtedly carry significant weight." Lu Yun promptly expressed his gratitude. "Professor Jiang, thank you." Jiang Hai chuckled. "Please, there is no need for formality. As long as you do not mind being consulted about technical matters in the future, we are square." Li Mani could not help but twitch her lips at this exchange. A university professor seeking technical advice from a high school student was quite the reversal of roles. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. Once Li Yun mastered the groundbreaking cloning technology, he would no longer be merely an ordinary high school student. "Can we expedite the arrangements?" Li Mani urged. "You understand that we cannot initiate the plans until the evaluation results are in." Jiang Hai smiled. "My advisor is rather impatient and eager to mentor promising young researchers. Once he receives my call, he will undoubtedly make haste to Hongcheng, and together we shall transport the kidney to Hongcheng University, which is equipped with specialized facilities." Subsequently, Jiang Hai retrieved his phone and dialed a number. In a laboratory adorned with various advanced devices within the capital city, several figures clad in white lab coats were diligently engaged in their work. Among them was an elderly gentleman, his hair a striking white, unmistakably at an age of retirement. He was Jiang Hai's mentor, academician Wang Jianguo, who, despite nearing his 70s, remained fervently active in the realm of scientific research. In his own words, he believed that the sole purpose of his remaining days was to contribute to the nation's technological advancement. The phone rang. Wang Jianguo furrowed his brow. Who could it be? Doesn't this person realize that I prefer tranquility while working in the laboratory? Nevertheless, he took out his phone and, upon discovering it was his student Jiang Hai calling, he cut straight to the chase. "Jiang Hai, you are aware of my working habits. To call me at this hour, it better be significant, or you will be in trouble." Jiang Hai's voice resonated through the phone. "Mentor, the kidney cloning technology has been successfully realized." "What?" Wang Jianguo exclaimed in astonishment. "With your academic prowess, you managed to develop kidney cloning technology? Have I misjudged your potential? Are you not merely competent, but rather a genius?" Coughing slightly, Jiang Hai replied, "Mentor, it wasn't me. It was a high school senior who came up with it. His father has been suffering from uremia and has undergone dialysis for 3 years without finding a kidney donor, so he decided to conduct his own research." As Jiang Hai elaborated on the unfolding events, Wang Jianguo's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had no reason to doubt Jiang Hai's words, for Jiang Hai lacked the audacity to fabricate such a tale. Once Jiang Hai finished, Wang Jianguo decisively declared, "Wait for me. I am setting off immediately. Provided the technology is genuine and the cloned kidneys are functional, I shall lend my support to that young man, Lu Yun, to facilitate the approval process for animal and clinical trials." After hanging up, Wang Jianguo strode purposefully out of the laboratory, driven by an eagerness to witness the 3 cloned kidneys and to meet the prodigy known as Lu Yun. "Mentor, what transpired? Do you require our assistance?" The other 2 individuals in the laboratory inquired upon noticing Wang Jianguo's swift departure after his phone call, promptly following in his wake. "I am heading to Hongcheng, where kidney cloning technology has been developed. If you wish to broaden your horizons, book a flight and accompany me." Hongcheng? Isn't the most renowned university there? Hongcheng University? A typical 211 institution, and yet it leads in this field? The 2 were astonished, as doctoral candidates from Qing University. They deemed it only reasonable for such technology to emerge from their own esteemed institution. As night fell, the clock struck 9. The doorbell of the laboratory rang. Lu Yun looked up to see an elderly gentleman with graying hair and 2 bespectacled individuals bearing the countenance of standard academic achievers. "Mentor, you arrived rather quickly," Jiang Hai exclaimed, hastily rising to greet them. "Jiang Hai, it was astute of you to think of contacting me regarding this matter," Wang Jianguo commended. Wang Jiangwo gently tapped Jiang Hai's shoulder in a gesture of commendation before stepping forward to Lu Yun with a smile. You must be Lu Yun. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. May I first take a look at the kidney you have cloned? Certainly, Lu Yun replied with a grin. Academician Wang, please follow me. He then led Wang Jiangwo to the circular petri dish. Upon seeing the 3 dark red kidneys submerged in nutrient solution, Wang Jiangwo's eyes brightened instantly. Simply exquisite. The shape, size, and density of capillaries are all indistinguishable from those of a human kidney. Were it not for your declaration of it being a clone, one would assume it was harvested from a living body. He paused, contemplating the complexity of cultivating such a kidney. Tell me, Lu Yun, how many cell types does this kidney possess? Lu Yun responded, a normal human kidney contains 26 types of functional cells, and this one encompasses all of them, ensuring its functionality is complete. Wang Jiangwo nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the exterior alone suggests that the functional capacity of this cloned kidney is certainly not lacking. However, as we are engaged in scientific inquiry, we must ultimately rely on empirical data. At this juncture, he turned to Lu Yun. I shall refrain from prolonging the discussion. Since you have invited me to assist in the evaluation, let us proceed to Hongcheng University, where we can utilize their specialized equipment for testing. Once the results are available, we shall converse further. What do you say? Thank you very much. Lu Yun expressed his gratitude promptly. With that, the group set off towards Hongcheng University, which was not far away. In less than 20 minutes, they arrived at a laboratory building on campus. Under Jiang Hai's guidance, they advanced forward. Professor Jiang, good evening. Along the way, numerous students recognized Jiang Hai and greeted him politely. They soon noticed Lu Yun among the group, strikingly handsome and remarkably youthful, making him particularly conspicuous within this distinguished assembly. Who is this young man? Could he be a new graduate student of Professor Jiang? One student speculated. I doubt it, as they do not appear to share a mentor-student relationship, and Professor Jiang seems overly enthusiastic. Should we follow them to find out? The intrigued students whispered among themselves. A few minutes later, Lu Yun and his party finally arrived at a GMP-grade biological laboratory. The laboratory was fully equipped with state-of-the-art apparatus, including a 2-photon confocal microscope and an automated biochemical analyzer. Seeing the equipment, Wang Jiangwo couldn't contain his excitement. Jiang Hai, assist me. I will conduct the test personally. With that, he donned sterile gloves and retrieved the dark red kidney from the container, installing it into the ex vivo perfusion system. As time passed, test results gradually emerged. Vascular density, 351 vessels per square millimeter. Creatinine clearance rate, 91. 3. Urea nitrogen clearance rate, 95. 2. Each result surprised academician Wang Jiangwo, as these figures exceeded those of a healthy kidney. In truth, this is entirely normal, for all 3 kidneys were crafted by Lu Yun utilizing his unparalleled ability to master his own body, remaining unused, akin to freshly manufactured engines, resulting in exceptional performance. Perfect. Utterly perfect. Not only are these 3 kidneys flawless, but your renal cloning technology is also remarkable. Once all the test results were revealed, Wang Jiangwo's gaze towards Lu Yun transformed entirely. An 18-year-old student, having independently developed such exquisite renal cloning technology from scratch within 3 months. This is a national treasure-level genius. In an era where technological competition is increasingly fierce, such talent is urgently needed by the nation. Cheers to the motherland. Wait, a thought suddenly crossed Wang Jiangwo's mind. He hesitated to celebrate for the country just yet, considering that over the years, countless geniuses have sought opportunities abroad. Contemplating this, he cautiously inquired, Lu Yun, do you have plans for the future? Lu Yun responded, first, I will do everything possible to assist my father with his kidney transplant surgery, restoring his health. Then, I shall continue my research primarily in biotechnology, while also venturing into materials science. Of course, once I achieve research results, I must monetize them. For only with sufficient financial resources can I ensure a good life for myself and my family, and pursue my research interests freely. Wang Jiangwo further asked, have you considered studying abroad? Studying abroad? Lu Yun scoffed, I have never contemplated it. My future in research relies solely on my own efforts. There is little of value for me to learn from abroad. This was the truth, as Lu Yun's path in research is dependent on his research assistance system and his absolute mastery over his own body. Studying abroad offers him no advantages and could indeed pose risks, considering the formidable research capabilities he has displayed. Wang Jiangwo breathed a sigh of relief from Lu Yun's demeanor. He felt assured that there was little need to worry about Lu Yun's potential departure. He smiled and said, "In the future, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me, including support for advancing the animal experiments and clinical trial approvals for your renal cloning technology. Just let me know, and I will stand by you." Subsequently, Wang Jiangwo engaged in further conversation with Lu Yun, exchanged WeChat contacts, and then took his leave. He understood that Lu Yun's thoughts were entirely focused on swiftly arranging the kidney transplant for his father. Any further discussions could wait until this matter was resolved. Chapter 8. The patent value of Lu Yun exceeds imagination. Not only are the results of the kidney cloning test flawless, but esteemed academicians are also willing to endorse it. This is indeed a secure proposition, Li Mani exclaimed, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lu Yun's face. The young man before her was simply extraordinary. Not only did he possess a strikingly handsome visage akin to that of the pinnacle of beauty, Baigu, but he was also a research prodigy deeply admired by academicians. His character was equally commendable, calm, composed, and filial. If she were a decade younger, she would undoubtedly devise every possible means to win his heart. Alas, as she now found herself in the role of an older woman, such thoughts remained confined to her heart. Hey, mind your image. Your eyes are sparkling," teased Jiang Hai, standing nearby with a smile as he observed Li Mani's demeanor. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Mani replied. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she feigned composure. "Lu Yun, allow me to introduce you to Plan A." "All right," Lu Yun nodded in response. Li Mani promptly gathered her thoughts. Having discerned that despite being merely an 18-year-old senior high school student, Lu Yun possessed extraordinary psychological resilience, surpassing that of most working individuals. Having only passed the initial hurdle, she understood that the initiative remained in Lu Yun's hands. If Plan A failed to meet his expectations, he would inevitably seek collaboration elsewhere. Li Mani continued. "You must have noticed that whether it was Officer Zhou Shuijin, Jiang Hai, or myself, our first reaction upon hearing the story about you was disbelief. For it contradicts the common sense of ordinary people. We can leverage this phenomenon to create topic conflicts and reversals. Let us refrain from presenting the DNA test report from the Hongcheng Judicial Appraisal Center or mentioning that the kidney cloning technology has received endorsement from esteemed academicians. Instead, we will simply record the first video, narrating the entire sequence of events. This story is bound to create a sensation while simultaneously attracting countless questions. Skepticism itself is a form of engagement, which will enhance the public discourse. Next, I will utilize my resources to arrange for Jiang Province Satellite TV to cover this matter. At that juncture, we will unveil the DNA comparison report from the Judicial Appraisal Center and invite academician Wang and Jiang Hai to lend their support. The combination of official media, judicial agency verification, and academic endorsement will substantiate the truth of the matter, thereby silencing the skeptics. Those who chose to believe initially will perceive their decision as astute, and given the public's general fondness for such plot twists, the fervor of public opinion will escalate dramatically. At that point, we need not intervene. Those opportunistic bloggers will readily join the fray, analyzing the situation from various angles to further amplify the excitement. Our role will be to guide the discourse and advocate for the special approval of the surgery. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yun concluded that while this plan might not appear to be overly intricate, its feasibility was remarkably high. He promptly acquiesced. "Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. I shall fully cooperate with you." Li Mani pondered for a moment and remarked, "There is indeed another issue I wonder if you have considered. Both animal experiments and clinical trials are exceedingly costly. According to my research, the typical total expense for animal testing exceeds 5 million, while the total cost for Phase 1 clinical trials generally surpasses 10 million. Not to mention the subsequent Phase 2 trials. In essence, if you wish to undergo a kidney transplant for your father, you must prepare at least 15 million. Should you attempt to acquire this sum through the sale or mortgage of kidney cloning technology, you would face substantial depreciation, particularly given that this technology has yet to be validated." Lu Yun smiled and assured her, "Do not worry. I can procure the necessary funds without resorting to the sale of kidney cloning technology." Inspired by the bald man he encountered in the detention center, he resolved to influence public opinion to expedite the approval process for animal tests and clinical trials, even potentially securing special permission for his father's kidney transplant. He had considered the matter thoroughly. The costs associated with animal experiments and clinical trials are exorbitant, and his family is merely average. Possessing two properties, one registered under his parents' names and the other transferred to him, which has since been mortgaged. Even if he sold both houses and combined his parents' savings, it would still fall woefully short. Yet, he remained unperturbed. with the absolute ability to control his own body and manipulate every cell and atom within. How could he possibly fear the lack of funds? To speak of possibilities, there exists a compound known as paclitaxel, which is utilized in the production of anti-cancer medications and is inherently scarce, commanding a market price between 500,000 to 1 million per kilogram. He could synthesize paclitaxel from the atoms in his body, easily amassing tens of millions. Of course, he had no intention of pursuing this path, as it would not withstand scrutiny. Moreover, he had already devised alternative methods to generate income, specifically a self-calibrating gene editing technology he had developed. By registering this technology for a patent, whether through mortgage or sale, he could secure at least 100 million. Believing Lu Yun was struggling to devise a solution, Li Manny directly offered, "Would you like me to lend you some funds? I can manage to provide you with 10 million without interest. You can repay me once you have the means." Her decision was not born out of infatuation or impulsive enthusiasm. She recognized Lu Yun's exemplary character and foresaw that he would never encounter financial difficulties in the future, thus making a preemptive investment. Should Lu Yun accept, the potential returns she could reap were beyond imagination. Standing nearby, Jiang Hai chuckled, "Manny, you underestimate Lu Yun. He truly possesses the capability to secure these funds." While researching kidney cloning technology, he concurrently developed a technique known as self-calibrating gene editing. This method is significantly more advanced than the mainstream CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing technology and will undoubtedly garner acclaim from researchers, resulting in substantial patent royalties. "Do you have any idea how much he could earn annually?" Curious, Li Manny inquired, "How much?" Jiang Hai replied, "The holders of the CRISPR-Cas9 technology receive over $40 million in patent royalties each year. Once Lu Yun applies for a patent for his self-calibrating gene editing technology, the royalties he receives will surely be even greater. 40 million, and in dollars nonetheless." Li Man took a deep breath, then inquired with a hint of confusion, "But will we have enough time? The patent application typically requires a minimum of a year for approval, does it not?" Jiang Hai elucidated, "That is where you are mistaken. Once Lu Yun successfully submits the patent application, the rights to the application can be pledged or sold, allowing for swift monetization." Upon hearing this, Li Manny's gaze towards Lu Yun shifted subtly. A gene editing technology she had casually researched could yield tens of millions of dollars in patent fees annually. Truly a prodigious opportunity for wealth. Alas, she lamented, she was no longer a youthful maiden. Even if she retained some allure, this young man before her would hardly cast a glance in her direction. With a deep breath, she suppressed her fluttering heart and stated, "Since we need not worry about finances, let us commence filming." Various scenes required capturing: the laboratory, the entrance of the detention center, the school, and your home, among others. I shall endeavor to complete the filming by tomorrow morning and immediately proceed with video production for upload, given the late hour. After wrapping up at the laboratory, let us return home and reconnect tomorrow. The laboratory scenes proved uneventful, concluding in just 2 minutes. Jiang Hai drove Lu Yun to the Sajixio community, and by the time Lu Yun returned home, it was already past 1 in the morning. However, the house was still brightly lit, with his parents seated on the living room sofa. Upon seeing Lu Yun enter, Zhou Shui promptly stood up. "Son, you haven't eaten yet." "Have you? Please wait a moment while I heat up some dishes in the kitchen." With that, she hurried into the kitchen. A few minutes later, a series of steaming home-cooked dishes emerged: sweet and sour ribs, steamed pork with rice flour, scrambled eggs with chives, a total of 8 dishes and 1 soup. This dinner had been specially prepared to celebrate Lu Yun's miraculous escape from peril, the dismissal of criminal charges against him, and the groundbreaking advancement of his world-leading kidney cloning technology. Gazing at the delectable spread and the beaming faces of his parents, Lu Yun felt his fatigue dissipate, and he was even more eager to arrange for his father's kidney transplant surgery so he could regain his health. Time swiftly passed, and it was now 2 in the afternoon. In Hongcheng, at the Longqing Garden community, Li Manny's residence, Lu Yun, Li Manny, and Jiang Hai gathered. The video had been expertly edited and was on the verge of being uploaded. Our primary platform would be Douyin, with additional channels coordinating the release. Promotional funds had also been allocated. Shall we commence now? A confident smile adorned Li Manny's face, exuding unwavering belief in the video's anticipated popularity. Then let us publish it. Lu Yun affirmed with a nod. Chapter 9. A sensational outcry across the internet. Support from students and teachers. In an office in the capital, Sushanha, a self-media influencer with 1 million followers on Douyin was scrolling through the platform in search of video material. By chance, he stumbled upon a newly uploaded video by Li Manny. At the beginning of the video, Li Manny appeared on screen and stated, "An 18-year-old genius boy cloned a kidney to save his father, but was arrested by the police. Let us delve into the details. Is this for real?" Su Shanha was immediately captivated and continued watching. He then witnessed a storyline as thrilling as a cinematic spectacle. Lu Yun, a handsome senior student, learned that his father, suffering from uremia, was in critical condition and might not survive the year. With no suitable kidney donor available, he resolved to conduct his own research, and astonishingly, after 3 months, he succeeded. However, the cloned kidney lacked legal recognition and was deemed of unknown origin by the hospital, which refused to schedule a transplant. In desperation, Lu Yun contacted an organ broker, but upon paying a deposit, the broker was arrested, leading to his own detention. Although he was eventually released, he still faced the dire problem of arranging a transplant for his critically ill father. In the closing segment of the video, Li Manny posed a poignant question. When the law becomes an obstacle to saving a life, can we pave the way for existence? Beneath the video, hundreds of comments had already surfaced. "Manny, aren't you known for commenting on social issues? Why post such a video? It seems more like a movie trailer. Doesn't he? This is utterly implausible. Your essay joke. An 18-year-old genius conquering kidney cloning technology in 3 months. Outshining global scientists, no short film would dare portray such absurdity. Ha ha ha. Look at this blogger SID. Manny loves to speak. Perhaps it should be changed to Manny loves to fabricate. I believe Manny. She has always been fair and just in her commentary on social issues. Although this video seems a bit far-fetched, it must have some truth to it." Almost all responses were filled with mockery and skepticism. Su Shanha shared their disbelief, yet instead of commenting like the others, he had an epiphany. This was an exceptional opportunity for satire. He could create a humorous commentary video to share on Douyin, which might just go viral. Driven by inspiration, Su Shanha crafted a video in just half an hour and uploaded it to his Douyin account. The million-follower blogger Manny Loves to Speak has crossed all boundaries for views, fabricating an exceedingly ludicrous tale. After the video was released, it swiftly attracted a plethora of comments. An 18-year-old genius boy, bursting with primal strength to save his father, manages to clone a kidney in 3 months. This is absolutely outrageous. These self-media influencers seem to have no limits, concocting such absurd stories. Do you all remember the uproar over the genius girl on Douyin last year? Ultimately, it was proven to be a farce. My goodness. This video reminds me of the once popular night walk of Baitanan's sister, Nyo Nyo on Douyin. Certainly, there are individuals who are aware of the truth and have encountered this video, ready to refute it. This matter is genuine. The personnel from the Westwater branch of Hong City are all cognizant of it, though the news has not spread widely. However, the voices of support are exceedingly sparse, and as soon as they are voiced, they are drowned out by skepticism and mockery. As Su Shanha's video gains increasing popularity, other self-media bloggers, eager to capitalize on the trend, have caught wind of the traffic and eagerly joined in. The cumulative view count of related videos swiftly surpassed 100,000, then 1 million, and eventually 10 million. Consequently, Li Manny became a sensation, as did Lu Yun. But all amidst a tide of doubt and derision. In Hong City No. 2 High School, Class 1 of the 3rd year, the back row warrior, Wang Feng, often finds himself scrolling through Douyin during lessons, and today is no exception. By a stroke of fortune, he stumbled upon Su Shanha's critique video. After watching the video, he perused the comments for a while and became incensed. This is undeniably true. Why does no one believe it? Is there no justice left in the world? Indeed. He and his classmates had learned the truth from their homeroom teacher, Wang Xiaomei, and were aware that Lu Yun had emerged but was temporarily unable to return to school due to pressing matters. Nevertheless, this did not hinder their pride in having such an extraordinary peer. Witnessing the multitude mocking Lu Yun, he could no longer restrain himself and entered the fray. Commenting beneath the video, "I am a high school student from Class 1 of the 3rd year at Hong City No. 2 High School, Wang Feng. Lu Yun is my classmate, and I assure you that the content shared by Manny Loves to Speak is entirely true. If it is false, I will live stream myself turning on a fan." After posting his comment, he opened the WeChat group for Class 1 and sent a message. Something serious has happened. Lu Yun is being questioned and mocked on Douyin. Everyone, please rush to comment and support Lu Yun. However, 1 minute, 2 minutes, and even 10 minutes later, no one in the WeChat group responded to him, for it was indeed class time. Meanwhile, in an office at Hong City No. 2 High School, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, Wang Xiaomei, was grading papers when a nearby male teacher suddenly exclaimed, "Teacher Wang, something significant has occurred." Your student Lu Yun has gone viral on Douyin, albeit negatively. Wang Xiaomei paused in surprise and hurried to the male teacher's side. After watching the video, she sighed in relief. Do not worry. Public opinion will soon take a turn. The male teacher, unaware that Lu Yun had previously been apprehended by the police, was now utterly bewildered and asked, I don't understand. What exactly is happening? Wang Xiaomei replied, This matter is rather lengthy. Let me explain. Lu Yun's father is afflicted with uremia. As Wang Xiaomei recounted the entire saga, the male teacher was left astounded, nearly speechless. What kind of extraordinary student is this? Most importantly, why is he not in my class? The male teacher expressed envy and admiration, thinking, Teacher Wang, you are incredibly fortunate to have encountered such an exceptional student. Indeed, fortune smiles upon one. Wang Xiaomei's lips curled into a smirk that even an AK could not suppress. Simultaneously, she retrieved her phone, launched Douyin, and sought out videos related to Lu Yun, leaving a comment. I am Wang Xiaomei, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, Senior 3 at Hongcheng No. 2 High School. The videos posted by Manny Loves to Speak are authentic. Lu Yun has indeed developed renal cloning technology. As she scrolled, her gaze sharpened. Wang Feng from Class 1. Senior 3 openly supports Lu Yun? Wang Feng, you rascal, browsing Douyin during class time. You're finished. As time passed, public discourse continued to escalate. However, Lu Yun paid little heed to the unfolding events for long, as he departed with Jiang Hai, for he had other matters to attend to. Jiang Hai led into an agency specializing in company registration. Indeed, Lu Yun required the establishment of a company. For legal stipulations necessitate that any application for animal experimentation or clinical trials concerning renal cloning technology must be submitted under the name of a legal entity. Following this, Jiang Hai escorted Lu Yun to a firm that facilitates patent applications, assisting him in securing a global patent for his self-calibrating gene editing technology. By the time they completed these tasks, it was already past 8 in the evening. Thank you, Professor Jiang, Lu Yun expressed sincerely. Over the past few days, Jiang Hai had indeed been immensely helpful, even providing the funds for the global patent application, which amounted to a substantial prepayment of 1.3 million, a sum Lu Yun could not presently afford. Please, do not mention it. I've already stated that as long as you do not mind. You may consult me on technical matters in the future, Jiang Hai chuckled, his mind as clear as a crystal. He recognized that Lu Yun would undoubtedly become an exceptionally significant ally. By clinging tightly to this formidable figure, his future would be nothing short of delightful. By the way, Jiang Hai seemed to recall something. It would be prudent for you to craft a paper on self-calibrating gene editing technology and submit it to one of the 3 premier academic journals, Science, Cell, or Nature. Once your work garners widespread acclaim within the academic community, the influence of such recognition could significantly expedite the patent approval process and enhance the valuation during any pledging or sale of the patent application rights. Furthermore, after completing your paper, it would be wise to send it to my mentor, academician Wang Jiangwo, for assistance in submission. In the global academic sphere, connections are crucial. A submission from an unknown individual may languish for a month awaiting review, while my mentor, with a mere word to his acquaintances, can ensure the manuscript is reviewed on the same day. Understood, Lu Yun nodded. I shall head to the laboratory now to write the paper. It should be completed by tomorrow morning. Chapter 10. The Doctorate in Biology Questions, Official Media Reports. Before one could blink, the following day arrived. By 11 in the morning, the thesis was finally complete. Lu Yun stretched lazily. He had been engrossed in the laboratory until past 1 in the morning before taking a taxi home to commence his writing, remaining occupied until now. Nevertheless, his vitality persisted, as he possessed the ability to regulate his hormonal secretions through an absolute mastery of his own body. Occasionally enduring a sleepless night was entirely manageable for him. He then opened WeChat, intending to contact academician Wang Jiangwo, only to discover hundreds of unread messages, predominantly from classmates, along with texts from his homeroom teacher and officer Zhou Shuizhen. Lu Yun sent a unified response. Apologies, everyone. I am currently engaged in an important matter and will address your messages once I am free. Having completed this task, he sent a message to academician Wang. Hello. Academician Wang. While researching renal cloning technology, I inadvertently developed a novel gene editing technique called self-calibrating gene editing in the capital city at Qing University. Within a laboratory, Wang Jiangwo, clad in a white lab coat, was operating a 2-photon confocal microscope when he suddenly heard the WeChat notification sound, his expression turning displeased. Who dares disturb me during my work? Upon picking up his phone and seeing Lu Yun's message, he relaxed. "Oh, that's all right." With a more serene demeanor. He opened the chat and read attentively. "While researching renal cloning technology, I developed a completely new gene editing technique called self-calibrating gene editing and have written a paper. May I request your assistance in submitting it?" Wang Jianguo felt a surge of anticipation, eager to peruse the paper, and promptly replied, "Please send it directly to me." Before long, the thesis arrived. Wang Jianguo donned his reading glasses, opened the document, and immersed himself in its contents. As time passed, he became increasingly engrossed, his excitement mounting. This was no mere incidental discovery of a gene editing technique. It surpassed CRISPR-Cas9 by leaps and bounds, far exceeding it in terms of off-target rates, delivery efficiency, and editing scale. Not to mention, this technique boasted an astonishing automatic proofreading mechanism. It was poised to become the next generation of mainstream gene editing technology, destined for global utilization. Imagining such a scenario filled Wang Jianguo with exhilaration. Although the domestic technological landscape was experiencing an explosive surge, the field of biotechnology still lagged behind, particularly in gene editing, where the CRISPR-Cas9 technology employed by domestic researchers was originally developed abroad. However, with the advent of the self-calibrating gene editing technology, the tide was about to turn. Then, Wang Jianguo's thoughts shifted back to Lu Yun. At merely 18 years old, he had already developed renal cloning technology and self-calibrating gene editing techniques, two innovations that could certainly stir the academic community. The potential for his future achievements was simply unfathomable. Such talent must be retained within the country for development, although Lu Yun had expressed in his presence that he had no intention of studying abroad. Wang Jianguo remained somewhat uneasy. He directly dialed Lu Yun's number. "Lu Yun, I have reviewed your paper, and it is truly remarkable. Considering that this work emphasizes breakthroughs in fundamental science, it is well suited for submission to Nature. I will submit it to the editor-in-chief of Nature shortly and will message him to expedite the review process. Additionally, let me reiterate, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask directly. Moreover, please refrain from using WeChat in the future. Just call me." After conversing with Lu Yun for a while longer, Wang Jianguo hung up the phone, strode out of the laboratory, and proceeded to his office. He opened his computer, located the email address of Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature, and sent the paper. He then promptly sent Gregory a text message, requesting a swift review. Before long, it was 6:20 in the evening. At that moment, the topic of Lu Yun's development of kidney cloning technology to save his father was still fervently debated on Douyin. Even though some individuals aware of the truth had shared their comments, public opinion remained overwhelmingly skeptical, with nearly everyone harboring doubts. Li Mani's account even lost over 100,000 followers as a result. Conversely, the self-media blogger Su Shanha, who had first posted a critique video, reaped a substantial amount of traffic, gaining 600,000 followers in just one day, and was grinning from ear to ear. In order to continue capitalizing on this wave of attention, he orchestrated a live broadcast, inviting an industry expert to comment on the matter. During the live stream, Su Shanha spoke. "A day has passed, and the entire internet is questioning the video released by Li Mani. However, Li Mani has offered no response, likely opting to remain silent in hopes of a quiet resolution. I cannot allow this situation to persist without clarification. Therefore, I have invited a distinguished guest. This individual is quite extraordinary. He completed his undergraduate studies at Yin University and is currently pursuing a doctorate at Stanford University, specializing in kidney cloning technology. Now, we will connect with this guest, Dr. Zheng Jie. I asked him to analyze the feasibility of Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology from a technical standpoint." The screen split into two halves, revealing a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses on the right side. Confidently articulating his thoughts, it is widely acknowledged that in the field of biotechnology, the United States remains at the forefront. Stanford University is among the elite institutions in this domain. Thus, I consider myself qualified to evaluate this matter. So, what is my conclusion? It is utterly implausible. Simply too far-fetched. At this point, Zheng Jie raised a finger. First, upon watching the video, I noticed that the high school student named Lu Yun, who began researching kidney cloning technology 3 months ago, had only studied high school biology. If he wished to develop kidney cloning technology, he would need to read at least 50 specialized texts, wouldn't he? Anyone who has studied biology at the university level understands the difficulty of those texts. Mastering a single book within a month is already an impressive feat. Completing 50 books in 3 months and successfully conducting research is beyond belief. Is he some sort of deity? Immediately, Zhang Jie extended his second finger. Even if Lu Yun were a prodigy, possessing an extraordinary memory and the ability to comprehend effortlessly, having finished 50 specialized books in a mere day, it would still be implausible for him to clone a kidney within 3 months. The initial step of this technology involves reverting skin cells into stem cells, a process that, even under the aegis of the world's foremost research teams, necessitates a fortnight. Following this, controlling the directed differentiation of stem cells into various renal cells requires at least another 14 days. Subsequently, the development of these renal cells into a fully formed kidney resides in a realm yet unexplored, indicating that no one has succeeded thus far. Research has shown that a mother needs a minimum of 34 weeks for the renal structures in the embryo to develop adequately. Therefore, even if Lu Yun were a genius who could deduce the technology after a single day of study, he would still require a cumulative 38 weeks, comprising 14 days plus 14 days plus 34 weeks, equating to 9.5 months. Even at a hypothetical 50% efficiency, it would still entail 5 months. Thus, this is merely a spectacle, a repeat of the sensational genius girl incident. Frankly speaking, the most probable location for advancements in kidney cloning technology would still be in the United States. As Zhang Jie's analysis unfolded, the live stream's comments section erupted. The rationale presented was compelling, and I chose to believe it. Upon viewing the video, I immediately discerned its falsity. A fervent call for the suppression of Li Mani arose. Li Mani and Lu Yun must both come forth to apologize. Last year, a genius girl emerged on Douyin, and now another genius boy appears, but alas, they have both become subjects of ridicule. Su Shanhe, the orchestrator of this live stream, reveled in the explosive comments, unable to contain his delight, and resolved to conduct another live session the following day, this time eschewing technical analysis to directly interview students at Hongcheng No. 2 High School regarding their perspectives on the matter. Meanwhile, in the Longin's garden community of Hongcheng City, Lu Yun, Li Mani, and Lu Hai had just finished dinner and were seated before the television, awaiting the broadcast of Jiang Province News at 6:30. This afternoon, through Li Mani's connections, reporters from Jiang Province Satellite TV interviewed Lu Yun, Wang Xiaomei, the homeroom teacher of Class 3, and Chen Tong, the technical supervisor of the Judicial Appraisal Center, even connecting with academician Wang Jiangwo for an interview, assuring that the truth would be revealed in that evening's broadcast of Jiang Province News. Time passed slowly, and soon it was 6:30. The Jiang Province News program officially commenced. The first news item proclaimed, "Congratulations! 18-year-old high school student Lu Yun has independently developed kidney cloning technology." Li Mani activated her screen recording mode and, upon the conclusion of this segment, promptly shared it on her Douyin account. Mani loves to speak. In no time, public opinion erupted. A complete reversal ensued. Chapter 11. Why didn't you mention it sooner, you genius? In Su Shanhe's live stream room, he had just severed the connection with Zhang Jie and, seizing the moment while the stream's popularity surged, began to engage in a lucrative PK. Today, he was determined to make a significant profit, enough to support a few homeless beauties. The thought of such delightful prospects nearly made Su Shanhe salivate. Just then, the barrage of comments underwent a complete transformation. A reversal. A reversal. The Jiang Province News program had vindicated Lu Yun, confirming him as a senior at Hongcheng No. 2 High School, who had developed kidney cloning technology in merely 3 months, with a prominent academic figure publicly supporting him. Host, this is serious. Are you still occupied with making money? The viewers hurried to check the latest video released by Mani Loves to Speak, which was utterly electrifying, leaving them questioning their reality. Could there really be such an extraordinary high school student in the world? Su Shanhe was utterly bewildered. A reversal? How could this be possible? However, observing the flood of comments on the screen, he swiftly grabbed another phone, opened Douyin, located the Mani Loves to Speak account, and clicked on the latest video. In the video, the host of the Jiang Province News program sat upright, visibly excited. Congratulations! Our province's 18-year-old high school student Lu Yun has independently developed kidney cloning technology. After introducing the fundamental details, the host proceeded with interviews of various individuals. Wang Xiaomei, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, Senior Year, Hongcheng No. 2 High School. Lu Yun's academic performance is exceptional. In the recent mock exam, he scored 741 points, surpassing the second-place student in the city by 62 points. Chen Tong, technical supervisor at the Hongcheng Judicial Appraisal Center. I vouch for the integrity of my career. The test results are unequivocal. Those 3 kidneys were indeed cloned. Wang Jiangwo, academician of the Academy of Sciences, I personally conducted comprehensive tests on the kidneys cloned by Lu Yun, and the results indicate that they are even more perfect than healthy kidneys. My assessment of Lu Yun? He is a national treasure-level genius, destined to be a leading figure in the field of biotechnology. Having concluded the video, Su Shanha felt utterly despondent. I am merely a streamer capitalizing on trends. Why didn't you mention your brilliance sooner? Why not when you released the video yesterday? What a lack of conscience. Nevertheless, Su Shanha's success as a self-media streamer with 1 million followers was no accident. He possessed a strong psychological fortitude, quick wit, and a thick skin. After taking a moment to compose his emotions, he raised his head and, in front of thousands of viewers, executed a remarkable change of expression. Everyone, do you not perceive this as a tremendous occasion? First and foremost, the success of kidney cloning technology signifies what? We shall no longer worry about kidney failure. When one fails, we can simply replace it. Our friends and family suffering from uremia will no longer need to wait for kidney donations. They can directly obtain cloned kidneys without the risk of rejection, allowing countless individuals to regain their lives. Furthermore, our nation has produced an Einstein-level genius, just 18 years old, who has achieved such remarkable technology in merely 3 months. Imagine the future. This is a cause for grand celebration. Let us celebrate Lu Yun. Let us celebrate our country. Regarding my previous skepticism towards Lu Yun, it is indeed comprehensible, for who could have anticipated the emergence of such an extraordinary individual in this world? To all the viewers in the live stream, if you concur with my sentiments, let us collectively extend our congratulations to Lu Yun and our nation. Furthermore, do not scroll away. Let us engage in a discussion about the successful cloning of renal tissues. Could it not be possible for other organs to be cloned as well? Su Shanha's recent actions have left the viewers in the live room utterly astounded. The barrage of comments erupted instantaneously. Wow, host, you are remarkable. I truly admire individuals like you. Ha ha, this host is rather entertaining. What the host said is correct. We ought to celebrate Lu Yun in our country. I must first apologize to Lu Yun. I previously regarded him as a jester, only to realize that I was the fool all along. Indeed, as a fellow high school student, I sought amusement in the live stream, while he is regarded as a national treasure, a genius in the eyes of esteemed academicians. At Hongcheng No. 2 High School, Class 1 of the senior year, all the students were engaged in their evening studies, except for Lu Yun. Suddenly, the back rows warrior, Wang Hao, exclaimed in excitement. Oh no, this is huge. Everyone, quickly open Douyin and search for Lu Yun. He is in the news again. This time, Jiang Province Television is vindicating Lu Yun, and an esteemed academician is endorsing him. This is monumental. With no teacher present in the classroom, the other students, unrestrained, pulled out their phones to search for related videos on Douyin. Soon, the entire classroom erupted with fervor. It was indeed true. The official media, university professors, and esteemed academicians had all come forth to vindicate Lu Yun. How astonishing. Ha ha ha, the public sentiment on Douyin has completely reversed. That foolish individual who had been arguing with me in the comments yesterday has even apologized. What a delightful turn of events. After finishing my evening studies yesterday, I also spoke up for Lu Yun on Douyin, only to be met with a barrage of criticism. I could only tactically ignore them. Now, I am determined to confront each one until they apologize or delete their comments. Did you see the evaluation from academician Wang regarding Lu Yun? He stated that Lu Yun will undoubtedly become a leader in biotechnology in the future. He is a golden asset, and I must diligently cultivate my flattery skills to stay close to Lu Yun. At that moment, our homeroom teacher, Wang Xiaomei, appeared in the classroom. An immediate hush fell over the room. Everyone lowered their heads, picked up their pens, and pretended to be engrossed in their assignments. Yet, Wang Xiaomei joyfully remarked, I heard what you all were saying just now. I know you have a strong desire to converse, so I hereby grant you permission to speak freely during this class, without the need for studying, as a celebration of having such a remarkable student as Lu Yun in our class. At the Chongqing fried noodle shop in the Four Seasons community, Lu Chongqing and Zhou Shui were busily occupied. Due to Lu Chongqing suffering from uremia and being in the twilight of his life, his strength was waning. Thus, he handled the cash and cleaned the dishes, while Zhou Shui took on the role of chef, frying noodles and rice for the customers. Suddenly, a delivery worker waiting for his order lifted his head, scrutinizing Lu Chongqing intently. After several glances, he exclaimed in surprise, Boss, is your son named Lu Yun? Lu Chongqing, puzzled, replied, How do you know? The delivery worker exclaimed with surprise, Indeed, boss, Your son has been featured in a news program in Jiang province and has gained significant popularity on Douyin, even trending on the hot search list. As he spoke, he gave Lu Changqing a thumbs up, adding, I am only now realizing that you are in the late stages of uremia, tirelessly managing the store with such a frail body. It is truly remarkable. However, your days of hardship are nearing an end. It is likely that you will soon be able to undergo a kidney transplant and regain your health. Lu Changqing smiled in response. Thank you for your kind words. The delivery worker chuckled. It is primarily due to your exceptional son. Their conversation captured the attention of those nearby, and soon, it became widely known that Lu Changqing had an extraordinary son, a prodigious talent in research who, at the tender age of 18, had pioneered the technology for cloning kidneys, earning the recognition of esteemed academicians. Many individuals began to pull out their phones, opening Douyin to search for related news, and the crowd around them continued to grow. Boss, your son is truly amazing. Boss, how did you raise such a son? Can you share your secrets? My 2 sons are a source of constant worry. They excel only at eating. Boss, does your son have a girlfriend? My daughter is quite beautiful. They would make a lovely match. Listening to the voices from the crowd, Lu Changqing and Zhou Shui could not contain their smiles. This was their first experience basking in such adoration. All of this was the result of having a wonderful son. As time passed, public opinion continued to swell. Lu Yun had become an internet sensation, and unlike before, this time it was for all the right reasons. Meanwhile, in London, due to the time difference, the editor-in-chief of Nature, Gregory, had just arrived at his office. After brewing himself a cup of coffee, he opened his computer and murmured, My friend across the ocean, Wang Jianguo, has sent me a text mentioning that he has emailed me a very important paper that he hopes I will review promptly. I wonder what kind of paper has garnered such esteem from him. Could it be of Nobel Prize caliber? With a strong sense of curiosity, he clicked on the email and saw the title, Self-Calibrating Gene Editing Technology. Chapter 12, A Paper That Shook the Academic World. Self-Calibration? Does it truly possess an automatic calibration feature? Gregory found himself increasingly intrigued. As gene technology burgeoned, it promised remedies for ailments traditionally deemed incurable through conventional medical practices, such as cancer, AIDS, and congenital heart diseases, along with genetic disorders like Down syndrome. Once gene technology reaches a certain pinnacle, it could potentially eradicate over 90 of diseases, alleviating the fears of parents regarding the possibility of their newborns inheriting dreadful genetic conditions. The significance of gene editing technology, a tool utilized by researchers to modify genes, is thus undeniable. The paper's author, Yunlu, who is this individual? Having never encountered this name before, Gregory pondered its significance. However, the strong endorsement from Wang Jianguo suggested that Yunlu must be a formidable researcher. He murmured to himself and continued reading. The introduction of a second group of reverse transcriptase and guiding RNA to establish an automatic proofreading mechanism. What a brilliant concept. With an off-target rate of merely 0.001 and a delivery efficiency heightened by 170. Gregory's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to witnessing the form of his dream lover for the very first time. This was the first time he had encountered such an exquisite gene editing technology. If the currently predominant CRISPR-Cas9 technology resembled using an axe for gene editing, the self-calibrating gene editing technology presented in this paper was akin to wielding a sharp scalpel, 2 entirely different eras of technology. I must engage in a thorough discussion with Yunlu. Filled with enthusiasm, Gregory took out his phone, intending to contact Wang Jianguo. However, there was no answer. He dialed again. Still, there was no response. Suddenly, it dawned on him that, due to the time difference, it was already nighttime where Wang Jianguo was. Furthermore, given Wang's age, he likely retired early and may have already succumbed to sleep. With this realization, Gregory opted to send Wang a text message inquiring about Yunlu's details. Impatiently, he then opened his messaging application and posted in a group comprised entirely of academic luminaries. I have just finished reading a paper that left me utterly astonished by the self-calibrating gene editing technology mentioned within. I can assure you, it will soon be embraced and utilized by all. Its inventor is Yunlu, a person from Huaxia. Upon reading this message, the esteemed members of the academic community in the group became animated, receiving the paper from Gregory and delving into it with great seriousness. Subsequently, they, like Gregory, were captivated by the self-calibrating gene editing technology. They too began sharing this remarkable discovery with their colleagues in academia. Thus, the self-calibrating gene editing technology spread through the Western academic sphere at an astonishing pace. with those who had perused the paper expressing a keen desire to learn more about this individual named Yunlu. Eagle sauce. Stanford University. In a student dormitory, Zhang Jie recalled the events that had just transpired, feeling a flush of warmth on his face. This morning, while browsing Douyin, he stumbled upon a video featuring Lu Yun, who had developed a kidney cloning technology to save his father. He immediately posted a sarcastic comment, "I am a doctoral student at Stanford University, and my research field coincidentally pertains to kidney cloning technology. I must say, anyone who has studied biology in college would recognize that this video is utterly false." After composing the comment, Zhang Jie dismissed the matter and continued to watch videos of beautiful women, preferring the charm of domestic beauties over those from abroad. Even though he was studying in the United States and could access TikTok. Unexpectedly, half an hour later, a Douyin influencer named Su Shanha, boasting 1 million followers, reached out to him, confirming his identity as a Stanford doctoral student and inviting him to participate in a live broadcast to analyze Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology from a technical standpoint. Zhang Jie's mind instantly conjured an image of himself, proudly revealing his Ivy League credentials before thousands of viewers, articulating his thoughts eloquently while dismantling the claims of the so-called genius Lu Yun. Just imagining such a scene filled him with exhilaration. Without hesitation, he accepted the invitation, foregoing any appearance fee. However, he soon found himself in a predicament. During the live stream, he asserted that Lu Yun was merely seeking attention and that it was inconceivable for anyone to develop kidney cloning technology within 3 months. He also speculated that such advancements would most likely emerge in the United States. Just as he finished speaking, a news segment from Jiang province publicly endorsed Lu Yun, and even a prominent academic stood in support of him. In that moment, Zhang Jie felt like a fool. To make matters worse, his friends were already aware of the incident. It was akin to being caught defecating in public by acquaintances, utterly humiliating. Zhang Jie felt utterly defeated. After a considerable time, he regained his composure and opened Douyin, searching for clips of the live stream, hoping to see if anyone had mocked him in the comments. To his surprise, there were none. Frankly, the individual named Zhang Jie exhibited considerable professionalism. His analysis was well-founded, yet Lu Yun's brilliance overshadowed everything. Who could have imagined that Lu Yun possessed such an extraordinary memory and comprehension, not to mention his astonishing aptitude for research? As a first-year biology student, having studied for nearly a year, Zhang Jie felt utterly inept in comparison. How could the gap between him and Lu Yun be so vast? Were they truly of the same species? As fellow biology students, he felt disheartened and decided to abandon his studies for the day. Genshin Impact. Here I come. Upon reading these comments, Zhang Jie finally felt a weight lift from his heart. Fortunately, he would only face ridicule from friends, not a widespread mockery online. Subsequently, he fixated on the name Lu Yun in the comments, feeling an acute discomfort. This individual would undoubtedly become an insurmountable peak in his academic career, one he would forever look up to. With this thought, Zhang Jie felt a twinge of annoyance and resolved to avoid encountering that name in the future to spare himself further discomfort. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the notification sound of a mobile phone echoed. Upon inspection, it was Professor Scott, the mentor, sharing a message in the group. "I have an important announcement for you all. Just now, the journal Nature received a groundbreaking paper detailing a novel gene editing technique known as self-calibrating gene editing. This paper has garnered widespread acclaim from esteemed figures in the academic community, who unanimously advocate for the utilization of this technology, as it promises to significantly enhance our work efficiency. Given that your research focuses on gene editing, it is imperative that you thoroughly read this paper. By the way, the author of this paper is named Yunlu. Everyone is eager to make contact with him, myself included. However, all we know at present is that he is of Chinese descent. Zhang Jie, you are an international student from China. Have you heard of this researcher named Yunlu?" Upon seeing the name in Pinyin, Zhang Jie felt a sudden jolt. Typically, Western names place the given name before the surname, and thus, when Chinese researchers submit to foreign journals, they tend to follow this convention. The Pinyin for Lu Yun is Lu Yun, and if adhering to the Western format, it would indeed be rendered as Yunlu. Oh my goodness, if it truly is him, I shall never escape this name throughout my life. For as long as my research pertains to gene editing, I will inevitably employ the self-calibrating gene editing technique developed by Lu Yun. Contemplating the possibility that Lu Yun could cast a shadow over his entire career, Zhang Jie felt a wave of despondency. Nevertheless, he sent a message to his mentor, Professor Scott. "I believe I have an inkling of who Yunlu might be." Chapter 13. Special consideration for Lu Yun Eagle Sauce. Stanford University. Department of Biomedical Engineering. Upon seeing Zheng Jie's response, Scott's expression brightened with surprise. He had not anticipated that this Chinese student was aware of who Yunlu was. Instead of replying further, he dialed Zheng Jie's number. Who is he? Which university in China does he teach at? Do you have his contact information? If possible, I would like to visit him. From the phone, Zheng Jie's voice came through. Professor, he is merely a high school senior. I understand it may be hard to believe, but it is the truth. I can send you the relevant videos. A high school senior? Scott was taken aback, contemplating before responding. In that case, prepare the materials and come directly to the lab. Half an hour later, Zheng Jie rushed into the laboratory, breathless, holding a tablet. Professor, please take a look at these 2 videos. The protagonist is named Lu Yun, and his English name can be translated as Yunlu. Scott nodded, turning his attention to the screen. Soon, the videos began to play. Thanks to Zheng Jie's use of AI software to add subtitles, Scott was able to comprehend them effortlessly. After watching, his face was one of astonishment as he inquired. If I am not mistaken, this is a news report from your official media, stating that a high school senior named Lu Yun, in order to save his father suffering from uremia, researched kidney cloning technology and succeeded in just 3 months. Is this true? Are your state-run media like our CNN fabricating false news? Zheng Jie clarified. Professor, this news was released by a provincial-level official media, and it has the endorsement of academicians. It cannot possibly be fake news. Upon hearing this, Scott took a deep breath and, after a moment of silence, replied earnestly, Yunlu must indeed be him. Even with 1 billion people in your country, it is improbable for 2 extraordinary geniuses in the field of biology to emerge simultaneously. Such a talent should join Stanford, become my student, and fully realize his potential, drawing the world's attention. At this juncture, he gazed at Zheng Jie and stated, I am prepared to extend an invitation for him to study abroad in the name of Stanford University, beyond a full scholarship. What other conditions would need to be presented to ensure he readily accepts? Zheng Jie was momentarily taken aback. How had the conversation suddenly shifted to inviting Lu Yun for study abroad? He began to ponder. If an invitation were extended to Lu Yun, would he come? And if he did, would he choose to remain and not return? The thought sent a chill down Zheng Jie's spine. Unlike some previous international students, despite studying in Eagle Sauce, he held a stronger allegiance to his homeland and intended to return post-graduation. Thus, he did not wish to see a talent like Lu Yun come to Eagle Sauce and not return. However, he recognized that he could not alter Professor Scott's resolve and chose to remain silent, withholding any opinion. After a while, Scott seemed to have divined Zheng Jie's thoughts and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, in recent years, the economy of Huaxia has flourished. And most of the international students coming here, like you, hold a lesser esteem for the Eagle Nation compared to their predecessors. Never mind, I shall not pry further. You may return for now. However, I will send you a video later. Please share it on your Douyin. Zheng Jie nodded and returned to his dormitory. About half an hour later, Scott simultaneously posted a video on both his personal and Stanford University's official Douyin accounts, publicly inviting Lu Yun to study at Stanford University. Not only would Lu Yun be granted a full scholarship, but his father would also receive treatment at the Mayo Clinic, with expenses covered by Stanford. Furthermore, should Lu Yun require it, Stanford would endeavor to promote kidney cloning technology for animal experiments and clinical trials in the Eagle Nation, enabling Lu Yun to implant a cloned kidney into his father's body at the earliest opportunity. Subsequently, Scott sent the video to Zheng Jie, requesting that he translate it and share it on Douyin, ideally finding Lu Yun's contact information to relay it directly to him. Stanford University is the dream institution for many. Thus, Scott's video, released through Stanford's official Douyin account, immediately piqued the curiosity of numerous individuals. Why was Lu Yun receiving a public invitation from a Stanford professor, along with such generous conditions? Some were aware that there was an app called Douyin in Huaxia, a subsidiary of the parent company of Douyin, which was immensely popular in Huaxia. They specifically searched for the name Lu Yun on Douyin, only to be utterly bewildered. An 18-year-old high school student independently researching kidney cloning technology? Surely, I must be dreaming. I would sooner believe he is an extraterrestrial. This must be fake news. How could anyone be so extraordinarily intelligent? Meanwhile, Zheng Jie, with a sense of resignation, shared Professor Scott's video on domestic Douyin. Due to Lu Yun's current popularity, Zheng Jie's post quickly attracted a multitude of viewers. Consequently, the comments section of the video erupted. Wow! Does Professor Scott from Stanford really pay such close attention to our domestic news? The moment the news broke, he invited Lu Yun to study at Stanford, This pace is simply astonishing and rather abnormal. Could it be that some organization has been keeping a watchful eye on our domestic prodigies? Studying abroad is one thing, but I worry that Lu Yun might not return. Indeed, academician Wang Jiangwo has stated that Lu Yun is a national treasure-level genius, poised to be a leader in the field of biotechnology. With such an exceptional talent studying in the Eagle Nation, he will undoubtedly be courted from all sides. If he does not return, it would be a significant loss for our country. Not to mention, if kidney cloning technology falls into the hands of the Eagle Nation, our patients seeking cloned kidneys may have to pay exorbitant prices. Upon scrutinizing the video, I discovered a crucial piece of information. Lu Yun had also developed a technology referred to as self-calibrating gene editing technology, which was highly esteemed by this Stanford professor. Indeed, this only serves to further underscore Lu Yun's extraordinary talent. A prodigy of such caliber must surely remain within our homeland. Lu Yun is at liberty to pursue his studies abroad, and you possess no authority to obstruct his aspirations. Furthermore, Stanford University ranks higher than any domestic institution in global standings, allowing Lu Yun the opportunity to fully realize his potential. As a current student in the United States, I wholeheartedly welcome his arrival. A talent like Lu Yun, once he sets foot in America, may find it exceedingly difficult to return. Hence, he should be strongly encouraged to remain here. As the clock struck past 1 in the morning, the discussions beneath the video continued unabated. Observing these comments, Zheng Jia felt overwhelmed, as the video had been shared from his own account. As time progressed, the viewership surged, and by 8 in the morning, the view count had exceeded 10 million, propelling it to the trending list on Douyin. The discourse surrounding this topic exploded, with an increasing number of participants, some of whom proposed sincere solutions. I am a terminally ill patient, yet both of my kidneys are in good condition. The doctor has informed me that I may have at most 2 months left to live. When my time comes, I would like to donate my kidneys to Lu Yun's father. This would be my final meaningful contribution to the world. Of course, this is contingent upon Lu Yun's need. If I am not mistaken, Lu Yun would prefer to have a cloned kidney implanted in his father, as cloned kidneys would not provoke rejection. To ensure Lu Yun remains in our country, we must first address the challenges he faces. Upon researching, I found that in order for Lu Yun to transplant a cloned kidney into his father, animal experiments must be conducted prior to clinical trials. Approval for animal experiments must be sought from the Animal Management Committee under the Health Commission, while clinical trials require authorization from the Drug Administration. Health Commission, Drug Administration. It is time for you to take action. Let the system pave the way for life. Indeed, while adherence to regulations is essential, there are occasions when exceptions may be warranted. Lu Yun's situation qualifies as one such exceptional case. If Stanford University in the United States is prepared to make special accommodations for Lu Yun, why have our domestic universities yet to respond? Tsinghua University, Yankai University. Surely Lu Yun meets the criteria for special recruitment? Chapter 14. A slightly arrogant statement in this day and age. Every moderately sized university and governmental institution possesses its own public opinion monitoring system. Thus, at 10 in the morning, upon receiving feedback regarding public sentiment, the undergraduate admissions leadership team of Tsinghua University convened an urgent meeting. I was enjoying a light-hearted moment, oblivious to the fact that public discourse would unexpectedly embroil our institution. However, the current public sentiment is quite fierce, not only implicating talent loss, but also jeopardizing national interests. We must respond accordingly. Therefore, let us deliberate whether we should extend a special admission offer to a student named Lu Yun. I raised both hands in agreement. Frankly, Lu Yun's knowledge in the field of biomedical science surpasses that of many doctoral candidates in our university. Such a talent undoubtedly meets Tsinghua's criteria for special admission. Even academician Wang Jiangwo has commented that Lu Yun has the potential to become a leading figure in the realm of biotechnology, which further solidifies my support for his special admission. In terms of both character and innate ability, Lu Yun is exceptional. A talent of such caliber is certainly worthy of our attention. It appears that the consensus leans towards granting special admission. So arrangements were made for our university's personnel in Jiang province to set off immediately to Lu Yun's residence. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although Tsinghua does not lack outstanding students, it is crucial to recruit a genius like Lu Yun. Otherwise, it would be a loss for our institution and an inability to confront the surging tide of online public opinion. Meanwhile, Yin University and other institutions reacted similarly. The Health Commission and the Drug Administration also took note of the public sentiment and dispatched personnel for investigation. At 11:30 in Hongcheng, at the Four Seasons community, within Lu Yun's home, the doorbell chimed. Lu Chaqing, upon hearing the knock, hurried to the door, only to find two unfamiliar middle-aged men standing before him. Without waiting for Lu Chaqing to speak, the leading man, beaming with a smile, introduced himself. Mr. Lu, greetings. I am Su Bo from the admissions office of Tsinghua University, and I would like to discuss the special admission of Lu Yun with you. Upon hearing this, Lu Chaqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was Tsinghua University, one of the most prestigious institutions in the country, the ultimate dream of countless students and their parents alike. Anyone who casually mentions, "My son is from Tsinghua," is met with envious glances. Now, Tsinghua has taken the initiative to offer a special admission to his son. Please, have a seat. Lu Yun is still asleep. I will go wake him. Lu Chaqing warmly welcomed the two staff members into the living room and then hurried to Lu Yun's room, joyfully calling out, "Son, the admissions staff from Tsinghua University has arrived and wishes to offer you special admission." "Okay, I know," Lu Yun replied, rubbing his eyes. He had been busy writing a paper 2 nights ago and had spent yesterday dealing with various matters, having gone nearly 30 hours without sleep. Thus, even after falling asleep at 11 the previous night, he had slept until now. After getting up, changing clothes, and washing up, Lu Yun emerged into the living room 5 minutes later, only to realize that there were several unfamiliar faces present. Aside from the admissions offices of Qing University and Yin University, there were also curious onlookers. Upon seeing Lu Yun, everyone wore a smile. However, inadvertently, the eyes of the two universities' admission personnel met, and they promptly took a step forward simultaneously. Ultimately, Su Bo from Qing University's admissions office proved to be more skilled. With a swift motion, he positioned himself in front of Lu Long, the admissions officer from Yin University. How despicable! Lu Long scoffed inwardly. At that moment, Su Bo had already begun to speak. "Student Lu Yun, Qing University warmly welcomes your joining us, and will tailor a development plan specifically for you. Upon enrollment, you will have an academician as your mentor with flexible scheduling. Should you have a research project, it will be expedited for review. Once approved, you can freely utilize the school's facilities, and the results of your research will belong solely to you. In summary, this is an opportunity to fully unleash your talents." Upon hearing this, Lu Long grew anxious and, disregarding politeness, interjected, "We at Yin University can offer similar conditions. Furthermore, we will mobilize the university's resources to assist you in advancing your renal cloning technology experiments. Additionally, we can provide a substantial scholarship and arrange accommodation for your parents near Yin University. If they wish to work, we can facilitate that as well." My goodness. Is this how Qing University and Yin University recruit students? The onlookers began to question their own lives, realizing that these esteemed institutions could lower themselves to such extents. Is this the treatment afforded to a genius? Nonetheless, upon hearing the conditions proposed by the two admissions officers, Lu Yun felt little interest. Before acquiring the system, either Qing University or Yin University would have significantly impacted his future. However, at this juncture, his choice of university bore minimal influence on his life. He still intended to attend university, merely wishing to experience campus life and enrich his life, while also bringing closure to 12 years of arduous study. Whether it be Qing University or Yin University mattered not. After contemplating, Lu Yun replied, "Thank you, both teachers, but I have not yet decided which university to attend. Let us discuss it again after the college entrance examination." Upon hearing this, Su Bo's expression shifted slightly. "Student Lu Yun, have you perhaps decided to go to Stanford?" "Stanford?" Lu Yun, unaware of the online discourse, felt bewildered but quickly responded, "I've never considered studying abroad. I just haven't decided which university to apply to yet." "Very well." Seeing Lu Yun's resolute stance, Su Bo and Lu Long had no choice but to take their leave, but before departing, they exchanged contact information and reiterated that their offers would remain valid, allowing Lu Yun to reach out to them at any time. The curious onlookers left in bewilderment. This Lu Yun, not choosing Stanford, nor Qing University or Yin University, what university did he intend to apply for? However, they were indifferent, merely there for the spectacle. After leaving Lu Yun's residence, they quickly posted their observations on platforms like Douyin and Xiaohongshu, causing quite a stir. Meanwhile, Lu Yun had already taken out his phone, eager to see the online discussions surrounding him, only to discover that the most popular video featured a professor from Stanford extending an invitation to him from afar. It is no wonder that the admissions officer from Tsinghua University assumed I intended to attend Stanford. Lu Yun, suddenly enlightened, clicked on one of the videos and discovered a vibrant comment section filled with numerous individuals expressing their concerns about choosing to study in the United States, fearing they might leave and never return. In an effort to prevent such a fate, some netizens took action. Some called upon the Health Commission and the Drug Administration to expedite the process, allowing Lu Yun to swiftly transplant a cloned kidney to his father. Others urged prestigious institutions like Tsinghua University and Yinbian University to grant Lu Yun special admission. There were even terminally ill patients who offered to donate their kidneys to Lu Yun's father, viewing it as their final meaningful contribution to the nation. I had never contemplated studying abroad, and witnessing such overwhelming support from you all has made it even less likely. Moved by these touching comments, Lu Yun pondered for a moment and posted a video on Douyin featuring a photograph of himself, accompanied by the text, "Thank you all for your concern and assistance. I assure you, I will never study in the United States, nor will I change my nationality." To express a somewhat audacious sentiment, the professors at those U.S. universities lack the capability to guide my research journey, including Professor Scott, who extended the invitation. Having read one of his papers, I must admit it was rather mediocre, with 2 errors. Typically, Lu Yun is quite humble and seldom utters such offensive remarks. However, Professor Scott from Stanford placed him in a precarious position, which unsettled him. Coupled with his disdain for the United States, he felt compelled to articulate these thoughts. Chapter 15. A prodigy like Lu Yun deserves special treatment. After the video was released, Lu Yun dialed Li Manny's number. "Sister Manny, I just posted a video as a response to the concerns of netizens. Could you kindly share it and inform them that the account belongs to me?" Of course, Li Manny readily agreed. She opened Douyin and swiftly shared Lu Yun's video, clarifying to the audience that the content creator was indeed Lu Yun himself. At that moment, her account, known for its engaging dialogue, had already amassed over 3 million followers. Once the video was published, it garnered immense attention, drawing countless viewers to Lu Yun's Douyin account. Consequently, the follower count of Lu Yun's account surged at an astonishing rate. 100, 10,000, 300,000. The comments beneath the sole video posted on this account skyrocketed as well. "Ha ha ha, how audacious. But I adore it. Oh my, this is hilarious." Professor Scott invited Lu Yun, only for Lu Yun to point out 2 errors in his paper. "How utterly amusing." Let me translate for Lu Yun. He implies that the university professors in Eagle Sauce lack a proper understanding of biotechnology compared to him. While this may seem arrogant, it is, in fact, the truth. Initially, I believed Lu Yun to be merely a scientific genius, but it appears he is also a master in the realm of bravado. Regardless, I am quite pleased that you are not studying abroad in Eagle Sauce. This is the kind of genius I respect. Unlike a certain prodigy who publicly declared that he was nurtured by Huaxia yet chose to remain in Eagle Sauce. To those who grow up in Huaxia and then choose to stay in Eagle Sauce after graduation, I cannot abide. Even if their talents are exceptional, they have no bearing on us. The advancement of our nation to its current stature is independent of them. Meanwhile, in the capital city, within a speeding car, academician Wang Jiangwo was filled with concern. He had been joyfully engrossed in his work in the laboratory when one of his doctoral students suddenly informed him of a significant news story involving Lu Yun that was circulating online. Earlier that morning, Professor Scott from Stanford University, on behalf of the institution, had extended an invitation to Lu Yun to study abroad, offering exceptionally generous terms. Not only was there a full scholarship, but they also proposed to send Lu Yun's father to the finest hospital in Eagle Sauce for treatment. Furthermore, Stanford would utilize its resources to assist Lu Yun in advancing renal cloning technology for experimentation in Eagle Sauce, thereby facilitating the timely transplantation of a cloned kidney for Lu Yun's father. Upon learning of this, Wang Jiangwo became increasingly restless. Although Lu Yun had previously mentioned that he had no intention of studying abroad, he was also a devoted son, in his quest to save his critically ill father. He had even considered the perilous route of contacting Oregon black market intermediaries. Thus, it was plausible that Lu Yun might venture to Eagle Sauce for his father's sake. What if he went and, like certain prodigies, chose to acquire Eagle Sauce nationality? Even if he wished to return home, he might find it impossible. The loss to the nation is indeed substantial. Lu Yun is not an ordinary genius. He is destined to become a leading figure in the field of biotechnology. Wang Jiangwo, unwilling to witness such a regrettable occurrence, resolved to take action. He decided to visit the Huaxiao Academy of Sciences University to seek the support of familiar academicians, urging the Health Commission and the Drug Administration to pay heed to public opinion and to handle Lu Yun's situation with special consideration. This marks the first time in his life that he has undertaken such an endeavor, yet he feels it is worthwhile. At that moment, a doctoral student seated to his right suddenly handed him a phone, saying, "Advisor, Lu Yun just released a video in response to Professor Scott from Stanford University." He outright declined the invitation, stating that Scott's capabilities are rather mediocre and that other professors from Eagle countries' universities are also incapable of guiding his research path. What? Wang Jiangwo's eyes lit up, and he quickly took the phone to watch the video in its entirety, smiling with delight. Truly, this is the genius I have faith in. Not only does he possess exceptional talent, but he also harbors a profound love for his country. Advisor, should we still go to the Academy of Sciences University? Yes. Of course we shall go. With Lu Yun making such a decision, we should extend our assistance to alleviate his difficulties. Furthermore, only by resolving this matter can Lu Yun focus on continuing his research. Frankly speaking, I am eagerly anticipating his next research project, as it may very well lead to a groundbreaking technology. Minutes later, the vehicle arrived at the Academy of Sciences University. Wang Jiangwo navigated his way to an office with ease. "Old Wang, what brings you here?" inquired an elderly gentleman with graying hair, named Lin Yi, also an academician, though his research focuses on nanomaterials. "Old Lin, have you heard about Lu Yun's situation in recent days?" Wang Jiangwo asked. "Who is Lu Yun?" Lin Yi, nearing 70, had devoted his entire life to the study of nanomaterials, with little interest in other matters. He neither surfed the internet nor watched television, and rarely spent time with family. In his own words, the world is currently tumultuous, with great powers competing. Although the risk of military conflict is minimal, trade and technology are fiercely contested. While he cannot contribute to trade matters, he can still lend a hand in the realm of technology. This is an extraordinary talent. When Wang Jiangwo mentioned Lu Yun, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. At merely 18 years of age, he has developed kidney cloning technology and next-generation gene editing techniques. It is no exaggeration to say that his gifts in the biological field can rival Einstein's in physics. If such talent remains in the country, he is bound to become a leading figure in biotechnology. The cloning of organs like the heart and lungs should be imminent, and he may even have the potential to cure cancer and achieve gene evolution. Upon hearing Wang Jiangwo's words, Lin Yi was left speechless. When did such an extraordinary genius emerge in the country? Could it be that old Wang is shamelessly extolling him? He pondered for a moment, looking at Wang Jiangwo with a peculiar expression. "Old Wang, this genius named Lu Yun, wouldn't he happen to be your student, would he? Did you come here specifically to boast?" Wang Jiangwo asked, a mix of amusement and exasperation in his expression. "Am I truly that sort of person?" "You are. You used to do this quite often," came the reply. "Very well, I concede. Yet, as you have pointed out, that was in the past." Wang Jiangwo continued. "I am here to seek your assistance for Lu Yun. I must inform you that his father is in the advanced stages of uremia." As Wang Jiangwo eloquently unfolded the circumstances, Lin Ye's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. He stated earnestly, a genius of Einstein's caliber should not be encumbered by such matters. He ought to devote more of his energy to research, especially now when the world is undergoing a significant transformation, with great powers vying for supremacy. Technology is an exceedingly crucial element. He could play a pivotal role, much like DeepSeek did earlier this year. At this juncture, he turned to Wang Jiangwo. "You should rally other academicians to join in this cause. I will accompany you, for I have been working at the Academy of Sciences University and know more people than you do." Thus, the two exited the office together. In no time, one academician after another agreed to lend their support. Not only is he a genius, but his willingness to risk legal repercussions to connect with black market organ brokers for the sake of saving his father is commendable. Such compassionate and principled young individuals are increasingly rare. Is it possible that this is happening? I cannot allow it. A talent like this must be free to focus on scientific inquiry. Upon seeing the news, I couldn't help but reflect on the advancements in cloning. We can already clone kidneys, and surely in the future, hearts and lungs will follow. If one day we can clone all organs except the brain, humanity's lifespan could be extended by at least a decade. Therefore, I am resolutely committed to aiding Lu Yun. I eagerly await his further research. The pharmaceutical industry is vast, and Lu Yun is a prodigy with the potential to reshape its landscape. He deserves special consideration. In my view, we must not only assist Lu Yun in overcoming the hurdles of obtaining approval for kidney cloning experiments, but also ensure his personal safety. Such a genius must not encounter any misfortune. I have some connections at Sheda Hospital and can arrange for Lu Yun's father to receive treatment there. I should also be able to coordinate for a kidney source. I will make a phone call shortly to discuss this matter. Wang Jiangwo was taken aback by how unexpectedly smooth the proceedings were, despite the fact that these academicians had no personal ties to Lu Yun. Their willingness to stand in solidarity without any prospect of personal gain was remarkable. Chapter 16. Well, perhaps I am unworthy. I am not as good as Lu Yun. It was 7:30 in the evening at Li Manny's home in Longjing Garden Community, Hong City. This afternoon, Lu Yun and Jiang Hai had arrived to assist Li Manny in gathering and analyzing the public discourse surrounding Lu Yun online, revealing an increasingly favorable situation. There were no longer doubts regarding the authenticity of this technology. At most, some envious voices remarked that even with prestigious academicians personally testing the performance metrics of the cloned kidneys, one could not declare the technology a success without conducting animal trials and human clinical studies. There remained concerns that patients receiving cloned kidney transplants might experience various adverse effects. Gazing at the computer screen, Li Manny remarked, after the official media and academician Wang took action last night, the situation has significantly improved. This afternoon, Lu Yun's response to the Stanford professor further ignited public opinion, with calls for the Health Commission and the Drug Administration to expedite the matter increasing by 57. My analysis suggests that this surge is attributable to Lu Yun's firm stance, declaring he would never study abroad in the United States nor change his nationality, which garnered favor from many previously indifferent bystanders. Beside her, Jiang Hai nodded in agreement. Indeed, for decades, many domestic prodigies have opted to study abroad and serve the interests of the United States, their research ultimately becoming tools against our nation. There is considerable resentment towards such talents, and even my alma mater has faced criticism as a result. When netizens see Lu Yun's remarks, they inevitably compare him to these prodigies and develop a favorable impression of him. Li Manny concurred, certainly, after the nation invested so much effort in nurturing talent, only for them to serve foreign interests. How could there not be anger? This resentment found some release upon encountering Lu Yun's statements, leading to public endorsement of him and lending significant support to our campaign of media pressure. However, the Health Commission and Drug Administration remained unresponsive. I believe the pressure from public opinion is still insufficient, so I wish to create a new video to further ignite public sentiment and discourse. Lu Yun immediately became intrigued. What new idea do you have? Li Manny elaborated. I have conceived a video that is highly capable of stirring audience emotions. The content is as follows. As Lu Yun listened to Li Manny's concept, the efforts made by academician Wang Jiangwo to aid Lu Yun began to bear fruit. In Hong City, at the Four Seasons community, in the Chongqing fried noodle shop, business had improved significantly since the broadcast of the news by Jiang Province Satellite TV. Lu Chaqing and Zhou Shui were exceedingly busy. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang. Lu Chaqing accepted a 50 yuan note from a customer, provided 40 yuan in change, then took out his phone to answer the call. Hello, this is Beijing Xieda Hospital. May I speak with Mr. Lu Chaqing? This is Lu Chaqing. How may I assist you? We have received a request from academician Su Aimin to arrange a hospital room and medical team for you. If you require assistance, you may come directly. Moreover, should you require a kidney source, we can make every effort to coordinate and arrange for your transplantation surgery. Are you not deceiving me? I am not acquainted with academician Su Aimin. Lu Chaqing felt bewildered. Peking Union Medical College Hospital is one of the finest institutions in the country. After being diagnosed with uremia, he had contemplated seeking treatment there. But upon hearing from fellow patients that obtaining an appointment was exceedingly difficult, he ultimately refrained from going. Now, however, he had received a call stating that arrangements had been made on his behalf by someone named academician Su Aimin, even assuring him that they would endeavor to facilitate a kidney source. It was a notion he had never dared to dream of. Mr. Lu, I assure you, this is not a scam. The number from which you received the call is our hospital's official line, verifiable online. Should you visit Peking Union Medical College Hospital in person, you will be able to ascertain the truth. As for academician Su Aimin, he is also acting on someone else's behalf, likely in connection with your son, Lu Yun. Upon hearing this, Lu Chaqing finally believed, promptly expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Once I have discussed this with my son, I will provide you with a response. Very well. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to reach out to us. The call was terminated. Lu Chaqing trembled with excitement. He had led an unremarkable life. Yet he had raised a son of whom he could be proud, one who was not only filial, but also capable. While it was challenging for ordinary individuals to secure an appointment at Peking Union Medical College Hospital, a kidney source that he had waited 3 years for could be resolved simply because his son had sought assistance from someone. Meanwhile, at Stanford University, in a student dormitory, Zhang Jie found himself scrolling through Douyin. He hesitated to visit the laboratory today, as a video posted by Lu Yun had been circulated widely, likely infuriating Professor Scott. If he went to the lab today, Professor Scott might unleash his fury upon him. Suddenly, a video caught Zhang Jie's attention. The individual at the beginning was academician Wang Jiangwo, who was advocating for Lu Yun. The video continued to play. Academician Wang Jiangwo stated plainly, "I am academician Wang Jiangwo of the Academy of Sciences, and I earnestly call for the establishment of an emergency green channel to expedite the approval process for the animal experiments and clinical trials of Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology." The scene shifted to a white-haired elder who solemnly declared, "I am academician Lin Yi. If delays in procedure result in patient fatalities, it would be a disgrace to science. Lu Yun's father has less than a year to live, so I earnestly call for the establishment of an emergency green channel." The footage transitioned once more to yet another esteemed academician making a similar plea. "I earnestly call for." Zhang Jie felt a shiver run down his spine. Although the statements made by these distinguished academicians were straightforward, merely calling for action, they were academicians nonetheless. One must never underestimate the weight of a domestic academician. They wield immense influence within their respective fields, their words and deeds capable of reshaping entire sectors, and they have nurtured countless students, who in turn serve as professors at various prestigious institutions, cultivating yet another generation of scholars. There exists a term known as academic clique, which describes the relationship between academicians and their disciples. An ordinary university student, if fortunate enough to receive the favor and support of an academician, could soar to great heights, enjoying a smooth journey henceforth, becoming a paragon of success in the eyes of many. However, at present, it is astonishing to witness so many academicians actively endorsing Lu Yun, evoking a tinge of envy in Zhang Jie's eyes. Alas, why am I not the one to enjoy such privileges? Yet, in the next moment, he sighed in resignation. Very well, I am unworthy. I lack Lu Yun's extraordinary talent. Zhang Jie acknowledges the disparity in talent. Though he had not anticipated that Lu Yun could garner such immense support from esteemed academicians solely based on his innate abilities. Simultaneously, Su Shanha, the first Douyin influencer to critique Lu Yun's cloning technology research for saving his father, stumbled upon this video and an idea struck him. He promptly initiated a live broadcast. Before long, hundreds of viewers flooded into the stream. "Host, what have you uncovered that merits criticism?" they urged. "Hurry up with the antics. Haha. Recalling your face-changing prowess from yesterday's stream makes me chuckle. You are indeed a talent." Naturally, the host is a talent. Merely moments ago, he vehemently denounced Lu Yun for seeking attention, claiming that the purported 3-month development of kidney cloning technology was a sham. Yet, upon witnessing the support from official media and esteemed academicians, he swiftly congratulated Lu Yun, exhibiting a speed of transformation quicker than turning pages in a book. This indicates that the host's continued success is not without merit. Does one not require a thick skin and a nimble mind to thrive as a streamer? Su Shanha glanced at the barrage of comments, feigning ignorance, and excitedly announced, "Dear viewers, I just stumbled upon an explosive video where 15 distinguished academicians have jointly called for the establishment of an emergency green channel to expedite the approval of animal experiments and human clinical trials for Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology." 15 academicians, my friends. Do you grasp the significance of this? Many universities do not even have a single academician, and countless individuals may never encounter one in their lifetime. The formulation of numerous national policies often requires the counsel of academicians. Now, I too have watched that video, and it sent shivers down my spine. Lu Yun is truly remarkable. Devoid of any background, he has garnered the support of so many esteemed academicians solely through his own prowess. I have a feeling that the Health Commission and the Drug Administration will soon release an announcement. Meanwhile, after Li Manny elaborated on her concept, she opened her laptop to prepare the video titled "He Saved the World but Could Not Save His Closest Ones." With nothing pressing to attend to, Lu Yun and Jiang Hai began to scroll through Douyin, keenly observing the latest public sentiment. Before long, Lu Yun stumbled upon academician Wang Jiangwo's video. Chapter 17. Disrupting the World with Technology. Oh my. Upon hearing the voice of his mentor emanating from his phone, Jiang Hai curiously leaned in closer, only to be astounded by the sight of his mentor leading a coalition of 15 esteemed academicians advocating for Lu Yun. The shock sent a tingling sensation across his scalp. As a professor at Hongcheng University, he was acutely aware of the significance of these academicians. Each one was a national treasure, akin to a venerable elder in a sect of transcendent beings. The fact that 15 academicians were rallying behind Lu Yun was simply beyond description. This is it. I can assure you that the Health Commission and the Drug Administration will promptly release an announcement facilitating the approval of animal and clinical trials for the renal cloning technology. Jiang Hai remarked, casting a glance at Lu Yun. I don't believe this video needs to be produced anymore. Li Manny concurred, nodding in agreement. Lu Yun, taken aback, never anticipated that academician Wang Jiangwo would assist him to such an extent. They had only met once and shared no vested interests, yet. Academician Wang had first championed his renal cloning technology and now led a consortium of 15 academicians in support of him. I shall call Academician Wang, Lu Yun declared, moving to the window and dialing the esteemed scholar's number. As soon as the call connected, he spoke directly. Academician Wang, thank you. If there is anything you need me to do, please do not hesitate to ask. The voice of Academician Wang quickly resonated through the phone. Lu Yun. Do not overthink it. My assistance, along with that of the other academicians, is not motivated by personal gain. When we first embarked on our scientific endeavors, the gap between our nation and the West was overwhelmingly vast, leaving us in a state of despair. However, we were driven by the necessity of national development through technology, propelling ourselves forward despite the myriad challenges. Ultimately, we laid a foundation for your generation, sparing you the anguish of seeking hope as we once did. But we are now aging, and our capacity to contribute is dwindling. We find ourselves at a critical juncture in the competition among great powers, where the race in technology is fierce. The recent fervor surrounding lithography machines, chips, AI models, and biotechnological advancements exemplifies this battleground. We are unable to exert much influence, and our greatest hope is for someone to inherit our legacy and propel the nation's scientific progress. Realizing he had spoken at length, Academician Wang quickly offered an apology. I beg your pardon. In my old age, I tend to ramble. In any case, if there is anything I truly require of you, it is to remain in the country and engage in scientific research. Lu Yun, upon hearing this, smiled and replied, in truth, that is precisely my plan for the future. This was indeed sincere. From the moment he acquired the research assistance system, he envisioned first delving into renal cloning to restore his father's health, followed by continued research into other organ cloning, genetic evolution, and biological intelligence. If feasible, he even aspired to enable humanity to master electromagnetic forces and thrive in the cosmos as super beings. This is not a mere fantasy. Electric eels possess the ability to generate electricity, and tardigrades can endure over 10 days in the vacuum of space. Through genetic modification, humanity also stands a chance to acquire these astonishing capabilities. Moreover, one could delve into material science, wielding absolute control over one's body to manipulate atoms and synthesize a variety of novel materials. The fruits of such research would not only benefit oneself, but also contribute, albeit modestly, to the nation. As for other countries, well, upon hearing these words, Academician Wang Jiangwo laughed heartily. With your remarkable talents in the field of biotechnology, it is only a matter of time before you ascend to a position of global leadership in this domain. I eagerly anticipate that day's arrival. Lu Yun nodded, contemplating that this was indeed not an insurmountable task. With his complete mastery over his own body, he could observe and modify it at the atomic level, rendering any exploration in biotechnology effortlessly achievable. After a brief exchange, Lu Yun ended the call and returned to the living room. Li Manny was engrossed in Douyin, and upon seeing Lu Yun return, she exclaimed with excitement, "The impact of the joint statement from 15 academicians is immense. The calls for the Health Commission and the Drug Administration to expedite matters are escalating rapidly on Douyin. Just as Jiang Hai said, success seems almost assured. Since we haven't had dinner yet, why not find a restaurant and celebrate?" Both Lu Yun and Jiang Hai nodded in agreement. After 3 busy days, a celebration was indeed in order. Consequently, Li Manny located a nearby upscale restaurant and drove Lu Yun and Jiang Hai there. Half an hour later, inside the restaurant. Cheers. Li Manny raised her glass, her cheeks flushed with excitement. In just 3 days, her Douyin account had garnered nearly 2 million new followers. And she had befriended someone as extraordinary as Lu Yun. What a remarkable windfall. Cheers. Jiang Hai downed his glass of red wine in one go. Although it may seem that he had gained nothing outwardly, he had successfully latched onto Lu Yun's promising future, alleviating any concerns he might have. Cheers. Lu Yun also lifted his glass filled with beer, sharing in the joy. If all went as planned, he would soon commence animal trials for the kidney cloning technology, followed by the initial clinical trials, at which point his father would be able to receive a transplant of the cloned kidney as a volunteer. However, The actual initiation of animal experiments hinged on his ability to secure funding by pledging the patent rights for his self-calibrating gene editing technology. At that moment, Lu Yun caught the attention of some investors. Pfizer, one of the largest pharmaceutical companies globally, renowned for its Viagra, which was originally developed for heart disease treatment, was watching. In the office, Pfizer's CEO, Ethan, was in a conversation with Su Jingming, president of Pfizer China. "Mr. Ethan, we have a super genius emerging in China," Su Jingming announced. At just 18 years old, he has developed kidney cloning technology and successfully cloned 3 kidneys using his father's skin cells. Ethan was taken aback. "Really? Today is not April Fool's Day, is it?" Su Jingming promptly retrieved his tablet, locating the translated video report of Jiang Province's news program featuring Lu Yun. He positioned the device towards the camera and played the video for Ethan. Initially taken aback, Ethan soon appeared to have an epiphany, his face alight with excitement. As the video concluded, he eagerly exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that we, at Pfizer, acquire the kidney cloning technology from that 18-year-old high school student?" Su Jingming affirmed, "Indeed." An esteemed academic from our nation, academician Hongcheng No, personally evaluated the cloned kidneys, revealing that their performance surpasses that of healthy kidneys. This indicates that Lu Yun possesses a mature technology. With the arrangement of animal trials and clinical testing, it could swiftly transition into commercialization. According to a prior investigation conducted by my subordinates, there are approximately 1.3 million end-stage renal disease patients in our country, with an additional 150,000 cases emerging each year, all of whom require kidney transplants. If we price each kidney at 500,000 yuan, considering that an individual can lead a normal life with just 1 kidney, each patient would correspond to a valuation of 500,000, resulting in a market size of 650 billion. Furthermore, the annual influx of new patients would generate an additional market demand of 75 billion. This estimation pertains solely to our national market. If we extend our scope globally, the number of patients in need of kidney transplants reaches an astounding 10 million, with an annual increase of 1.6 million. As Su Jingming spoke, his eyes sparkled with ambition. Securing the technology from Lu Yun would significantly enhance the company's performance, and his own bonuses would be substantial. He believed that the pricing of 500,000 yuan per kidney was already quite generous, if one cannot afford that amount. What chance is there to procure cloned kidneys? Ethan, equally exhilarated, declared, "Regardless of the cost, we must acquire this technology. Moreover, if the opportunity arises, we must certainly recruit this extraordinary genius to Pfizer." With unwavering confidence, Su Jingming assured him, "Rest assured, I will accomplish this task." Although Lu Yun is a prodigy in the field of biotechnology, he is merely 18 years old, hailing from a relatively modest background, and lacks exposure to the world. Such a youth is easily manageable. Crucially, he had identified a significant vulnerability in Lu Yun, now that he has ascended to public prominence. Every action he takes is under scrutiny, leaving him unable to arrange for his father's kidney transplant through illicit channels like Chen Weihua's organ black market. Instead, he must proceed methodically with the animal and clinical trials of the kidney cloning technology. Both of these trials are financially demanding, requiring at least 10 million yuan to commence. Yet, even if Lu Yun were to sell his family's home, he could scarcely muster 1 million. Chapter 18. Finding Lu Yun and acquiring the kidney cloning technology. Meanwhile, in Huaxia, at Pujiang Pharmaceutical, a publicly traded company valued at over 5 billion, primarily engaged in the production of generic drugs. The chairman, Qin Jiang, a doctorate holder in his 40s who returned from overseas, felt discontent with the current state of affairs and has long aspired to lead the company into the more lucrative realm of gene therapy. This morning, while scrolling through Douyin, he stumbled upon news of Lu Yun's breakthrough in kidney cloning technology, which sparked a glimmer of hope in his mind. He promptly instructed his secretary, Chen Tingting, to investigate the relevant information. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. "Come in," Qin Jiang casually remarked. Secretary Chen Tingting entered, presenting a tablet to him. "President Qin, all the pertinent information is contained within. It has now been confirmed that the kidney cloning technology is legitimate and has matured. With the arrangement of animal experiments and clinical trials, it can swiftly enter the market. As for Lu Yun, although he is a prodigy, his parents are ordinary individuals who make a living running a fast food restaurant named Evergreen Fried Noodles, earning only a meager income. His relatives are also common folk, with the most successful among them merely a mid-level civil servant. The recent media buzz was orchestrated by Lu Yun alongside two others, Jiang Hai, a professor at Hongcheng University, and Li Mani, a self-media influencer on Douyin. The motive behind this campaign was to expedite the clinical trials for the kidney cloning technology, enabling a transplant of the cloned kidney for Lu Yun's father, whose life expectancy is now under a year. The situation is evidently clear. Lu Yun is desperate to save his father, but lacks the funds to conduct the necessary animal experiments and clinical trials. His only option is to either mortgage or sell the kidney cloning technology. Qin Jiang chuckled. Haha, this is our opportunity. Prepare yourself. We shall set off immediately to locate Lu Yun first thing tomorrow morning and acquire the kidney cloning technology. He stroked his chin, contemplating. After all, Lu Yun is merely an 18-year-old youth, inexperienced and anxious to save his father. He should be easily persuaded. We can assure him that once we acquire the technology, we will fully support the animal experiments and clinical trials, guaranteeing that his father receives the cloned kidney transplant as swiftly as possible. The only concern lies with our competitors, who have undoubtedly sensed the scent of profit. Coincidentally, apart from Pfizer and Pujiang Pharmaceutical, numerous pharmaceutical companies and investment firms have recognized the potential of kidney cloning technology. After conducting rudimentary investigations, they are all convinced that Lu Yun is currently in dire need of funds, with his only recourse being to mortgage or sell the technology. Consequently, they are all eager to engage with Lu Yun to procure this innovation. If they could also attract Lu Yun himself, that would be even better, as his scientific prowess has already been validated. Unbeknownst to Lu Yun, after finishing his meal at the restaurant, he returned home in Li Mani's car. Of course, since Li Mani had also consumed alcohol, they were using a designated driver. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the CG community. See you tomorrow. Lu Yun waved goodbye to Li Mani, then pushed the door open and stepped out, making his way home. See you tomorrow. Li Mani, slightly tipsy, watched Lu Yun's retreating figure, a flicker of fervor flashing in her beautiful eyes. Unsuitable images danced in her mind, prompting a soft exhale of frustration. How absurd it was. She was already in her 30s, yet still found herself captivated by the freshly 18 Lu Yun. However, his allure was undeniable. He possessed a face as handsome as a peak model and remarkable talent, destined to become a billionaire. Which woman could remain indifferent in the presence of such a man? If only I were 10 years younger. Li Mani sighed wistfully. Madam, where to next? Suddenly, the voice of the designated driver interrupted her reverie. Langqing Garden Community, she replied coldly. Understood, the driver acknowledged, though inwardly he lamented the disparity. Moments ago, she had been as gentle as a breeze with the young handsome man, yet now she exuded an icy demeanor. This superficial world was indeed harsh towards those of less fortunate appearance. Meanwhile, Lu Yun returned home to his surprise at finding both parents in the living room. Curiously, he inquired, is the shop closed today? In truth, he had informed them 2 days prior, upon his release from the detention center, that their financial troubles were over, and they should close the Cha-Ching fried noodle shop to enjoy life. Yet, his parents had refused, expressing their attachment to the shop they had run for 20 years, unwilling to part with it so easily. Moreover, at just over 40, they felt reluctant to rely on their son. We did operate today, but closed early at 8. His father, Lu Cha-Ching, said cheerfully. Didn't you ask academician Su Aimin to help arrange for me to receive treatment at the Peking Union Medical College Hospital? They called me at 7:30 to confirm the arrangements for my ward and medical team. If I need a kidney source, they can assist with that as well. Upon hearing this news, both he and Lu Yun's mother were elated, leading them to return home earlier. Academician Su Aimin? Peking Union Medical College Hospital? Lu Yun paused, but soon recalled that among the 15 esteemed academicians who had spoken on his behalf that evening, one was indeed named Su Aimin. He thought to himself, actually, I did not seek academician Su Aimin's assistance, but it matters not. I shall repay this favor in due time. Turning to his father, he continued. Since the Peking Union Medical College Hospital has made the arrangements, let us go there together tomorrow for your hospitalization and treatment, as it offers a higher safety factor. As for the kidney source they arranged, we shall graciously decline. My plan to apply public pressure is progressing smoothly. I should be able to arrange for a kidney transplant using a cloned organ that perfectly matches your DNA, ensuring no rejection post-surgery. This is the most suitable option. Lu Cha-Ching nodded in agreement. That's what I think too. Thus, the family convened to discuss, ultimately deciding to set off for the Peking Union Medical College Hospital the following afternoon. As Lu Cha-Ching is set to be hospitalized tomorrow, Zhou Shui will accompany him at the hospital, and it is anticipated that they will not return for a considerable period. The two immediately gathered mops, cloths, and other cleaning tools to ensure their home was spotless. Meanwhile, Lu Yun retreated to his room and collapsed heavily onto his bed. His father would soon be admitted to Peking Union Medical College Hospital for treatment, and it was expected that the health committee and the drug administration would issue announcements shortly. With this thought, Lu Yun felt as though the weight of his bones had lightened by several pounds. He then took out his phone and opened WeChat. Numerous messages had accumulated over the past few days, but he had been preoccupied with orchestrating a campaign of public pressure and had not yet addressed them. Now, it was time to respond. Especially to those who had expressed their concern for him, he would extend his gratitude to each one individually. Chapter 19. Establishing an urgent green channel for Lu Yun at Hongcheng No. 2 High School. The beleaguered third-year students had just finished their evening study session. Besides a few intensely competitive individuals, the rest dragged their weary bodies out of the classroom, some heading back to their dormitories, while others returned home. Wang Feng, a day student, was walking home with a friend from the same neighborhood. "Wow, Lu Yun is truly remarkable," Wang Feng exclaimed, pulling out his phone to open Douyin. Upon viewing the video featuring 15 esteemed academicians endorsing Lu Yun, he could not contain his astonishment. His friend leaned over to catch a glimpse of the video and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that's impressive. Last year, during a family trip, we experienced a flight delay while transiting in Shenzhen due to nearby military exercises, which meant our flight wouldn't take off for another 5 hours. Do you know what happened next? One of the academicians on our flight had urgent matters to attend to and could not afford to be delayed. Once the airport authorities learned of this, they promptly informed the military in charge of the exercises, and our flight was allowed to take off as scheduled. Everyone on board was taken aback. It was astonishing to realize the weight such an academician carried. And now, there are 15 distinguished academicians advocating for Lu Yun. This is simply extraordinary." At this point, his friend's eyes lit up as he turned to Wang Feng. "You're in the same class as Lu Yun and had a decent relationship before. Surely, you have a photo with him on your phone?" "Of course," Wang Feng replied. Opening his photo gallery to find the picture, his tone filled with a sense of pride. "Look, we're even embracing each other. Wow, what a fantastic photo," his friend exclaimed with delight. "Quick, send it to me. I'll edit it to replace you with me, then post it on my social media to show off. Everyone will be envious to see I have such an impressive friend." Wang Feng considered this and felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, Lu Yun had become a nationally recognized figure. A photo with him would be akin to a snapshot with a celebrity, and sharing it online would undoubtedly attract attention. Without hesitation, he posted the picture on his social media platforms before forwarding it to his friend. His friend, swift with his fingers, quickly edited the image and shared it online. The caption read, "Those years, my photo with Lu Yun." Soon, the post garnered responses. "Chen Ping, you don't even know Lu Yun, yet you're posting such pretentious photos. Do you have no shame? All right, I'll cast aside my shame. The photo is magnificent. And it's mine now. I'll edit the image and post it too." His friend chuckled, turning back to continue chatting with Wang Feng. "Has Lu Yun reached out to you in recent days?" Wang Feng shook his head. "No. He sent a message in the class WeChat group 2 days ago, stating he had important matters to attend to and would respond to everyone afterward. He is probably still busy." His friend remarked, "I doubt he will contact you again. He is now a world-class genius, esteemed by the academicians, and we are no longer of the same echelon. If he sees you again." A nod and a smile would be a significant gesture. Such is the nature of the world. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He recalled that when he learned of Lu Yun's detention in the detention center, he immediately requested his father, who worked there, to look after Lu Yun. Just then, a notification chimed on WeChat. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from Lu Yun. "Wang Feng, I apologize for the late reply. I've been quite busy these past few days and have only just had the opportunity to address the messages I received. I reviewed all the chat records in the senior class WeChat group and learned about your father's position at the detention center. I sincerely appreciate your concern. Once I return to school, let's have a meal together. Should you require any assistance in the future, feel free to reach out to me directly." Wang Feng's eyes instantly brightened, filled with excitement. I knew it. Lu Yun is not the type to forget his friends after achieving success. Shortly thereafter, another WeChat notification sounded. This time, Lu Yun posted in the senior class group, "Dear classmates, I apologize for my absence these past few days. I've been rather occupied. I appreciate your concern during this time. We will always be classmates from Hongcheng No. 2 High School, Class 1 of the senior year. In the near future, I will return to school and participate in this year's college entrance examination. Looking forward to seeing you all. In an instant, the group chat erupted in excitement. Wow, Lu Yun has finally resurfaced. Lu Yun, you're incredible. In just 3 months, you've developed kidney cloning technology and caught the attention of esteemed academicians. I half suspect you've traveled back in time. The news surrounding you these days has dealt me 1,000 emotional blows. You owe me a bottle of Coca-Cola to mend my wounds. Only Coca-Cola, please, not Pepsi. When you return to school, we must take a group photo. I want to post it on my social media and Douyin, just like Wang Feng, to show off a bit. At that moment, Lu Yun lay on his bed, reading the group chat messages. As he absorbed the words of his classmates, he felt as though he had returned to campus, and a profound sense of ease enveloped him. How wonderful it would be to maintain such camaraderie with his classmates. The next day arrived. At 9 in the morning, it was once again time to commence work. At the Health Committee's Public Opinion Monitoring Center, Li Shuai took a sip of her milk tea, opened her computer, and was taken aback. What on earth was happening? Overnight, the calls for the Health Committee to make special arrangements for Lu Yun had surged by 350. Had something significant occurred? Li Shuai hastily began her investigation, her jaw dropping in disbelief. My goodness, 15 academicians have joined forces to advocate for Lu Yun. This was monumental. The Health Committee had to respond immediately. Without hesitation, Li Shuai reported the situation to her superiors. They, too, were left astounded. Logically speaking, the leadership believed the Health Committee had responded swiftly. They had only learned of the situation the previous morning and had arranged for staff to conduct an investigation. Typically, this process would take 3 to 5 working days. Who could have foreseen that merely a day later, 15 esteemed academicians would step forward? The leader promptly seized the telephone on his desk and dialed a number. Xiao Jiang. Please notify that a meeting will commence in 10 minutes to discuss matters concerning Lu Yun. 10 minutes later, in the conference room, the leader addressed the gathering directly. You are all aware of the situation. I invite you to express your opinions. While adherence to regulations is undeniably crucial, in response to the overwhelming public demand, we can indeed establish an expedited green channel. Therefore, I advocate for the special handling of the clinical trial approval for renal cloning technology. The speaker was a bespectacled middle-aged man who had watched a video featuring the joint statement of 15 academicians, only to discover that his mentor was among them. Without a doubt, he would lend his support. The public's clamor is significant, and with the backing of 15 academicians, even extending to Stanford University in the United States. The stakes are high. Although Lu Yun has declared his intention not to pursue studies in the U.S., one cannot dismiss the possibility. What if Lu Yun feels his father cannot wait any longer and decides to take the renal cloning technology abroad? We would then face public condemnation. Thus, I too express my support. In no time, everyone voiced their agreement, as this did not require them to contravene any laws or regulations. It merely necessitated the acceleration of the workflow to review Lu Yun's submitted application for animal experimentation and provide an approval outcome in the shortest time frame possible. Shortly thereafter, the Drug Administration became aware of the Health Commission's decision and promptly expressed its approval. Consequently, at 10 o'clock in the morning, the Health Commission and the Drug Administration simultaneously issued a public announcement. Chapter 20. Few are like Lu Yun in contemporary times. The influence of Douyin is astonishingly formidable, prompting official departments to establish their own accounts, including the Health Commission and the Drug Administration. Consequently, upon the release of a recent announcement, it was swiftly discovered by netizens. Health Commission. In response to the fervent appeals of the populace, our department convened a meeting and resolved to expedite an emergency green channel for Lu Yun. Should Lu Yun submit an application for animal experiments concerning renal cloning technology, we shall promptly assemble a special expert team to complete the evaluation within 72 hours. Drug Administration, in light of the public's demand, clinical trial applications, evaluations to be completed within 72 hours. Upon witnessing these two announcements, netizens who had been following the Lu Yun incident erupted in excitement, eagerly sharing videos and spreading the word. Before long, this topic soared to the top of Douyin's trending list, with the comments section of related videos buzzing with activity. Wow, the prestige of the 15 academicians is truly remarkable. They voiced their support last night, and today the Health Commission and Drug Administration have opened an emergency green channel. In addition to the esteemed academicians, millions of netizens have also made their voices heard, contributing to this cause. Did millions truly voice their support? Absolutely. However, not all were solely for Lu Yun. Many sought to assist themselves and their families. Our nation has won. 3 million patients with end-stage renal disease, all of whom require kidney transplants and are fervently hoping for the swift market introduction of cloned kidneys. A simple search on Douyin reveals videos from these patients. 1. 3 million? That equates to 3 million families. My goodness, what a staggering figure. Yet, their suffering will soon be alleviated with the transplantation of cloned kidneys. They will reclaim their health. Indeed, from this perspective, Lu Yun's contributions are immeasurable, beyond the ordinary netizens. There exists a more fervent group, the patients in need of kidney transplants and their families. One such individual is the Douyin broadcaster Qingqing. She commenced a live stream, expressing her excitement. Friends who follow me know that I am a patient with uremia. At the tender age of 17, when I should have been carefree, I was diagnosed with uremia due to autosomal dominant polycystic kidney disease. Prior to this, I had no understanding of what uremia entailed. After the diagnosis, I felt as though my world had collapsed. Though doctors assured me that regular dialysis could eliminate toxins and excess fluid from my body, allowing me to live for many years, the thought of undergoing dialysis 3 times a week for 4 hours each session, having to restrict my fluid intake, being unable to engage in strenuous activities, struggling to find suitable employment, and the near impossibility of finding a beloved partner cast a shadow over my life. I fell into despair, weeping uncontrollably, questioning the heavens as to why I must endure such torment. In the stillness of the night, I contemplated whether to continue living. Ultimately, I refused to surrender to fate. I resolved that each day I persevered was a victory. Thus, I began documenting my daily life on Douyin, encouraging myself and uplifting those facing adversity. For years have swiftly elapsed, and I have garnered a following of 110,000 admirers. Each day, encouragement flows beneath my videos, and kind souls present me with suitable employment opportunities. I express my heartfelt gratitude to you all. Without your support, I would not have persevered to this day. I once believed that such days would continue indefinitely, until the day before yesterday when I stumbled upon a video proclaiming the successful research of kidney cloning technology. At that moment, like the vast majority of netizens, I harbored doubts regarding its authenticity. It was not until the following day when a news segment from Jiang province reported on it that my skepticism transformed into belief. I made a silent wish, yearning for this technology to swiftly progress through animal trials and clinical testing, allowing me to undergo a kidney transplant and live a life akin to that of a normal person, engaging in work, forging friendships, and perhaps even marrying and starting a family. Just now, I saw an announcement from the Health Commission and the Drug Administration, and I realized that day is drawing nearer. As I spoke, tears flowed uncontrollably down Qingqing's cheeks. The audience in the live stream, comprised of her loyal followers, watched this scene in anguish, flooding the screen with supportive messages. Qingqing, do not weep. The days of hardship are soon to be behind us, and brighter times are on the horizon. Do you remember me? I, too, suffer from uremia and am undergoing dialysis. Let us resolve to cease our tears from this day forth and embrace happiness. We have shed enough tears over the years. By the way, Qingqing, do you have sufficient funds? Your income from work is modest, and with dialysis and medication costs, you likely haven't saved much. If, when the time comes for your kidney transplant, you find yourself short on funds, please do not hesitate to speak up. We will all assist you. Suddenly, one netizen sent such a message. Qingqing pondered this, and her expression dimmed. I have only a little over 20,000 in savings, and my parents can muster at most 200,000. If the cost of the cloned kidney is exorbitant, I fear I may not be able to afford even one. Upon hearing Qingqing's words, the direction of discussion among the live stream viewers shifted. This truly presents a dilemma. Generally speaking, newly emerging medical technologies tend to be exorbitantly priced. Have you seen the film Dying to Survive? The life-saving drug depicted, Gleevec, had its real-world counterpart priced at 23,500 yuan per box upon entering our market, sufficient for merely a month, making it unaffordable for many. Now, its price has plummeted to 700 yuan per box, a mere 7 of its original cost. And that is for the original medication. Generics are even less expensive. This technology is still in the hands of Lu Yun, correct? I have perused his profile. He is a remarkably filial man, risking imprisonment to contact organ trafficking intermediaries in his quest to save his father. A person of such character is unlikely to possess a malevolent heart. The high costs associated with newly developed medical technologies are primarily due to exorbitant research and development expenses, which can reach billions of dollars. To recoup these costs swiftly, they are sold at inflated prices. However, The kidney cloning technology is distinct. From my understanding of Lu Yun's background, his financial resources are limited, and the development costs likely do not exceed 500,000 yuan. Thus, even if he prices the cloned kidneys affordably, he stands to reap significant profits. Moreover, I hold a favorable view of Lu Yun. In this era, individuals of his filial disposition are becoming increasingly rare. Ladies and gentlemen, you have overlooked a significant issue. The expenses associated with animal and clinical trials surpass 10 million. And given Lu Yun's family circumstances, he is utterly incapable of affording such sums. Consequently, he is left with no choice but to reluctantly sell his technology to pharmaceutical companies. Regrettably, none of these corporations possess benevolent intentions. They will undoubtedly exploit patients mercilessly. Initially, they establish exorbitant prices, 500,000 for a single kidney, and even upwards of 1 million for a cloned kidney. Those with financial means will be prioritized for transplantation. Once this affluent clientele has been harvested, prices will begin to drop, perhaps to 70% of the original cost, perpetuating this cycle. It is rather disheartening to acknowledge the unscrupulous nature of these pharmaceutical enterprises. Upon witnessing the barrage of comments, Qingqing could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. If cloned kidneys were indeed priced at 500,000 each, she would find herself unable to afford such a sum, even if she were to sell all her possessions. Soon, her apprehensions seemed poised to materialize. A well-connected financial influencer on Douyin released an explosive video. Dear viewers, based on reliable information I have received, Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology has become highly coveted among numerous pharmaceutical companies. Currently, giants such as Pfizer, Roche, and various domestic firms are mobilizing to acquire this technology. These companies are brimming with confidence, having discovered through their investigations that Lu Yun lacks the necessary funds to conduct the requisite animal and clinical trials. Furthermore, let me emphasize that the market potential for cloned kidneys is immense, with the domestic market valued at hundreds of billions. Any publicly traded pharmaceutical company that secures this technology will witness a substantial surge in their stock prices. I encourage everyone to consider investing in a publicly traded pharmaceutical firm. Taking a gamble. If fortune favors you, financial freedom could be within reach. Upon the video's release, it sparked a sensation, with the majority envisioning the promise of overnight wealth and financial liberation. However, individuals like Qingqing, suffering from uremia, and their families were engulfed in profound concern. Chapter 21. Lu Yun's ambition to establish a technological giant. Meanwhile, Su Jingming, the president of Pfizer China, and Chen Tingting, the secretary of Pujiang Pharmaceuticals chairman, have arrived at the Four Seasons community where Lu Yun resides. They are intent on acquiring the renal cloning technology. Wang Xiaomei, the homeroom teacher, received a call from the leaders of Hongcheng No. 2 High School and the Education Bureau, requesting her assistance in reaching out to Lu Yun. A pharmaceutical company is eager to purchase Lu Yun's renal cloning technology and wishes to arrange a face-to-face meeting. If Wang Xiaomei can facilitate this transaction, she stands to gain a commission of 1 million yuan. To be candid, Wang Xiaomei was initially tempted. After all, 1 million is a substantial sum, equivalent to 3 years of earnings for her and her husband, enough to purchase a home in Hongqing. However, she ultimately steeled herself and declined the temptation of the 1 million. Feeling pressured by her superiors, reluctantly, she called Lu Yun to convey the message that a pharmaceutical company wished to meet him to discuss the acquisition of his renal cloning technology, assuring him that he need not feel obligated to her and that the decision to meet would rest solely with him. Jiang Hai and Li Mani encountered similar circumstances and made the same choice as Wang Xiaomei. In this world, with their own families and careers, they inevitably have to consider the feelings of others. In the Four Seasons community of Hongcheng, a rather ordinary neighborhood with modest housing prices and average amenities, wealthy individuals typically shy away from residing here, resulting in a scarcity of luxury vehicles. However, today, a procession of luxurious cars arrived. Wow, is that a Ferrari Roma? It must cost over 2 million. I recognize that emblem. It's a Rolls-Royce, quite expensive, though I don't know the exact price. That's a Bentley Continental. My boss owns one. In the parking lot, 2 young men in their 20s were dazzled by the spectacle, their faces reflecting envy. Just then, the door of the Ferrari Roma swung open, revealing a tall woman elegantly stepping out with an LV handbag, who approached the 2 men with a smile, inquiring, "Excuse me, gentlemen, could you please direct me to building 13? Sensing the enchanting fragrance emanating from her, one young man in jeans felt a rush of exhilaration and promptly replied, "I live in this community. I can show you the way. Thank you." No need to thank me. The young man in jeans grinned widely, blissfully unaware of the envious glances from his friend. He sought to strike up a conversation. By the way, I haven't seen you in the community before. Are you here to visit someone? Yes, I'm looking for Lu Yun. Upon hearing this, the young man in jeans suddenly understood why such an obviously affluent and elite woman would venture into the Four Seasons community. She was interested in purchasing Lu Yun's renal cloning technology. A wave of envy washed over him as he pondered why Lu Yun had achieved national acclaim as a genius while he had not. Yet, he also felt an inexplicable sense of pride. After all, Lu Yun was a resident of the same community, and they had even played table tennis together in the past. Hello, I am here to find someone in the community, and time is of the essence. Could you guide me to Building 13? At that moment, a voice interrupted the thoughts of the young man in jeans. He felt a twinge of annoyance and turned to see a middle-aged man clad in an exquisitely tailored suit, who extended a 100 yuan bill toward him. Of course, the young man in jeans quickly transformed his expression, smiling as he accepted the note. You must be looking for Lu Yun as well. I shall take you there. Thus, the young man in jeans led the two individuals toward the residence of Lu Yun. Building 13. Behind them, a continuous stream of elegantly dressed professionals emerged from luxury vehicles, inquiring with passers-by for directions before heading toward Building 13. Meanwhile, within Lu Yun's home, the doorbell rang. Hearing the knock, Lu Yun, seated on the sofa in the living room, felt a stir of anticipation. He knew that those interested in purchasing his renal cloning technology had arrived, although he had no intention of selling such technology out of respect for his former teacher, Jiang Hai, and Li Manny. He felt compelled to meet these individuals. Rising, he approached the door and opened it, only to discover a throng of people standing outside, at least 20 or 30, densely packed. Aside from a few familiar faces from the neighborhood, the rest were impeccably dressed, exuding an air of sophistication that indicated they were high-ranking officials from major corporations. Upon seeing Lu Yun, a tall and striking woman at the forefront brightened, greeting him with a sweet smile. Mr. Lu, greetings. I am Chen Weihua, the secretary to the chairman of Pujiang Pharmaceuticals. Our company is interested in acquiring your renal cloning technology and is prepared to mobilize all resources to expedite the preparations for animal and clinical trials. Subsequently, your father can undergo the transplant surgery for the cloned kidney at the earliest opportunity. This scene stirred a pang of bitterness in the young man in jeans. Earlier, although the woman had spoken with a smile, it had been a mere polite fade. Now, her demeanor toward Lu Yun was effusive, almost obsequious. Very well. Lu Yun replied with an indifferent nod, addressing the gathered crowd. Please, come in. Though my living room is rather small, I hope that does not pose a problem. Not at all. It is our honor to discuss this with you. We can stand. The group of elite professionals responded, their faces beaming with enthusiasm as they flooded inside. Choosing to stand due to the lack of seating, Lu Yun, having no intention of selling his technology, glanced at the assembly and casually remarked, Please state your conditions directly. I will consider them carefully. Chen Weihua, standing at the forefront, quickly interjected, Pujiang Pharmaceuticals offers very sincere terms. Firstly, we can provide you with 3 billion yuan in cash, paid in installments, an initial payment of 1 billion, with the remainder settled upon the successful completion of clinical trials. Additionally, you will receive a 15% equity stake in Pujiang Pharmaceuticals, which can be transferred to you after the clinical trials are successful. As the cloned kidney enters the market, the value of this stock will soar to astonishing heights, potentially worth hundreds of billions. Lastly, you will receive 5% of the revenue from each cloned kidney sold. Mr. Lu, should you agree, you could effortlessly become a billionaire. Animal experiments and clinical trials can be expedited, allowing your father to be the first to undergo the transplant surgery. Upon hearing Chen Weihua words, the young man in jeans widened his eyes in disbelief. Is it true? As long as Lu Yun signs, he could become a billionaire? Several billion. If I spent that money gaming at an internet CAF, I would never have to worry about insufficient funds again. But wait, why game when one could enjoy the company of real-life beauties? Imagine playing with 1, no 3. The young man in jeans was lost in his fantasies, while representatives from other companies felt somewhat overwhelmed. Although Pujiang Pharmaceutical initially required a mere 1 billion as a down payment, the prospects painted were enticing. With 15% equity in Pujiang Pharmaceutical and an additional 5% from each kidney sales revenue, the future profits could reach astronomical figures. However, this was to be expected. Pujiang Pharmaceutical's market value had just surpassed 5 billion, to compete with international pharmaceutical giants like Pfizer and Gilead, valued in the hundreds of billions. They had no choice but to promise Lu Yun generous returns in the future. Mr. Lu, the contract is ready. If you agree, you may sign it now. And the 1 billion down payment will be transferred today. We will also provide your father with a top-tier medical team, available 24/7, until the successful completion of the kidney transplant surgery. Should you have any additional requests, please feel free to voice them, and we will do our utmost to accommodate. Chen Tingting focused intently on Lu Yun's face, seeking to discern the nuances in his gaze and expressions to uncover his true thoughts. Just then, Su Jingming, the president of Pfizer's China region, interrupted, "Madam, why the haste in having Mr. Lu sign the contract? I believe it would be prudent for Mr. Lu to hear all companies' offers before making a decision, as this would best serve his interests." Turning to Lu Yun with a friendly demeanor, he continued, "Mr. Lu, greetings. I am Su Jingming, president of Pfizer's China region. I must caution you that the reputation of Chairman Qin Jiang of Pujiang Pharmaceutical is rather dubious. With a plethora of negative history, for instance, all his entrepreneurial partners have been ousted from the company. The proposal from Pujiang Pharmaceutical, apart from the 1 billion cash down payment, raises questions about the feasibility of the remaining terms. Take the sales share, for instance. Some unscrupulous small companies may employ various tactics to undercut profits. As for the 15 equity, even if you secure it, certain individuals may dilute the shares or engage in related transactions that render them virtually worthless." Chen Tingting, upon hearing this, grew anxious and retorted, "Mr. Su, this is outright defamation. I reserve the right to pursue legal action against you." "Pursue legal action? Do you think our legal team at Pfizer is merely for show? Moreover, even if you were to win, I would only apologize and pay a small sum. Hardly a concern for me." Su Jingming scoffed, then turned back to Lu Yun. "Our proposal at Pfizer is far more sincere. Upon signing the contract, we will provide you with a one-time payment of 8 billion in cash, transferred within 48 hours. Additionally, you will receive a 20% share of the global sales revenue from the cloned kidneys. Given the scale and reputation of Pfizer, it is improbable that any clandestine deductions from sales commissions would occur. Should there be any lingering concerns, one might consider engaging a reputable accounting firm such as PwC for oversight, the costs of which shall be borne by us. Furthermore, Pfizer possesses a significant advantage in its extensive relationships across various nations, which facilitate the expedited approval and market introduction of cloned kidneys worldwide. As for Pujiang Pharmaceutical, to be frank, it survives solely on the production of generic drugs and has yet to venture beyond the borders of China, rendering it incomparable to us in this regard." Upon hearing Su Jingming's words, the young man in jeans was momentarily dazzled, filled with envy. The representatives from other companies were momentarily taken aback, as the threshold for such conditions was exceedingly high. 8 billion in cash, beyond giants like Pfizer, few companies could muster such resources. Notably, Pujiang Pharmaceutical, which had just proposed these terms, has a mere market value of 50 billion. This is outrageous. Such an exceptional offer without any regard for fairness. These individuals silently cursed while keenly observing Lu Yun's reaction. Indeed, Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback by the figure of 8 billion. However, it was but a fleeting moment. Although he currently lacked financial resources, he was confident that in a few years, 8 billion would be trivial to him. Moreover, what he sought was not merely money, but the establishment of his own enterprise. He aspired to create a technological giant, one that would enable him to influence and transform the world according to his vision. Now, that is what truly presents a challenge. Chapter 22. Researching Electric Eel Genes. Humans can also generate electricity. Su Jingming had been keenly observing Lu Yun, and noticing his silence, he hastily inquired, "Mr. Lu, what are your thoughts on this proposal? Please feel free to suggest any modifications if you deem it necessary." Lu Yun did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to the others and asked, "Do you have any alternative proposals?" "Yes, indeed." Several voices chimed in, quickly reiterating the latest plan from the board of directors that had come through their Bluetooth headsets. "Mr. Lu, we can jointly establish a new company. You provide the technology, and we will contribute the capital, with an investment amounting to no less than 3 billion. The equity distribution is negotiable, but you will certainly hold the majority stake. Our Roche Pharmaceuticals can offer even better conditions." The young man in jeans felt utterly bewildered. Having lived for 20 years, he had never possessed more than 1,000 yuan in his pockets. He would hesitate even when contemplating a hotel stay with a beautiful woman, hoping for a split bill. Yet here were these individuals casually discussing sums in the tens or even hundreds of billions, as if they were mere trifles. Were we truly inhabiting the same world? Nevertheless, Lu Yun remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. Once the chatter subsided, he finally spoke. I have noted the terms you have presented. Should you wish to collaborate, I will reach out to you. Moreover, I have preparations to make for a trip to the capital this afternoon. If there are no further matters, we can conclude our discussion here. The attendees grasped Lu Yun's underlying message and promptly left their business cards before bidding him farewell. My phone is available for you 24 hours a day. Should you require any assistance in your daily life, do not hesitate to contact me. Our company will prioritize resolving any issues you may encounter. As the crowd dispersed, the young man in jeans felt a sense of inner turmoil. He wished to bid Lu Yun farewell, but was inexplicably overwhelmed by a wave of pressure, leaving him unable to utter a word. And ultimately he departed in a state of conflict. Something was amiss. Lu Yun had no genuine intention of selling the kidney cloning technology. His previous responses had merely been perfunctory. Just after leaving Lu Yun's residence, Su Jingming, the president of Pfizer's China division, furrowed his brow. He had noted that Lu Yun's demeanor was excessively calm. Regardless of the proposals presented, his emotional fluctuations were minimal. A person truly intent on selling technology would not exhibit such indifference. Yet, why would Lu Yun, who evidently lacked sufficient funds to initiate animal experiments and clinical trials for the kidney cloning technology, refuse to collaborate with them? Could it be that someone else had already gained the upper hand? Su Jingming pondered. Nevertheless, he had no intention of conceding. Such a venture, potentially worth billions or even trillions, was not something he would relinquish until all was settled. Even if Lu Yun had signed contracts with others, he would seek every possible means to compel Lu Yun to breach those agreements and partner with him instead. Meanwhile, Chen Tingting, the secretary to the chairman of Pujiang Pharmaceuticals, also concluded that Lu Yun did not wish to sell his technology and promptly reported her findings to Chairman Qin Jiang. Chairman, our prospects of acquiring the kidney cloning technology from Lu Yun appear quite bleak, Chen Tingting expressed regretfully, realizing that her bonus was likely in jeopardy. What exactly is happening? Please elaborate. All right. Chen Tingting recounted her discoveries and analyses. Listening to her words, Qin Jiang's expression fluctuated between hope and despair. After years of hard work, he had finally transformed Pujiang Pharmaceutical into a publicly traded enterprise valued at over 5 billion, with his own wealth exceeding 1 billion. Yet, he had seemingly reached his ceiling. The aspiration to elevate himself further, to become a billionaire or even a multi-billionaire, appeared nearly insurmountable. Now, an opportunity lay before him. Securing the kidney cloning technology would be tantamount to obtaining a ticket to the realm of billionaires. Could he truly afford to let this chance slip away? Should he resort to methods beyond the realm of commerce? Qin Jiang remained silent for a moment, suddenly recalling a video he had encountered on Douyin, where 15 academicians rallied in support of Lu Yun. 15 esteemed scholars. If he were to act recklessly and employ underhanded tactics against Lu Yun, inciting the ire of these academicians would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic repercussions. He sighed, conceding that Lu Yun was fortunate, having just risen to prominence. He had already garnered the backing of so many distinguished scholars. Otherwise, Qin Jiang would not hesitate to obliterate him. After some contemplation, he spoke to Chen Tingting. Continue to monitor this matter and assess the prospects. We can raise our conditions. Even allowing Lu Yun to become a major shareholder of the company would be acceptable. Meanwhile, at Lu Yun's residence, he discarded all the business cards he had received into the trash bin, reclining on the sofa as he pondered which project to pursue next. He had no intention of remaining idle. Cloning hearts? Biointelligent brains? Conquering cancer? Gene evolution? A flurry of ideas danced through Lu Yun's mind. Suddenly, a sound interrupted his thoughts. Meow? He looked up to find the door ajar, allowing a tabby cat to saunter in and settle before the fish tank, gazing longingly at the electric eel within. Though puzzled by the unexpected presence of an electric eel in a tank at home, Lu Yun felt a spark of inspiration. When he first acquired the research assistant system, he had envisioned attempting to study gene evolution, aspiring to become a being capable of wielding electromagnetic powers and thriving in the cosmos. According to his vision, mastering electromagnetic force would begin with integrating certain genes from electric eels into humans, enabling them to generate electrical discharges. He recognized the daunting nature of this challenge. Yet it was precisely the challenge that excited him. Well, it was a delightful decision made. With renewed vigor, Lu Yun approached the fish tank, focusing his thoughts. The molecules on the surface of his right hand rapidly split and reformed, creating a highly resistive bioceramic membrane. He then dipped his hand into the tank. ZZZ. The electric eel, measuring 50 to 60 centimeters in length, sensed the disturbance in the water and immediately entered a combat stance. Its electric cells activating simultaneously to unleash an astounding voltage of 800 volts. This was enough to incapacitate or even kill a person. It was precisely due to this formidable method of attack that adult electric eels had virtually no natural enemies. However, Lu Yun's right hand was enveloped in a bioceramic membrane, rendering it nearly an insulator. The mere 800 volts posed no threat to him whatsoever. He effortlessly grasped the electric eel, and with a firm squeeze, his right hand became ensnared with countless electric eel cells. In that very moment, aided by the system, he could perceive those electric eel cells, even discerning the genetic sequences within them with utmost clarity. Indeed, Lu Yun's absolute mastery over his bodily faculties is fundamentally conceptual. Any substance that enters his body can be manipulated at will. This is the foundation of his confidence in researching genetic evolution. Chapter 23, The Request from Concord Hospital as Lu Yun integrated the electric eel cells into his own body. The young man in denim had already uploaded the recorded video to platforms such as Douyin, which quickly generated a tremendous sensation. The Douyin streamer, Su Shanha, who had been riding the coattails of Lu Yun's popularity, seized the opportunity and commenced a live broadcast. "Brothers, big news. Lu Yun is making headlines again," Su Shanha exclaimed with exaggerated expression. Today, pharmaceutical giants like Pfizer and Pujiang Pharmaceuticals have flocked in, brandishing cash to acquire Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology. Can you fathom the outrageous offers? Pujiang Pharmaceuticals proposed $3 billion in cash, 15 equity in their company, and 5 of the sales revenue from each cloned kidney. Pfizer, on the other hand, offered $8 billion in cash and 20 of the global sales from the cloned kidneys. Oh my goodness. Whichever proposal Lu Yun chooses, he will undoubtedly become a billionaire, 100 billion, to be precise. I can assist a homeless girl for merely 1,000 yuan. Just think of how many unfortunate souls I could help with that fortune. At that moment, I finally understood why my father insisted I focus on my studies. Indeed, the adage "there is a treasure trove within books" holds true. Even the phrase "there is beauty within knowledge" echoes with reality. With a treasure trove, who would fear the absence of admirers? Upon hearing Su Shanha's words, the audience in the live stream widened their eyes in astonishment, bewildered. Just yesterday, they had felt some sympathy for Lu Yun, who had developed the kidney cloning technology but lacked sufficient funds for animal and clinical trials, thus being compelled to sell to pharmaceutical companies. Now, Lu Yun was on the verge of becoming a billionaire. "Lu Yun, you have distanced yourself from the masses." The comments flooded in. With a monthly salary of 3,000, I felt a mix of emotions upon hearing this news, having already lit a cigarette, ready to engage in Genshin Impact. Alas, being uneducated, I could only mutter a phrase of disbelief. Don't ask why I'm watching the live stream while kneeling. My mother, upon learning that Lu Yun, who is also 18, is about to become a billionaire, suddenly lost her temper. At this juncture, Su Shanha continued, "Brothers, do you know what happens next? You would never guess. Lu Yun has not accepted any of the offers. He merely stated that he would consider them seriously. Do you think Lu Yun will agree? Let us discuss this together." This statement piqued the interest of the live stream audience, who eagerly participated in the discussion, causing the stream's popularity to soar. Meanwhile, patients suffering from uremia, like Qingqing, along with their families, sensed impending doom. Qingqing shared a video. "Murphy's Law is indeed real. The more one fears something, the more likely it is to occur. Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology is likely to fall into the hands of a pharmaceutical company. His hesitance indicates he is waiting for a better offer. As for the price of the cloned kidneys, well, I hope the company that acquires this technology will act with integrity. Although, I know this is nearly impossible, as the objective of pharmaceutical companies is to maximize profits. Ultimately, regardless of the choice Lu Yun makes, I am grateful to him. If it were not for his groundbreaking research, I would have no hope at all. Moreover, he was unable to produce sufficient funds and, in truth, had no alternative. Son, we are setting off." Upon hearing his father's voice, Lu Yun promptly rose, retracing his steps to his room to gather several articles of clothing, which he packed into a backpack. Upon returning to the living room, he pointed to the electric eel in the fish tank and inquired, "Where did this come from?" Lu Chaqing explained, "I am scheduled to go to Xie Hospital, and since your mother will be accompanying me, our fried noodle shop must regrettably close for the time being. It would be a waste of resources if left unattended. After discussing it with your mother, we decided to lend it to old Wang downstairs temporarily, free of charge. In return, he gifted us his pet electric eel, which is quite valuable." He added, "By the way, remember to feed it when you return from the capital. If you do not wish to keep it, it can also serve as a meal." Understood. Lu Yun nodded, departing with his parents to hail a taxi to the airport. The journey unfolded smoothly. By 5:30 in the afternoon, the Lu family arrived at Sheha Hospital in the capital. After explaining their situation to the staff, a hospital administrator promptly approached them and arranged for Lu Changqing to be admitted to a single patient room. Thank you, Dr. Li. Lu Yun expressed his gratitude. He had researched the situation and was aware that resources at Sheha Hospital were extremely limited. Even registering as a regular patient could be a challenge, let alone being admitted for treatment. The fact that his father was granted a single room, while partially due to academician Su's intervention, also warranted gratitude towards the hospital staff. There is no need for such formality, Dr. Li replied with a smile. Setting aside academician Su's referral, we also have a request of you. Could you arrange for the first transplantation of a cloned kidney to take place here at Sheha Hospital? As a token of our appreciation, we will waive all charges for your father's hospital stay. Of course. After a moment's consideration, Lu Yun agreed. Sheha Hospital was universally acknowledged as the premier hospital in the nation, making it the optimal choice for his father's kidney transplant. Splendid. It is settled then. Dr. Li beamed with delight. Though Sheha Hospital already boasted numerous accolades, conducting the world's first transplantation of a cloned kidney would be an immense honor, establishing the institution as a benchmark in the field. Henceforth, when patients sought cloned kidney transplants, Sheha Hospital would be their first thought. Meanwhile, in the capital, at Tsinghua University, academician Wang Jiangwo, just having exited the laboratory, received a phone call. Old Su, what is it? Last time you came to me regarding Lu Yun, I made a call to Sheha Hospital to ensure they would accommodate his father in a room, correct? They just informed me that Lu Yun's father has been admitted. And Lu Yun is also present. By the way, there is something else I must discuss with you. What is it? Numerous pharmaceutical companies visited Lu Yun's home today, eager to purchase the technology for kidney cloning. Pfizer offered an astronomical sum of $8 billion in cash along with a 20% share of global sales. Yet Lu Yun declined. Really? Does he intend to establish his own company to produce and sell cloned kidneys? Perhaps. After hanging up the phone, Wang Jiangwo fell into deep contemplation. In his perspective, researchers ought to devote their energies to scientific inquiry, registering patents for any technological achievements, subsequently selling these patents or collecting licensing fees to earn a comfortable income, rather than establishing companies for production and sales, which would divert their focus. He originally presumed that Lu Yun would handle the renal cloning technology in a similar fashion. However, it appears that Lu Yun harbors a different view. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Jiangwo picked up his phone and dialed Jiang Hai's number. Is Lu Yun considering establishing a company to produce and sell cloned kidneys? Jiang Hai's voice soon echoed through the phone. Yes, Lu Yun has discussed this matter with me. Then from where will he procure the initial funding? Did he not apply for the global patent on self-calibrating gene editing technology? He intends to either pledge or sell this patent. However, he must wait for the next issue of Nature to be published, which will feature the paper on self-calibrating gene editing technology, before he approaches the bank. At that time, the bank may provide a more favorable valuation. Banks are not easily persuaded. Even if the self-calibrating gene editing technology is indeed valuable, they may still impose severe price reductions. Well, I shall assist him in communicating with the bank. With a hint of resignation, Wang Jiangwo ended the call, believing that Lu Yun should not allow such trivial matters to distract him, but rather invest more time in research. Thus he felt compelled to lend Lu Yun a helping hand. Subsequently, he dialed Lu Yun's number again. Lu Yun, why did you not call me upon your arrival in the capital? Lu Yun replied with a smile. I plan to stay in the capital for several days. I intended to visit you tomorrow. Then it is settled. Come see me tomorrow, and I have a surprise in store for you. After hanging up, Lu Yun ventured out to purchase essential items for his father's hospital stay. By the time he finished this errand, it was already 9 in the evening. He casually found a small roadside eatery, savored a bowl of rice topped with a savory dish, and then checked into a nearby home inn. His mother remained in the hospital room to provide care. After taking a shower in the hotel, it was still only a little past 9. Lu Yun, not wishing to retire so early, reclined on the bed and continued his research on electric eel cells. It was unclear how much time passed. But then a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He realized how he could enable himself to generate electricity akin to an electric eel. Chapter 24. The dawn of genetic modification. The discharge mechanism of the electric eel is remarkably straightforward. Its body is populated with a multitude of specialized electrocytes, whose membranes are intricately adorned with sodium-potassium pumps and sodium channels. Through a series of biochemical reactions, each electrocyte can generate a voltage of 15 volts. When thousands of these cells are connected in series, the cumulative voltage can reach as high as 800 volts, or even exceed 1000 volts. By merely cloning the genes responsible for the sodium-potassium pumps and sodium channels of the electric eel and modifying his own cells accordingly, one could also acquire the ability to produce electric discharges. With this in mind, Lu Yun selected a skin cell from the palm of his right hand and commenced his modifications. However, after a minute, the attempt ended in failure as the cell collapsed. Yet, Lu Yun remained undeterred. In the realm of scientific research, success is seldom achieved on the first attempt. He selected another skin cell and continued his endeavors. 1 attempt. 2 attempts. Before he was aware, 5 or 6 hours had slipped by. He had succeeded. Lu Yun was elated. He had transformed a skin cell into an electrocyte, although he had not measured the voltage during each discharge. The fact that it could indeed produce an electric discharge was enough to fill him with joy. The subsequent tasks were considerably simpler. With this modified electrocyte as a template, he could replicate it indefinitely. This exemplified the extraordinary power of absolute control over one's physical capabilities. At an atomic level, he could manipulate atoms to form various substances, including genetic fragments in cells. 1, 2. Soon, Lu Yun's right palm was teeming with tens of thousands of electrocytes. Conversely, he had also lost an equivalent number of skin cells, but he was unconcerned. Such ordinary cells could be produced in abundance. I am ready to discharge. Lu Yun concentrated, commanding the connected cells to discharge simultaneously. With a crackle, bluish-green sparks manifested in the air before his palm, indicating that the electric field strength exceeded 600 volts, sufficient to ionize air molecules. At that moment, Lu Yun was utterly exhilarated. However, upon inspecting his palm, he felt a twinge of dismay. The transformation of countless skin cells into electrocytes had altered the color of the skin in certain areas, rendering it distinctly different from that of an ordinary person. With a mere thought, he retained a single electrocyte while the remaining cells disintegrated and reformed into skin cells. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already past 3 in the morning. It was time to rest. Upon awakening, it was well past 9 in the morning. Having skipped breakfast, Lu Yun hurried to the hospital, spent some time conversing with his parents, and then departed. He took a taxi to the entrance of Tsinghua University and opened his phone's navigation to proceed to academician Wang Jiangwo's laboratory. Not long after setting off, a girl with long hair approached him, her expression filled with surprise. "Hello, are you Lu Yun?" she inquired. Lu Yun nodded in affirmation. "Yes." The young woman was increasingly astonished. "Indeed, I recognized you correctly. Do you know that I became your fan after reading the news about you? You are truly remarkable. Starting from scratch, you managed to develop a cloned kidney in just 3 months. As a biology major, I remember that after 3 months of study, I could only perform basic experiments." Before Lu Yun could speak, she added, "By the way, may I take a photo with you?" Of course, Lu Yun readily agreed, realizing he genuinely enjoyed the sensation of being liked and acknowledged. Moreover, this was Tsinghua University, where every student is a true prodigy. Receiving admiration from these students heightened his exhilaration. "Lu Yun, I also want a photo." "Me too." "And I." The surrounding crowd noticed Lu Yun, and many young women approached him with requests for photographs. As for the male students, they glanced at Lu Yun's face, then at their own reflections on their phone screens, and silently walked away, feeling that in a photo alongside Lu Yun, even if they considered themselves somewhat handsome, they would appear less so in comparison. After fulfilling the photo request of over a dozen young women, Lu Yun continued along the route suggested by the navigation, walking for nearly half an hour until he arrived at academician Wang Jiangwo's laboratory. He approached a male doctoral student in a white lab coat and said, "Hello, senior. My name is Lu Yun. Could you please inform academician Wang that I am here to visit him?" The male doctoral student smiled and replied, "Actually, you don't need to introduce yourself. There isn't a single biology student in the country who doesn't know you, and they are all inspired by you. It's unbelievable that someone like you exists in this world." He then added, "Please wait here. I will inform my advisor." After a brief moment, academician Wang Jiangwo approached with a smile and said, "Didn't I mention I wanted to surprise you? Let me get straight to the point. Last night, I contacted a leader at the construction bank regarding your intention to pledge the patent application rights for your self-calibrating gene editing technology. He agreed to personally oversee this matter. As soon as you submit the relevant documentation, he will establish a team to evaluate the value of your patent, and upon completion of the assessment, the loan will be disbursed immediately. However, It would be best to wait until your paper is published in Nature before reaching out to him, as that will provide a better understanding of the industry's perspective on the self-calibrating gene editing technology and allow for a more accurate estimation of expected returns. Lu Yun was taken aback by the immense assistance academician Wang was offering and found himself at a loss for words, quickly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, academician Wang." Wang Jiangwo replied, "There is no need to thank me. I merely hope you will devote more energy to research and not squander your talents in the field of biotechnology." Lu Yun smiled and said, "I certainly will not. I have already begun researching a new project." Wang Jiangwo's eyes brightened. "What project?" Lu Yun responded, "Genetic modification. I plan to enable other animals to possess the electric discharge capability of an electric eel through genetic engineering." While his ultimate ambition is to bestow upon humanity the ability to discharge electricity akin to that of an electric eel, it is presently ill-advised to disclose such information. This is partly due to the widespread fear surrounding genetic modification, and partly because this capability lacks practical utility for the average individual, rendering it difficult to garner public support. However, should genetic alteration result in enhanced physical attractiveness or amplify certain intimate abilities, it would undoubtedly receive unanimous acclaim. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiangwo's interest was piqued. After all, this pertains to genetic modification on a grand scale, not merely the adjustment of one or two gene segments. Should it succeed, it would signify that Lu Yun could similarly undertake genetic alterations on humanity, an event that would undoubtedly astound the globe, the emergence of genetically modified humans. Often depicted in science fiction, he eagerly inquired, "Do you have any ideas yet?" "Indeed, I do. I anticipate breakthrough results within a few months." This time frame was not a fabrication by Lu Yun. He possessed absolute control over his bodily functions, making the modification of his own cells and genes a straightforward task. With a mere thought, he could execute all necessary operations. However, replicating this technology in a laboratory setting for animal modification proved to be considerably more challenging. "Once you achieve results, you must inform me immediately," Wang Jiangwo said with palpable anticipation. "When that day arrives, you will undoubtedly be a leading figure in the global biotechnology arena, for you will have ushered in a new era." As he spoke, a thought seemed to strike him, and he cautioned, "This technology is fundamentally different from renal cloning. Its significance is immense, and it is strategically vital for the nation. It is akin to nuclear weapons or lithography machines. Strict confidentiality must be maintained. If necessary, it may need to align with national strategies, prohibiting exports to other countries." Lu Yun responded with a smile, "I understand the implications of a chokehold. Should this technology truly come to fruition, the most I could offer would be the export of products, perhaps even withholding product sales altogether." In this regard, he was more than willing to cooperate. Having been appalled by the numerous embargoes imposed by foreign powers over the past years, he was thoroughly disenchanted. Chapter 25. A tremor in the academic world. The dawn of gene therapy. After an engaging conversation lasting over an hour with academician Wang Jiangwo, Lu Yun bid farewell and made his way on foot to the entrance of Tsinghua University. Meanwhile, near the university's gate, a striking red Ferrari drew the attention of many passersby. While Ferraris are not an uncommon sight at Tsinghua, the presence of a tall, attractive young woman behind the wheel rendered it particularly captivating. "Excuse me, may I have the pleasure of knowing you?" A handsome young man, possessing an 8 out of 10 appearance, confidently approached her, only to depart in disappointment as he was met with silence. Throughout the encounter, the woman treated him as if he were invisible. Suddenly, her expression brightened, and she briskly walked towards the entrance, halting in front of Lu Yun. With a warm smile, she said, "Mr. Lu, there's no need for you to take a taxi. I can drive you. During your stay in the capital, I would be happy to serve as your personal chauffeur to ensure your travels are convenient." Lu Yun immediately recognized her as Chen Tingting, the secretary to the chairman of Puzheng Pharmaceuticals. He shook his head and replied, "Thank you, but my DD car is already on its way. Furthermore, I must be clear, I will not sell you the kidney cloning technology, so there's no need to waste your time. To be honest, I am not in need of funding. My patent application records will confirm that." With that, he simply walked past her. Despite her beauty, he held no interest in women with such overt intentions. Witnessing this scene, many onlookers were left in astonishment. A wealthy and attractive woman in a sports car had approached a young man whose entire outfit cost less than 1,000 yuan, only to be rejected. It was not until someone revealed Lu Yun's identity that they came to a realization. "Oh, so it's Lu Yun." The woman must have been interested in purchasing his kidney cloning technology. After arriving at Xia Hospital via Didi, Lu Yun spent the day in the ward, providing care for his father. Although he had a passion for research, family took precedence. It wasn't until after 9 in the evening that he left the hospital. Upon returning to his hotel, he concentrated and used the previously left electric cells as a template to replicate tens of thousands of them, now present in the palms of both hands. With a mere thought, arcs of bluish-green electricity erupted simultaneously from his left and right palms. Impressive. Lu Yun couldn't help but commend himself. In a certain sense, he had transcended into a superhuman. Even the peak version of Mike Tyson would be overwhelmed in a sparring match with him. Next, he contemplated the possibility of modifying animals to possess similar abilities. Filled with anticipation, he acknowledged the challenges ahead. However, as he was not lacking in funds now or in the future, he felt compelled to pursue endeavors that intrigued him. With this thought in mind, Lu Yun promptly opened his phone and logged into CNKI. He realized that his current knowledge base was insufficient and that he needed to engage in further study. 2 days swiftly passed, and a significant event unfolded in the academic community. The weekly publication of Nature featured Lu Yun's self-calibrating gene editing technology. On the day of Lu Yun's submission, the paper circulated within a select circle, astonishing a group of esteemed figures in the biological academic community. However, these luminaries refrained from further dissemination, as the journal Nature also relies on sales. Nevertheless, the paper's notoriety had already been established. All researchers engaged in genetic technology were aware that the academic elite believed self-calibrating gene editing technology could significantly enhance the efficiency of scientific endeavors. Consequently, upon the release of this issue of Nature, they eagerly subscribed to the digital edition, consuming its content with fervor. After reading, their eyes sparkled with excitement. For them, the greatest challenge in researching gene editing technology lay in the inadequacy of their tools. It was akin to performing surgery on a patient with nothing but a dull axe, an arduous task to imagine. However, with the advent of self-calibrating gene editing technology, their tools had been upgraded to surgical precision instruments, dramatically reducing the difficulty. Thus, anyone of reasonable intellect knew which technology to adopt in the future. The name Yunlu became indelibly etched in the minds of these researchers. Naturally, some recognized that Yunlu was none other than Lu Yun. At Stanford University, in a student dormitory, Zhang Jia, having just finished reading Lu Yun's paper, exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Wow, this is absolutely incredible." No wonder Professor Scott confidently asserted that this would become the gene editing technology of choice for everyone in the future. With this technology, the challenges of gene editing would diminish significantly, likely ushering in a period of explosive growth in research outcomes. I must swiftly master this technology to seize the opportunity for several research achievements. However, I must abandon my original research project on kidney cloning, as Lu Yun has already developed a mature technique. Thinking of Lu Yun, Zhang Jia was inspired and promptly took out his phone to record a video for Douyin. "Hello everyone, do you remember me? I'm the Stanford doctoral student who once commented on Lu Yun's kidney cloning technique in Sushana's livestream. I have some exciting news to share. Lu Yun's paper has been published in this issue of Nature. Let me enlighten you. Nature is one of the top 3 premier scientific journals globally. Publishing a paper here qualifies one for consideration as a full professor at a university. Now, let me emphasize just how remarkable this paper is. It has firmly established Lu Yun as a leading figure in the eyes of all researchers in genetic technology. For the self-calibrating gene editing technology presented in this paper is truly extraordinary. In the future, anyone wishing to edit genes will undoubtedly prefer self-calibrating gene editing technology. Lastly, I predict that genetic technology is on the brink of a monumental breakthrough. The field of biology will soon distance itself from its 4 significant pitfalls. For high school seniors with a passion for biology, I encourage you to consider this major, but approach studying abroad with caution, as I believe that in due time, domestic genetic technology will surpass global standards. The reason is straightforward. Lu Yun is based in our country, and his research talents are unparalleled, particularly in this domain. Due to Zhang Jia sharing a video of Professor Scott from Stanford University recruiting Lu Yun, a tremendous stir was created on Douyin, resulting in a considerable following for his account. Although the majority of the comments were critical, there was an immediate influx of responses following his video. "Isn't this the guy who helped the Stanford professor recruit Lu Yun? I'll express my disdain first." One commenter retorted, "You have misjudged the blogger. He is indeed on our side, and this video is in defense of Lu Yun. Lu Yun is incredible. One paper can significantly accelerate the advancement of genetic technology." Another chimed in, "Blogger, tell the truth. Have you plunged into the quagmire of biochemistry and materials science, seeking to ensnare us as well?" A biology major affirmed, I can attest that what the blogger says is true. The biological field is on the brink of a massive explosion, especially in genetic technology. Cloned kidneys have already emerged, and other organ cloning is likely imminent, followed by various genetic therapies for diseases, and we may even witness the advent of genetically modified humans. Wow, is this for real? Are we on the verge of a battle between natural humans and genetically modified ones? Chapter 26. The Dawn of Organ Cloning. The black market becomes a thing of the past. This video is merely the beginning. Within a day, a plethora of videos referencing Lu Yun's paper appeared on Douyin. Although the majority of viewers could not comprehend the thesis, it did not hinder their recognition of its brilliance. Lu Yun, who had gradually faded from the public eye, once again ascended the trending charts on Douyin, prompting many to recall the technology of kidney cloning. Why is this technology not yet applied for animal testing? At this moment, within the conference room of the Huaya branch of the construction bank, Lu Yun was engaged in discussions regarding the collateralization of his patent rights. The bank president gazed at Lu Yun with admiration and remarked, "Mr. Lu, you are truly remarkable for your age. You are the first I have encountered to achieve such accomplishments at your stage in life. To put it plainly, I hold great promise for your future. And so does our bank. We are eager to establish a long-term partnership with you. Therefore, even without an introduction from academician Wang, we are more than willing to extend a loan to you." He continued, "Let us discuss the proposal. You are using the patent application rights for your self-calibrating gene editing technology as collateral. Generally, we conduct a very stringent review for such collateralization. However, your patent has already garnered global attention and received unanimous recognition from the academic community. Thus, we can relax our standards. The prevailing gene editing technology is CRISPR-Cas9, which generates approximately 40 million in annual patent revenues. Given that your technology is superior, we will adjust the expected annual revenue to 50 million. However, considering your patent has yet to be commercialized, there is a degree of risk involved. Therefore, we can only offer a loan based on 1.5 times the anticipated annual revenue, amounting to 75 million. Of course, this will be in soft currency, which reduces the figure to a loan limit of 500 million yuan. At this point, the president added, "If you are willing to use the kidney cloning technology or your personal credit as collateral, the loan limit could be raised to 5 billion yuan. Lu Yun smiled and replied, 500 million is already sufficient to support the market entry of cloned kidneys, and by that time, I will no longer be in need of funds." Indeed, the president nodded, there are over 1 million patients in the country requiring kidney transplants, with an additional 150,000 new cases each year. The market is immense. Upon hearing the president's words, the other attendees in the conference room turned their gaze towards Lu Yun, the 18-year-old who now held a fortune, ensuring he would never lack for money again. A truly enviable life. When Lu Yun entered the bank, he had less than 10,000 yuan in his account. Upon exiting, however, he found a chilling 500 million yuan resting in his bank account. Gazing at the balance, even though he had recently declined an offer of 8 billion cash from Pfizer, he could not help but take a deep breath, for this 500 million was indeed real. However, thoughts of purchasing luxury cars or opulent residences did not arise in Lu Yun's mind. Not only would the bank monitor the use of the funds, but he also lacked a driver's license, and with his parents in the hospital, a lavish home would serve no purpose. In Lu Yun's mind, the thought of immediately initiating animal experiments for cloned kidneys took precedence as his father awaited a transplant. With this in mind, he recorded a video to share on Douyin. "Hello everyone, I am Lu Yun. I appreciate the support you provided during the recent public discourse. I understand that many of you are eager for updates on the cloned kidney technology, so allow me to elaborate. I have secured a loan of 500 million from the bank by leveraging the patent for self-calibrating gene editing technology. Today, we will commence preparations for the animal trials of cloned kidneys, followed by clinical trials and market entry. I have also noted your concerns regarding the pricing of cloned kidneys. Domestically, each will not exceed 100,000 yuan. At this juncture, Lu Yun boasted over 2 million active followers on Douyin. Consequently, upon the video's release, a multitude of fans received notifications, including the Douyin streamer Sushanha, who had been riding the wave of Lu Yun's popularity. In the pursuit of clout, he crafted his persona as Lu Yun's ardent supporter, even adopting the name Lu Yun within a limited circle. After watching the video, Sushanha swiftly pushed aside a nearby beauty, rushed to the living room, and commenced a live stream. Brothers, Lu Yun has posted a video. Those who haven't seen it, hurry to watch. For those who have, come back to the live stream for a chat. For days, I was puzzled as to how Lu Yun could afford the cost of animal experiments and clinical trials without selling the technology. Now I realize he was well prepared. Aware of the immense value of the patent he applied for. How valuable, you ask? 500 million. My goodness. How many can secure such a sum from a bank for a single patent? Certainly not me. Nonetheless, what impresses me most about Lu Yun is his statement at the video's conclusion, declaring that the price for a cloned kidney in our country would not exceed 100,000 yuan. Some may argue that 100,000 is still steep, but I genuinely believe this is a fair price. If it were any other pharmaceutical company, the price would likely start at 300,000, with 500,000 being standard, and even 1,000,000 possible. Moreover, this is not a standardized product. It is tailored to each individual's DNA, ensuring no rejection post-transplant, transforming recipients into healthy individuals. Even if someone needs to borrow 200,000 to procure 2 kidneys, they can become healthy post-surgery and find any job, even in manufacturing, to repay the debt in a few years. After all, health is paramount. Upon hearing Su Shana's words, the audience in the live stream expressed their agreement, with comments flooding the screen. This truly is a reasonable price, even if Lu Yun profits significantly. He deserves every bit of it. Only those who have endured serious illness comprehend the value of health. If 200,000 can buy health, I would wake up smiling from the dream. With this pricing of 100,000, I have decided to support Lu Yun. I will follow him right now. Beyond the ordinary netizens in the live stream, those who have been closely monitoring the latest developments in cloned kidneys, including patients suffering from uremia and their families, also regard this price as commendable. Qingqing is one such individual. A few days ago, she learned from Douyin that major pharmaceutical companies were brandishing wads of cash to procure kidney cloning technology, which left her in a state of despair. Given the nature of these enterprises, it was highly probable that a single cloned kidney would fetch around 500,000 yuan, a sum she could scarcely hope to amass. However, with Lu Yun's recent public declaration that the cost of a cloned kidney would not exceed 100,000 yuan, she began to reconsider her situation. Although one kidney could barely sustain a normal quality of life, the significantly reduced price opened up the possibility for a more extravagant choice, replacing both of her kidneys with clones. This would amount to 200,000 yuan, plus approximately another 100,000 yuan for the surgical procedure, bringing the total to 300,000 yuan. With this investment, she could transform her existence into that of a normal person, capable of working, pursuing a romantic relationship, raising children, and enjoying a complete life. It was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. With this realization, Qingqing decided to share a video. From this moment forward, she would strive to earn money to finance the replacement of her kidneys. In closing, she expressed her gratitude to Lu Yun. Her followers were quick to respond in the comments. Qingqing, I'm in the same boat. Let us support each other. Qingqing, please host more live streams. I'll send you gifts. Don't feel shy. Once you regain your health, you can also help others and spread the love. It was wonderful to see Qingqing on the path to overcoming her illness, alleviating the fears of ordinary people regarding the threat of organ trafficking. If technology continues to advance, the black market for organs may very well come to an end. Meanwhile, Lu Yun received a phone call from Jiang Hai. I have some good news to share with you. Chapter 27. Once successful, various resources will gravitate towards you, Jiang Hai remarked. Although you now possess funding, initiating animal experiments for cloning kidneys from scratch would require an excessive amount of time. If you are amenable, Hongcheng University can assist with the animal experiments for kidney cloning. The institution already has relevant projects in place, and all resources are readily available. You could commence the animal trials today at no cost. The only stipulation is that when you seek to collaborate with universities in the future, you must consider Hongcheng University as a potential partner. Lu Yun instantly comprehended the intentions of Hongcheng University. On one hand, they sought to enhance their prestige by providing a venue for the kidney cloning experiments. On the other, they recognized his promising future and hoped for opportunities for collaboration. Such is the advantage of success. Once achieved, various resources will naturally align themselves with you. Eager to expedite the animal experiments, Lu Yun readily acquiesced. Professor Jiang, please convey my gratitude to the university's administration. When I pursue collaborations with universities in the future, I will prioritize your esteemed institution. I knew you would agree. Jiang Hai chuckled. I shall inform the university leadership immediately. That same day, after bidding farewell to his parents, Lu Yun flew back to Hongcheng and took a taxi directly to the patent agency with which he had previously collaborated, applying for global patents for 23 techniques. These were all non-core technologies related to kidney cloning, while the most critical technical secrets remained solely under his control. Subsequently, Lu Yun sought out a headhunting firm to recruit a manager for his recently established Hongcheng Technology, responsible for leasing office space, purchasing equipment, constructing laboratories, and preparing for clinical trials, among various other tasks. The name Hongcheng, signifying eternal life, embodies the company's vision to enable humanity to achieve longevity. After attending to these matters, Lu Yun arrived at Hongcheng University the following day. "Lu Yun, you have finally arrived," Jiang Hai exclaimed, gesturing to the 3 individuals beside him. "These 3 are my graduate students. They are aware of your plans to conduct animal experiments for kidney cloning at Hongcheng University and have persistently requested to assist you. I considered that we would need 6 miniature pigs for the experiments, and caring for them will demand considerable effort. Even with my help, it may be overwhelming. Thus, I brought them to meet you. If you have no objections, I would like to let them assist you. Rest assured, their foundational skills are quite solid. After all, Hongcheng University is a 211 university with a commendable biology program, ranked 36th nationwide." As Jiang Hai spoke, the 2 young men and 1 woman beside him gazed at Lu Yun with eager and envious eyes. "Of course, you are welcome to assist," Lu Yun responded warmly. Turning to the 3, "Greetings, senior brothers and sisters." "Ah, thank you, Lu Yun. We are grateful for your willingness to let us assist you." The senior student, adorned with half-frame glasses, wore an expression of delight. Cloning kidneys represents the pinnacle of global technological advancement. Being involved in this project, even in a supporting role, would greatly benefit her. Not only would it enhance her resume, but it also presented an opportunity for invaluable learning. The other 2 students shared in her excitement, fully aware that they had stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity. Without their mentor's favorable relationship with Lu Yun, it would have been improbable for students of their caliber to partake in such a project. Soon, the 3 introduced themselves: Chen Wei, the female graduate student, and the 2 male students, Yu Kai and Lu Zhilong, both in their 2nd year of graduate studies and aspiring to pursue doctoral degrees. Given the competitive nature of the biological sciences, obtaining a PhD is often essential for securing desirable employment. Subsequently, Jiang Hai led Lu Yun to stand before 6 cages, each containing a Yunnan small-eared pig weighing around 50 to 60 pounds. Indeed, the animal experiments for kidney cloning would be conducted on these pigs, as their renal anatomical structure closely resembles that of humans. Prior to Lu Yun's groundbreaking kidney cloning method, scientists had been exploring genetic modifications in pigs to enable kidney transplants for humans, with a few successful cases already documented. However, this approach possesses a significant drawback. Transplant rejection is inevitable, placing patients at considerable risk and necessitating lifelong immunosuppressive medication. You will first assign numbers to these 6 pigs, with each of you responsible for 2. Conduct comprehensive examinations, record all relevant data, and then draw blood to extract white blood cells. I will subsequently reverse these white blood cells into stem cells. You may observe, and then, under my guidance, partake in the operation. Lu Yun articulated his straightforward plan. He sought to avoid the monotony of repetitive tasks and therefore aimed to cultivate a cadre of capable assistants, the first generation being the 3 graduate students before him, with more to follow. This intention also explained his decision to patent the non-core technologies associated with kidney cloning. Hiring staff necessitates imparting these skills. Failing to secure the patents would risk others appropriating them. Nonetheless, he was determined to retain firm control over core technologies. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Chen Wei and her peers were visibly thrilled. While other scientists had indeed succeeded in reversing somatic cells into stem cells, the technique Lu Yun was about to demonstrate promised to be far more advanced, especially considering that the self-correcting gene editing technology had not been available at the time of other successes. However, Jiang Hai furrowed his brow and gestured to Lu Yun, leading him to a secluded area outside the laboratory before speaking. "Even if you have registered 23 patents related to kidney cloning technology, you must remain vigilant about maintaining the confidentiality of the techniques." Jiang Hai understood well that patent disclosure does not automatically enable others to replicate the technology, as the application process does not require the disclosure of non-technical characteristics, such as intricate procedural details or optimal parameters, thereby complicating any attempts at reverse engineering. However, If Li Yun were to operate in front of others, it would essentially expose all the intricate details. Should these particulars become public? The difficulty for others to reverse engineer and develop kidney cloning technology would significantly diminish. In such a scenario, even if Li Yun holds a patent, he could still face considerable losses. To put it bluntly, if someone successfully reverse engineered the technology, they could easily establish a company in a certain country that does not recognize foreign medical patents, marketing cloned kidneys globally. Li Yun chuckled, stating, "I have only applied for patents on non-core technologies. The two most critical technologies, the gene restrainer and the collagen variant, remain firmly in my possession." Jiang Hai inquired with curiosity, "What are these two technologies? I have never heard of them." Li Yun elaborated, "These are techniques I developed while researching the self-organization of kidney cells. To ensure these kidney cells could assemble according to my predetermined schedule, I inserted an artificial gene segment containing self-organization instructions into the cell's genes. I then added a gene restrainer, essentially a gene switch, which defaults to an active state, rendering the gene segment ineffective and preventing the activation of the kidney self-organization program. Only when the cells come into contact with my genetically edited collagen variant does the gene switch deactivate, allowing the cells to activate the kidney self-organization program. Thus, as long as these two core technologies remain undisclosed, even if others cultivate kidney cells using my methods, they will be unable to develop these cells into functional kidneys. Patients require fully functional kidneys, not merely a collection of kidney cells. Hence, those attempting to steal my technology are destined for disappointment." Jiang Hai was astonished, eagerly asking, "Is it true that the gene restrainer you researched can render any designated gene sequence ineffective?" Li Yun nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it can render any inserted gene sequence ineffective, including those from animals." Goodness! Jiang Hai couldn't suppress an exclamation, fully aware of the monumental implications of this technology, which holds immense potential in research and possesses formidable destructive capabilities. For instance, inserting a gene restrainer into one's reproductive gene sequence could render one infertile, while doing the same with intelligence-related gene sequences could lead to diminished cognitive abilities. If this information were to circulate, it would undoubtedly incite widespread panic. Most astonishingly, such an extraordinary technology was merely a casual creation of Li Yun's, and he seemed to regard it with little significance, having never mentioned it before. Contemplating this, Jiang Hai felt a surge of frustration. Why was it so effortless for Li Yun to develop such groundbreaking technology? Why couldn't he achieve the same? After all, he was a university professor, while Li Yun was merely a high school student. 5 days swiftly passed. The animal experiments for kidney cloning have entered a promising phase. Utilizing laboratory equipment and his self-developed self-calibrating gene editing technology, Li Yun has directed 3 bovines to perform gene editing on the leukocytes of hundreds of pigs. Simultaneously, he incorporated specially designed catalytic factors into the culture medium, successfully guiding these leukocytes to revert to stem cells. During this period, news of the commencement of kidney cloning animal experiments has spread, drawing the attention of patients in need of kidney transplants and their families, while also igniting hopes among some individuals for the theft of this innovative technology. On this particular evening, at 10:30, Lu Zhilong, assisting Li Yun in the laboratory, noticed a message that caused him to avert his gaze and discreetly exit the lab, retreating to a secluded corner devoid of onlookers. Chapter 28. The business spy stunned Lu Zhilong was born into an ordinary family. While his basic needs were met, the assistance his parents could provide was limited. With a maximum of 600,000 yuan for his wedding and home purchase, anything beyond that was simply unattainable. Thus, from an early age, he recognized that his future depended solely on his own efforts. He immersed himself in his studies, initially planning to complete a doctorate, secure a position as a university professor, or find a job with an annual income of 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. He envisioned a modest life, finding a girlfriend with whom to strive together, purchase a car and a home, and lead a simple existence. However, a pivotal moment occurred the day before yesterday. A stranger, who went by the alias X, added him on WeChat, expressing interest in a business collaboration and, without hesitation, transferred him 100,000 yuan. Lu Zhilong was taken aback. Yet, his intelligence prevailed, and he quickly deduced that at this juncture, discussing business so generously could only be aimed at Li Yun's kidney cloning technology. He contemplated a direct refusal. However, upon witnessing the influx of numbers in his bank account, he faltered. Following X's instructions, he downloaded the Telegram app, where all subsequent communications transpired. X persistently tempted him, not only transferring an additional 200,000 yuan, but also offering an exorbitant sum should Lu Zhilong manage to steal or learn Lu Yun's technology to aid X in successfully cultivating cloned kidneys. He would be rewarded with 50 million yuan. After careful consideration, Lu Zhilong believed that with Lu Yun's guidance, he could surely master the requisite skills, thus he acquiesced. Nonetheless, he proposed an alternative arrangement. He would provide some technical details daily, and upon excess verification, a prompt payment of 200,000 yuan would be made. Once X successfully cultivated the cloned kidneys, the remaining 50 million would be paid, entirely in cryptocurrency. X agreed. Lu Zhilong breathed a sigh of relief. He understood that X might not fulfill the 50 million payment, but the daily sum of 200,000 yuan would still afford him a comfortable life. If the animal experiments for the cloned kidneys lasted a month, he would amass 6 million yuan, which would significantly enhance his living conditions. Currently, Lu Zhilong stealthily exited the laboratory to relay the technical details he had surreptitiously acquired and sought clarification onto X. Ding dong. Minutes later, the conversation concluded. Lu Zhilong opened the cryptocurrency app. Glancing at his balance, a wave of excitement coursing through him. Another 200,000 yuan had entered his account. Thank you, Lu Yun, for granting me this opportunity to prosper. Meanwhile, at the Eagle Sauce Roche Pharmaceutical Gene Research Center, Roche Pharmaceutical, a colossal enterprise valued at over $200 billion, had one of its core products being anti-rejection medication, primarily catering to kidney transplant patients. Should Lu Yun's cloned kidneys enter the market, leading to zero rejection responses post-transplant, the sales of anti-rejection drugs would plummet, resulting in significant losses for the company and a sharp decline in stock prices. Consequently, Roche was keenly attentive to this matter and had initially dispatched representatives, brandishing cash in a bid to acquire Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology, only to be met with refusal. Now that they are aware that Lu Yun has applied for patents on relevant technologies, they have immediately initiated reverse engineering, seeking to develop kidney cloning technology based on these patents, thereby creating a multitude of options for themselves. For instance, they might lobby the authorities to prohibit Lu Yun's company from entering the American market under the pretext of national security threats. In the past, the likelihood of such a maneuver succeeding would have been minimal. However, in this era of great power rivalry, tariffs can escalate to as high as 125, rendering the previously impossible feasible. Additionally, they could seek to make subtle modifications to the technology in order to circumvent patent protections and file for new patents. Establishing a subsidiary in a third country to undertake kidney cloning operations is also a viable option, given that this nation does not recognize foreign pharmaceutical patents. Furthermore, employing commercial espionage could prove to be an effective strategy to swiftly unravel Lu Yun's technology. Consequently, upon learning of Lu Yun's latest developments, they focused on 4 individuals working in the same laboratory as him, and after thorough analysis, they selected Lu Zhilong. Lu Zhilong did not disappoint them, providing technical details that significantly accelerated their progress in deciphering the technology. Success! The white blood cells of these pigs have already been reverted to stem cells. Our experimental progress is nearly synchronized with Lu Yun's. By the time Lu Yun successfully cultivates a cloned kidney in the laboratory, we should have a complete grasp of this technology. Although Lu Yun is a genius, he is still quite young and unaware of the importance of safeguarding commercial secrets. Inside the laboratory, Stephen, the head of this reverse engineering project, was brimming with excitement. The researchers expressed their admiration for Lu Yun. His self-calibrating gene editing technology is remarkably effective. After employing this technique, our speed of gene editing has increased at least tenfold, with an off-target rate that is virtually zero. I believe his understanding of human genetics is beyond imagination. I would never have anticipated that these 3 gene sequences are so crucial in the process of reverting somatic cells to stem cells. His talent in the biological sciences is extraordinarily strong. In the blink of an eye, another 20 days have passed. Lu Yun's Hongcheng Technology now employs 13 staff members, with the general manager, Li Peiqiang, demonstrating commendable capability in organizing various tasks efficiently. Moreover, his family resides domestically, and his only son has no intentions of studying abroad. Lu Yun is quite mindful of this, as he understands that once he develops gene modification technology, he must align it with national strategies to counter the Americans. A general manager with family abroad would undoubtedly pose a risk. Lu Yun has also restarted his gene modification experiments, aiming to genetically alter mice to endow them with the electric discharge capabilities of an electric eel. This research is fraught with challenges, as the task of modifying the genes of tens of thousands of mice without absolute control over their bodily functions is monumental. Therefore, his objective is to devise an artificial gene fragment akin to a virus, capable of invading the mice's bodies, infecting their skin or muscle cells, and subsequently transforming these cells into electric cells. He approaches this research project with considerable caution. He was acutely aware that, despite his noble intentions, the artificial gene fragments, akin to a virus, posed a grave danger if they were to escape and fortuitously mutate to acquire airborne transmission capabilities. Such a scenario would herald the onset of a biochemical crisis. This epitomizes the terrifying potential of genetic technology. As for the animal experiments concerning cloned kidneys, they progressed smoothly. On the sixth day, the stem cells differentiated into various renal cell types, including endothelial cells and mesangial cells. Subsequently, Lu Yun inserted artificial gene fragments containing self-organization instructions and gene restrictors into the genes of these cells. He also introduced genetically edited collagen variants into the culture medium, thereby activating the self-organization program of the renal cells. The renal cells commenced self-organizing to form kidneys. At that moment, Lu Zhilong was left astounded. He had learned Lu Yun's methods, yet he lacked the artificial gene fragments, gene restrictors, and collagen variants, all of which were supplied by Lu Yun. He dared not inquire further, as this constituted commercial confidentiality, and any indiscretion might compromise him. The researchers at Roche Pharmaceuticals were equally taken aback. The patent Lu Yun had applied for contained no related information, leaving them unable to replicate the work. Thus, in the days that followed, Lu Yun's animal experiments progressed exceptionally well, with the kidneys gradually taking shape and continuously growing. Meanwhile, at Roche Pharmaceuticals, renal cells remained mere renal cells, showing no signs of self-organization into kidneys. On the 20th day, Lu Yun had successfully formed 6 kidneys cloned from porcine white blood cells. After testing, all data appeared flawless. Following transplantation into pigs, their urination was normal, and blood creatinine levels were also within the normal range. At Roche Pharmaceuticals, renal cells still showed no advancement. "Damn it! You are all worthless," Stephen roared in frustration. "Weeks have passed with no progress whatsoever. You are highly paid technical personnel, many of whom graduated from Ivy League universities. Are you truly incapable of anything beyond copying Lu Yun's work?" The animal experiments were successfully completed. In the laboratory at Hongcheng University, Lu Yun wore a broad smile. Though he had anticipated this outcome, the prospect of soon applying for clinical trials to enable his father to receive a cloned kidney transplant and regain his health filled him with genuine joy. He planned to apply for clinical trials tomorrow, after which he could focus on genetic modifications. The task of cloning kidneys for the clinical trial volunteers could be delegated to Chen Weihua and Lu Zhilong, who would be compensated for their efforts and granted positions at Biotechnology. They would likely be eager, given the promising future of Biotechnology. Meanwhile, Lu Zhilong found himself engulfed in despair. For the past 10 days, X had ceased to provide him with funds. He wished to return the money, but X refused and instead threatened him. He was compelled to devise a method to obtain the complete kidney cloning technology, be it through theft or by kidnapping Lu Yun. Otherwise, X would expose his dealings of receiving money to steal Lu Yun's technology to the world, leading to his disgrace and imprisonment. "I should never have been so greedy." Lu Zhihong felt a profound sense of regret. Yet he understood that he had once again encountered a significant turning point in his life. Should he seek a way to acquire the technology, or should he surrender? He cast a glance at Lu Yun, whose face was adorned with a cheerful smile, and a tumultuous battle raged within his heart. Chapter 29. My Life Transformed by Lu Yun Confession? The scene involuntarily flooded Lu Zhilong's mind. He was shackled, brought to identify the scene, while his friends, family, and classmates gazed upon him with disdain, murmuring in disbelief at his true nature. If such a fate were to befall him, he would rather embrace death. Kidnapping Lu Yun? Lu Zhilong pondered, realizing he might not even have the strength to confront Lu Yun. Never mind, one day at a time. Ultimately, he chose to evade reality. Casting one last glance at Lu Yun, whose radiant smile made him feel like a wretched insect hiding in the shadows. Perhaps this was the price of taking a wrong turn in life. The animal trials were successfully completed. Lu Yun was in high spirits and treated Zhang Hai, Lu Zhilong, Yu Kai, and Chen Wei to a sumptuous meal at a lavish restaurant near the school. They then took a taxi to Biotechnology, where he presented the relevant data from the animal experiments to the company's general manager, Li Peiqiang, instructing him to expedite the application for the first phase of clinical trials for the cloned kidney. Li Peiqiang had long been prepared for this moment. And upon receiving the animal experiment data, he promptly logged onto the official website of the Drug Administration's Drug Evaluation Center and submitted an electronic application under the name of Hongcheng Technology. Typically, the Drug Administration would take 60 working days to initiate the approval process. However, Lu Yun's cloning technology had garnered special attention from the authorities. Upon receipt of the application, the Drug Administration swiftly established a special expert group to commence the evaluation, notifying Hongcheng Technology the following day that the clinical trial application had been approved. Approved already? Splendid. You are to proceed as planned and announce the recruitment of 100 volunteers for the first phase of clinical trials under the banner of Hongcheng Technology. Even though he was mentally prepared, Lu Yun felt an exhilarating rush upon hearing the news from Li Peiqiang. After a brief conversation, he hung up and dialed his father, Lu Cha-ching, to share this wonderful news. Father, the application for the first phase of the clinical trial for the cloned kidney has been approved. Soon, you will be able to undergo the transplant. Approved? Wonderful, wonderful. Lu Cha-ching was momentarily taken aback, his body trembling uncontrollably, his eyes misting with emotion. After being diagnosed with uremia, he had felt that his life held no promise, if not for his wife and son. And the longing to witness his son succeed in life, graduate, marry, and start a family, he doubted he would have mustered the courage to continue living. He felt deeply inadequate and guilty, believing he was not only unable to support his family, but had become a burden. By the time his son was ready to buy a house, a car, and marry, he feared he would be of no assistance whatsoever. Each time he contemplated this, he loathed himself, regretting not caring for his health and neglecting regular checkups, which might have spared him from this dreadful illness. Thankfully, his son had proven to be exceptionally talented, providing him with an unimaginable surprise. He had developed kidney cloning technology. Not only had he become a nationally recognized scientific genius, but he had also restored hope for his own recovery. Now, the cloning of kidneys has entered the clinical trial phase, bringing him ever closer to the day of his recovery. By that time, even if he cannot assist his already successful son, at the very least, he will not be a burden. Dad, the 3 cloned kidneys I initially provided you. One was sent to the Judicial Identification Center for DNA comparison, while the other 2 were taken to the laboratory at Hongcheng University for comprehensive testing. Although they still possess biological activity, their quality has diminished, necessitating the recollection of your somatic cells to clone 2 new kidneys. However, rest assured, the process will be swift. It can be completed within a month. At that point, you will receive a transplant alongside other clinical trial volunteers at Sheda Hospital. This month, focus on nurturing your health, as the surgery does carry certain risks. The healthier you are, the lower the risks, Lu Yun assured. All right, I will take good care of myself, Lu Cha-ching promptly promised. By the way, your mother is nearby. She is quite delighted and wishes to speak with you. As Lu Yun happily conversed with his parents, the news began to create a stir in the outside world. In Hangzhou, at the Jin Xiao Snack Street, Qingqing was selling spicy skewers. Ever since she resolved to earn enough money for 2 cloned kidneys, she had resigned from her previous low-paying job. With support from family and online friends, she opened this stall selling spicy skewers. Perhaps due to her striking beauty or the attention of her live-streaming audience, business was flourishing. Sometimes she could earn 500 to 600 in a single day. This brought her immense joy, making her feel increasingly close to becoming a normal person. Qingqing, great news. Suddenly, a nearby vendor with yellow hair rushed over, exclaiming, I was just scrolling through Douyin and saw a video from the official account of the Drug Administration, announcing that the first phase of the cloned kidney experiment has been approved. You should check it out online. Upon hearing this, Qingqing quickly took out her phone, opened Douyin, and searched for the clinical trials of cloned kidneys. To her surprise, the first video that appeared was not from the Drug Administration, but from a company called Hongcheng Technology. Qingqing recognized it as Lu Yun's company. She hastily clicked on the video and saw a middle-aged man speaking. The first phase of the clinical trial for cloned kidneys has officially commenced. Hongcheng Technology is seeking 100 volunteers, each of whom can receive 2 cloned kidneys for free, although a waiver agreement must be signed. If you wish to become a volunteer for the first phase of the clinical trial, please download the official Hongcheng Technology app and submit the necessary information. After watching the video, Qingqing immediately decided to apply to be a volunteer for the first phase of the clinical trial, although the chances of being accepted were slim, as she would be competing against over 1 million patients for just 100 spots. If she succeeded, she could save 300,000 and become a normal person sooner. She had long awaited that day when it arrived. She would surely seek out a young man to embark on a meaningful romantic relationship and relish the joys of a normal life. After completing the necessary information and submitting her application, Qingqing began to feel anxious and uncertain. At one moment, she contemplated that her condition as a congenital uremic patient marked her as someone unfavored by fate, leading her to believe that being chosen as a volunteer would be a daunting challenge. Yet, in the next breath, she murmured to herself, what if? What if one's fortune takes a turn for the better? In such a state, it was unsuitable for her to continue her street vending. Thus, Qingqing dismantled her stall and returned to her rented single room. She took out her phone and incessantly refreshed the Biotechnology app, fervently hoping to encounter good news. The announcement from Biotechnology stated that if the number of applicants exceeded 5,000 today, they would select suitable candidates by day's end. Qingqing mused that with over 1 million individuals in the country seeking kidney transplants, at least half would surely submit their applications, so results were bound to emerge today. 1 minute, 2 minutes, an hour. She could no longer endure this torment. After some contemplation, she decided to start a live stream, inviting the viewers in her chat room to accompany her as they awaited the outcome. Rest assured, Qingqing, you will undoubtedly be among the 100 selected. Smile a little. The more joy you exude, the luckier you shall become. I shall remain by your side until the results are revealed. Time flowed slowly. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Qingqing's heart skipped a beat as she quickly grabbed her phone. After a brief moment of astonishment, her eyes glistened with tears, and she choked back her emotions, exclaiming, I have been chosen. I have been chosen. Biotechnology has informed me that I can go to their company tomorrow to collect somatic cells. Subsequently, it will take merely 1 month to cultivate a cloned kidney. At that time, I will undergo a kidney transplant surgery at Peking Union Medical College Hospital, entirely free of charge. The audience in the live stream comprises ardent fans of Qingqing, who, from the depths of their hearts, rejoice in her journey to this moment. They generously shower her with gifts and flood the screen with messages of encouragement. Lu Yun's father will also partake in this clinical trial, ensuring that safety is unequivocally assured. Qingqing, you may participate without worry. I am sending my congratulatory message from Yun Province. Congratulations have also arrived from Chuan Province, from the capital city, and from the vocational high school in Pingcheng. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Qingqing was overwhelmed with excitement, and in her mind, the name Lu Yun surfaced. At that moment, the person she most wished to express her gratitude to was Lu Yun. Although she had never met Lu Yun, her life trajectory had been irrevocably transformed by him. From then on, there would no longer be a Qingqing shedding tears in the darkness of the night. Instead, there would only be a Qingqing basking in the sunshine, cheerful and full of laughter. Chapter 30 Witnessing Miracles. The atmosphere in Qingqing's live stream was abuzz with excitement. The topic had sparked fervent discussions on Douyin. It was only through Village Internet that one learned of the groundbreaking advancements in kidney cloning technology, which had now entered the clinical trial phase. Lu Yun was truly remarkable. In these times of global tension, as the battle for national fortune commenced, such uplifting news was desperately needed. Indeed, one could only hope that such advanced technologies would proliferate like dumplings, and if they could decisively outstrip the Eagle Nation's technological prowess, it would be even more splendid. Recent viewers of these videos had been increasingly agitated by the Eagle Nation's manipulative tariffs, leading them to genuinely appreciate the significance of advanced technology. They fervently wished for the emergence of more innovations akin to cloned kidneys. On the other hand, within the Eagle Nation, there existed an overwhelming sense of pride amongst its citizens, who tended to focus solely on domestic affairs, showing scant interest in global events. However, today, inexplicably, when someone shared a video announcing the initiation of clinical trials for cloned kidneys, it went viral. The self-proclaimed chosen people of the Eagle Nation were taken aback. Wait, cloned kidneys have become a reality? This is the first I've heard of it. The inventor, an 18-year-old from Huaxia. How is this possible? Wasn't it said that Huaxia's technology lagged far behind ours? Have we in the Eagle Nation truly fallen behind in the realm of biological sciences? No wonder Roche pharmaceutical stock plummeted. One of the company's core products was an anti-rejection drug, and with cloned kidneys soon to hit the market, sales of the anti-rejection medication were predicted to decline sharply. Although somewhat discontented, these Eagle Nation netizens ultimately accepted the reality that Huaxia had produced a scientific prodigy who, at merely 18, had developed kidney cloning technology, resulting in Roche and other pharmaceutical companies witnessing a staggering loss of over $20 billion in market value. Nonetheless, they did not find this achievement particularly impressive. After all, it was merely kidney cloning technology. with countless Nobel laureates and a multitude of talents flocking to the Eagle Nation from around the globe. They believed it would not be long before similar breakthroughs emerged. Moreover, the Eagle Nation and its allies possessed a plethora of world-leading technologies, including lithography machines, chips, software, and biopharmaceuticals, all far ahead and dominating the global landscape. Meanwhile, Roche Pharmaceuticals stock had plummeted by 11, inciting fury in CEO John, who unleashed a tirade upon Stephen, the individual responsible for reverse engineering the kidney cloning technology. Damn it. Lu Yun is already commencing clinical trials for cloned kidneys. And you haven't made any progress on your end. You're a complete waste of resources for this company. Pack your things and get out immediately. Stephen hastily replied. We still have a chance. The commercial spy I initially recruited, Lu Zhilong, has accepted Lu Yun's invitation and joined his company alongside 2 classmates, becoming a technician. There is a significant opportunity to obtain comprehensive information on the kidney cloning technology. Upon hearing this, CEO John's eyes gleamed with intrigue. This was indeed promising news. Lu Yun's company was in its nascent stages, and a corporate spy had just been employed. In due course, this individual might ascend to a senior position within Lu Yun's enterprise. It would be prudent for him to lie low and seize the opportunity to acquire the technology for kidney cloning. Should he uncover Lu Yun's novel research achievements, he must devise a means to procure it for us. Given Lu Yun's prodigious scientific talent, every discovery he makes is bound to be of immense value. As time gradually passed, the news of cloned kidneys began to fade from the general populace's consciousness, except for patients like Qingqing suffering from uremia and their families, who remained keenly attuned to the latest developments. Daily, they would tune into the live broadcasts from Hongcheng Technology, observing the meticulous process of harvesting somatic cells from clinical trial volunteers, which would subsequently be transformed into stem cells, and then into kidney cells, ultimately self-organizing to form kidneys. For them, what others deemed monotonous content was, in fact, the most riveting broadcast in the world, as it represented their beacon of hope. Meanwhile, Lu Yun had embarked on a new phase of life. He delegated the task of cultivating cloned kidneys to newly hired employees, such as Lu Zhilong and Chen Weihua, while he continued his research on the L-gene vector electric eel module. After careful consideration, he affirmed that his previous approach was indeed correct, to genetically modify fully grown animals or humans. The optimal method would involve developing synthetic gene fragments with an invasive capability akin to that of viruses. Thus, he resolved to pursue this avenue of research further. To this end, he even designated a name for the artificial gene fragment he was investigating, the L-gene vector, presently focused on the electric eel module, with potential for future additions. Concurrently, Lu Yun made a brief visit to Hongcheng No. 2 High School, drawing the attention of the entire student body. However, he did not attend classes, as he found himself disinclined to settle down for lectures. Moreover, there was little need, for he had already restructured his brain's memory and cognitive mechanisms. Even after a year without study, the knowledge he had acquired would remain familiar, allowing him to excel in the college entrance examination. Additionally, he made it a point to gather with Jiang Hai and Li Manny every few days. They had not only assisted him significantly, but were also well-versed and familiar with various locales in Hongcheng, preventing him from becoming isolated in the laboratory and disconnected from society. Thus, 2 weeks elapsed. Within the confines of Hongcheng Technology, in Lu Yun's dedicated laboratory, the 325th experiment commenced. With a mere thought, a multitude of atoms in the palm of his right hand began to move in an orderly fashion, swiftly assembling into molecules, ultimately culminating in the L-gene vector electric eel module, version 17.325. Indeed, Lu Yun had conducted 325 experiments, averaging over 1,000 each day. An ordinary scientist might never achieve such a monumental number of experiments on synthetic gene fragments throughout their lifetime. However, Lu Yun was different. With a mere thought, he could command the atoms within his body, synthesizing the gene segments he had envisioned. Should he find the outcome unsatisfactory, another thought would suffice to decompose the recently created gene segment back into atoms. Such terrifying efficiency was unparalleled. If other scientists were to learn of this, their envy would surely make their eyes turn crimson. The invasion test begins. With another flick of his mind, Lu Yun positioned the gene fragment he had designated as L-gene carrier, electric eel module, version 17325 before a skin cell of a small white mouse. For the sake of this experiment, Lu Yun had already integrated tens of thousands of small white mouse cells into his own body, and fortunately, he could control all the cells and atoms within him. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to infection by now. Yet, there remained an issue. Soon, Lu Yun discovered that version 17325 of the L gene carrier still had defects. Although it successfully invaded the white mouse cell, it resulted in the immediate death of the cell. Thus, time flowed slowly by. During the 535th experiment, the invasion test. This time, as Lu Yun observed the white mouse cell being invaded by the L gene carrier, it ultimately transformed into an electric cell. He paused momentarily, then was filled with joy. After more than 10,000 attempts, he had finally succeeded. However, it was still premature to conduct animal trials. He needed to incorporate a self-destruct switch and a self-assembly program into the L gene carrier. The self-destruct switch was designed to prevent a potential biochemical crisis, serving as a gene self-destruction mechanism. Upon contact with the modified collagen variant he had engineered, any cell infected with the L gene carrier would automatically degrade. The self-assembly program was intended to enable the transformed electric cells, once they invaded the white mouse, to organize themselves into two antennae on the mouse's head. This would not hinder the mouse's ability to discharge electricity, but he found it rather intriguing. An hour passed. Lu Yun generated hundreds of millions of L gene carrier, electric eel templates within his body, and then, filled with enthusiasm, approached a small white mouse confined in a cage. He extended his hand, and a drop of black liquid, composed of millions of L gene carriers, flowed from his fingertip, falling into the open mouth of the mouse that tilted its head back. Next, it was time to witness a miracle. Chapter 31. Can mice generate electricity? Jiang Hai was astounded. The moment the viscous black liquid slipped into the oral cavity of the little mouse, it appeared to be drawn by an invisible force, rapidly permeating the capillaries beneath the mucous membranes. The countless L gene vectors, akin to an army of microscopic robots, disseminated along the course of the bloodstream. Ultimately, they would locate the skin cells atop the mouse's head, infiltrate them, and transform them into electrical cells. These electrical cells would then activate the self-organizing program carried by the L gene vectors, autonomously developing two antennae. However, this was merely the most optimistic scenario. The possibility of success remained uncertain. 1 minute, 3 minutes. Lu Yun anxiously awaited for 10 minutes, yet the little mouse exhibited no unusual signs. Instead, fatigue overtook him, and he stifled a yawn, pulling out his phone to check the time, discovering it was already past 3 in the morning. Well, perhaps it's best to rest for now. Lu Yun closed the laboratory door and leisurely made his way to the nearby lounge, lying down on the bed, where he quickly drifted into slumber. When he awoke, it was already past 9 in the morning. Concerns for the little mouse in the lab lingered in Lu Yun's mind, causing him to neglect brushing his teeth or washing his face as he headed straight to the laboratory. In truth, he could have easily eliminated any impurities from his face and mouth, possessing absolute mastery over his body. Yet, he was accustomed to his current lifestyle and had no desire to change it for the moment. Upon entering the laboratory, Lu Yun's expression brightened instantly. For the little mouse now sported two antennae approximately 3 centimeters in length atop its head. Remarkably, it had succeeded. Lu Yun had not anticipated that his initial experiment involving the L gene vector on the mouse would yield such results, prompting him to approach it quickly to ascertain whether the mouse possessed the ability to generate electricity akin to an electric eel. Squeak, squeak. The little mouse, previously in slumber, jolted awake at the sound of footsteps. Upon recognizing Lu Yun approaching, it immediately displayed aggressive behavior, baring its teeth. It vividly remembered that this very creature had dripped something into its mouth, leading to a period of excruciating pain before it ultimately lost consciousness. Why is it not generating electricity? Could it be that the genetic modification was only partially successful? Lu Yun felt a tinge of disappointment as he strode directly to the front of the cage, extending his hand to capture the little mouse for dissection, eager to explore the changes that had occurred within its body and cells, perhaps sensing the profound threat emanating from Lu Yun's indifferent gaze. The little mouse grew even more agitated, leaping toward Lu Yun's right hand with sharp teeth glistening ominously, intent on delivering a fierce bite. For an ordinary person, this would surely incite panic. A mouse bite is no trifling matter, not only painful but also necessitating rabies vaccination. However, Lu Yun remained unfazed. With a mere thought, a layer of armor, merely a few tenths of a millimeter thick, manifested on the surface of his right hand. This armor, composed entirely of carbon atoms, was one of the hardest materials known to man, boasting a hardness over 200 times that of steel. Not only could it withstand a mouse's bite, but with even greater thickness, it could deflect bullets. However, in the next moment, an unexpected event transpired. As the little white mouse soared through the air, Poised to bite Lu Yun, its two antennae unexpectedly emitted bluish-green arcs of electricity, hurtling towards Lu Yun's right hand. Caught off guard, Lu Yun was struck by the electric arc, and a powerful current surged through his carbon-based armor, causing slight charring on the skin of his right hand. Essentially, it was somewhat scorched. Remarkably, it had succeeded. Instead of feeling anger, Lu Yun was filled with delight. Such a trivial electric shock was easily remedied by his will. And the mouse's discharge of electricity was proof that his research on the L-gene carrier, the electric eel module, had successfully transformed the little mouse. This was not merely a matter of editing a few genes, but rather a large-scale modification that had allowed the mouse to evolve and acquire the electric discharge capability of an electric eel. If this were to become known, it would certainly lead all scientists researching genetic technology to question their very existence. What they believed to be confined to the realm of science fiction had now manifested into reality at his hands. With this thought, a slight smile crept upon Lu Yun's lips. Following that, with a mere thought, the carbon-based armor covering his right hand disintegrated into carbon atoms and then reformed into diamond armor. The hardness of diamond is formidable, and it is an insulator. Even if the little mouse could unleash over 1,000 volts of electricity, it would be impossible for it to penetrate the diamond armor. Squeak, squeak. The little mouse finally sank its teeth into Lu Yun's right hand, but the next moment, it felt as though its teeth were on the verge of shattering, emitting a painful wail as its antennae discharged bluish-green arcs once more. However, this time, the arcs were noticeably thinner. Lu Yun observed this phenomenon and mused that both discharges from the mouse occurred during moments of heightened emotion. Perhaps, despite possessing the same electric discharge ability as an electric eel, it was unable to fully control this power. It might not even be aware of its own capability and was merely acting on instinct. Furthermore, the energy stored within the electric cells that composed the mouse's antennae was limited. After one use, the voltage of the second discharge would diminish. To validate his hypothesis, Lu Yun extended his right hand and firmly grasped the little mouse. The mouse, filled with terror, struggled desperately to break free, but to no avail. As it grew increasingly frantic, its antennae continued to emit bluish-green arcs, albeit with diminishing strength. As suspected, Lu Yun silently commended his own intellect. After a moment of contemplation, he touched the mouse's antennae, and his right hand became sticky with thousands of cells from the antennae. Next, he prepared to study these cells thoroughly. As for the little mouse, he placed it back into its cage, intending to play with it gently, lest he inadvertently cause its demise. At that moment, a ringing sound pierced the air. Lu Yun secured the mouse in its cage and retrieved his phone, discovering it was a call from Jiang Hai. Upon answering, he heard Jiang Hai say, "Lu Yun, Li Manny and I are at your company SN Trance, and we would like to invite you to the Robotics Expo." Under normal circumstances, Lu Yun would have obliged, but today was somewhat exceptional. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "I apologize, but I have just made a breakthrough in animal gene modification and wish to continue my research for a while, so I cannot attend." Animal gene modification? Jiang Hai was momentarily taken aback and quickly inquired, "Did you just say you achieved a breakthrough in animal gene modification?" Lu Yun nodded, explaining, "I have been diligently researching gene modification, aiming to endow white mice with the electric discharge capabilities akin to those of an electric eel. Just after 3 in the morning, I conducted the first experiment on a white mouse. I initially anticipated failure, but to my astonishment, it succeeded on the first attempt. When I awoke this morning, I discovered that 2 antennae had sprouted from the mouse's head, and it could emit blue-green electric arcs through them." "My goodness!" Jiang Hai gasped, astonished. As a professor in the biology department at Hongcheng University, he understood the profound implications of this achievement. Lu Yun's ability to genetically modify a white mouse to possess the electric eel's discharge capacity suggested that he could extend the same modifications to humans. The significance of this was akin to humanity's first mastery of fire, heralding the dawn of a new era, the era of superhumans. "Lu Yun, may I visit your laboratory?" Jiang Hai exclaimed eagerly. "Me too. I want to witness this." Li Manny, having grasped the situation, was filled with curiosity. Lu Yun nodded in agreement, saying, "Of course. You may. I'm on my way," Jiang Hai declared as he abruptly ended the call and raced towards Lu Yun's laboratory, eager to witness the advent of the superhuman era firsthand. Chapter 32. The facts are laid bare. One cannot help but believe. This is simply unbelievable, even with prior mental preparation. When Jiang Hai and Li Manny arrived at the laboratory and beheld the astonishing sight of 2 antennae sprouting from the top of the little mouse's head, They were momentarily taken aback. How on earth did you achieve this? It is utterly incredible. Jiang Hai, a professor in the biology department at Hongcheng University, racked his brain but could not fathom how one might induce a mouse to grow two antennae of approximately 3 centimeters overnight, capable of discharging electricity like an electric eel. It's quite simple, Lu Yun explained. I created an artificial gene fragment known as the L gene vector, which comprises 3 modules, a viral capsid protein gene, an electric eel discharge gene module, and a suicide switch. Once the L gene vector enters the mouse's body, it disperses along the bloodstream. Upon encountering skin cells at the top of the mouse's head, the viral capsid protein gene begins to take effect, invading the skin cells like a virus. Subsequently, the electric eel discharge gene module transforms the skin cells into electric cells, which then self-organize to form 2 antennae. That's simple? Jiang Hai felt as though he had been struck by 1,000 blows. He grasped Lu Yun's rationale immediately, yet he could not conceive of how to actualize it. Not only he, but no one else in the world could replicate this feat. Lu Yun dares to call it simple. Well, talent indeed is remarkable. Li Mani, on the other hand, was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the intricacies of the explanation. Nevertheless, this did not hinder her from recognizing that this was yet another instance of groundbreaking technology, with a level of difficulty surpassing that of cloning kidneys. A sense of inexplicable joy and a hint of sweetness welled up within her as she gazed at Lu Yun, her admiration nearly palpable. The man before her was extraordinarily exceptional. Suddenly, she sighed inwardly, realizing that encountering such stunning individuals might not necessarily be a blessing. In recent days, her parents had introduced her to several suitors, all of whom possessed commendable attributes. Yet, she found herself involuntarily comparing them to Lu Yun, and inevitably concluding that none could measure up. If only I were 10 years younger. Li Mani's heart screamed in frustration. At that moment, Jiang Hai pointed at the little mouse and inquired, when does it discharge electricity? Is it while hunting or when threatened? What is the voltage it releases? Lu Yun replied. From my observations, this little mouse is entirely unaware of its ability to discharge electricity. It only does so unconsciously when in a state of extreme anger or fear. As he spoke, Lu Yun walked towards the cage, his indifferent gaze fixed on the little mouse, and extended his hand as if to capture it. Despite being 2 to 3 meters away, the mouse instinctively triggered a stress response, standing upright, its body tense, baring its teeth and squeaking loudly. Moreover, blue-green arcs of electricity shot forth from its 2 antennae. Wow! The arcs it emitted ionized the air, reaching at least 600 volts, which constitutes a highly lethal high-voltage discharge. Jiang Hai could not suppress a gasp, then said, Lu Yun, step back a bit. It's no joke if you accidentally get electrocuted. With good fortune, you might be fine. With bad luck, a current passing through the heart could pose a grave danger. Li Mani quickly added, Indeed, Lu Yun. You must not take such risks. Lu Yun chuckled. Do not worry, I am maintaining a safe distance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hai and Li Mani grew increasingly anxious, hastily moving forward to pull Lu Yun away from the lab rats. They could not permit even the slightest risk to Lu Yun. Very well. I shall fetch the insulated suits from the company warehouse, Lu Yun said with a hint of resignation, turning to exit the laboratory. Upon his return, he brought 3 insulated suits and a digital high-voltage meter. Following closely behind him was none other than Lu Zhilong, who had already become a corporate spy. However, Lu Yun remained unaware of Lu Zhilong's true motives. On his way back, he had seen Lu Zhilong and, thinking of the upcoming genetic modification experiments on more lab rats, asked Lu Zhilong to bring a few to the lab. Professor Jiang. Lu Zhilong greeted Jiang Hai upon seeing him, though he was not surprised. He had long known of the close relationship between his mentor Jiang Hai and Lu Yun. His ability to join Lu Yun's company was indeed thanks to Jiang Hai's support. Jiang Hai held a favorable impression of Lu Zhilong. Despite his average talent, he was diligent and down-to-earth. You have become one of the first employees of Lu Yun's company, which may be the greatest opportunity of your life. You must seize this chance, Jiang Hai advised, gesturing to the lab rats a few meters away. Look, this is Lu Yun's latest research achievement, a genetically modified lab rat with 2 antennae on its head and the ability to emit electricity like an electric eel. As a master's student in biology, you surely understand the technical requirements for such modifications and what this signifies. Although Lu Yun's Biotechnology is still a small company, it is destined to become a giant in the biotechnology industry. Lu Zhilong initially nodded in agreement. But as he followed Jiang Hai's pointing finger and beheld the lab rat with antennae, his expression shifted to one of utter disbelief. He questioned whether he had misseen or misheard. Was it truly possible to genetically modify a lab rat to grow antennae and emit electricity like an electric eel? Yet, the evidence lay before him, compelling him to accept the astonishing reality. Staring at Lu Yun in shock, Lu Zhilong marveled at this 18-year-old's extraordinary talent, rivaling even that of Stark from the Marvel Universe. No wonder the kidney cloning technology he had casually developed was beyond X's comprehension. Suddenly, thoughts of X tightened Lu Zhilong's chest. Since X became aware of his association with Lu Yun's company, the threats to expose his receipt of money in exchange for stolen technology had ceased. Instead, X continued to send him money, with simple demands to find opportunities to acquire the kidney cloning technology and, should he discover Lu Yun's new research accomplishments, to obtain them by any means necessary. The current advancements in genetic modification technology evidently align with X's requirements. Should I proceed? Should I proceed? Lu Zhilong found himself caught in a tumultuous internal conflict, his mind slightly disoriented. After finding a place to set down the 2 cages containing the white mice, he was momentarily at a loss, uncertain whether to leave or concoct an excuse to remain. At that precise moment, Lu Yun had donned an insulating suit and approached the white mouse, which sported 2 antennae atop its head. The sight startled the mouse, causing it to react defensively, baring its teeth and emitting distressed squeaks, while the antennae discharged arcs of bluish-green electricity. Witnessing this astonishing scene, Jiang Hai and Li Manny hastily retrieved their phones to capture it on film. A flicker of greed flashed in Lu Zhilong's eyes as he reassured himself. I have sent X numerous technical documents without being discovered. As long as I avoid taking risks and X does not reveal my identity, I will likely remain unnoticed and stand to gain substantial financial rewards. Gritting his teeth, he too took out his phone to record this incredible spectacle before seizing the opportunity to exit the laboratory. He made his way to the restroom, where he promptly sent the video he had just captured to X, accompanied by a message. This footage was taken in Lu Yun's laboratory, where he has genetically modified the mouse to incorporate the electric eel's discharge gene, resulting in the growth of 2 electrically charged antennae. As an industry insider, you surely comprehend the implications of this. Eagle Sauce, Roche Pharmaceutical Gene Research Center. Upon reviewing Lu Zhilong's video and message, Stephen could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Chapter 33, of utmost importance, Departure. Now Stephen, appointed as the head of the renal cloning technology reverse engineering project, possesses not only exemplary managerial skills, but also formidable technical prowess. Thus he fully comprehends the implications of his role. Humans, being a species of animal, share over 85 genetic similarity with laboratory mice. Therefore, if Lu Yun can modify mice, he can undoubtedly perform similar alterations on humans. It is even conceivable that Lu Yun's ultimate objective may well be to genetically modify humanity, instigating an evolution at the genetic level. The modification of mice is merely a preliminary exercise. Gasped. Upon this realization, Stephen inhaled sharply, his mind reeling from Lu Yun's ambitious vision. Should his endeavors prove successful, humanity would usher in a new era, a time defined by genetic evolution, an epoch belonging to superhumans. Human longevity, physical capabilities, and intellect could experience profound enhancements, while genetic disorders such as Down syndrome and albinism would be methodically vanquished. Even more astonishingly, humanity might acquire extraordinary abilities, with the electrical discharge of an electric eel being just one example. Furthermore, Lu Yun would transcend the legacies of Newton and Einstein, emerging as the most revered scientist in human history. Is this possible? Stephen pondered quietly, acutely aware of the formidable challenges ahead, challenges so daunting that even Nobel laureates in physiology or medicine might concede that such advancements could be conceivable in the future, but not in the present age. Yet, Lu Yun has already achieved a breakthrough. Perhaps he truly can realize this vision. The mere thought of such potential set Stephen's heart racing, and an idea flickered in his mind. Should he resign from Roche Pharmaceuticals to join Lu Yun at Hongcheng Technology, a company destined to become a technological giant? Thus, Lu Zhilong's importance has escalated further. He not only has the opportunity to assist us in acquiring Lu Yun's renal cloning and genetic modification technologies, but if he thrives at Hongcheng Technology, he could potentially facilitate my entry into the company in the future. Stephen promptly resolved to provide Lu Zhilong with professional training and various forms of support to help him ascend to a core leadership position at Hongcheng Technology. The prospects are promising. After all, Lu Zhilong is among the first employees of Hongcheng Technology, and his university mentor is one of Lu Yun's closest friends. With this thought in mind, He directly utilized the project funds approved by the company to transfer 300,000 RMB worth of cryptocurrency to Lu Zhilong's account, simultaneously sending an encouraging message. Well done, this is your reward. Strive to gain Lu Yun's recognition and join the leadership of Hongcheng Technology. Meanwhile, at Hongcheng Technology's laboratory, the laboratory mice, stimulated by Lu Yun, continued to discharge electricity, having been thoroughly exhausted and now in a state of lethargy. Lu Yun had no choice but to temporarily release the mice, shedding his insulating suit as he, along with Jiang Hai and Li Mani, proceeded to his office. It was then that Lu Yun glanced at Jiang Hai and suddenly recalled a promise he had made to academician Wang Jiangwo. Should there be a breakthrough in genetic modification technology, he would notify him at the first opportunity, not to mention the numerous times academician Wang Jiangwo had aided him. Lu Yun was not a man to go back on his word. With this thought in mind, Lu Yun picked up his phone and dialed academician Wang's number. But it went unanswered. After several minutes, at Tsinghua University, in a large classroom, the class bell rang, and Wang Jiangwo announced the end of the lesson to the students below. He quickly retrieved his phone, having felt it vibrate during class. However, his principle was to refrain from answering calls during lessons so as not to disrupt the students' learning. Lu Yun's call? It must be something of significance. Upon seeing the caller ID, Wang Jiangwo promptly returned the call. Hello, is this Lu Yun? The voice of Lu Yun immediately resonated through the receiver. Academician Wang. When I was in the capital, I mentioned my desire to genetically engineer other animals to possess the electric discharge capability of electric eels, right? Well, I have succeeded. I have genetically modified a little white mouse, enabling it to emit electricity like an electric eel. You succeeded? Wang Jiangwo exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. When Lu Yun had first mentioned this ambition, Wang had harbored little hope, merely encouraging him to take a courageous leap. After all, the complexity of kidney cloning and genetic modification were worlds apart. If kidney cloning was rated a difficulty of 2, genetic modification was a staggering 9, a chasm of difference. Yet now, merely a month later, Lu Yun had achieved success. This was entirely beyond his expectations. At that moment, a notification chimed. A video from Lu Yun had arrived on WeChat. Wang Jiangwo hastily opened the video, witnessing the astonishing sight of the white mouse, with 2 additional antennae atop its head, discharging a bluish-green arc of electricity. Incredible, utterly astonishing. This surreal scene prompted Wang Jiangwo to take a deep breath, his voice turning grave and serious. Lu Yun, you should recall that I mentioned this technology differs from kidney cloning. It is a matter of national strategic importance. If this research proves fruitful, we are on the brink of an era where genetic modification could yield superhumans. This concerns not only you but the nation as well. Therefore, both the technology and the resulting products must remain confidential and aligned with national strategy. On the other end of the line, Lu Yun responded with a smile. I have already expressed my willingness to cooperate. Very well, I shall come over immediately, along with others, to conduct a comprehensive evaluation of your technology. After hanging up, Wang Jiangwo stood in a daze for a while, regaining his composure before dialing another number. Hello, is this Old Su? Old Wang, what brings you to call? Came the reply from the other end, a voice belonging to Su Aimin, one of the 15 academicians who had initially supported Lu Yun. Not only was he the dean of the School of Biology at the Academy of Sciences, but he was also the director of the Biological Research Institute. In the realm of domestic biology, he was an authority among authorities, and his insights were crucial for national-level strategies in biotechnology. Thus, Wang Jiangwo sought to contact Su Aimin without delay. It is indeed the case that you remember Lu Yun, who has achieved groundbreaking research results. Thus, Wang Jiangwo conveyed the entire sequence of events to Su Aimin, simultaneously sharing the video he had just received. Genetic modification has succeeded? Despite Su Aimin's extensive experience, he could not suppress a gulp of anticipation. It had been ages since he encountered something so exhilarating. This represents a strategic technology capable of reshaping the future of humanity, its significance rivaling that of nuclear weapons. While nuclear armaments embody ultimate deterrence, genetic modification signifies the evolution of humanity, brimming with infinite possibilities. Should it succeed, the revival of great nations is not far off. Old Wang, I will bring some individuals with me shortly to conduct a comprehensive assessment of the technology. Depart immediately, and we shall rendezvous at the airport. After terminating the call, Su Aimin contemplated the gravity of such vital technology, which would undoubtedly incite the covetousness of nations worldwide. Thus, he recognized the necessity of proactive measures, Lu Yun and his family must be safeguarded at once, and Lu Yun's company required immediate protection. Furthermore, a thorough investigation of all employees' backgrounds was imperative to eliminate any potential risks. Consequently, he picked up the red hotline phone on his desk and dialed the security department's number. Hello, I have a matter of significant national interest that requires your department's assistance. Chapter 34, Urgent Mission, Escort Duty. 2 minutes later, Su Aimin ended the call and picked up his phone again, dialing his assistant. Xiaozhang, please come to my office. Understood. In less than half a minute, a man in his 30s entered, glancing at Su Aimin. Director, what is the matter? Xiaozhang, immediately, in my name. Notify all professors from the School of Biology who are currently on campus and have no teaching obligations to gather in the parking lot for a technological assessment. All of them? Indeed. If they are on campus and not teaching today, they must be informed. Upon hearing this, Xiaozhang's face displayed a look of astonishment. The Academy of Sciences University is no ordinary institution. Among the active professors, over 300 are members of the two academies, with more than 10 from the School of Biology alone. 6 professors meet Director Su's criteria, while the others are also distinguished individuals, many holding titles such as Changjiang Scholars or Outstanding Youth Scholars. What kind of technology warrants the presence of so many academic luminaries for evaluation? Xiaozhang suppressed his curiosity and returned to his desk to compile a list and notify each individual. Approximately 20 minutes later, in the parking lot, over 30 professors who received the notice arrived one after another and boarded the bus heading to the airport. Their hearts brimmed with curiosity about what technology could possibly necessitate the evaluation by such an esteemed group from the academic community. Fortunately, Su Aimin did not keep them waiting long. Once everyone had arrived, he collected all their phones and disclosed the answer. You are all familiar with Lu Yun, I presume? The crowd nodded in unison. As researchers in biology, how could they not know Lu Yun? Not to mention his kidney cloning technology. Even his self-calibrating gene editing technique had been utilized by them, and all had spoken highly of it. Lu Yun has developed a gene modification technology. By altering the genes of mice, he caused 2 antennae to sprout from their heads, which could emit electric discharges akin to an electric eel. As he spoke, academician Su took out his phone and played a video sent to him by Wang Jiangwo. Upon witnessing the bluish-green arcs emitted by the mouse in the video, the crowd was momentarily stunned before erupting in exclamations. My goodness, this is science fiction come to life. I knew Lu Yun possessed a terrifying scientific talent, but I never anticipated he could achieve this breakthrough in gene modification technology. This invention is destined to be recorded in history. With this research achievement, Lu Yun is bound to shine as brightly as Newton and Einstein. Though astonished, everyone chose to believe. On one hand, this was due to Director Su's reputable endorsement. On the other, Lu Yun was not an overnight sensation. His prior accomplishments in kidney cloning and self-calibrating gene editing had already demonstrated his prowess in the realm of biotechnology, making this latest development somewhat plausible. In the midst of their astonishment, the crowd could not suppress their envy and jealousy. Standing alongside the likes of Newton and Einstein was a feat they had never dared to dream of, yet here was the 18-year-old Lu Yun, who had accomplished it. Amused by their own feelings, they found it somewhat humorous that, despite their age, they were envious of a young prodigy. After sharing a laugh, a wave of curiosity swept over them, as they eagerly anticipated witnessing the genetically modified white mouse and the exceptionally gifted Lu Yun in person. Driver, step on it. Let us go. Meanwhile, in the office of the West Water Branch in Hong City, Zhou Shuijin was sifting through a stack of yellowed kidnapping case files when suddenly, the ringing of his phone interrupted his thoughts. Who could it be? Zhou furrowed his brow, glancing at the caller ID Director Wang. He hurriedly answered the call, only to hear the serious voice of Director Wang. Old Zhou, assemble at the open-air parking lot in the West District immediately. Remember to bring your service weapon and recording device. Director Wang, what is going on? There are many participants in this operation. To save time, I will inform you all at once later. Understood. I'll set off right away. Zhou Shuijin quickly got up and jogged to the West District parking lot, where he discovered over 30 colleagues, all armed. Something significant was afoot. Was it a sting operation against traffickers? His pupils contracted at the thought. At that moment, Director Wang spoke up. According to directives from higher authorities, Lu Yun has achieved a significant scientific breakthrough, deemed of national strategic importance. A team led by academicians from the Academy of Sciences is en route to evaluate the research findings, to ensure the safety of Lu Yun and the academicians, and to prevent foreign entities from stealing our nation's strategic technology. The National Security Department has decided to temporarily seal off Lu Yun's company. This operation will be led by the Security Department, and we at the West Water Branch will do our utmost to assist, given the national interest at stake. Our branch cannot falter. We must successfully complete this mission. Hearing this, Zhou Shuijin was taken aback. The very Lu Yun he had personally apprehended had, after cloning a kidney, produced yet another groundbreaking research achievement, which the nation regarded as strategic. His talent was indeed extraordinary. At the same time, he felt an inexplicable surge of adrenaline and excitement. In his years of service, he had never encountered a mission of such national significance. This time he was all in. If foreign spies dared to come, they would certainly not return unscathed. All right, time is of the essence. I'll say no more. Let us move out. Director Wang's voice rang out once more. Subsequently, everyone piled into the police vehicles, their spirits ignited as they sped toward Hongcheng Technology. Approximately 5 minutes later, a formidable convoy arrived at the open space in front of the Hongcheng Technology office building, with dozens of vehicles racing in, over 20 of which belonged to the West Water Branch, while the rest were from the National Security Department, accompanied by the sound of tires grinding against the pavement. The vehicles gradually came to a halt. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Shuijin and his colleagues emerged from the police car, their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings as they erected a cordon to secure the nearby area. From the other vehicles, several men clad in police uniforms also disembarked in succession, their chest insignias emblazoned with the words Security Bureau, signifying their identities. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man with a crew cut and piercing eyes. He was Luo Xiong, the head of the Jiang Province Security Department. As he surveyed the imposing building before him, the details of Lu Yun flashed through his mind. Lu Yun, a student in the third year of high school at Hongcheng No. 2 High School, hailed from Hongcheng in Jiang Province. His father, Lu Chaqing, suffered from uremia, while his mother, Zhou Shui, was in good health. Lu Yun had publicly disclosed 3 significant research achievements: renal cloning technology, valued at over 100 billion; self-calibrating gene editing technology, which have become mainstream and transformed the reliance on Western gene editing techniques in our nation, and gene modification technology, regarded by academician Su Aimin as a strategic national technique. Academician Su had also remarked that in this era of intense global competition, the moment that would determine our nation's fate had arrived, and the emergence of this technology would serve as a considerable advantage in the struggle for national fortune. Merely recalling this information left Luo Xiong in a state of astonishment, acutely aware of the gravity of his mission. Should anything happen to Lu Yun, or if any of Lu Yun's groundbreaking technologies were to fall into the hands of foreign spies, he would be deemed culpable. I shall not permit such a calamity to occur, he vowed silently. With determination, he retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Lu Yun's number. Chapter 35. Enjoying the treatment of a national hero. The office building of Hongcheng Technology stands as a 6-story edifice. Given the current limited number of employees, all personnel have been allocated to the second floor, where the chairman's office is also situated. At this moment, within the chairman's office, Lu Yun, Jiang Hai, and Li Mani gazed down at the scene below, their expressions tinged with surprise. What could have prompted such a significant police presence at the company? It must be related to academician Wang Jiangwell. Let me make a call, Lu Yun remarked, unperturbed, as he retrieved his phone to contact academician Wang. Just then, an unfamiliar call came in, which he promptly answered. Hello, Mr. Lu Yun. This is Luo Xiong, head of the Security Department of Jiang Province. Following directives from higher authorities, in order to ensure your safety and that of the forthcoming team led by academician Su Aimin, as well as to prevent any potential theft of your technology by foreign entities, we must implement a lockdown of your company and conduct investigations on your employees. I hope you do not mind. A lockdown of the company? Investigating the employees? Lu Yun was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that a simple call to academician Wang would lead to such extensive measures. However, upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. The value of gene modification technology is immeasurable, and being the sole possessor of such knowledge worldwide would undoubtedly invite envy from other nations, particularly the United States, which might resort to any means necessary, especially in this critical moment of national fortune. Thus, even for the sake of avoiding trouble, protection from state forces was indeed warranted. With this in mind, Lu Yun responded, "Not at all. This is precisely what I require. However, I must inquire if arrangements have been made to protect my parents." Luo Xiong quickly replied, "Rest assured, Elite personnel from the capital have already been dispatched to Xie Hospital to ensure the safety of your parents around the clock. Lu Yun exhaled in relief and further asked, "Is there anything you need me to assist with?" Luo Xiong, wishing to avoid burdening Lu Yun with trivial matters, replied with a smile, "You may continue with your own affairs. Just give me a heads up if you intend to go out, as I need to prepare in advance to ensure everything is foolproof. As for company matters, I will liaise directly with your general manager, Li Peiqiang." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lu Yun ended the call and turned to Jiang Hai and Li Manny, stating, "I've clarified the situation. The police downstairs are not here to arrest anyone. They are from the National Security Department. Their mission is to prevent technological leaks while safeguarding both myself and the incoming team of academicians. They have been quite thoughtful, even arranging for 24-hour protection for my parents." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hai and Li Manny were profoundly shaken. The presence of the National Security Department providing round-the-clock protection was a privilege reserved for national heroes. Did this not imply that, in the eyes of the Security Department, Lu Yun had attained the status of a national figure? Yet, upon further contemplation, it was evident that Lu Yun was indeed worthy of such treatment. Meanwhile, the unusual happenings at Biotechnology had captured the attention of numerous passers-by. At a safe distance from the cordoned-off area, a crowd gathered to discuss the events, with some even pulling out their phones to capture the moment. What on earth is happening here? So many armed police officers have cordoned off the area. Could it be that a gruesome murder has taken place? Surely, it is not a homicide. I have been here since the officers arrived, and I observed everything clearly. The standard police are stationed outside, while those entering the building are members of the security department, who typically do not concern themselves with ordinary murders. If they are involved, it is likely related to espionage. Are you suggesting that an espionage case has unfolded here? It is entirely plausible. The company within this building, Biotechnology, is owned by Lu Yun, whose kidney cloning technology is exceedingly valuable, undoubtedly attracting spies. This is sensational news. I shall remain here. If I capture something noteworthy, it could go viral on Douyin. As time passed, the cordon remained in place, and the officers, including Zhou Shuijin, maintained a vigilant watch, while curious bystanders gathered. However, due to the lack of any significant events, the crowd gradually changed. Suddenly, a powerful siren blared, capturing the attention of the onlookers. They turned to see a special convoy approaching. At the forefront were 2 police cars with sirens blaring, followed by a luxurious bus, and 2 more police cars bringing up the rear. With such an impressive police escort, the individuals on that bus must be important. Could they be high-ranking officials? Those wishing to take photos should put their phones away. Videos of sensitive individuals would undoubtedly be removed from Douyin swiftly. The crowd murmured, their gaze fixed intently on the bus. After a while, the bus came to a halt in an open area, and the doors swung open, revealing passengers who disembarked in succession. Their attire was remarkably ordinary, and they appeared to be of advanced age, the youngest seemingly nearing 40, while the eldest might be over 70. This raised a wave of confusion among the crowd. These individuals did not appear to be high-ranking police officials. Suddenly, a bystander exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, I remember. I recognize 3 of them. They are academicians. Was there not a time when 15 esteemed academicians rallied in support of Lu Yun? These 3 are among those 15. The elderly gentleman at the forefront, if my memory serves me right, is Su Aimin, the dean of the biology department at the Academy of Sciences, an eminent figure in the domestic biological community, a true authority among authorities." The crowd was momentarily stunned, then swiftly began capturing footage on their phones to upload to Douyin. Almost immediately, viewers recognized the individuals disembarking from the bus. That is academician Wang Jianguo, a professor at Tsinghua University, a prominent figure. Isn't that Professor Li Ziyuan? A Chongjing scholar, indeed impressive. My goodness, I recognize them all. Aside from academician Wang Jianguo, the others are all professors from our Academy of Sciences biology department. What is going on? Why are so many professors abandoning their lectures to visit Lu Yun's company? I can assure you that these professors are not visiting Lu Yun's company for espionage. Rather, it is likely for other significant matters. Perhaps Lu Yun has achieved a groundbreaking result, prompting these professors to visit for a special tour. Could it be that a breakthrough in cancer research has been achieved? One might say there is indeed such a possibility, for Lu Yun possesses an astonishing talent in the realm of biotechnology. However, just as netizens were fervently discussing this matter, they suddenly discovered that the video had vanished, replaced by a message on the screen. The current content is in a non-public state. You do not have viewing rights. At that moment, Those who had viewed the video became even more convinced that Lu Yun had indeed made significant progress, and that the authorities had opted to suppress the news, leading to the deletion of the video from Douyin. Meanwhile, academician Su Aimin and his colleagues, accompanied by Lu Yun, arrived at the laboratory, where they witnessed firsthand the astonishing sight of a white mouse emitting blue-green arcs of electricity under Lu Yun's stimulation. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Academician Su Aimin, brimming with excitement, promptly posed the most pressing question. Given sufficient time and comprehensive support, could you perform similar genetic modifications on humans? Lu Yun nodded affirmatively. This simple word sent tremors of exhilaration through academician Su Aimin and his colleagues. Although they believed that humanity did not necessarily require the electric discharge capabilities of an electric eel, the need for genetic modification was undeniable. Throughout history, emperors have sought immortality. Ordinary people have yearned for immense strength, and patients have pursued health, all of which could be realized through genetic engineering. This represents the key to the future. One must ponder, when such technology is wielded by the hands of Huaxia, how could they not be filled with excitement? Chapter 36, The Path of Scientific Research. Where the accomplished lead. I find myself at an age where life is in its twilight, and yet I am fortunate enough to witness the birth of such remarkable technology. Crafted by a talented scientist like you, a true blessing indeed. Academician Su Aimin gazed at Lu Yun, his expression filled with profound emotion. He felt genuinely fortunate. Had such technology been developed by American scientists, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Upon hearing this, nearby academician Wang Jiangwo and others could not help but nod in agreement. Previously, Western media had perpetuated the notion that science knows no borders and that neither do scientists. However, recent events have unequivocally demonstrated that this is merely a ruse by Western nations. Not only do scientists have national affiliations, but science itself is also bound by borders. If gene modification technology were to fall into American hands, it would undoubtedly become a tool for suppressing China. With this thought in mind, the gathered individuals fixed their intense gazes upon Lu Yun, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Let us set aside such musings and return to the matter at hand. Su Aimin chuckled, shifting the conversation. We have gathered here not only to witness the electric mice firsthand, but also to conduct a comprehensive evaluation of this technology. This is crucial for our nation's response to such advancements and will influence the future trajectory of our biological sciences. Please, introduce us to this technology. And if you could share your research approach as well, that would be even better. Upon hearing this, the eminent scholars present perked up, eager to learn how Lu Yun had managed to genetically modify the mice to achieve such astonishing results. Truth be told, they introspected and acknowledged that they could not have accomplished such feats themselves. Lu Yun nodded and began. The approach is quite straightforward. When I set out to explore gene modification technology, I recognized a fundamental issue. Whether in humans or other animals, the body comprises trillions of cells. To execute gene modification, even for a modest goal, such as altering eye color, one must simultaneously modify millions of cells. Therefore, the optimal method is to develop artificial gene fragments that possess the same invasive capabilities as viruses. After nearly a month of experimentation, I succeeded in creating a gene fragment named the L-gene vector, electric eel module. It consists of 3 components: the viral capsid protein gene, the electric eel discharge gene module, and a self-destruct switch. Upon entering the mouse's body, it invades the skin cells located on the top of the head, transforming them into electric cells, which then self-organize to form tentacle-like structures. At this juncture, academician Su Aimin fully grasped Lu Yun's technical approach and felt a sense of wonderment. Such imaginative technological concepts surpassed his expectations. However, he also recognized potential risks associated with this technology and could not help but voice his concerns. According to your approach, the L-gene vector is designed to invade only the skin cells on the top of the mouse's head. But what if it spirals out of control and deviates from your intended design? For instance, it might invade the neurons of a mouse and transform them into electrical cells, leading to an immediate collapse of the nervous system and subsequent death of the creature. Moreover, you have mentioned that one of the modules of the L-gene vector is derived from a virus, which possesses formidable mutational capabilities. Should the L-gene vector undergo mutation, not only could it spread through the air, but it could also infect humans, resulting in a potential biochemical crisis. At that point, even if the self-destruct mechanism you designed were to function, severe consequences would have already ensued. Academician Su Aimin's expression was grave. Nonetheless, he continued to support this technology, insisting that the risks must remain within acceptable limits. Academician Hongcheng No and others recognized this issue as well. If the risks associated with gene modification technology were substantial, even the most advanced innovations would remain forever confined to the laboratory. Otherwise, the biochemical crises depicted in films could very well materialize. Lu Yun calmly remarked, "Professor Su, I comprehend your concerns, and I share them. Therefore, I have made ample preparations. How can we ensure that the L gene vector only invades the skin cells atop the mouse's head? I have established dual assurances. Firstly, I embedded two specific markers within the viral capsid protein. One is a spatial positioning protein that guarantees activation solely at the capillary endings of the mouse. The other is an epigenetic lock that, by detecting the level of DNA methylation in cells, ensures it acts exclusively on the skin cells atop the mouse's head. How do we prevent the L gene vector from mutating and spreading through the air? I implemented a triple interlocking design. Firstly, in environments above 5 degrees Celsius, the L gene vector must continuously absorb ADP from host cells for energy. If it becomes detached from the host for over 10 minutes, it will automatically degrade. Secondly, the vector contains RNA fragments sensitive to ozone, which will degrade automatically if exposed to air for over half a minute. Thirdly, upon contact with a genetically edited variant of collagen, the vector will also degrade automatically. Shortly, I will provide you with ample samples so that you may verify these through experimentation." As Lu Yun elucidated his concepts, academician Su Aimin and the others were once again astounded. As giants in the field of biology, they understood well that the dual assurances and triple interlocking designs mentioned by Lu Yun posed considerable technical challenges, akin to several layers of complexity. Yet, Lu Yun seamlessly integrated these designs into the L gene vector as effortlessly as one might drink water. In that moment, they gained a clear understanding of Lu Yun's scientific prowess, characterized by the genius of thought coupled with the brilliance of execution, two attributes they had long yearned for. Simultaneously, they were eager to witness the L gene vector and its effects firsthand. "Lu Yun, could you provide us with some samples now? We wish to commence validation immediately," academician Su Aimin said kindly. At that moment, he no longer viewed Lu Yun merely as a junior, but rather as a peer, despite the significant age and status disparity. In the realm of scientific inquiry, merit reigns supreme. Of course, Lu Yun nodded, recalling the moment when academician Hongcheng No informed him of the impending arrival of a team for a technical assessment. Seizing the opportunity afforded by his unparalleled control over his own body, he manufactured an abundance of L gene vector electrophorus modules, meticulously preserved within cryogenic sampling tubes. He promptly retrieved these tubes containing the L gene vectors and presented them to academician Su Aimin. Subsequently, academician Su organized the assembled professors into 3 distinct groups. The first tasked with conducting a thorough analysis of the L gene vector electrophorus modules. The second assigned to perform anatomical examinations on a pair of small white mice, each adorned with 2 antennae atop their heads. And the third group responsible for executing genetic modification experiments on 4 additional small white mice utilizing the L gene vectors, while meticulously observing and recording the entire process. Within the realm of biological experimentation, such tasks are typically relegated to the graduate students under the professor's supervision, who merely issue directives. Yet, at this moment, the professors displayed an enthusiastic eagerness to engage in these laborious tasks. The perfection of the L gene vector's structure was astonishing, akin to a masterpiece of art, devoid of any indication of artificial creation. Approximately 5 minutes later, a professor in his 40s, utilizing a 2-photon confocal microscope, beheld the L gene vector and could not suppress an exclamation of awe. His name was Li Ziyuan. Despite his youthful age, he held the esteemed title of Changjiang Scholar, making him a coveted figure whom ordinary universities would find difficult to recruit. Li Ziyuan was not exaggerating. The composition of the L gene vector was indeed flawless, with 3 distinct modules seamlessly interconnecting, leaving one to ponder how Lu Yun achieved such an extraordinary feat as academician Shou Qin-shan. Li Ziyuan's former mentor from his graduate studies approached. Li instinctively made way for him. Academician Zhou, while expressing his admiration, scrutinized the genetic sequence of the L gene vector through the microscope. The more he observed, the more he grasped the magnitude of Lu Yun's technical prowess. Feeling a wave of realization wash over him, in the realm of genetic technology, he had been surpassed by this emerging talent. Upon hearing Zhou's remarks, those nearby felt a restless anticipation akin to kittens scratching at their hearts, eager for a glimpse themselves. However, academician Zhou remained steadfast at the microscope, showing no inclination to relinquish his position. "Academician Zhou, you've been observing for 2 minutes. May we have our turn?" implored one. Old Joe, you can only look for 1 more minute. There are so many waiting, urged another. 5 more minutes. Just 5 more minutes. Academician Joe, despite knowing the collective eagerness, longed to extend his viewing time. 2 minutes, and that's the maximum I'll allow. If you do not vacate the microscope afterward, I shall not grant you any advantages in our future chess games, threatened an elder academician, unable to contain his frustration. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Hai, who stood silently to the side, widened his eyes in astonishment. Although he too was a university professor, he was merely a minor figure, devoid of any prestigious titles. In stark contrast, the esteemed scholars before him all held at least the distinguished title of Changjiang Scholar, rendering them titans within the academic realm. At this moment, these eminent figures were inexplicably vying with one another to be the first to observe the L-gene vector developed by Lu Yun under the microscope, exchanging fierce words in the process. Should their students catch sight of such a spectacle, they might very well question their own existence. Chapter 37 Announcement. He is a national talent. Meanwhile, at Hongcheng Technology's open office space, the company's general manager, Li Peiqiang, approached with a grave expression and stated, "Everyone, please pause your current tasks. I have an important matter to discuss. As you are all aware, President Liu has made a significant breakthrough that has garnered the attention of the nation. Not only has a team of academicians been dispatched for evaluation, but personnel from the security department have also been sent for counter-espionage efforts. Currently, agents from the National Security Department have conducted a comprehensive inspection of our office premises, and they will soon be interviewing each employee. Please line up according to your employee ID and proceed to conference room 1. Chen Wei, as you are employee number 2, you may go now. There is no need to be anxious. This is akin to a political review. As long as you have no connections to foreign espionage forces, there is nothing to worry about." Upon hearing Li Peiqiang's words, Chen Wei stood up and walked towards conference room 1 with an air of ease. With all her family residing domestically and no overseas ties, she truly had little to fear. The other employees remained calm, engaging in casual conversation. To be honest, I was quite startled when the police first arrived, thinking there might be a dangerously hidden criminal among the staff. I never anticipated they were here to protect our boss and prevent our technology from being pilfered by foreign entities. What has our boss discovered to warrant such a grand display? It must be more impressive than kidney cloning technology. Otherwise, the nation wouldn't place such importance on it. This is indeed a fortuitous event for us. The more advanced the technology our boss develops, the brighter the company's prospects will be. As long-standing members of the company, seizing this opportunity could mean a future free from financial worry. Indeed, the company already offers us generous salaries, and with such promising prospects, we must dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly. The excitement among the crowd grew, their faces reflecting their satisfaction with the company. However, one individual was gripped by anxiety, Lu Zhilong. Though he appeared composed on the surface, despair was quickly consuming him. It's over. It's over. Chen Wei is employee number 2, and I am employee number 3. I will soon be called in for questioning by the security personnel. If I reveal any flaws, my life will be ruined. I should never have been so greedy. Damn it. X, you are going to ruin me. Lu Zhilong completely forgot that just a few hours prior, he had been overjoyed when his cryptocurrency account received a transfer of virtual currency worth 300,000 RMB from X, expressing gratitude for the opportunity to amass wealth. Time passed slowly. In the laboratory, with sufficient manpower, 3 experimental groups began to yield results. The L-gene vector was introduced into 25 separate culture mediums, with each medium containing only one type of mouse cell, including mouse neuronal cells, mouse red blood cells, and so forth. The experimental results indicated that the L-gene vector had no adverse effects on any mouse cells, including the skin cells on the mouse's head. Based on the experimental findings, it can be inferred that the spatial localization protein within the L-gene vector indeed played a role, activating only at the capillary ends of the mice, where the viral shell protein gene contained within the L-gene vector would be triggered. Upon exposing the L-gene vector to air at a temperature of 0 degrees Celsius, signs of self-degradation began to manifest after half a minute, and by 3 minutes, the L-gene vector had lost its functionality. Analysis confirmed that the responsible factor was the RNA segment within the L-gene vector that is sensitive to ozone. Lu Yun provided 13 types of human cell samples, including epithelial cells, red blood cells, and lymphocytes, which were placed in various culture media before being introduced to the L-gene vector. The results indicated that the L-gene vector posed no threat to these human cells. Dissection results from the first mouse revealed that only a portion of the skin cells on its head had transformed into electric cells, with no signs of invasion from the L gene vector in other areas of the mouse's body. Upon injecting the L gene vector into mice numbered 2 through 5, within 13 minutes, all 4 mice began to exhibit signs of discomfort, seemingly in extreme pain, as 2 lumps gradually formed on their heads. After 35 minutes, the mice gradually lost consciousness, yet the antennae on their heads began to take shape. As the experimental results emerged, academicians such as Su Aimin and Wang Zhengwo found themselves increasingly exhilarated. These findings indicated that the L gene vector electric eel module developed by Lu Yun not only successfully performed genetic modification on the mice, but also did so in a safe and controllable manner. It only invaded the skin cells on the mice's heads, leaving all other cells in the mice's bodies and human cells entirely unharmed. If exposed to air, removed from the mice's bodies for over 10 minutes, or in contact with genetically edited collagen variant proteins, it would commence self-degradation. Effective, safe, controllable. This was deemed nearly perfect, requiring almost no alterations. This was the evaluation given by Su Aimin and his colleagues regarding the L gene vector. Simultaneously, they found it astonishing. Typically, any new achievement necessitates countless refinements to yield an ideal outcome. Take the electric light, for instance. Edison conducted 600 experiments before successfully creating a lasting incandescent bulb. Yet, Lu Yun's L gene vector electric eel module exhibited such perfection in its inaugural animal trial. Lu Yun, how did you accomplish this? Are you an unconventional genius akin to Ramanujan, deriving the perfect L gene vector in your dreams? Su Aimin could not help but inquire. Ramanujan? Lu Yun recalled having watched a video introducing this legendary mathematician on Douyin, who, relying on intuition, invented thousands of mathematical formulas but only recorded the results without the proofs, as he did not know them. When questioned, he claimed that these formulas were bestowed upon him by a goddess in his dreams. Lu Yun pondered for a moment before responding, I am unlike Ramanujan, not that kind of intuitive genius. However, I may have been fortunate. While researching kidney cloning technology, I succeeded after only a few experiments, and this time, luck was even more on my side. In my very first animal experiment, I discovered the L gene vector to be nearly perfect. He found himself at a loss, unable to divulge that he had indeed worked diligently, conducting 535 experiments through absolute mastery over his body. Your fortune is truly remarkable. I cannot help but feel a twinge of envy. Academician Su Aimin, without a moment's hesitation, placed his trust in Lu Yun's words, for genius often defies reason. Many breakthroughs in the annals of science arose from serendipitous moments, much like the discovery of penicillin and the invention of the microwave oven. The others, upon hearing this, were also filled with admiration. In the realm of science, luck is indeed an integral part of one's prowess. Lu Yun, already a prodigious talent, possessed an almost terrifying fortune. Was the path of research not rendered effortless for such an individual? A life like that would undoubtedly be exceedingly delightful. Awake. Subject number 3 has awakened. At that moment, a professor exclaimed with palpable excitement. Everyone turned to see that the injected mouse had indeed regained consciousness. Its 2 antennae fully formed and approximately 3 centimeters in length. I shall test whether it can discharge electricity, the professor declared, hastily donning an insulating suit and positioning himself before the cage containing the mouse. He extended his right hand, feigning an attempt to strike the creature. Startled, the mouse leapt into the air, baring its teeth and squeaking in alarm, while 2 arcs of bluish-green electricity shot forth from its antennae. It is a success. The genetic modification has been achieved. In that moment, academician Su Aimin and the others erupted in applause, fully aware that this triumph signified not merely a successful genetic alteration but also a monumental leap for Huaxia, surpassing the West in the realm of genetic technology, a long-held aspiration. After a considerable interval, the applause gradually subsided. This assessment of the L gene vector, electric eel template, could be deemed a flawless conclusion. At this juncture, academician Su turned his gaze to Lu Yun and solemnly remarked, Lu Yun, I must broach a rather serious topic with you. Although academician Wang Zhengwo has already conveyed this, I feel compelled to reiterate. Genetic modification technology is of strategic significance to our nation and must not fall into the hands of other countries. Should you develop relevant products, we must align with national strategies regarding export considerations. Without hesitation, Lu Yun replied, I remain steadfast in my response. I am more than willing to cooperate. Having been nurtured in this land and now possessing the capability, he was eager to contribute in whatever way he could for his country. Excellent. Your affirmation suffices. Academician Su beamed, patting Lu Yun on the shoulder. Now, I must make a phone call to report the results of the technical assessment to the leadership and discuss how our nation should address the implications of genetic modification technology. Should we maintain complete confidentiality or acknowledge the existence of this technology while vigilantly preventing its leakage? What policies should we implement to support its development? In any case, there is much to deliberate, though I believe it will ultimately be favorable news for you. With that, Academician Su exited the laboratory, seeking an unoccupied room to retrieve a specialized mobile device and dial a 4-digit number. Esteemed leader, the results of the technical assessment regarding gene modification technology have been finalized. The current conclusion indicates that it is effective, safe, and controllable. Lu Yun possesses considerable confidence in human genetic modification, and we, the members of the academic community, share this confidence in him. We firmly believe that at this juncture, there is no one but Lu Yun capable of advancing this technology further. Indeed, I advocate for the public announcement of this technology's existence. On one hand, this is due to Lu Yun's character. Being a young individual, he thrives on positive reinforcement. The more recognition and admiration his research garners, the stronger his motivation becomes. On the other hand, we are at a pivotal moment in our nation's destiny, and we require uplifting news. While this may pose certain risks to Lu Yun's safety, I trust that no matter how adept foreign spies may be, they cannot inflict harm upon our national treasures within our own territory. Shall we announce it today? CCTV will promptly dispatch reporters for an interview, subsequently airing the news in tonight's broadcast. Splendid! We must unveil our prowess and proclaim to the world that we are the frontrunners in the realm of genetic technology. And we are leagues ahead. I shall inform Lu Yun forthwith. Chapter 38. The Journalist's Interview. The National Honor Medal upon returning to the laboratory. Academician Su Aimin turned to Lu Yun with a smile and remarked that the nation had decided to publicly unveil his gene modification technology. A reporter from CCTV would soon arrive to interview him, which would be broadcast during the evening news program. Furthermore, relevant departments would assist him in organizing a technology launch conference, inviting journalists and scholars from around the globe to attend. This would inform the world that he had rewritten the laws of nature, granting animals the ability for controllable genetic evolution. Once the technology matures, humanity too could attain the same capability. Moreover, it would demonstrate to the world that China had already taken a significant lead in the field of genetic technology. As Su Aimin spoke, his emotions swelled with excitement. He felt elated for Lu Yun, for the scientific advancements of their homeland, and for those who, like him, persisted in the domestic pursuit of biotechnology. When they had achieved their academic success, they had opportunities to develop abroad, yet they chose to remain in their homeland. Understanding that the field of biotechnology would not flourish without dedicated individuals, their greatest aspiration had been to surpass the West in this domain, and now, that dream was becoming a reality. Due to differing life experiences, Lu Yun was unaware of Su Aimin's thoughts, yet he too felt a surge of excitement. While his interest in the technology launch conference was moderate, the prospect of appearing on the national news captivated him. This program held the highest prestige in the country, and being featured on it would undoubtedly be a pinnacle moment in his life. At that moment, academician Su Aimin shared another piece of good news. The leaders had instructed him to convey that when Lu Yun's technology matured enough to provide humanity with safe and controllable genetic evolution capabilities, he would be awarded the National Honor Medal. As his words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone instinctively gasped in astonishment. The National Honor Medal is undoubtedly the highest accolade bestowed by the nation, an honor so challenging to attain that it seems akin to scaling the heavens. Those who had previously received this award, such as Academician Yu and Academician Yuan, were all legendary figures. Lu Yun had never anticipated that he might have the opportunity to receive such a prestigious medal. Similarly, Academicians Wang Zhengwo, Jiang Hai, Li Mani, and others present in the laboratory were equally stunned by this explosive revelation. However, upon reflection, they found it quite reasonable. When Lu Yun enabled humanity to achieve safe and controllable genetic evolution, it heralded a new epoch, an era belonging to superhumans, its significance rivaling that of inventing controllable nuclear fusion. Such an accomplishment undoubtedly merited the National Honor Medal. Lu Yun, congratulations. Not only will you be featured on the national news, but you are also poised to become the youngest recipient of the National Honor Medal. Lu Yun, we eagerly anticipate the day you receive the National Honor Medal. Everyone extended their heartfelt blessings to Lu Yun, hoping for that moment to arrive sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, in Hongcheng, CCTV journalist Sun Rue was preparing to interview a certain enterprise when he suddenly received a phone call. Upon seeing the caller ID, he quickly answered, "Director Yang." "What is it?" "All right, I'm setting off now." With that, Sun Rue hung up the phone, inhaled deeply, and addressed the driver, "Zhang Tao, Brother Zhang. Please adjust the navigation to Hongcheng Hung for eternity, and Show for lifespan." "Was that the station director who just called you?" "What did he say?" Zhang Tao, a seasoned cameraman with over a decade at CCTV, was intrigued, as it was rare for the station director to directly contact frontline reporters. Sun Rue, somewhat taken aback, replied, "Indeed, Director Yang just called. He informed me that Lu Yun, who previously pioneered kidney cloning technology, has made a significant breakthrough. He has developed controllable gene modification technology. In the laboratory, he has genetically altered a small white mouse, enabling it to grow two antennae on its head and emit electric shocks like an electric eel. This signifies that our nation is now at the forefront of genetic technology globally and suggests that humanity will acquire the ability for controlled genetic evolution. The National Propaganda Department has mandated that we at CCTV immediately interview Lu Yun at his company and ensure the segment airs on tonight's news broadcast." "Wow." Zhang Tao gasped in astonishment. "They've actually achieved gene evolution?" "Yes, gene evolution, a concept previously confined to the realm of science fiction, has become a reality. And it has been accomplished by the mere 18-year-old Lu Yun. This is utterly mind-boggling." Sun Rue's face was etched with shock. Glancing at the time on his phone, he suddenly grew anxious. "Brother Zhang, please hurry and update the navigation. It's already 6:20. We have only 40 minutes left before the news broadcast begins. And our time for the interview is limited." With a screech, the car veered sharply as Zhang Tao expertly maneuvered the steering wheel, laughing, "Don't worry. I'm an experienced driver and will get you to the interview with Lu Yun, the one who will usher humanity into the era of genetic evolution, as swiftly as possible." At 6:45, Hongcheng Technology Laboratory, the interview commenced. Lu Yun stood before 5 cages, each containing a small white mouse with two antennae atop its head. Under the stimulation of a professor clad in an insulated suit, all 5 mice erupted into a frenzy, their antennae discharging bluish-green arcs of electricity. Witnessing this spectacle, even though Sun Rue had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback, feeling a tingling shock at the sheer potency of such genetic modification technology, an ability that seemed to belong only to the divine. However, as a top reporter for CCTV, he quickly shifted into professional mode and posed the questions he had meticulously prepared. "Mr. Lu Yun, are these the genetically modified mice? How do they generate electricity? Can such gene modification techniques be applied to humans?" With a smile, Lu Yun responded, "Indeed, these 5 mice have undergone genetic modification. They can emit electricity because they have been injected with my researched L gene carrier, electric eel module, which is an artificial gene fragment that integrates the electric discharge gene of the electric eel. This marks my initial foray into technology, and I have yet to contemplate its application to humanity. Moreover, the majority of ordinary individuals do not require the electrical discharges of an electric eel, rendering it impractical. However, I am confident that in the near future, I shall enable humanity to attain controllable genetic evolutionary capabilities." Sun Rue inquired further, "I believe many are concerned with a particular question. If one were to undergo genetic modification, would it impact their descendants?" Lu Yun shook his head and replied, "Before addressing this question, I must provide a brief scientific explanation. Human cells can be categorized into 2 types: somatic cells, such as skin and cardiac cells, and germ cells, namely sperm and egg cells. Should one only modify somatic cells, the effects would be confined to oneself and would not be inherited by future generations. My genetic alterations in laboratory mice pertain solely to somatic cells." At 6:55, the interview concluded. Sun Rue glanced at the time displayed on his phone, exhaling a sigh of relief, and hurriedly sent the interview video to the station director. At CCTV, in the back end of the news broadcast program, Director Yang received the video and finally felt a sense of relief. After forwarding the video to the program's producer, he promptly called the leaders of the National Publicity Department. The interview task has been successfully completed. The news is scheduled to air at 7:15 and will conclude by 7:18. At that time, the CCTV News Douyin account and other online platforms will immediately update with relevant content. 3 minutes later, in the Content Operation Department of Douyin, the department head received a call from the National Publicity Department. The CCTV News Douyin account will release a video at 7:18. We need to ensure priority traffic for our users to view it promptly. Understood. It is our duty to cooperate with national publicity. And our Douyin platform will certainly execute this task diligently. In the Weibo platform's operation department, the department head also received a call. The CCTV News Weibo account will update at 7:18, and we must prioritize traffic? All right, I understand. Weibo will fully cooperate with national publicity. Before 7:10, provincial television stations across the nation, along with major online platforms such as Douyin, Weibo, and Tencent, received directives to collaborate with national publicity. The recipients of these calls could not help but feel curious about the significant event occurring domestically, prompting such a grand mobilization. Consequently, even those who typically do not watch the news broadcast found themselves awaiting the report scheduled for 7:15, glued to their mobile screens. Meanwhile, employees of Hongcheng Technology were also aware that tonight's news broadcast would feature an interview with Lu Yun, leading them to remain at the office after hours, intently focused on their phone screens in anticipation of the news release. Chapter 39, a major event captivating the nation. Among those eagerly awaiting the broadcast are longtime viewers of the news program, including Chen Weihua, the chemistry teacher of Class 5 in the senior year at Hongcheng No. High School. Chen has long cultivated the habit of watching the news daily. Tonight, while on duty, he distributed an examination paper to his students. Observing them diligently engaged in their work, he retreated to the senior office and opened his phone to watch the news. To avoid disturbing his colleagues, he donned a Bluetooth headset. Due to a strong cold front, many regions in northern China are experiencing extreme weather, with winds reaching levels 9 to 10. The United States has announced a tariff increase on our products to 245. Upon reading this news, Cheng mused to himself that the rivalry between great powers has intensified. Aside from refraining from employing military force, they are fiercely competing in trade and technology. As Cheng contemplated making a conscious effort to purchase domestic products to contribute to this national endeavor, the anchor transitioned to the next story. Today, a significant breakthrough was achieved in the field of genetic technology in our country. Young scientist Lu Yun successfully enabled laboratory mice to acquire electric discharge capabilities akin to that of an electric eel through his independently developed L gene carrier. What? Cheng paused, questioning his own perception. Genetic modification allowing mice to discharge electricity? Surely, this is the plot of a science fiction film. How could such a thing possibly exist in reality? Yet, in the next moment, the footage on his phone changed. 5 mice, adorned with 2 antennae atop their heads, indeed emitted arcs of blue-green electricity. Then, a familiar face appeared, none other than Lu Yun, the most renowned student of Class 1 in his senior year at Hongcheng No. 2 High School. Currently being interviewed by a reporter. Gasped. Cheng involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. I am not hallucinating. This is indeed real. The genetic modification technology of science fiction has materialized in reality, and it is our student Lu Yun who has made this astonishing discovery. Suddenly recalling that Lu Yun's homeroom teacher, Wang Xiaomei, was also in the office, he quickly rose, removed his headset, and rushed to her desk, excitedly handing her the phone while exclaiming, Teacher Wang, your student Lu Yun has accomplished something monumental. He's on the news. What? Wang Xiaomei was momentarily stunned, but instinctively turned her gaze toward the phone, her eyes widening as the news program played Lu Yun's interview. On screen, Lu Yun stated, Indeed. These 5 mice have undergone genetic modification. They can discharge electricity because they were injected with my research's L gene carrier, electric eel module. My goodness, Wang Xiaomei was so exhilarated that she stood up, her body slightly trembling. She never imagined that after Lu Yun had developed renal cloning technology, he would achieve such a remarkable breakthrough and even appear on the national news. What an extraordinary honor! As Lu Yun's teacher, she would bask in this glory for the rest of her life. Wang Xiaomei pondered for a moment before posting on her WeChat moments. My student, Lu Yun, has successfully conducted genetic modifications on mice, endowing them with electric discharge capabilities akin to those of an electric eel. The news program is currently airing an interview with Lu Yun. Soon after, her cousin Jiang highlighted the post. As he watched Lu Yun engaging enthusiastically with esteemed academicians such as Su Aimin and Wang Zhangwo, feeling somewhat out of place in the corner of the lab, silently scrolling through his WeChat feed. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaomei hurried to Class 1 of the 3rd year, her excitement palpable as she announced to her students, I have wonderful news. Lu Yun is on the news program. You can all open your phones to watch the live broadcast. Don't worry about it being self-study time. I grant you permission to watch. Hearing their homeroom teacher, the students were momentarily taken aback, but quickly retrieved their phones to catch the live broadcast of the news program. Having taken over 2 minutes to run from her office to the classroom, the content had since changed. On the screen, a reporter was interviewing a sprightly elderly gentleman with gray hair. The reporter stated, "This is academician Su Aimin, the dean of the School of Biology at the Academy of Sciences and the director of the Institute of Biological Research. Let us hear his thoughts on Lu Yun's genetic modification technology." Su Aimin replied, "Lu Yun's technology represents the most significant biotechnological revolution since Darwin. It not only signifies that animals can achieve controllable genetic evolution, but also offers humanity the prospect of regulated genetic advancement. This simultaneously indicates that in the realm of genetic technology, our nation is far ahead of the world." As this segment concluded, the classroom erupted in excitement. "No way. Lu Yun has developed genetic modification technology? Are we going to become X-Men?" exclaimed one student who had missed the earlier part of the news. "Where can we find it?" Another voice called out, "Look at Douyin's trending list. The interview with Lu Yun is at the top. It's also trending on Weibo." The homepage of Penguin News has prominently featured this news. It seemed as if all platforms had coordinated to promote the story, undoubtedly with the involvement of relevant authorities. "Wow, Lu Yun is incredible," another student exclaimed. "Did you see the video? Those 5 mice were emitting electric arcs. Are they still mice? They've transformed into Picachus. We have a genius of Einstein's caliber in Class 1. This statement seemed lacking in grandeur, and after a brief pause, the back row student Wang Feng, known as the Battle God, recalled a memorable quote from an online novel. "Our Class 1 has produced a dragon." Simultaneously, on Douyin, under the guidance of platform operators. The video just released by the CCTV news account not only soared to the top of the trending list, but was also pushed to millions of users. Consequently, Douyin was set ablaze with excitement. "Wow, Lu Yun is phenomenal. I once believed that Lu Yun's advancement in kidney cloning technology marked the pinnacle of his career. However, I was astounded when he swiftly unveiled his groundbreaking genetic modification technology. This achievement is truly remarkable. From this moment forth, Lu Yun's stature within the scientific community can be likened to that of Newton and Einstein. In the realm of genetic technology, our nation stands unparalleled on the global stage." The words of academician Su Aimin resonate with invigorating delight. At this pivotal moment in our national destiny, such exhilarating news has emerged, greatly uplifting our spirits. The comments section beneath the news video released by CCTV rapidly surpassed 100,000 and then soared beyond 1 million. The collective excitement was palpable. As individuals scrolling through Douyin frequently encountered short videos addressing tariffs, trade rivalries, and technological competition, they became acutely aware that in the battle for national prosperity, there was no option to retreat, and the technological race was an integral aspect of the struggle. Now, with Lu Yun's genetic modification technology making its grand debut, even though we are still in the animal testing phase and true human genetic evolution remains a distant goal, there is no doubt that this has significantly bolstered morale and hope. Simultaneously, netizens who caught wind of the news developed a keen interest in Lu Yun. Journalists from various media outlets in Hongcheng, along with self-media influencers, swiftly drove toward his company's location, with many eager to capitalize on the momentum by initiating live broadcasts. Among them was Su Shanhe, a fervent supporter of Lu Yun, who excitedly proclaimed, "Brothers, I learned of Lu Yun's major breakthrough this afternoon. This is no exaggeration." Around 10 o'clock that morning, Lu Yun's company, Hongcheng Technology, was cordoned off by authorities, and passers-by captured videos that were later uploaded to Douyin. At that moment, many speculated that there might be a spy attempting to steal Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology. By early afternoon, a luxurious bus, escorted by police vehicles, arrived at Hongcheng Technology, disembarking dozens of individuals, all of whom were professors from the Academy of Sciences School of Biology, including several academicians. Many began to conjecture that there had been no espionage incident. Rather, these esteemed professors had come to witness Lu Yun's significant achievement firsthand. I share this belief. However, the related videos were swiftly removed from Douyin, leaving few aware of the event. Now, with the truth revealed, it is indeed confirmed that Lu Yun has made a monumental breakthrough in genetic modification technology. What does this entail? We stand on the brink of potentially becoming superhumans. For instance, some individuals are born with superior intelligence, others possess striking beauty. Some exhibit extraordinary musical talent, and others are exceptionally gifted in matters of romance, all of which are determined by genetics. Through genetic modification, we could amalgamate these exceptional traits within ourselves, evolving into superhumans. If the technology advances further, We may even acquire remarkable abilities akin to those of mutants in the Marvel Universe. Indeed, there is a genuine possibility, as evidenced by the genetically modified mice capable of emitting electricity. Upon hearing Su Shana's words, the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but indulge in their imaginations. If Lu Yun's technology were to mature, allowing humanity to attain controllable genetic modifications, what abilities would I desire? Perhaps an intelligence gene module, a beauty gene module, a physical prowess gene module. I would want them all. And of course, the ability to fight like a chariot warrior, reminiscent of Lao AI. At that moment, Su Shana spoke again. My friends, I almost forgot to solicit your assistance. Lu Yun also has a Douyin account, given his exceptional qualities. Having merely over 3 million followers is simply unacceptable. Please take a moment to follow him. Upon hearing this, everyone began to contemplate. Is Lu Yun truly exceptional? His scientific prowess is undeniable, certainly on par with Einstein, and his character is equally commendable. He once spent an entire day in detention to save his father. And he possesses a sense of morality, pricing cloned kidneys at no more than 100,000 yuan. As they reflected on this, they realized how remarkably outstanding one individual could be. It was clear that they must extend their support to Lu Yun. Consequently, his Douyin account witnessed a significant surge in followers. Simultaneously, at Biotechnology's open office area, employees such as Li Peiqiang, Chen Weihua, and Lu Zhilong were engaged in lively discussions. Lu Yun had just appeared on a news program, and as employees of the company, they felt a swell of pride, knowing that it would enhance their standing when introducing their work to friends in the future. Just then, Luo Xiang, the head of the provincial security department, approached with 5 subordinates. 2 of them feigned casualness as they passed by Lu Zhilong, only to suddenly subdue him by twisting his arms behind his back. What are you doing? Let me go? Lu Zhilong shouted in panic. Earlier in the afternoon, when questioned by the security personnel, he had been released after just a few minutes, leading him to believe he had not raised any suspicions. He felt at ease celebrating with his colleagues, unaware that the security department would act so suddenly. Lu Zhilong, cease your struggles. During the questioning this afternoon, I noticed your evasive gaze, indicating potential issues. Although I lacked evidence then, I had someone keep an eye on you to prevent any attempts to flee or engage in further dangerous actions. Now, I have obtained the evidence, Luo Xiang stated coldly. A month ago, you unexpectedly received 2 transfers, one of 100,000 yuan and another of 200,000 yuan. Furthermore, based on conclusions drawn from the carrier's deep packet inspection technology, on that very day, you downloaded the Telegram application on your mobile device. From that day onward, you have been using Telegram almost daily to converse with accounts located overseas. Have you prepared an explanation? Do not attempt to lie. The very phone you have been using is currently on your person, and a simple examination will reveal everything. Chapter 40, The Spy's Capture. Universally condemned after hearing Luo Xiang's words, Lu Zhilong felt as if a weight had been lifted from his heart, only to be replaced by a sudden weakness in his legs, rendering him unable to stand. Had he not been seized by 2 security agents who had restrained his hands behind his back, he would have collapsed to the ground. With such a fragile constitution, how could he ever aspire to be a spy? Luo Xiang, having dedicated 20 years to the National Security Department and apprehended countless spies, understood all too well that Lu Zhilong was not remorseful for his misdeeds. He was merely aware that imprisonment awaited him. With a cold snort, he stepped forward and retrieved Lu Zhilong's phone from his pocket. Upon discovering that the screen was locked, he raised the device and aimed the front-facing camera at Lu Zhilong's face. In the next moment, the face recognition was successful. Luo Xiang's gaze fell upon the Telegram application on the phone's home screen. He casually opened it, uncovering an extensive chat history with a user named X. To his astonishment, he noted that at 9:41 this morning, Lu Zhilong had sent X a video in which Lu Yun, clad in an insulating suit, was subjecting a white mouse to stimuli, causing 2 antennae atop the mouse's head to emit bluish-green arcs of electricity. Who is X? Luo Xiang inquired, his expression impassive as he regarded Lu Zhilong. I don't know who he is, Lu Zhilong stammered, his composure shattered, tears streaming down his face. On the 3rd day after I joined Lu Yun's team for the cloning kidney animal experiment, X added me on WeChat, claiming he had a business proposal for me. And he directly transferred 100,000 to me. It dawned on me that he was after Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology, but succumbing to greed. I didn't delete him from my contacts. Under his guidance, I even downloaded the Telegram application. Thus, with his psychological defenses completely obliterated, Lu Zhilong recounted the entirety of his criminal actions, then, with a flicker of hope, asked, "Officer, I truly don't know who X is. And my actions haven't led to serious consequences. If I return the illicit funds, surely my sentence won't be lengthy, right?" Huh. Luo Xiang suddenly grasped Lu Zhilong's chin, stating, "X's instructions to you were to kidnap Lu Yun if necessary, and Lu Yun is the inventor of a nationally strategic technology. A national treasure scientist specifically protected by our security department. Not only did you attempt to steal state secrets, but you also plotted to abduct Lu Yun. And you dare to hope for a lenient sentence." Lu Zhilong's pupils dilated, his face paling in terror. At that moment, Lu Yun happened to approach, observing Lu Zhilong, whose hands were restrained behind his back. He inquired, "I heard crying from the laboratory, so I came to see what was happening." Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, the employees who had gathered around began to speak. "President Lu Zhilong is a spy. From the third day after he joined your kidney cloning animal experiment team, he was enticed by someone named X, who aimed to steal your kidney cloning technology. He even claimed that X had threatened him, intending to kidnap you to obtain the technology, though he never truly considered going through with it." "Huh," Lu Yun replied, "in my opinion. He didn't refrain from contemplating it. He simply hadn't found the opportunity." This morning, Lu Zhilong sent a video to X, showcasing genetically modified mice emitting blue-green arcs. Consequently, he acquired virtual currency worth 300,000 yuan. He also promised X that he would find a way to steal the relevant technology. The genetic modification technology is a strategic asset of our nation, and his actions are not only a betrayal of the company but also tantamount to treason. Lu Zhilong, in his ignorance, remains oblivious to X's true identity and even the nation he represents. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun regarded Lu Zhilong with a cold stare, astonished that this individual, merely 3 days after joining his cloned organ research team, had already been compromised. However, he had prepared for such treachery, firmly retaining control over the core technologies of genetic restrainers and collagen variant proteins. Even the super agent Ethan Hunt from the film Mission Impossible could not pilfer the complete kidney cloning technology, let alone Lu Zhilong. Zhang Hai, who exited the laboratory alongside Lu Yun, was equally incensed, his face pale with fury. For Lu Zhilong was his graduate student and the very individual he had introduced to Lu Yun. At that moment, Luo Xiong approached and inquired, "Mr. Lu Yun, do you have anything to say to Lu Zhilong?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhilong instinctively looked up, his gaze clashing with Lu Yun's. His lips moved as if he wished to speak. Lu Yun shot Lu Zhilong a frigid glance and then addressed Luo Xiong, "I have nothing to say to a traitor. Just take him away. Let justice prevail." Luo Xiong nodded and signaled to the 2 security agents restraining Lu Zhilong, who promptly covered Lu Zhilong's mouth and escorted him away. Lu Zhilong struggled, attempting to utter something, but found himself silenced. Ultimately, he could only frantically shift his gaze, taking in the faces surrounding him. He saw his mentor Zhang Hai, who had always treated him kindly, now glaring at him with a face of thunder. He noticed his classmates Chen Weihua and Yu Kai, who had joined Hongcheng Technology alongside him, now looking at him with disdain. Each of these scenes was painfully vivid, filling him with profound regret. Yet, in this world, there are no remedies for regret. As Lu Zhilong was taken away, the company employees erupted in applause. "Well done, Mr. Lu. Lu Zhilong, for his selfish gains, betrayed his mentor, his company, and his nation without a shred of integrity. There is nothing more to discuss with such scum. Our company offers excellent benefits and a promising future. Lu Zhilong squandered this opportunity, and whatever sentence he receives is well-deserved. Lu Zhilong is accused of stealing national strategic technology and even of kidnapping a scientist protected by the state, ensuring he will face severe consequences. Truly, a gratifying turn of events." Zhang Hai added with bitterness, "As Lu Zhilong's academic advisor, I will report this to the school, and they will swiftly expel him." Soon enough, Lu Zhilong vanished from sight, marking the conclusion of this farce. As the workday had concluded and the news broadcast featuring the interview with Lu Yun had already aired, the staff began to bid their farewells and head home. Lu Yun glanced at the time and noticed it was already 7:20. He turned his gaze towards academician Su Aimin and his colleagues nearby, saying, "It is time for dinner. Allow me to find a nearby restaurant for us to dine together. You have traveled a great distance from the capital and provided me with significant assistance. I must seize this opportunity to treat you." Academician Su Aimin and the others nodded in agreement, as they indeed felt a pang of hunger. Roxiong, who had just commanded his subordinates to escort Lu Zh long away, quickly interjected, "Once you have chosen a restaurant, Could you allow me some time to prepare for security measures? Lu Yun nodded in response, stating, of course. I previously assured you that if we were to go out, I would give you a heads up, allowing ample time for your preparations to ensure utmost safety. In truth, Lu Yun possessed unwavering confidence in his own security. Even if the T-1000 from the film Terminator were to attempt an assassination, he would remain unflustered. His mastery over his own body was conceptual. Any physical assault, such as a bullet, could be controlled the moment it breached his skin, subsequently disintegrating into atoms. He merely chose to conceal the existence of his abilities, maintaining a low profile and suppressing his formidable powers in the presence of others. However, once he successfully developed human gene modification technology, he would have the opportunity to gradually unlock a portion of his abilities. To be honest, he eagerly anticipated the arrival of that day. Chapter 41. A tremor in the academic world. He initiates the era of genetic evolution. Approximately 10 minutes later, at the Yunfu family banquet. This establishment is an upscale restaurant where Lu Yun had previously dined with Jiang Hai and Li Manny. Although the prices are somewhat steep, the exquisite flavors more than justify the cost. Additionally, its proximity to Biotechnology, a mere 2 kilometers away, made it the perfect venue to host academician Su Aimin and his entourage. Creak. Accompanied by the sound of tires skidding against the ground, 3 Hochi vehicles came to a sudden halt. Shortly thereafter, 8 uniformed men, their chest badges emblazoned with the words Safety Bureau, disembarked in an orderly fashion and swiftly approached the reception desk of the Yunfu family banquet. Good day. How may I assist you? The receptionist felt a twinge of nervousness upon seeing the 8 men in hats. Please summon your manager. Certainly. In a short while, the restaurant manager hurriedly arrived, wiping away non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead, and inquired, Sir, how may I be of assistance? The young man at the forefront revealed his credentials and stated, We are expecting 31 guests to dine here shortly. We have reserved 2 large private rooms. To ensure the safety of these distinguished guests, we need to make some preparations. We will require personnel stationed at the restaurant entrance, corridors, and kitchen. Additionally, we would like to temporarily take over your restaurant's surveillance room. We hope for your cooperation. Cooperate. We will certainly comply. It is our honor, the restaurant manager exclaimed, smiling eagerly. Though he was also deeply curious about the identities of the 31 prominent figures necessitating such stringent security measures. Simultaneously, a rather special convoy was making its way toward the Yunfu family banquet. At the forefront were 3 police vehicles, followed by a luxurious coach, with 4 additional police cars trailing behind. Within one of the police cars, Luo Xiong sat upright, his Bluetooth headset crackling with communication. Team A has secured the elevators and corridors, all in position. Team B is monitoring the kitchen and surveillance room, all in position. Team C. 5 minutes later, at the entrance of the Yunfu family banquet, the restaurant manager's eyes lit up upon spotting the approaching convoy. He turned to the head waiter and said, Our esteemed guests have arrived. Please inform everyone to provide them with the utmost hospitality and ensure there are no disturbances. He then fixed his gaze intently on the coach, pondering that the distinguished individuals under the protection of the agents must surely be inside. At last, the coach came to a halt. The doors swung open, and several familiar faces emerged. Wait, aren't these the professors from the Biological Sciences Department visiting Lu Yun's company today? Just 20 minutes prior, a news broadcast had reported Lu Yun's breakthrough in genetic modification technology, with platforms such as Douyin, Weibo, and Chia News simultaneously disseminating the story, sending the excitement to unprecedented heights. Hongcheng was abuzz with activity, especially since Lu Yun hailed from the city and Biotechnology was also based there. The restaurant manager, a true aficionado of gossip, found himself particularly intrigued by the unfolding events around him. Not only was he somewhat acquainted with genetic modification technology, but he was also aware that a group of esteemed professors from the Academy of Sciences had traveled to Hongcheng specifically to evaluate Lu Yun's groundbreaking genetic modification techniques. As he surveyed the crowd before him, recognition dawned upon him. No wonder the security measures were so stringent. They were, after all, a gathering of top-tier professors, several of whom were academicians. As this thought crossed his mind, his eyes widened in astonishment. He spotted Lu Yun stepping out of a vehicle, engaging in light-hearted banter with several academicians, confidently positioned at the center of attention. A middle-aged man clad in a police uniform, evidently a figure of authority, approached Lu Yun, attentively scanning the surroundings, as if his sole duty was to ensure Lu Yun's safety. This revelation left the restaurant manager swallowing hard. It became abundantly clear that the prominent figure under protection was none other than Lu Yun himself. Goodness gracious! How utterly unbelievable. Just last week, Lu Yun had dined here as an ordinary individual, and now he had transformed into a personage receiving the full protection of the national security apparatus. Moreover, at merely 18 years of age, equivalent in age to his own daughter, who had recently quarreled with him over a certain boy, how could Lu Yun be so extraordinary? The restaurant manager sighed in reflection, pondering the reasons behind Lu Yun's remarkable prowess. Guided by security personnel, Lu Yun brushed past the manager and entered a meticulously secured private room, where he ordered a feast of specialty dishes and resumed his conversation with academicians Su Aimin and Wang Zhengwo. Academician Su Aimin remarked, Lu Yun, with the genetic era, a new dawn in human evolution global technology release conference approaching in 5 days, while the relevant authorities will provide their utmost support. It is imperative that you prepare, for this event carries unparalleled significance. Historically, we have lagged in the realm of genetic technology, overshadowed by the Western academic community, a trend that extends across various scientific domains. Consequently, the 3 foremost scientific journals, Nature, Science, and Cell, are all Western publications. Our scholars must be proficient in English to publish their papers, reinforcing the notion of academic discourse power. We have been striving to alter this status quo, and your emergence in the field of genetic modification presents a splendid opportunity. Thus, we must orchestrate this grand technological celebration to assert our dominance in the global genetic technology arena and gradually reclaim our narrative authority in this field. In the future, those from other nations wishing to learn advanced genetic techniques or publish in leading journals will first need to grasp the Chinese language. Moreover, as you are aware, the current national struggle has reached its zenith. The victors thrive while the vanquished fade into obscurity. Therefore, it is imperative that we unsheath our swords and exhibit our prowess. Your genetic modification technology wields an extraordinary influence. Once individuals come to believe in the existence of this technology, they eagerly anticipate its potential to usher in an era of human evolution. Simultaneously, they recognize that the means to achieve controllable genetic evolution is most likely to emerge from your hands. This is a force potent enough to sway the fate of nations. After all, who could possibly resist the allure of becoming a superhuman, healthier, longer-lived, more intelligent, and even endowed with extraordinary abilities? Thus, our intention in hosting this technological launch is to convey to all that the future of humanity rests in your grasp, in the hands of China. Initially, Lu Yun harbored a lukewarm interest in the technology release. However, upon hearing academician Su Aimin's words, he felt compelled to take it more seriously, ideally presenting something that would captivate the audience. Meanwhile, Lu Yun's genetic modification technology had already stirred a tempest within the academic community. In London, due to the time difference, the editors of Nature had just begun their workday, convening in a conference room to deliberate which papers deserved publication in Nature and which should be discarded. Their conclusions could significantly alter the trajectory of a researcher's career. In numerous universities across the nation, publishing a paper in any of the 3 premier academic journals, Nature, Cell, or Science, can secure one a position as an associate professor, while 2 publications may elevate one to full professor. Suddenly, editor Gregory's phone rang. He furrowed his brow but quickly answered upon seeing the caller ID. It was his good friend and Nobel laureate, Bruce. Gregory, I've sent you a video. You must watch it immediately. Bruce, you know this is my work time. You shouldn't disturb me just to show me a video. This isn't just any video. You'll understand once you see it. A new era in biology has begun, and humanity is entering a new age. It's utterly astounding. I must apply to attend the technology release in China. I'll hang up now. Gregory was left perplexed. What video? What technology release? Nevertheless, after a moment's contemplation, he picked up his phone, opened the messaging app, and located the video Bruce had sent him. He clicked play. A host with East Asian features began to speak. Although the dialogue was in Chinese, Gregory could comprehend it thanks to the subtitles. Today, our nation has achieved a significant breakthrough in the field of genetic technology. Young scientist Lu Yun has successfully enabled laboratory mice to acquire electric discharge capabilities akin to those of an electric eel through the self-developed L gene vector. Is this fake news? The thought crossed Gregory's mind. As the editor-in-chief of Nature, he was well aware of the current status of genetic technology. Such a feat was, at the very least, impossible within the next decade. Even the genius scientist Lu Yun, who once pioneered renal cloning techniques and self-calibrating gene editing technologies, could not have anticipated this. At that moment, his phone rang again, and he glanced at the caller ID. It was John. the esteemed president of the Biological Sciences Committee at the Royal Society of Great Britain. A prominent figure in the academic world and the most authoritative voice in the realm of biotechnology in the United Kingdom. Gregory had no choice but to answer the call once more, only to hear John's voice brimming with excitement. Gregory, a seismic shift has occurred in the field of biology. That brilliant scientist Lu Yun from China, who previously published a paper in your journal Nature, has developed a gene modification technology. He has created an artificial gene fragment known as the L-gene vector, successfully altering 5 laboratory mice. Not only giving them 2 antennae atop their heads, but also endowing them with electric discharge capabilities akin to that of an electric eel. I watched the original news footage. The bluish-green arcs emitted from the antennae of those 5 mice pierced the air, with a voltage exceeding 600 volts. My goodness, this is utterly insane. At that moment, Gregory found himself grappling with doubt regarding his previous judgments. John, I'm currently watching the news video. Have you verified its authenticity? As you know, with the advancement of AI technology, it is all too easy to fabricate fake news. No. This is genuine, John exclaimed fervently. I have confirmed its validity through official channels. And the Chinese authorities have announced that they will hold a global technology launch event titled the Gene Era, a new starting point for human evolution in 5 days. Lu Yun will be present in person to publicly demonstrate the mice with electric eel-like abilities and will even allow questions from the audience. I trust the credibility of the Chinese officials. They would never misrepresent something as critical as this in front of the world, unlike certain other nations. They have never engaged in such deception in public forums, which is why I have resolved to represent the Royal Society of Great Britain at this technology launch. I wish to witness firsthand the pinnacle of global gene technology and engage in dialogue with the genius known as Lu Yun. I called you to ask if you would join me. Of course, I will go, Gregory replied with unwavering conviction, fully aware that this event, the Gene Era, a new starting point for human evolution, not only epitomized the zenith of global gene technology, but also represented China's ambition to assert its dominance in this field. As the editor-in-chief of Nature, one of the 3 leading academic journals, he recognized that this event would reshape the landscape of global scientific advancement and mark the dawn of human genetic evolution. He was determined to attend and eager to meet the visionary scientist who was ushering in this new era of human genetic evolution. Chapter 42. We must learn from Lu Yun and seek his guidance. Within the conference room, the other editors of Nature had begun to realize that something significant had transpired. Once Gregory ended the call, a bald editor could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Gregory, what has happened? Taking a deep breath, Gregory replied, his voice trembling. Do you remember the prodigious scientist Lu Yun from Huaxia who submitted a paper to us about a month ago? The bald editor nodded, of course. The paper he submitted sent shockwaves through the academic community. The self-calibrating gene editing technology he described is now widely utilized, with estimated annual patent royalties exceeding $60 million. I distinctly recall that at that time he was virtually unknown, having enlisted academician Wang Jiangwo from Huaxia to submit the paper on his behalf to expedite the review process. Indeed, back then he was merely a newcomer in the academic realm, unknown to anyone. Gregory mused, his voice rising with enthusiasm, but he is a genius. A true genius, akin to Einstein. Just today, he has enabled laboratory mice to attain controllable genetic evolution capabilities, capable of releasing over 600 volts of high-voltage electricity. He is ushering in an era of human genetic evolution. As he spoke, Gregory stood up excitedly, raising his phone. I know you may find it hard to believe that. Given the current level of gene technology, such genetic evolution is feasible. However, John from the Royal Academy of Sciences has confirmed with the Huaxiao authorities that this is indeed true. Nobel laureate Bruce has also verified its authenticity. So there is no room for doubt. This is real. Let us delve into this video together. As his words resonated, an overwhelming wave of astonishment washed over everyone. As if their minds had exploded with the realization, science fiction had become reality. The age of human genetic evolution had commenced. Without hesitation, they sprang to their feet and hurried to Gregory's side to watch the video together, fully engrossed, anxious not to miss any detail. When they observed Lu Yun in the video, introducing the research concept of the L-gene vector, as well as its structure and applicable technologies, they instinctively held their breath. To undertake genetic modification in humans or animals, one must consider a crucial aspect. Both humans and animals are composed of trillions of cells. Ultimately, I developed an artificial gene fragment with invasive capabilities akin to a virus, the L-gene vector, modeled after the electric eel. The L-gene vector comprises 3 modules. With dual assurances provided by spatial positioning proteins and epigenetic locks and a triple interlocking mechanism, Lu Yun described these concepts with remarkable ease. Yet, before the mobile screen, Gregory and the others found themselves increasingly astonished and apprehensive. Their shock stemmed from the realization that the L-gene vector far surpassed their wildest imaginations. Its very structure was a testament to unparalleled genius. Fear gripped them as they realized that even though Lu Yun had elucidated his research approach and the structure of the L-gene vector, they were utterly at a loss as to how to actualize it. When the video concluded, Gregory's finger lingered on the screen for a full 10 seconds before it despondently fell away. The disparity was insurmountable. Despite Lu Yun having pointed the way forward, they remained clueless about the execution. This starkly illustrated the chasm between them and Lu Yun in the realm of genetic technology, at least a decade, perhaps even two. In academia, Gregory had always been confident, but now he felt utterly devastated, finally comprehending why Bruce and John had been so eager to engage with Lu Yun at the technology conference. Like him, they had clearly recognized the technological gap separating them from Lu Yun, utterly awed by his prowess, developing a profound admiration for his innovations. They yearned to meet that mere 18-year-old and, subsequently, to learn and seek guidance. How could someone so young possibly lead the world by such a margin? Muttered the balding editor. Perhaps this is what true genius looks like, akin to Einstein, who conceived of the revolutionary theory of relativity solely through his intellect. Ultimately validated as correct. With a sigh of contemplation, Gregory retrieved his phone and dialed his friend Hongcheng No in China. He recalled vividly that Lu Yun's paper published in Nature had been submitted by Hongcheng No, indicating a favorable rapport between them. Zhang Wo, I have a favor to ask. I will soon embark for your homeland to attend the technology conference titled The Gene Era, A New Dawn in Human Evolution. I hope you can arrange for me an opportunity to converse face-to-face with Lu Yun for at least half an hour. If many wish to meet him, then even 5 minutes would suffice. In the United States, at Stanford University's Center for Biomedical Engineering, Professor Scott was equally captivated by Lu Yun's technology after watching the video. Reflecting on his previous invitation to Lu Yun to study at Stanford, which had been declined, he had felt anger, deeming Lu Yun overly arrogant and destined for limited achievements. A flush of embarrassment crept over him. How could he, of all people, expect Lu Yun to be his student? It was he who ought to seek to learn from Lu Yun. Fortuitously, he had refrained from uttering any harsh words at that time. Otherwise, he would have felt too ashamed to attend this grand technological gala. Professor Scott, relieved, patted his chest and then approached Zheng Jia, a diligent Chinese student in the lab. I need your assistance. In 5 days, China will host a technology conference titled The Gene Era, A New Dawn in Human Evolution, and I intend to attend. Please register me and accompany me. I will cover all expenses. Zheng Jia inquired with curiosity, Professor, aren't you scheduled to attend an academic conference at Harvard in 5 days? Professor Scott, with a tone of mild lamentation, replied, a significant event has transpired within the academic community. That prodigy, Lu Yun, has pioneered gene modification technology, successfully enabling laboratory mice to possess electrical discharging capabilities akin to those of an electric eel. He has ushered in an era of genetic evolution. Consequently, the academic conference I was intending to attend has been cancelled, as everyone is preparing to attend Lu Yun's technology launch in Huaxia. Zheng Jia was utterly taken aback. As a doctoral student specializing in biology, he was well acquainted with the current state of genetic technology. In his estimation, the kind of genetic evolution depicted in science fiction films was utterly unattainable for at least the next 2 decades. He never anticipated that Lu Yun would manifest science fiction into reality at this moment. It was simply inconceivable. Professor, I shall register immediately. Very well, do go. Came the professor's consent. Upon receiving Professor Scott's approval, Zheng Jia hastily removed his work attire and sprinted back to his dormitory. He then opened his phone and searched for related news. To his astonishment, he discovered that social media platforms were abuzz with chatter, with even foreign platforms echoing the fervor. However, in stark contrast to the overwhelming belief of netizens on domestic platforms, skepticism predominated on foreign ones. The most viewed video was posted by a Caucasian student from Harvard. I will state my conclusion. The gene modification technology is a fabrication. It is true that Lu Yun is a genius, having developed self-calibrating gene editing technology and renal cloning techniques at the tender age of 18. However, it is utterly impossible for him to have created the gene modification technology depicted in the news video. Merely injecting a laboratory mouse with a synthetic gene fragment to sprout antennae and acquire electrical discharging abilities is a concept that far exceeds the current era's technological capabilities. Theoretically plausible, yet practically unattainable. Lu Yun himself is not exempt. The two technologies he has developed are merely in their infancy, at most 3 to 5 years ahead of global advancements. However, the gene modification technology showcased in the news video is 2 decades ahead of our current reality. Thus, this must either be false news or a sensationalized narrative by the Huaxia authorities. Let us not forget the time when we, the Eagle Nation, engaged in a rivalry with the Red Empire and concocted the Star Wars program, which led the Red Empire to waste billions and squander national resources. The comments section of this video was rife with intense debate. A faction of international students and domestic netizens who circumvented censorship fervently asserted that since the news had aired on a national broadcast, it must be true. They presented various pieces of evidence, such as the closure of Lu Yun's Hongcheng Technology and the visit of academician Su Aimin and his team to Hongcheng Technology. Yet, skepticism prevailed. Eagle Nation netizens were rife with derision. It was truly lamentable that the Eastern superpower had taken a page from our book, attempting to deceive other nations. We, the Eagle Nation, boast the finest universities globally, the most extensive research funding, and the highest number of Nobel laureates. Even if gene modification technology were to become a reality, it would undoubtedly be realized here in the Eagle Nation. This is merely a ruse orchestrated by Huaxia. Upon encountering these comments, Zhang Jie felt a surge of anger, compelled to confront the mockery of those sarcastic netizens. Yet, he understood that any commentary he might offer would swiftly be drowned out by skepticism. In that moment, he serendipitously noticed a tweet from Professor Scott. "I will be attending the Genetic Era, a New Dawn for Human Evolution Technology Conference in Huaxia in 5 days. If you are attending as well, feel free to reach out so we can accompany each other." Instantly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He began fervently searching for the Twitter accounts of renowned figures within the realm of biology. To his astonishment, numerous scholars had indeed tweeted their confirmation of attendance at the upcoming conference. Zhang Jie meticulously captured screenshots of these tweets and presented them to his doubters. Professor Scott from Stanford University had confirmed his participation in the Genetic Era, a New Dawn for Human Evolution Conference, and the event's organizer, Lu Yun, an extraordinary scientist capable of generating electric discharges like an electric eel, would also be making an appearance. Furthermore, Nobel laureate in physiology or medicine, Professor Alex from Harvard University, had also confirmed his attendance. Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature magazine, expressed his intention to participate as well. The Royal Society of Great Britain had already committed to sending a delegation of experts. Each screenshot was laid before the skeptics, who, after conducting their own verification, widened their eyes in disbelief. These tweets were indeed authentic. Across the globe, hundreds of eminent biologists, including several Nobel Prize winners, had collectively decided to attend the Genetic Era, a New Dawn for Human Evolution Conference in Huaxia in just 5 days. This could only imply one thing. These academic luminaries believed that the brilliant scientist Lu Yun had genuinely developed genetic modification technology and successfully transformed mice, endowing them with the extraordinary abilities depicted in the news footage. Oh my heavens! At that moment, a chill ran down their spines. The news footage was real. The genetic modification technology was real. The announcement that humanity was entering an era of genetic evolution was also authentic. However, the key to humanity's future lay firmly in Lu Yun's hands, within Huaxia. Thus, scholars and experts from around the world were preparing to journey to Huaxia to learn and seek guidance. Chapter 43, Genetic Modification, the Empowerment of Chimpanzees Through Electromagnetism. Indisputable evidence lies before us, compelling an increasing number of American netizens to reluctantly accept the reality. Subsequently, the narrative on social media platforms has undergone a remarkable reversal. The individual known as Lu Yun, a prodigious talent from China, stands as a paragon of genius. Comparable to the illustrious Iron Man, Tony Stark, albeit a character of cinematic fiction. Has he not already set his sights on the Nobel Prize? Has there ever been such a young laureate in history? I would willingly seek a connection with such a genius. Is there anyone familiar with the Douyin app? I wish to follow Lu Yun's account there, so I can receive timely updates on his endeavors. Please enlighten me on how to proceed. Undoubtedly, in a society that venerates strength, Lu Yun has garnered immense recognition and admiration, with many individuals resolved to attend the upcoming technology conference in China. Meanwhile, the scientific community, pharmaceutical giants, and politicians have faced severe criticism. What are our scientists occupied with? Are they preoccupied with writing papers on the impact of climate change on lobster gender identity? Just look at Lu Yun from China. His genetic modification technology has enabled laboratory mice to emit electric shocks akin to electric eels. The occupants of the White House seem inept, squandering resources on frivolous research instead of advancing technological progress. Consequently, we find ourselves lagging at least a decade behind in the field of genetic technology. Pharmaceutical companies such as Pfizer and Roche rake in hundreds of billions annually. Yet they are eclipsed by Lu Yun's singular prowess in genetic innovation. Upon reading these comments, Zheng Jia could hardly contain his laughter, promptly capturing screenshots and crafting a video to share on Douyin. Greetings, everyone. I am the Stanford doctoral student who once provided commentary on Lu Yun's renal cloning technology during a live stream on Su Shana's channel. Allow me to share a rather amusing incident. Initially, when news of Lu Yun's genetic modification technology surfaced on international platforms, it was met with skepticism. I undertook a small endeavor, and now public opinion has shifted. Those who question Lu Yun are now venting their ire towards the scientific community, pharmaceutical magnates, and politicians in the United States. 2 weeks ago, when Nature published Lu Yun's paper, Zheng Jia was quick to post a video on Douyin, attracting a substantial following. As a result, this video garnered a flurry of comments. Haha, I circumvented the firewall to check out international Douyin. The blogger is incredible, with sheer determination. He has altered the narrative on that platform. Watching this video revealed that top scientists from around the globe will convene for the Genetic Era, a new dawn in human evolution technology conference. It promises to be an exhilarating event, and I too wish to attend, albeit lacking accommodations. Are there any lovely ladies from Hong City willing to host me for a few days? I am not intrusive. To the commenter above, I overheard your intentions in the bustling metropolis. The world's foremost scientists are banding together to attend the technology conference. Eager to learn from the 18-year-old Lu Yun. The mere thought of it is exhilarating, igniting a fervor within. Thus, I have resolved to participate as well. And I shall broadcast the event live for all who wish to witness it to follow my journey. With the explosive popularity of this video, the previously overlooked Gene Era, a new dawn in human evolution technology conference rapidly garnered immense attention from countless netizens, many of whom expressed their intention to watch the live stream. Meanwhile, within a private dining room at Hongcheng's Yunfu family banquet, Lu Yun set down his glass filled with apple cider vinegar and turned to academician Su Aimin, stating, Su, you previously mentioned to me that the upcoming technology conference in 5 days holds extraordinary significance. It is paramount that everyone understands that the future of humanity rests in the hands of Huaxia. Since then, I have been contemplating what preparations I should undertake. Now, I have suddenly conceived an idea. Upon hearing this, academician Su Aimin and academician Wang Jiangwo, among others, immediately brightened, placing their glasses down in unison to focus on Lu Yun. It is known that the animal with the highest genetic similarity to humans is the chimpanzee, boasting a remarkable 98 genetic similarity, even being referred to as humanity's close relative. If I were to adjust the L gene carrier, electric eel template, before the commencement of the technology conference, and subsequently conduct genetic modifications on the chimpanzee to endow it with electric discharge capabilities akin to that of the electric eel, would it not lead people to believe that they are on the brink of controllable human genetic evolution? Moreover, unlike laboratory mice, chimpanzees possess a distinct advantage. Their intelligence is quite elevated, typically comparable to that of a 5-year-old human child, with some even reaching the cognitive level of a 10-year-old. Should we perform genetic modifications on these highly intelligent chimpanzees, they may come to realize they have awakened the power of electricity and learn to control it. The public demonstration at the technology conference would be all the more astounding, instilling greater confidence in genetic modification technology among the populace. As Lu Yun spoke, his anticipation grew. Genetic modification of humans necessitated a cautious approach, with no room for error. However, modifications on chimpanzees required less deliberation. Perhaps the dream of wielding electromagnetic forces and surviving in space could first be realized through the chimpanzees. If successful, the spectacle would surely be breathtaking, and public resistance and skepticism towards genetic modification would diminish, replaced by eagerness. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, academician Su Aimin was once again struck by Lu Yun's imaginative thinking. Though he soon voiced his concern, with only 5 days until the technology conference, do you believe you can achieve the genetic modification of the chimpanzee? It is important to note that chimpanzees differ significantly from laboratory mice, possessing a far more complex genetic and nervous system. Furthermore, you have likely never studied chimpanzee genetics before. Academician Wang Jiangwo and the others nodded in agreement. They believed in Lu Yun's capability to perform genetic modifications on chimpanzees, and given that chimpanzees are humanity's close relatives, a successful alteration would undoubtedly convince everyone that humanity is merely a step away from controllable genetic evolution. However, 5 days remains an exceedingly brief time frame. Lu Yun, however, chuckled, expressing his desire to embark on this endeavor, for he believed that challenges imbue life with intrigue. Despite his casual remarks, Lu Yun brimmed with confidence. On one hand, he was not starting from scratch. He merely needed to make slight adjustments to the L gene vector. On the other hand, he possessed an unparalleled mastery over his own body, enabling him to conduct 6,000 to 7,000 experiments within a span of 5 days, provided his knowledge base was robust and his stamina unwavering. In contrast, ordinary scientists like academician Su Aimin would scarcely achieve such a monumental number of genetic modifications in a lifetime. Thus, in a certain sense, Lu Yun epitomized a diligent genius, tirelessly laboring in silence, unbeknownst to others. Of course, had they known, envy and jealousy would surely compel them to exclaim, "I wish I could have such an advantage." As for academician Su Aimin, witnessing Lu Yun's confident demeanor, he too felt a flicker of uncertainty and suggested, "Why not give it a try? If you have any requests, feel free to voice them, and I will coordinate with the relevant departments promptly." Lu Yun replied, "I have but one request. Swiftly procure a batch of highly intelligent chimpanzees and transport them to my laboratory. During this period, I wish to be undisturbed." Academician Su Aimin immediately responded, "Before you awaken tomorrow, you shall find a group of highly intelligent chimpanzees awaiting you. Throughout these 5 days, no one shall intrude upon your work. Furthermore, all previously agreed upon meetings with global scholars will be postponed until after the technology launch conference." At this juncture, academician Wang Zhengwo interjected, "I will contact Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature, and inform him that the schedule has been shifted to after the technology launch conference." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun felt a surge of anticipation. Should he indeed succeed in genetically modifying the chimpanzees within 5 days, the technology launch would surely be a resounding success. Perhaps such an achievement could even wield a significant influence over the fate of the nation. After all, people from all corners of the globe yearn to become healthier, longer-lived, more intelligent, and even superhuman beings endowed with extraordinary abilities. When they discover that Huaxia is on the verge of mastering this technology, 2 sentiments will likely arise, one of desperation to seize it, and the other to cultivate amicable relations with Huaxia. It is reasonable to believe that the vast majority of nations would opt for the latter. Chapter 44, Global Tremors. The world transformed by him as the clock approached 9 in the evening. At the Yun residence in Hong City, the parking lot buzzed with activity. "Lu Yun, the leader had just messaged me. The relevant department has established an emergency dispatch center for the chimpanzee genetic modification experiment, specifically to address this matter. By tomorrow morning, you will undoubtedly witness a new batch of highly intelligent chimpanzees." Academician Su Aimin waved goodbye to Lu Yun with a smile, as he and academician Wang Zhengwo prepared to head to the airport, boarding a special flight arranged by the Aviation Bureau back to the capital. However, they would return to Hong City the day before the technology release conference for the genetic era, a new starting point for human evolution. "Well, farewell then." Lu Yun waved to academician Su Aimin and academician Wang Zhengwo, watching them board the bus. Soon, the bus roared to life and sped away. Zhang Hai and Li Mani also bid farewell to Lu Yun, feeling somewhat fatigued after an exhilarating day spent with him. "Wait a moment, Sister Mani. I would like to ask you for a favor." Lu Yun smiled. "I plan to modify the chimpanzees' genes and showcase them at the technology release conference. I was thinking, if we announce this news in advance, it would surely pique a great deal of interest and elevate the excitement surrounding the conference." Thus, he proposed, "I would like your assistance in recording a video to be posted on your Mani Speaks Doing account to disseminate this information." Lu Yun's words were a blend of truth and artifice. While he genuinely wished to announce the news, his request for Li Mani's help was somewhat disingenuous. Regardless of the channel he chose for the announcement, it would inevitably create a sensation. By specifically asking Li Mani to record the video and share it on her account, he intended to help her garner additional attention, propelling her career further. He felt that he had already taken flight, while his friends Zhang Hai and Li Mani, who had supported him, seemed to remain stagnant. This was not ideal. Presenting this opportunity to assist his friends, which was effortless for him, felt entirely worthwhile. Li Mani, being perceptive, instantly recognized that Lu Yun was subtly aiding her, Yet some truths need not be spoken aloud. It sufficed to acknowledge the sentiment and to accept a friend's kindness, with the intention of returning the favor at an opportune moment. Touched, she smiled and nodded, retrieving her phone to activate the camera, aiming it at Lu Yun. Before long, the video was completed. Lu Yun then turned to Jiang Hai and remarked, "Professor Jiang, your kidney cloning project has been on hold for a month now. It is time to initiate a new research project, ideally one related to genetic technology. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me. We can discuss and exchange ideas together." Jiang Hai began to respond, but was interrupted by Lu Yun. "Please, do not feel embarrassed. You have assisted me immensely. I must have an opportunity to reciprocate." In the depths of his heart, Jiang Hai felt a surge of emotion. He recognized that Lu Yun genuinely wished to assist him in his endeavors with Li Manny. Thus, he decided to set aside his formalities and replied with a smile. "Very well, I shall return and contemplate this matter diligently, initiating the new research project at the earliest opportunity. Should I encounter technical challenges, I will seek your guidance. However, let us agree on this. If my research yields commercial success, the profits shall be divided in a manner where you receive 90%. At this juncture, Jiang Hai's expression grew somewhat grave, insisting that Lu Yun must consent to this profit-sharing arrangement. Otherwise, he would feel remiss in approaching him for advice. "Agreed, I accept." Lu Yun responded with a grin, content that Jiang Hai welcomed his assistance. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yun bid farewell to Jiang Hai and Li Manny, entering a police vehicle. In no time, a formidable fleet of 10 police cars roared to life and sped away. Watching the convoy recede into the distance, Jiang Hai reflected on the earlier events. Filled with a myriad of emotions, young individuals like Lu Yun, who occupy high positions yet retain a sense of loyalty and compassion, are indeed rare. He then cast a glance at Li Manny, noticing that her gaze was as if it were drawn by an invisible thread, yearning to pierce the dark veil of night to behold Lu Yun within the vehicle. It was evident that Li Manny's heart had been captivated by Lu Yun. Clearing his throat, Jiang Hai coughed softly to bring her back to reality and advised, "Manny, allow me to speak candidly. You are exceptionally talented. Not only are you a breathtaking beauty who could easily attract attention anywhere, but you also have a flourishing career. You are undoubtedly a woman of high caliber, worthy of most men in the world. However, that does not include Lu Yun. In terms of wealth, he is destined to become a billionaire. In talent, he epitomizes the pinnacle of genetic technology. In looks, he belongs to the highest echelon of beauty. Most crucially, he is merely 18 years old, a decade younger than you. A lasting relationship between you is improbable." "I understand," Li Manny nodded. Deep down, she recognized this truth, yet having encountered such an extraordinary individual, how could she possibly look at anyone else? Furthermore, a lasting bond was not a prerequisite. Having experienced such a connection was already a treasure. With this thought, she suddenly remembered that she had yet to edit and publish the video she recorded. She hurriedly bid farewell to Jiang Hai, returned to her vehicle, and swiftly edited the video for release on her Douyin account. Meanwhile, as public discourse continued to swell, Lu Yun's popularity on Douyin not only persisted but soared to new heights. Countless netizens were profoundly impressed by Lu Yun and sought to learn more about him. Sushanha, a devoted fan of Lu Yun and a Douyin streamer, seized this opportunity to capitalize on the buzz. He began a live broadcast, rallying thousands of viewers in his stream to search for videos related to Lu Yun on Douyin. "Brothers, take a look at this video. Someone has revealed shocking news. It turns out that Lu Yun's father, upon learning of the dismissal of the criminal charges against Lu Yun, made a pivotal decision. He decided against transplanting the cloned kidney created by Lu Yun. Do you know why the dad made such a choice? A police officer informed him that Lu Yun's cloned kidneys had not undergone animal testing or clinical trials, and thus had not been legally recognized. Should a surgery take place, wherein the cloned kidney was transplanted into his body and severe consequences ensued, Lu Yun would face imprisonment. While Lu's father had come to terms with life and death, he did not wish to burden Lu Yun and thus resolved to refuse the transplant of the cloned kidney. However, when Lu's father went to the detention center to meet Lu Yun, a turning point emerged. Lu Yun proposed the idea of influencing public opinion to compel the authorities to expedite the process, ultimately leading to a remarkably successful outcome. Reflecting on this, I initially perceived Lu Yun as incredibly noble for sacrificing his education to research kidney cloning technology in order to save his father, even risking incarceration by contacting black market organ brokers for the transplant. Yet, I now recognize Lu's father as equally admirable. They held each other in the highest regard. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream were profoundly moved, with the barrage of comments exploding in response. Indeed, Lu's father exhibited great courage in making that decision. He relinquished the hope offered by the cloned kidney, essentially forsaking his own chance at survival. It is worth noting that he had been informed by doctors that he might not survive another year. It is no wonder Lu Yun is so devoted and principled. His father serves as the finest example. Fortunately, the conclusion was perfect. According to a video released by Biotechnology, in half a month, Lu's father, as a volunteer for the first phase of the cloned kidney clinical trial, would be eligible for the transplant surgery. As the viewers in the live stream expressed their sentiments, the comments suddenly shifted, with many people spamming the chat. Everyone, go watch the latest video posted by the Douyin account Manny Loves to Speak. It's explosive. Indeed, they urged, hurry. Lu Yun in that video mentioned plans for genetic modification of chimpanzees. These comments not only captured the attention of the live stream audience but also that of the host, Su Shanha, who promptly located Manny Loves to Speak in his following list and found the latest video. Upon clicking play, the video revealed Lu Yun smiling. Hello everyone. I'm Lu Yun. I just had a fascinating idea pop into my head. To genetically modify a group of chimpanzees, whose genetic similarity to humans is an astounding 98.8, so that they may possess an electric discharge capability akin to that of an electric eel. And I plan to unveil these chimpanzees at the technology launch event in 5 days. In a brief aside, Lu Yun mentioned, Manny Loves to Speak is a friend of mine in real life, and she will be sharing exclusive news about me in the future, so please consider following her. Thank you. After watching the video, Su Shanha paused momentarily before speaking. Brothers, while I am a staunch supporter of Lu Yun, I must express my concern. With only 5 days remaining until the technology launch, can he truly accomplish the genetic modification of the chimpanzees? If successful, all would be well, but should failure occur, a multitude will undoubtedly mock him, deeming him delusional and overly ambitious. My concern lies not elsewhere, but with the possibility that such derision might affect his mindset. The viewers in the live stream could no longer contain themselves, inundating the chat with comments. Indeed, Lu Yun ought not to have released this video. He should have first completed the genetic modification of the chimpanzee before making it public. By proceeding in this manner, should he fail, it would become a blemish on his record, providing his detractors an opportunity to pounce. Alas, Lu Yun is still quite young, lacking the steadiness of seasoned scientists. Personally, I find it inconsequential. Even in the event of failure, his remarkable talent in research remains evident, positioning him at the pinnacle of global genetic technology, and marking him as a prodigy ushering in the era of human genetic evolution. Should he succeed, he would undoubtedly attain legendary status. The video also indicated that the genetic similarity between chimpanzees and humans is an astounding 98.8. A successful modification of the chimpanzee's genes would imply that human genetic modification is not far behind. With this in mind, my anticipation for the technology conference in 5 days has intensified. Just as the chat exploded with activity, the news spread like wildfire, igniting discussions not only on Douyin but also on platforms like Yongdo, reaching the biological community keenly observing Lu Yun. In London, Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature, was left astounded upon hearing this news. Lu Yun intends to complete the genetic modification of a chimpanzee within 5 days, granting it an electric eel-like ability? How audacious! Even with his previous in-depth research on chimpanzee genetics, such a feat seems impossible. However, he soon smirked. I almost forgot, Lu Yun is merely 18. And it is quite natural for such a young genius to exhibit confidence. This, in fact, illustrates a vital truth. He is human, not divine. Deities do not err. Yet humans are prone to mistakes. Meanwhile, Professor Scott from Stanford, upon hearing the news, chuckled as well. Truly, a genius at the pinnacle of genetic technology. So self-assured to publicly declare his intent to modify a chimpanzee's genes in 5 days. Well, may he succeed. Of course, even if he were to fail, it would not diminish his standing in my eyes, nor would it affect his status within the academic community. As for certain foolish individuals or unscrupulous media attempting to criticize him, well, just a swarm of buzzing flies. Clearly, these academic luminaries do not believe Lu Yun can translate his words into reality. Nonetheless, they regard it as inconsequential. Even in failure, he remains a godlike figure in the realm of genetic technology. Lu Yun's announcement of his intention to complete the genetic modification of a chimpanzee within 5 days has indeed caused quite a stir globally. Simultaneously, News of Lu Yun's success in genetically modifying a white mouse to bestow it with electric eel-like capabilities has reached the intelligence agencies and top academic figures in the United States, who have relayed this information to their politicians. Immediately, everyone was left in a state of shock. Subsequently, a conference convened, attended by politicians, intelligence agencies, academia, and pharmaceutical giants. The theme of the meeting was how to address the challenges posed by Lu Yun and his genetic modification technology. Chapter 45, Never Harm Lu Yun. In the heart of the White House, the cabinet meeting room buzzed with the presence of titans from both the political and scientific realms. Before each individual lay a dossier on Lu Yun, and the most striking feature was undeniably the overly youthful visage of Lu Yun himself. At merely 18 years of age, this was indeed extraordinary. However, the CIA had confirmed the veracity of the intelligence. The renal cloning technology was genuine, the genetic modification techniques were authentic, and Lu Yun was unequivocally just 18. Even more astonishing was that Lu Yun had dedicated only 4 months to the field of scientific research. Is genius truly so unreasonable? Many found themselves pondering in silence. At this pivotal moment of great power rivalry, the emergence of such a prodigious talent was certainly not favorable news for the United States. Yet, on a certain level, it could be perceived as a silver lining. After all, who could resist the allure of genetic evolution, the prospect of becoming a longer-lived, healthier, and smarter superhuman? After perusing the materials before him, a congressman inquired, "Lucas, you must inform us. How long would it take to develop such technology if DARPA were granted sufficient funding?" As the question lingered in the air, all eyes turned towards a bespectacled blond man, Lucas, the director of DARPA. The full name of DARPA is the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, equivalent to China's Academy of Sciences. It boasts an assembly of scientific elites from around the globe. It is no exaggeration to say that every scientist within DARPA has been regarded as a genius in someone else's eyes. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, Lucas rose and stated, "Our leading scientists at DARPA, including 3 Nobel laureates, have asserted that it is impossible to develop the genetic modification technology demonstrated by Lu Yun today within at least the next 10 years. They also believe that given Lu Yun's scientific aptitude, the gap between us will only widen, making it nearly impossible to catch up. 10 years. The inclusion of at least only heightened the gravity of the statement. All present wore solemn expressions. The truth remains. The temptation of genetic evolution is one that no one can resist. Even those who do not desire the electric capabilities of an eel would yearn to become healthier and live longer. After all, only by living can one truly savor the benefits of power and wealth. Now, with this technology on the verge of realization and in the hands of China, who would dare to offend them? Should one find themselves on their blacklist when the technology matures, they would be left helplessly watching others undergo genetic evolution, enhancing their health and extending their lifespans by decades, while they themselves are denied. The mere thought is enough to instill a sense of regret. To be frank, every individual present harbored a desire to prevent such a fate from befalling them. Paul, is there a way for your CIA to procure this technology? If we could entice Lu Yun to join us, it would be even better. At that moment, a voice suddenly arose, igniting a flicker of anticipation within the assembly. After the collapse of the Red Empire, the CIA emerged as the most formidable intelligence agency in the world, having successfully subverted the regimes of numerous smaller nations. Perhaps this time, they might achieve extraordinary feats, not only by acquiring technology, but even by abducting Lu Yun. Indeed, it must be abduction. What other methods could the CIA employ besides that? Moreover, during the abduction, it is imperative that Lu Yun remains unharmed, for a living Lu Yun holds immense value, potentially propelling the advancement of gene modification technology, enabling them to live to the age of 150 or even 200. CIA Director Paul felt an overwhelming weight of pressure. Rising to his feet, he spoke gravely. According to the latest intelligence, gene modification technology has been designated as a national strategic priority by Huaxia. Lu Yun himself is afforded the highest level of protection, and even his company is under rigorous scrutiny. A corporate spy from Roche Pharmaceuticals has already been apprehended. I can only assure you that we at the CIA will exert every effort to accomplish this task, but I cannot guarantee success. Furthermore, it is not imperative for us to take direct action. We can explore various channels to engage with him, extending an invitation for him to develop in the United States. Whatever demands he presents, we shall fulfill, even if he wishes to emigrate to Mars. We will assist him to the fullest extent. In short, we shall mobilize the entire nation as resources. Although Lu Yun had publicly declared online that he would not study in the United States nor change his nationality, he never explicitly stated he would not come at all, thus leaving room for opportunity. Moreover, his previous statements might not hold weight, as many prodigies from Huaxia, who once professed their patriotism, have refused to return after coming to the United States. Currently, at least 30 of our scientific talent hails from Huaxia. Should Lu Yun agree to come, we would have secured a victory. There will always be a way to facilitate Lu Yun's exit from Huaxia. As these words settled, the attendees nodded in agreement. Indeed, the promise of the United States mobilizing its resources holds immense allure for anyone, as it is the most powerful and, simultaneously, the most benevolent nation towards the affluent. Therefore, it is worth a try. At that moment, a sound emanated from the Bluetooth headset in Paul's right ear. After listening, he adopted a serious expression and remarked, "The latest intelligence indicates that Lu Yun has publicly announced his intention to commence gene modification on chimpanzees, expressing confidence that he will complete it within 5 days. The genetic similarity between chimpanzees and humans is an astounding 98.8, regardless of whether he succeeds. His willingness to make such a declaration signifies his considerable confidence, indicating that the development of gene modification technology applicable to humans is not far off." Upon hearing this, a sense of urgency surged among the attendees, prompting them to speak up. Shortly thereafter, a plan targeting Lu Yun was finalized. The foremost priority is to win him over. Initially by having top-tier institutions such as Harvard extend exorbitant offers for professorships, inviting Lu Yun to the United States to host academic exchanges. Concurrently, a delegation of Congress members will visit Huaxia, taking the opportunity to participate in the upcoming Gene Era, a new dawn of human evolution technology release conference held in Huaxia in 5 days. If the academic outreach fails, the Congress members will publicly extend an invitation on behalf of the United States, expressing a willingness to mobilize the nation's resources to meet any demands Lu Yun may have. The second priority is to cultivate spies and steal relevant technologies. The third priority involves kidnapping. However, it is imperative to ensure the safety of Lu Yun. The rationale is simple. They too aspire to genetic evolution. If anything were to happen to Lu Yun, who else in this world could advance the development of this technology? At this moment, Lu Yun remains oblivious to the fact that he has caught the attention of the world's hegemons. He is currently at the company, listening to a report from General Manager Li Peiqiang, primarily concerning the upcoming technology conference. The Business Bureau of Hong City has already reached out to Li Peiqiang, indicating that they will assist Hongshou Technology in finalizing everything within 3 days, without any financial obligation. Just as Li Peiqiang departed, Luo Xiong, the head of the security department in Jiang Province, entered. Luo Xiong stated, "We have interrogated Lu Zhizhong 6 times, and each time he provided the same answers. We believe the likelihood of him lying is minimal. He genuinely does not know who X is. However, we can preliminarily ascertain that the mastermind behind the development of him as a spy, X, is not an official intelligence officer from any nation, but rather an international pharmaceutical company or capital, due to the clumsiness of their methods, which lack professionalism. The revelation that the mastermind could be an international pharmaceutical company amused Lu Yun. The primary profit of pharmaceutical companies stems from cancer medications and antiviral drugs, while genetic technology represents the most effective means to cure cancer and eradicate viruses. Consequently, even if the mastermind remains elusive, should he succeed in developing genetic therapies to combat cancer and various viruses in the future, these companies would face dire consequences, allowing him to settle the score effortlessly. Luo Xiong continued, "The higher-ups have dispatched a more specialized team to take over your security work. Have you seen the film Zhonghai Bodyguard? The new team members are all experts of that caliber." Chapter 46, Overlocking Mode. Recruitment of professors from prestigious universities. At long last, the work was done. After Luo Xiong departed, Lu Yun stretched languidly and picked up his phone to call his parents. He was well aware that the National Security Department had dispatched personnel to ensure their safety. His parents undoubtedly knew about the events that had transpired and were eager to contact him, yet they refrained from doing so, understanding that he was preoccupied. Once he concluded the call, Lu Yun rose and made his way to the laboratory. Although the chimpanzee had yet to arrive, he could utilize his own body as experimental material. Indeed, he intended to adjust the L gene vector, electric eel template prior to the chimpanzee's arrival and apply it to himself. Should this endeavor become known to others, they would surely label him a mad scientist. However, his true aim was to amass experience in modifying the L gene vector. Furthermore, He possessed absolute control over his body. Even if it were to collapse, a mere thought would restore him to a state of health. Before long, he arrived at the laboratory. With a focused thought, extraordinary transformations began to occur within his body. The sensitivity of dopamine receptors surged by 350, propelling him into a flow state where he could concentrate intently on his tasks, impervious to external distractions. The secretion of norepinephrine increased by 120, enhancing blood flow to the prefrontal cortex, accelerating brain function, and tripling information processing efficiency. Cortisol secretion was suppressed, eradicating anxiety and self-doubt, bringing him close to a state of nearly 100 rationality. Endorphins surged, serotonin. In an instant, through the manipulation of hormonal secretion, Lu Yun entered a state of absolute rationality, unwavering focus, and tireless intellect, an overclocked mode of scientific inquiry. In this condition, his research efficiency experienced geometric growth. Were other scientists to witness this, they would surely gaze upon him with envy. Yet, they could not replicate this feat. Even if they achieved a similar state through technological means, their bodies would soon deteriorate. Lu Yun, however, harbored no such concerns. His unparalleled control over his body allowed him to restore it to health with a mere thought. Nevertheless, he did not enter this scientific overclocking mode each time he conducted research, as emerging from the overclocking state typically left him utterly fatigued and accompanied by a slight sense of emptiness and melancholy, which was quite discomforting. However, given the urgency of the task at hand, to complete the genetic modification of the chimpanzee within 5 days, he needed to accelerate his research through this overclocked mode. Now, he pondered the desired outcome. After genetic modification, the laboratory mice had sprouted 2 antennae atop their heads, utilizing these entirely electric cell-formed appendages to discharge electricity. This time, he sought to introduce a novel twist, one that would present greater challenges and intrigue. Lu Yun's mind raced, and soon he conceived an idea. He could generate bioelectromagnetic scales on both hands, with these scales housing biomimetic capacitor structures entirely composed of electric cells, capable of storing and discharging energy. Thus, he envisioned 2 powerful arms akin to those of a mythical Qilin. To achieve such an effect, the initial step involves modifying the gene of the virus capsid protein. Thus, Lu Yun commenced the alteration of the L gene carrier, an electric eel template, accumulating experience for the impending genetic modification of chimpanzees. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Kuan City Primate Research Center, a BYD vehicle screeched to a halt, its doors flung open as the director, with thinning hair, hurriedly exited and approached a middle-aged man clad in an administrative jacket. Curiously, he inquired, "Director Lu, what do you need the chimpanzee for? Why the urgency to acquire it immediately? This is an order from higher authorities." Director Lu responded, "Did you catch today's news broadcast?" "Indeed, I did." The report on Lu Yun was explosive. I even came across a video on Douyin stating that Lu Yun intends to modify the chimpanzee's genes. Does this mean your request for a chimpanzee is related to that? Since you are already aware, the explanation is simple. The government has decided to fully support Lu Yun and has urgently established an emergency coordination center to mobilize highly intelligent chimpanzees nationwide, dispatching them overnight to Lu Yun's laboratory. Doesn't your research center have a chimpanzee with an intelligence level comparable to that of an 8-year-old child? It has been selected. I need you to hand it over immediately. I must send it to the airport, where a private plane will transport it to Lu Yun in Hong City. My heavens, this is rather exaggerated, isn't it? The director was taken aback. Although he understood the government's high regard for Lu Yun, such fervent support seemed unwarranted. After all, the project to complete genetic modification of the chimpanzee within 5 days was bound to fail. Given the inevitability of failure, there was no need for such haste. Resources could surely be coordinated after dawn. Exaggerated? Not in the slightest. Director Lu chuckled. You still fail to grasp Lu Yun's current value and status. At this very moment, anywhere in the world, his demands will be met without delay. Simultaneously, at the Chonglong Wild Animal World, caretaker Old Zhang, with reddened eyes, placed his beloved chimpanzee, Caesar, whom he had raised since childhood, into a transport cage and handed it over to the municipal government staff. With reluctance, he pleaded, "Leaders, could you allow Caesar to stay? That is not possible. Mobilizing highly intelligent chimpanzees nationwide is an order from above that must be fulfilled. Moreover, this may not be a bad thing for Caesar. Perhaps he will successfully endure the genetic modification experiment and, like the laboratory mice featured in the news broadcast, acquire the ability to discharge electricity. At that point, Caesar's fame will soar. Having said this, two staff members lifted the transport cage and proceeded to exit, preparing to drive Caesar to the airport, where a private plane awaited to take him to Hong City. A similar scene unfolded nationwide. The newly established Emergency Dispatch Center for Chimpanzee Genetic Modification collected records from primate research institutes and zoos across the country, ranking chimpanzees by intelligence, and directly contacted the official departments housing the top 10 intelligent chimpanzees, requesting their cooperation in mobilizing the animals. The news quickly made its way to Douyin, where shocking revelations emerged. The star chimpanzee Caesar from the Chimelong Safari Park has been transported to the airport, poised to board a special flight to Hong City, destined for Lu Yun's laboratory. Notably, the flight path was specially approved for priority passage. Additionally, a chimpanzee from our Kuen City Primate Research Center has also been requisitioned by officials to be sent to Lu Yun's laboratory. While we lost one chimpanzee, our local area lacks a civil aviation airport, necessitating military transport. This series of revelations left viewers of the video astounded. An idea suddenly sparked in Lu Yun's mind to genetically modify the chimpanzee. The state responded promptly, establishing an emergency coordination center to mobilize available resources nationwide. Government agencies were mandated to provide unconditional cooperation, as were primate research institutes and zoos, with even the military required to assist in arranging a dedicated aircraft for the summoned chimpanzees. This is nothing short of a nationwide mobilization and service of Lu Yun alone. Such treatment is unprecedented and astonishing. Is this the privilege afforded to a national treasure of a scientist? It is simply unbelievable. I can comprehend that this endeavor is not solely for Lu Yun, but also in preparation for the technology conference in 5 days. Should the genetic modification of the chimpanzee succeed and it appear at the conference, it would undoubtedly astound the world, instilling a belief that humanity is merely a step away from achieving controllable genetic evolution. At that moment, our international standing would improve significantly, as no prominent figure from any nation could resist the allure of genetic evolution. Many netizens expressed their support and understanding. However, others deemed the situation excessive. The notion that Lu Yun aims to complete the genetic modification of the chimpanzee within 5 days seems implausible, and the substantial costs incurred by the state for what is likely a futile objective is seen as a waste of national resources. Indeed, while Lu Yun is a genius, does the state truly need to go to such lengths? It resembles indulging a child at play, with Lu Yun as the child, and the state unconditionally striving to appease him at his every whim. Netizens held divergent views, unable to convince one another, leading to ongoing disputes until dawn the following day. Some argued that such efforts were unnecessary, while others insisted that they were indeed vital, claiming that many were unaware of Lu Yun's true value and status. Amongst them was the beleaguered high school senior, Wang Feng, who rose with the dawn. On his way to school for early study, he stumbled upon the heated debate on Douyin and decisively entered the fray in support of Lu Yun. As for Lu Yun's current value and status, he himself was somewhat uncertain. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to support Lu Yun without reservation, as Lu Yun was his classmate and they shared a good rapport, having chatted on WeChat not long ago. At that moment, someone nearby suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, Harvard University has publicly extended a professorship offer to Lu Yun with such astonishing conditions." Chapter 47. The Value and Status of Lu Yun. Is it true or false? Wang Feng, unperturbed by shyness, directly inquired of the man beside him who had gasped in astonishment. "It must be true," the man replied, still somewhat incredulous. Lawrence, the president of Harvard University, released a video stating that he had attempted to contact Lu Yun multiple times without receiving a response, so he decided to issue a video instead. He extends a sincere invitation on behalf of Harvard University for Lu Yun to become a professor there. Should Lu Yun accept, Harvard will establish a research institute named the Lu Yun Institute for Human Evolution in his honor. Moreover, they are prepared to offer a research fund of $10 billion, provided directly by pharmaceutical giants such as Pfizer and Roche, with no restrictions on its use, and the research outcomes will belong solely to Lu Yun. Lawrence also mentioned that current laws prohibit genetic modifications of germ cells and impose strict limitations on somatic cell modifications. As Lu Yun has advanced gene editing technology to its current pinnacle, these laws have become outdated and must be amended. Harvard and other academic institutions will exert their utmost efforts to advocate for the official passage of the Gene Modification Act, granting Lu Yun academic immunity, thereby legitimizing all forms of genetic research. Well, Wang Feng was equally astonished. These conditions were extraordinarily extravagant. Harvard, a university already positioned among the elite globally, was now breaking centuries-old traditions by inviting a mere high school student to assume a professorship. What a remarkable gesture! The establishment of a human evolution research institute named after Lu Yun further elevated his stature. The allure of a $10 billion research fund, unrestricted in its application, presented a blatant monetary temptation. The initiative to promote the Gene Modification Act and secure academic immunity for Lu Yun, allowing him to conduct unrestricted human genetic experiments, was an immense temptation for a scientist of his caliber. These four conditions, laid out before him, would undoubtedly attract Lu Yun, whether he was drawn to fame, wealth, or research. Is this the essence of Lu Yun's value and status? A prestigious institution like Harvard, indeed, crafting such enticing terms specifically for him. Wang Feng recalled how, moments ago on Douyin, some had deemed the government's attention towards Lu Yun as excessive and found it amusing. The esteemed Harvard University was practically bowing to Lu Yun, while others believed the state should not have mobilized such resources to assist him in his chimpanzee gene modification experiment. Truly absurd. However, a moment of panic suddenly washed over him. Surely, Lu Yun would not genuinely accept the professorship at Harvard? The departure of an ordinary individual to the United States was inconsequential. But a genius like Lu Yun must remain in the country. After a brief hesitation, Wang Feng opened WeChat and sent a message to Lu Yun. Lu Yun, Harvard University has invited you to become a professor. Would you accept? Meanwhile, the discourse on Douyin had shifted. Netizens, who had previously debated the necessity and potential waste of national resources in facilitating Lu Yun's chimpanzee genetic modification experiment, were now reevaluating their stance. However, at present, all skepticism has vanished. Harvard University, in its endeavor to win over Lu Yun, has proposed conditions that are utterly outrageous, treating him as if he were a revered ancestor. In comparison, the state's mobilization of national resources to provide Lu Yun with chimpanzees pales in significance. Goodness, I now have a clearer understanding of Lu Yun's worth and status. I acknowledge my previous misjudgment and apologize for my earlier remarks. They offer an astonishing $10 billion in research funding, with no restrictions on usage. And the research outcomes belong solely to Lu Yun. It's akin to gifting him $10 billion. Most astonishingly, the president of Harvard has pledged to advocate for amendments to the laws governing the United States, enabling Lu Yun to conduct unrestricted research on human genetic modification. This is entirely reasonable. Their invitation to Lu Yun is precisely aimed at advancing human genetic evolution technologies, and legal modifications are inevitable. To be frank, laws are subject to change based on human needs. With the current widespread desire for genetic evolution, restrictions on related research will inevitably be relaxed. Even if Lu Yun declines the invitation, they will likely initiate their own research on human genetic modification, perhaps having already commenced covertly, deterred only by societal opinion. While some netizens are discussing the conditions set forth by Harvard, others are growing increasingly anxious. Surely, Lu Yun wouldn't accept Harvard's appointment, would he? He must not go. For once he does, returning would become an impossibility. This is not merely a matter concerning Lu Yun. It pertains to the future of our nation. If Lu Yun were to join the United States, it would mean that the mastery of human genetic evolution technology would rest in their hands. A future that is utterly despairing. Although Lu Yun has previously stated his intention to refrain from studying abroad in the United States and to retain his nationality, the allure this time is too potent. Lu Yun, you must steadfastly adhere to your principles and resist this temptation. Just as netizens were growing increasingly worried, explosive news broke. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Stanford University, and other elite institutions seem to have coordinated their efforts, publicly extending offers to Lu Yun for professorships, with terms comparable to those proposed by the president of Harvard. The netizens quickly grasped the situation. Ostensibly, these prestigious universities were inviting Lu Yun to join their ranks as a professor, but in reality, it was a maneuver orchestrated by the United States government to entice Lu Yun. They were both furious and apprehensive. Yet, an hour passed, then a day, and eventually 2 days went by, with Lu Yun appearing oblivious to the situation, issuing no response whatsoever. In fact, Lu Yun was indeed unaware. After the chimpanzees were transported to the laboratory, he entered a state of seclusion, immersing himself in his work around the clock, expressly instructing that he should not be disturbed unless there was an emergency involving his parents. Thus, time progressed to the eve of the gene era, a new dawn in human evolution technology press conference. Within the laboratory, a chimpanzee standing at an impressive height of 1.5 meters faced Lu Yun. Its arms were distinct from those of ordinary chimpanzees. covered in scales, biological electromagnetic scales that had accumulated energy. Caesar, the star chimpanzee of Chimelong Safari Park, possesses an exceptionally high intelligence, akin to that of a 10-year-old human child. During his time at the zoo, he was able to engage in interactive communication with both the caretakers and visitors. Consequently, after Lu Yun administered a modified L gene vector, Caesar not only successfully evolved but also became aware of his newfound ability to discharge electricity from his arms. Through numerous attempts, he has mastered the control of this capability. Nevertheless, Lu Yun believes this achievement is insufficient. The changing electric field generates a magnetic field. Theoretically, Caesar could contract his electric cells to create a surrounding electric current in his arms, thereby generating a high-intensity magnetic field. This would enable him to manipulate metals, much like the operation of an electromagnetic cannon, allowing him to accelerate a coin. If this could be realized, it would fulfill half of Lu Yun's aspiration for the chimpanzee to harness electromagnetic forces, enabling survival in the cosmos. However, despite Caesar's high intelligence, he remains akin to an illiterate 10-year-old, rendering the comprehension of Maxwell's equations and the intricate relationship between electric and magnetic fields utterly impossible. How then could Lu Yun impart this knowledge to Caesar? He found himself in a quandary. Chapter 48. Drawing a grand vision for all humanity, Lu Yun's mind raced rapidly, and soon he conceived a solution that promised permanence. The initial step involved employing his research achievement, the gene inhibitor. This gene inhibitor could render any specified gene sequence ineffective. By identifying the gene sequences in the chimpanzee's brain associated with cognition and subsequently neutralizing them, the chimpanzee would become a mindless entity, akin to a vegetative state. The subsequent step entailed implanting a biological intelligence brain into the now dulled chimpanzee, which would take command of the chimp's physical form. Through these two operations, the chimpanzee would transform into a biological weapon, its intellectual ceiling dictated by the intelligence programs housed within the biological brain. It was indeed an intriguing notion, not only enabling Caesar to wield electromagnetic power, but also facilitating the creation of utterly loyal subordinates. Lu Yun commended himself for this idea, yet he soon dismissed it. It wasn't due to any moral qualms, but rather the significant challenges it posed. Expertise in artificial intelligence would be required, along with considerable time, an impractical endeavor before the impending technology conference. Furthermore, Lu Yun had begun to sense the urgency of the national destiny battle and wished to contribute more. Thus, he resolved that after the technology conference, he would pursue a project that was not only easily realizable, but would also exert a considerable influence on the world, aiding human genetic evolution while providing a modicum of support to his nation. However, this sudden emergence of thoughts did spark two inspirations within Lu Yun. The first inspiration, he realized he could utilize chimpanzee cells as samples, undergoing a series of genetic modifications to amalgamate traits from creatures such as electric eels, thus creating an artificial organism that does not exist in nature. To mitigate any potential threat this synthetic creature might pose to humanity, it would be imperative to employ the gene inhibitor during the modification process to render all intelligence-related genes ineffective. In essence, the artificial organism would be born devoid of intellect. Subsequently, a biological intelligence brain would be implanted, resulting in the birth of a being with a 100 loyalty rate. Its lower limits would be minimal, while its upper limits would be boundless, embodying infinite possibilities. The second inspiration, he could manifest the biological armors from the anime giant Robo into reality. For instance, by crafting a biological armor capable of discharging electricity like an electric eel and controlling it through brainwave signals, the user, possessing knowledge of electromagnetic conversion, could wield electromagnetic power akin to a simplified magneto. The thought alone was quite captivating. Lu Yun believed that all three of his technological concepts were commendable and feasible, yet each would require substantial time. Therefore, to enable Caesar the chimpanzee to demonstrate electromagnetic control before a global audience at tomorrow's technology conference, alternative methods needed to be devised. Perhaps enlisting Caesar's caretaker to teach him might yield results? Lu Yun recalled Caesar's profile. He was a star chimpanzee from the Chimelong Safari Park, raised by a caretaker with whom he shared a deep bond and could still interact normally. Perhaps that caretaker could uncover a solution. With this thought, Lu Yun focused his mind and exited the research superfrequency mode, immediately feeling an overwhelming fatigue and an inexplicable sense of emptiness and melancholy. However, in the next moment, he returned to his normal state. Rising to his feet, he made his way towards the laboratory exit, intent on seeking out Yang Jixin. When Lu Yun proposed the genetic modification of the chimpanzee, the government promptly established an emergency coordination center for chimpanzee genetic modification, with Yang Jixin as its head, who at the time held the position of deputy director in a certain national ministry. After the mission was accomplished, the emergency coordination center was disbanded. Yet Yang Jixin did not return to the ministry. Instead, he was assigned to assist Lu Yun, facilitating communication with the authorities and aiding him in handling daily affairs. For instance, if Lu Yun wished to meet someone immediately or attend a particular event, he could directly inform Yang Jixin. During his idle hours, Yang Jixin typically spent his time on the first floor, sipping tea and reading. Today was no exception. As Lu Yun descended to the first floor, he spotted the elegantly attired Yang Jixin in an administrative jacket. Without preamble, he stated, "Director Yang, I require your assistance. The genetic modification of Caesar the chimpanzee has been successfully completed, and it is nothing short of remarkable. Not only can it discharge electricity, but it can also control it at will. Next, I would like to attempt to enable it to master an advanced ability, magnetic field control. If it can learn this skill before the technology launch event, even if it can merely levitate metal through magnetic field manipulation, it would surely astonish the world. Therefore, I would like you to locate Caesar's caretaker. He is quite familiar with Caesar and might possess the means to teach him." "Understood, I will arrange it immediately." Yang Jixin replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. The leadership had explicitly stated that he possessed the authority to mobilize national resources, and finding a zookeeper was an exceedingly simple task. "Thank you." Lu Yun expressed his gratitude as he prepared to leave. At that moment, a series of footsteps approached. Lu Yun looked up to see academician Su Aimin and academician Wang Zhangwo along with others. Upon spotting Lu Yun, academician Su Aimin briskly approached, a hint of anxiety evident in his demeanor as he inquired, "Lu Yun, how do you feel about the invitations from professors at top-tier institutions such as Harvard University, MIT, and Stanford?" Since Harvard University publicly extended its invitation, the matter had stirred considerable commotion, with everyone concerned that Lu Yun might succumb to temptation and depart without a trace. As time passed, such concerns intensified, for many believed that with the situation having escalated to this extent, Lu Yun must be aware of it. And his prolonged silence indicated indecision. Su Aimin and others shared this sentiment. Although they understood that Lu Yun was engrossed in research, they reasoned that as a young man, he would likely indulge in some relaxation, perhaps scrolling through his phone during meals or before sleep. Little did they know, during this period, Lu Yun had remained in research superfrequency mode, meticulously regulating his dopamine levels, which allowed him to maintain absolute focus on his current tasks, rendering him oblivious to distractions. Thus, he had not even picked up his phone. At this moment, upon hearing the words of academician Su Aimin, Lu Yun felt a twinge of surprise. Previously, when a professor from Stanford University invited him to study abroad, he had publicly declared that he would never pursue education in the United States nor change his nationality. The Americans should have understood his stance by now. Why resort to such tactics? A hint of disdain flickered in Lu Yun's eyes, and he chuckled, stating, "Su Laosher, I haven't even touched my phone in the past few days, so I genuinely know nothing about this matter. However, it makes little difference, as I would never acquiesce. Besides, the conditions they can offer are merely fame, wealth, and allure, all of which are readily available to me. To abandon my homeland and distance myself from family and friends for such trifles would be nothing short of madness." Indeed, academician Su Aimin finally relaxed his anxious heart. Smiling as he remarked, "The conditions offered by those prestigious American institutions are ones you can attain right here in our homeland, without the need to traverse oceans to an unfamiliar land." He then shifted the topic, inquiring, "Tomorrow is the technology press conference. How are your preparations? Has the gene modification experiment on the chimpanzee been successful?" Lu Yun nodded, responding, "It has been successful. Although we only modified one chimpanzee named Caesar, the results are remarkable. It not only acquired the ability to discharge electricity akin to that of an electric eel, but can also control it at will." Successful? Academician Su Aimin looked at Lu Yun in astonishment. Initially, he had agreed to fully support Lu Yun, but he had not held out great hope, merely wishing to demonstrate the nation's regard for him. Little did he expect that Lu Yun would accomplish the gene modification of the chimpanzee in merely 5 days. Such talent is truly astounding. At this juncture, Lu Yun continued, "Su Laosher, you previously mentioned that it would be best to use the press conference to let everyone know that humanity's future lies in the hands of China, thereby influencing the national fortunes." I pondered, and merely showcasing a chimpanzee capable of discharging electricity is insufficiently impactful. Thus, I intend to present the entire human race with a grand vision, titled The Evolutionary Path of Human Genes. The first step is a revolution in gene therapy. Through genetic technology, we will conquer diseases that severely threaten human health and quality of life, such as cancer, AIDS, and congenital hereditary diseases. The second step is the technology of rejuvenation. This concept involves extracting the patient's immune cells, performing genetic modification, and reverting them to induced pluripotent stem cells, while simultaneously eliminating the methylation marks of aging from their DNA. After large-scale cultivation, these cells will be re-injected into the body, granting the patient a cellular regenerative capacity, metabolic efficiency, and robust immune system akin to that of youth, thus endowing them with the recovery abilities of a young person. While it may not be true rejuvenation, a 60-year-old possessing the cellular regenerative capabilities, immune system, and metabolism of an 18-year-old will undoubtedly undergo a transformative change. The third step is the evolution of superhumans. Through genetic modification, humanity will acquire certain traits from organisms such as electric eels and tardigrades, including the ability to discharge electricity akin to that of an electric eel. I am confident that the grand vision I have painted will undoubtedly captivate many. Coupled with the successful examples of genetic modifications in chimpanzees, there will be a profound sense of anticipation, and they will believe in my potential for success. Chapter 49. The technology of rejuvenation captivates the world. As Lu Yun articulated his vision for human genetic evolution, a palpable excitement enveloped the room, accompanied by an audible intake of breath. Previously, the concept of human genetic advancement seemed distant, yet now it felt within reach, a necessity for all present. The attendees were predominantly seasoned individuals, the youngest in their 40s, while the eldest had surpassed 70, their health waning, some even battling cancer. The prospect of curing their ailments and achieving rejuvenation was so compelling that they would willingly relinquish all their assets to Lu Yun, emerging destitute yet profoundly grateful. Lu Yun, do you truly possess the capability to realize this rejuvenation? Inquired the typically composed academician Su Aimin, his voice trembling with anticipation. Another professor, approximately 50 years of age, expressed his fervor. Despite his good health, his wife, however, was succumbing to cancer, her condition deteriorating. Rest assured, it is entirely feasible, Lu Yun asserted confidently, as if success were an inevitability. This was not mere hubris. Concerning cancer, he merely needed to acquire cellular samples from patients to analyze cancer cells at the atomic level, discerning their characteristics and the genetic mutations responsible for their emergence. He could effectively transform himself into a cancer patient, meticulously observing the entire process of carcinogenesis. This was among his many advantages. Moreover, he could conduct cancer treatment experiments within his own body, performing thousands of trials daily, culminating in hundreds of thousands within a year. With such advantages, success seemed assured. The audience, moved by Lu Yun's words, trembled with excitement, not for themselves alone, but for their families and their nation. They placed their faith in Lu Yun, for he had already validated his capabilities through groundbreaking technology and successful case studies. After a stimulating discussion, academician Su Aimin and the others hurried to the laboratory to see the chimpanzee Caesar. Meanwhile, Lu Yun returned to the company lounge and picked up his phone. Upon unlocking it, he discovered a plethora of missed calls, many from international numbers, presumably from universities in the United States eager to recruit him as a professor. He raised an eyebrow, dismissing them casually. He dialed his father's number, not with any particular agenda, but simply to hear his parents' voices after 4 days of silence. Minutes later, he ended the call and opened WeChat, curious if anyone had messaged him. His circle of contacts was limited, comprising only Zhang Hai, Li Mani, academician Wang Zhengwo, and a few classmates and teachers from his senior high school class. In his past life, these individuals had brought him joy or touched him deeply, which made him cherish them all the more. Upon opening WeChat, a flood of unread messages awaited him. Wang Feng inquired, Lu Yun, if Harvard University invited you to become a professor, would you accept? Wan Xiaomei, the homeroom teacher, remarked, Lu Yun, I understand you would not entertain an offer from an American university, yet the current discourse surrounding this topic is overwhelming and could tarnish your reputation. It would be prudent for you to respond. Li Mani urged, Lu Yun, after reading this message, please look online for information regarding the invitation from prestigious institutions like Harvard and issue a public response, as this matter has already cast a shadow upon your reputation. He joined the WeChat group for class 1 of the senior year. His classmates were engaged in the very same discussion. Lu Yun felt somewhat speechless and promptly posted a message in the group. I have been secluded in the laboratory these past few days, hardly touching my phone, and was entirely unaware of the invitations from those elite American universities until just now when someone informed me. As for the conditions proposed by those institutions, I remain oblivious and uninterested, as they are merely within my grasp. Therefore, dear classmates, rest assured, I will not be heading to America. At Hongcheng No. 2 High School, in Class 1 of the senior year, Wang Xiaomei hastily entered the classroom, exclaiming, "I have wonderful news." After discussions among the school leadership, it has been decided that classes will be suspended tomorrow for a collective viewing of Lu Yun's technology launch event. The classroom erupted in excitement. With less than 40 days until the college entrance examination, the mounting pressure had left everyone eager for a reprieve, but the school had strictly enforced attendance, even on weekends. The prospect of a day off to watch their classmate Lu Yun's tech presentation was exhilarating. The students began to converse animatedly. I saw a video on Douyin where several influencers mentioned that the launch event is garnering global attention. American rednecks, Middle Eastern tycoons, and African billionaires have all stated in interviews that they are aware of this event and will certainly tune in to the live broadcast if time allows. I believe the number of viewers tomorrow will likely break historical records. It will undoubtedly shatter records. No one can resist the allure of genetic evolution. Given the right circumstances, they will pay attention to this matter. However, I wonder what choice Lu Yun will make after the event. Will he truly succumb to the predictions of some netizens and head to America afterward? Last time, when Stanford University extended an invitation, Lu Yun publicly responded that very day. Yet now, 4 days have passed since Harvard and other universities issued their invitations, and Lu Yun has yet to reply, which suggests he might indeed be in a state of contemplation. After all, the conditions offered by these American universities are incredibly enticing, treating Lu Yun as if he were a revered ancestor. At that moment, Wang Feng, the self-proclaimed war god, excitedly shouted from the back, "Lu Yun won't go to America. He just posted in the WeChat group for Class 1. Everyone, hurry and check." Upon hearing this, the students quickly grabbed their phones and opened WeChat, finding Lu Yun's message as anticipated. After watching the event, they were as exhilarated as Wang Feng, for deep down, they all desired for Lu Yun to flourish domestically. Soon after, the WeChat group erupted with excitement. "Finally, you've made your presence felt," they exclaimed. "Everyone, please rise and give a round of applause to Comrade Lu Yun, the pioneer of the era of human genetics." Applause. After 4 days of seclusion, had the genetic modification of the chimpanzee succeeded? You must be unaware, but tomorrow, classes will be suspended for all students to collectively witness your live technology launch. Lu Yun, if you can make the lab mice discharge electricity, could you also create a Pikachu? Meanwhile, Lu Yun, upon seeing these messages, felt a surge of inexplicable joy and responded with a smile. The genetic modification of the chimpanzee has indeed been successful, and it will be showcased at the technology launch tomorrow. The event will be quite spectacular. Instead of watching the live stream at school, why not attend in person? I will arrange for tickets to be delivered to you today. Each of you will receive one, and so will the teachers. For him, this was merely a matter of extending a greeting, costing him nothing at all. However, his classmates were overjoyed, and the messages in the WeChat group exploded. "Wow, Lu Yun is amazing. See you at the technology launch tomorrow. Worship the Great One." One classmate remarked, "I just checked, and tickets for the technology launch are extremely scarce. Even money can't buy them, yet now we can get them for free. No doubt, we must applaud Lu Yun." After the initial excitement, some classmates opened Douyin and Xiaohongshu to share the event with online users. "Exciting news. We got tickets to the technology launch, thanks to our old classmate Lu Yun." Lu Yun announced that he would not be going to the United States, and screenshots of the WeChat chat records served as evidence. Soon, this information spread rapidly across the internet. On Douyin, countless netizens were captivated by the technology launch set for tomorrow, and they eagerly followed Lu Yun's updates. This wave of fervor was not lost on Su Shana, who was currently broadcasting live, passionately discussing, "Brothers, let me share some news reports with you. The head of DARPA, Lucas, has arrived in Hongcheng. The president of the Royal Society of Biology, John, has also reached Hongcheng. The editor-in-chief of Nature, Gregory, has landed in Hongcheng. The Speaker of the House of Representatives from the United States, Carl, is currently visiting and has arrived in Hongcheng. The British Parliament member, Meichuan Naiku, has touched down in Hongcheng. It's explosive, absolutely explosive. Due to historical reasons, over the past century, we have been regarded as latecomers in the realm of science. Humble as underlings, facing sanctions, suppression, and embargoes, crawling forward. Through the relentless efforts of countless predecessors, we have surpassed in many fields, yet in genetic technology, we still lag behind slightly. Then came Lu Yun, and we found ourselves at the pinnacle of genetic technology with a rallying cry. Top scientists and political leaders from around the globe flock to us. They come to learn, to seek guidance, and to pay homage. Yet, this is not the conclusion, merely the inception. As long as the technology of human genetic evolution remains in the capable hands of our great nation, such grand spectacles shall continue to unfold. Brothers, do you not feel a swell of pride? Is this not worthy of a resounding cheer? Just as the fervor surged among the viewers in the live broadcast, it was abruptly interrupted by Su Shan's call for applause. Nevertheless, the program's effect had been achieved, and the comments section erupted in excitement. What a remarkable performance. Host, you are truly remarkable. Just as I was stirred with passion, you turned and asked me to cheer, leaving me momentarily bewildered. Host, are you not a devoted fan of Lu Yun? Do you truly believe Lu Yun would accept offers from esteemed universities such as Harvard? Upon reading this comment, Su Shan found himself at a loss for words. Deep down, he did not wish for Lu Yun to go to the United States. However, rationally speaking, Lu Yun had yet to respond, which likely indicated he was aware of the situation and contemplating whether to accept. At that moment, a flurry of messages appeared in the comments. Breaking news. Lu Yun has spoken in the class WeChat group, revealing that he had been sequestered in the laboratory and was entirely unaware of the prestigious invitation from the top-tier American university. He would not likely accept. Breaking news. Su Shan sprang to his feet, seized his phone, and searched for relevant videos. After watching, a wave of excitement washed over him as he exclaimed, "Excellent. This is splendid." Lu Yun has made his stance clear. He harbors no interest in the allure of the United States. Thus, I was not mistaken. The technology of human genetic evolution will always remain in our hands. And the grand spectacle of a call to arms, and they come in droves, will continue to manifest. Moreover, the content captured in the screenshot reveals significant news. The genetic modification of chimpanzees has succeeded and will be showcased at tomorrow's technology conference. One can only imagine the spectacular nature of the upcoming event, so everyone must tune in to witness the astonishment and wonder that Lu Yun will bring to the world. By the way, do not forget to follow along, so you do not lose your way. I will also be live streaming from the technology conference site tomorrow. Viewers in the live chat, you rascal, not again. Just as I was filled with fervor, your call to follow along has left me momentarily dazed. Nonetheless, regardless of the antics, anticipation for tomorrow's technology conference is palpable. As the host aptly stated, China, historically a latecomer in the scientific arena, now has a prodigy. With a mere call, scientists and political leaders from around the globe flock to him. And this is only the beginning. The future will belong to him and to China. Chapter 50. The Ruthless Domination by Lu Yun. Simultaneously, Lu Yun's remarks in the WeChat group of Class 1, Senior Year, have spread across the nation. Prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua University, Harvard, and MIT have extended professorship offers to Lu Yun, inciting outrage among netizens who have begun to tag Tsinghua, expressing their discontent over the perceived negligence in securing Lu Yun, especially as esteemed universities from abroad vie for his talent. As a leading institution in the country, how could Tsinghua remain passive? Did they deem Lu Yun unworthy? The higher-ups at Tsinghua expressed their perplexity, asserting their innocence. Lu Yun's achievements were broadcasted on the evening news, and Harvard made its public overture the following morning, leaving them no time to react as they had yet to commence their workday. Did they not desire to appoint Lu Yun as a professor? They yearned for it, even in their dreams. Should Lu Yun be willing to accept their offer, Tsinghua could provide a staggering research fund of $10 billion. What? Some argue that $10 billion is excessive and beyond Tsinghua's means. If Lu Yun were to join as a professor, the government's allocations to Tsinghua would undoubtedly surge. What? Some claim that hiring Lu Yun, a high school student, violates established protocols. Regulations are meant to be challenged. In essence, Tsinghua eagerly awaits Lu Yun's arrival. The higher administration at Tsinghua harbored such thoughts and acted accordingly, dispatching a team that very day to Hongcheng Technology in hopes of recruiting Lu Yun as a professor. However, they were met with armed security who informed them that Lu Yun was engrossed in research within the laboratory and that no one was permitted to disturb him. Not even Tsinghua, the pinnacle of domestic universities. Consequently, the Tsinghua officials had no choice but to await Lu Yun's emergence. At long last, that moment has arrived, accompanied by the splendid news that Harvard, MIT, and other competitors have been summarily rejected by Lu Yun. A video conference was promptly convened among the higher-ups of Tsinghua. The president, brimming with ambition, declared, I have decided to set out immediately for Hongcheng. After tomorrow's technology conference concludes, I shall seek an opportunity to engage with Lu Yun and offer him a professorship at our esteemed institution. The director of admissions expressed his agreement. With Harvard and MIT out of the running, our only rival is Hongcheng University. If we act swiftly, Lu Yun is highly likely to accept our offer. Consensus echoed in the room. Though Lu Yun has reached the pinnacle of the genetic technology field, the title of professor at Tsinghua would undoubtedly enhance his prestige, a proposition devoid of drawbacks that he would surely embrace. As for why they did not seek to enroll Lu Yun as a student, a thorough search of Tsinghua revealed no individual qualified to serve as Lu Yun's professor. Meanwhile, Hongcheng University made a parallel decision, with the president personally leading the effort to recruit Lu Yun as a professor. Should they succeed, with Lu Yun at the helm, Hongcheng would have the opportunity to ascend as the world's foremost institution. In addition to Tsinghua and Hongcheng, another university was stirring with ambition, Hongcheng University. As a typical 211 university, Hongcheng originally lacked the standing to partake in this fierce competition. However, the president of Hongcheng University contemplated that since Lu Yun disregarded world-renowned institutions such as Harvard and MIT, it was likely that he viewed Hongcheng University in a similar light as Tsinghua and Yin University. Given this, why not take a chance? Moreover, Hongcheng University possessed a significant advantage, proximity. Lu Yun was a local, and Hangzhou Technology was also based in Hongcheng. Thus, if he were to take on a part-time professorship at Hongcheng University, commuting home or to the company would be exceedingly convenient. Yes, we must seize this opportunity. Should we succeed, Hongcheng University could potentially make history by ascending to the ranks of a world-class institution through the efforts of a single individual. With this thought, the president felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement. He resolved to seek Jiang Hai's assistance immediately after the technology conference tomorrow, arranging a chance for Lu Yun to meet and engage in dialogue. Meanwhile, Zhang Jie, who attended the technology conference with his mentor, Professor Scott, stumbled upon this topic on Douyin. Astonishingly, it worked. Upon seeing the screenshots of the group chat, Zhang Jie could not contain his astonishment. What has transpired to elicit such excitement? Professor Scott inquired. The genetic modification experiment on chimpanzees succeeded. Zhang Jie's face was a canvas of shock. As against the backdrop of skepticism in the global academic community, Lu Yun had indeed completed the genetic modification of chimpanzees in a mere 5 days. What? Professor Scott was left speechless, and after a moment, he inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Is he even human? He is nothing short of a deity, a god in the realm of genetic technology. Indeed, he is a god." Zhang Jie wholeheartedly concurred, yet simultaneously felt a sense of dismay. A deity of genetic technology had emerged in China, indicating that the future of this field lay there, while he himself had ventured to the Eagle Nation for his studies, leaving him feeling quite isolated. Meanwhile, at the Sheraton Hotel in Hongcheng, Carl, the Speaker of the House in the Eagle Nation, received this news as well. Has the academic outreach failed? Lu Yun expressed in the class group chat that he had no interest in the offers from Harvard and other universities, as anything they proposed was well within his grasp. After hearing his subordinate's report, Carl fell into deep contemplation. As a seasoned politician, he was accustomed to lies, interacting daily with influential figures who were equally deceitful. Thus, he did not place faith in Lu Yun's public statements. Lu Yun was an 18-year-old youth who had spent 4 consecutive days in the laboratory without even touching his phone, only learning of the invitations from Harvard and MIT today. How could that be? It was evident that Lu Yun had been aware from the outset, merely weighing the pros and cons. During this time, in a bid to retain Lu Yun, the Chinese authorities intervened, offering terms that were irresistible after 4 days of negotiations. Subsequently, to protect his image, Lu Yun fabricated a narrative, disseminating it publicly through conversations in the class group chat. Yes, it must be so. As Carl pondered further, he became increasingly convinced that this was the truth. A gentle smile graced his lips. Since you, Lu Yun, are also a person who values profit, this should be an easy conversation. In this world, which nation can offer you the greatest benefits? Undoubtedly, it is us, the Eagle Nation. When we sneeze, the entire globe falls silent in reverence. At tomorrow's technology launch, I, Carl, Speaker of the House of the Eagle Nation, will present you with an offer that will be hard to refuse. The proposition from Harvard University of $10 billion, along with academic immunity and a professorial title, may seem within your grasp, and I can understand that, for you indeed possess such capability. However, the promise of our Eagle Nation, backed by the full might of our country, will surely captivate you. And soon, the next day arrived. The Gene Era, Humanity's Evolution Technology launch is scheduled for 9 o'clock in the morning at the Hongcity International Exhibition Center. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Lu Yun was still enjoying his breakfast, yet the eyes of the world were already fixed upon this location. All preparations had been meticulously completed. Even the road from Hongcheng Technology to the Hongcity International Exhibition Center was under strict traffic control. Armed soldiers and police guarded every intersection. Chapter 51. The Arrival of Caesar, Mastery of Electromagnetism. What is going on? A road blockade during the morning rush? On Hongcheng High-Tech Avenue, within a moving BYD vehicle, Zhang Ming was preparing to make a right turn at the intersection ahead, just as he had done countless times before, only to discover the intersection was now obstructed by barriers, guarded by armed military police. Left with no choice, he had to take a detour. Upon arriving at the office, he could not help but vent to his colleagues. Goodness, today is just awful. A section of High-Tech Avenue is under traffic control, forcing me to detour, adding at least 10 extra minutes to my commute. By the way, I wonder which big shot requires passage through that road, considering the military police are fully armed at the intersection. Hearing this, his colleague looked at him in astonishment. Are you an alien? How could you not know why there is traffic control today? Lu Yun is attending a technology release conference at the exhibition center, and the route from his company to the center is certainly under traffic control. He is now a national treasure and cannot be exposed to any risk. Zhang Ming, puzzled, asked, "Who is Lu Yun?" His colleague was at a loss for words. "I am truly baffled by you. You probably don't watch the news or scroll through TikTok. Do you? You don't even know who Lu Yun is. You should download TikTok or DeepSeek, search for Lu Yun. And then you will understand why the roads he travels require traffic control. Is there really such a person? You're not pulling my leg, are you?" Zhang Ming, half convinced, downloaded DeepSeek, which he had previously used on his computer, and inquired, "Is there someone named Lu Yun in Hongcheng? He must be quite remarkable if the roads he travels require traffic control." Soon, DeepSeek provided an answer. Indeed, there was a person named Lu Yun in Hongcheng, matching the description. For months ago, he was a senior student in Class 1 of Hongcheng No. 2 High School. Now, Lu Yun's safety was no longer an individual concern. It was intertwined with the evolution of human genetics and had the potential to impact the nation's current fate. Thus, the traffic control measures for his route were not only justified but essential. Upon reading this, Zhang Ming was utterly bewildered. He had been so preoccupied with making money and repaying debts, having not been online for half a year, that a genius of such caliber had emerged. And he was a fellow townsman from Hongcheng. How incredible was that? Now do you understand why traffic control is necessary? His colleague chuckled. It absolutely must be enforced. Zhang Ming nodded vigorously, then downloaded TikTok, intending to watch the live stream snippets of the technology release conference after work. He was indeed quite interested in the evolution of human genetics. Meanwhile, at the Hongcheng International Exhibition Center, media reporters and self-media bloggers from around the globe had already commenced their live broadcasts. However, self-media bloggers were limited to streaming from the audience area, with the exception of Li Manny, who had the privilege to enter and exit all areas freely while broadcasting. At that moment, although there was still an hour until the technology release conference began, the number of viewers in the live stream had already surged to 500,000. Upon witnessing this data, Li Man and I could not help but think of Lu Yun. Initially, like other media influencers, she could only live stream from the audience section. However, after Li Peiqiang, the general manager of Hongcheng Technology, spotted her, he promptly instructed the staff that she was a friend of Lu Yun and could broadcast from any area. "I must find an opportunity to express my gratitude to Lu Yun," she mused. Consequently, she directed her camera towards the entering audience, introducing them to the viewers in her live stream. This is the delegation from the Eagle Nation, led by House Speaker Carl. Here is the Nobel laureate Emmanuel, who received the award for her CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing technology. However, the mainstream gene editing technology today has already transitioned to Lu Yun's self-calibrating gene editing method. Thus, I surmise Lu Yun has already secured the Nobel Prize. This individual requires no introduction. Everyone knows Brother Ma from Penguin Group. And it seems he is also intrigued by human genetic evolution. One prominent figure after another made their grand entrance, leaving the online viewers in awe and causing the comments section to explode. Friends in the live stream, I have a lucrative business proposition. Look at all these dignitaries at the press conference. If we were to engage in a kidnapping, wouldn't we immediately ascend to the status of the world's richest? Well, you really dare to think that, and even say it. Buddy, I know you're just joking, but you might have already been tracked. In 3 minutes, there will be some men in hats shouting outside your door. Open up, we need to check the water meter. Hurry up. I want to see the electrically charged white mice and chimpanzees. When is Liu Yun going to appear? One streamer remarked while broadcasting at the entrance of Hongcheng Technology. I just came back from that live stream, and Liu Yun hasn't even departed yet. Thus, amidst the playful banter of the online friends, time ticked away. At 9 in the morning, the Gene Era, a new dawn of human evolution technology launch conference officially commenced. Under the spotlight, Liu Yun ascended the stage. He donned the same attire as before, a casual sports outfit worth just a few hundred, complemented by sneakers costing $200 to $300. Compared to the luxurious garments and shoes of the audience, his outfit seemed to belong to a different realm. Yet, this did not hinder him from being the most captivating presence in the room. All eyes were fixed upon him. Finally, I have seen Liu Yun in person. Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature magazine, abruptly rose to his feet, a gesture of respect towards this genius standing at the pinnacle of technology. How youthful he is. Gazing at Liu Yun's extraordinarily youthful face and recalling the achievements he has already accomplished, Professor Scott from Stanford suddenly entertained a thought. Perhaps, after the technology conference concludes, I should inquire if Liu Yun's company could offer me a position? If so, I would not return to the Eagle Nation, but instead, under the guidance of this genius, partake in the grand endeavor of human genetic evolution. Standing beside Professor Scott, Zhang Jie remained unaware of his mentor's intention to resign. In his mind, a single thought reverberated. This is the life I have always dreamed of, realized through him. I feel a profound envy that brings me to tears. In Li Manny's live streaming room, the barrage of comments exploded. A true man ought to be like this. Finally, he has appeared. Liu Yun, I am Qingqing, a clinical volunteer for Phase 1 of the Cloned Kidney Project. 100 volunteers are watching your live stream, including your father, who is smiling happily. Thank you. Liu Yun gazed at the audience with a smile. Thank you all for attending this technology launch event. I understand what you are most eager to see. So I won't waste your time and will directly introduce you to the genetically modified chimpanzee. No sooner had he spoken than old Zhang, a keeper from Chonglong Wild Animal World, led the chimpanzee, Caesar, onto the stage. Caesar, perform well, there will be plenty of bananas and pineapples later. Old Zhang chuckled as he patted Caesar on the shoulder, then tossed several coins onto the ground and stepped aside. Roar. Caesar thumped his chest 3 times, signaling agreement. Within the Fox News live broadcast, millions of viewers were left puzzled. What did the old man just say to the chimpanzee? Wasn't the genetic modification successful? Why hasn't it demonstrated its abilities yet? The coins the old man threw on the ground, what was the purpose of that? However, those who knew what was about to unfold, including Liu Yun, wore smiles on their lips. They were well aware that a moment of global astonishment was imminent. At that moment, under the gaze of billions worldwide, Caesar stirred. From its scaled arms, brilliant blue-green currents erupted, intertwining in a dazzling display. Even more astonishingly, the coins that had been cast aside slowly lifted into the air, as if drawn by an unseen force, ultimately landing in Caesar's right palm. Could it be? Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature magazine, seemed to grasp something, trembling with excitement. Electromagnetic force. This chimpanzee has mastered the ability of electromagnetic conversion. Zhang Jie widened his eyes. Could it be as I suspect? Has this chimpanzee become a Magneto? In the Fox News live broadcast, a viewer commented with disbelief. At this moment, Liu Yun smiled slightly. Many of you have likely guessed it, and indeed, you are correct. The chimpanzee Caesar, after undergoing my genetic modification, has acquired an electric discharge capability similar to that of an electric eel, which he can control at will. Moreover, Mr. Zhang Jiqing, who raised Caesar from a young age, has helped him develop an advanced ability, control of magnetic fields. At this revelation, the world fell into silence. In the venue and the live stream, everyone held their breath in exhilaration. For before them stood Caesar, the chimpanzee, evoking visions of a character from the Marvel movies. Magneto. In the past, while watching movies, I never envisioned myself becoming Magneto. However, now, science fiction has transcended into reality. I too have the opportunity to embody Magneto, to become a superhuman. In the live broadcast of Fox News, millions of viewers were left in awe, their minds electrified. This is nothing short of a miracle. Such technology is astonishing, surpassing our understanding by countless years. The future of the world is held in the hands of Liu Yun. In this moment, the viewers were profoundly shaken, realizing their perceptions of China had been utterly shattered. This is far from a technologically backward nation. It evidently possesses cutting-edge advancements that lead the world. Napoleon's words echoed in their minds. China is a sleeping lion, and once awakened, it will astound the world. At this moment, that prophecy has come to fruition. Chapter 52. He who possesses Lu Yun possesses the world. This statement holds profound truth. Once these stunned American spectators regained their composure, they resumed their tirades against politicians, the media, pharmaceutical giants, and the scientific community. How outrageous. Just 5 days ago, during an interview, DARPA Director Lucas proclaimed that Lu Yun's genetic modification technology was a decade ahead of us Americans. Now, with Lu Yun's modified chimpanzees capable of wielding electromagnetic forces, can we truly call this a mere 10-year lead? It is at least a 30 or even 50-year advantage. We were once at the forefront of genetic technology. But due to the incompetence of those in the White House and the scientific community, we have now been utterly surpassed by Huaxia. They even collude with the media to deceive us, displaying such shamelessness. To speak fairly, it is not that our scientists are inept. Rather, Lu Yun is an unparalleled genius. If not for him, genetic modification would still be confined to the realm of science fiction. In any case, the moment I witnessed the chimpanzee manipulating electromagnetic forces, I realized that the future of the world lies with Huaxia. Indeed, we Americans are in a dire predicament because those in power are far from virtuous. I can assure you that if Lu Yun announces that genetic modification will only be available to the people of Huaxia, our affluent Americans would flock there en masse. Meanwhile, at the press conference, the audience, having regained their senses, couldn't help but share their astonishment with those around them. Lu Yun had concealed a remarkable surprise. While he had only revealed the success of the genetic modification of the chimpanzees the previous night, he hadn't disclosed that they could also control electromagnetic forces. With this singular achievement in chimpanzee genetic modification, Lu Yun is destined to be etched into the annals of history. A phrase has recently circulated widely on social media. He who possesses Lu Yun possesses the world. Initially, I was skeptical, but now I am convinced. Lu Yun possesses something that no one can resist, and most importantly, he alone holds this power globally. He who possesses Lu Yun possesses the world? It is indeed a powerful notion. The president of Qing University, present at the event, expressed his strong agreement, stating, with Lu Yun's scientific prowess, we can elevate Qing University to unimaginable heights. Thus, we must appoint Lu Yun as a professor at our institution. Contemplating this, he turned to the vice president and inquired, has the matter been arranged? The vice president nodded, replying, academician Wang Jiangwo has agreed. After the technology release conference, he will endeavor to arrange a meeting with Lu Yun, though he has made it clear that he will only facilitate the meeting and will not persuade Lu Yun on our behalf. The president responded confidently, that is sufficient. Lu Yun has no reason to decline our offer for a professorship. He who possesses Lu Yun possesses the world? As the words resonated through the simultaneous interpretation headset, Speaker Carl of the American House of Representatives wholeheartedly concurred. The genetic modification technology that Lu Yun commands has the potential to transform the world, and crucially, only Lu Yun can expedite its rapid advancement. Therefore, wherever Lu Yun is, there lies the future of the world. However, Carl gazed confidently at Lu Yun on the stage, a smile gracing his lips. The most formidable nation in the world is the United States. When I present you with the conditions under which the United States would mobilize its entire strength to court you, I doubt you could refuse. After all, you are a person who values benefits. Lu Yun, observing the fervent gazes of the audience below, smiled slightly and raised his hand to signal for silence. Everyone. Lu Yun began, when it comes to the evolution of human genes, I believe there are two primary concerns, the feasibility of its realization and its safety. The recent performance of Caesar, the chimpanzee, must have astonished you, in considering that chimpanzees share a remarkable 98.8 similarity with humans. The viability of human genetic evolution is no longer a matter of doubt. It will soon become a reality. Upon hearing this, the audience could not help but nod in agreement. In just 5 days, Lu Yun had successfully completed the genetic modification of the chimpanzee, with astonishing results. If one still harbored doubts about the feasibility of human genetic evolution at this point, they would be deemed foolish. Is human genetic evolution safe? I cannot speak for anyone. Only time will serve as the ultimate proof. However, there is some evidence worth considering. On the very day I successfully modified the genes of a laboratory mouse, the state dispatched a team led by academicians Su Aimin and Wang Jiangwo to conduct a comprehensive evaluation of this technology, including safety assessments. Now, Let us invite academicians Su Aimin and Wang Zhangwo to present the evaluation results. As Lu Yun spoke, the caretaker, Old Zhang, led Caesar the chimpanzee off the stage. And two elderly gentlemen, their hair graying yet vibrant, ascended the platform. Academicians Su Aimin and Wang Zhangwo. I am Su Aimin, Director of the Biological Research Institute at the Academy of Sciences and Dean of the College of Biology at the Academy of Sciences. The purpose of stating my numerous titles is not to boast, but to assure you all that I am vouching for the authenticity of what I am about to say. Academician Su Aimin, visibly excited, understood that despite his experience with grand occasions, the conclusion of this press conference would usher in a monumental change in the world. With the advent of human genetic evolution technology, the scales of victory in the battle for national fortune would undoubtedly tilt in favor of our homeland. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, today marks a pivotal moment for our nation to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. And it also serves as the genesis of human genetic evolution, events that are destined to be etched in the annals of history. Moreover, he would not only be a witness to history but also a participant. How could he not be exhilarated? The core of Lu Yun's genetic modification technology lies within the L gene vector, one of whose modules is derived from a virus, thus posing a potential risk of mutation. Therefore, we initially perceived this technology to be fraught with risk, placing particular emphasis on evaluating its safety. Now, let me introduce the process and results of our assessments. We introduced the L gene vector into 25 separate culture solutions: neuronal cells, red blood cells, ADP energy supply, collagen variant proteins, epigenetic locks. All the audience members perked up, attentively listening to the introduction by academician Su Aimin. Alas, the plethora of technical jargon left the listeners increasingly bewildered, prompting them to engage in chatter in the comment section. I could comprehend each word, yet when strung together, they rendered me utterly perplexed. What on earth is the epigenetic lock? And what of DNA methylation? Oh my! I felt as though I had been transported back to my university days, listening to my calculus professor expound endlessly, akin to deciphering an ancient script. Ah! Those dormant memories were assailing me. My admiration for Lu Yun grew exponentially. The subjects he studied were incomprehensible to me. No wonder some say that technological advancement is propelled by a select few geniuses, while the ordinary populace merely reaps the benefits. Ha ha ha, how true. Isn't it Lu Yun alone who is advancing genetic modification technology? We merely need to cheer him on. At that moment, academician Su Aimin concluded, stating that the experimental results indicated the L gene carrier is effective, safe, and controllable. It is nothing short of perfection. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. Finally, clarity emerged. Lu Yun's genetic modification technology is effective, safe, and controllable. It is indeed perfect. Spread the word. Lu Yun's genetic modification technology is effective, safe, and controllable. Even the chimpanzees sing its praises. Lu Yun is incredible. Let us hasten the experiments for human gene evolution. I volunteer to be the first participant. Once the modification is complete, I shall be the first genetically modified human in history, the first Magneto. If this were to be streamed, the profits would be boundless. Ha ha ha, such aspirations? With superpowers at our disposal, one would think the glory of serving our nation would be more appealing. Yet, it must be said, Lu Yun's longevity technology holds the potential to become the real-life equivalent of the water group, mass-producing superhumans and crafting superheroes. As the audience in the live stream buzzed with excitement, academicians Su Aimin and Wang Zhangwo descended from the stage. Lu Yun's voice resonated. The feasibility of human gene evolution has been validated through the performance of Caesar, the chimpanzee. As for the safety of human gene evolution, academician Su Aimin has presented the technical assessment results for everyone to contemplate. Next, I shall delineate the trajectory of human gene evolution. In my vision, this evolution can be executed in 3 phases. No sooner had he spoken these words than the viewers in Li Manny's live stream instinctively held their breath. The previously frenzied barrage of comments ceased entirely. The venue of the press conference fell into a profound silence. All ears were attuned. Chapter 53. The Allure of Rejuvenation Technology. Terrifying indeed. The trajectory of human genetic evolution. Lu Yun has surprisingly devised a comprehensive plan, indicating his confidence. In a luxurious villa, the affluent stock market magnate Bart is also engrossed in the live broadcast of the conference. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, he was so exhilarated that he leapt from his chair. At over 90 years of age, battling prostate cancer, his foremost desire is not to amass more wealth, but rather to regain his health. The prospect of human genetic evolution instills hope within him. This prodigy from Huaxia is truly embarking on the study of human genetic evolution. Surely he will succeed. Thereafter, he could produce superhumans en masse and earn an inexhaustible fortune. What if I were to abduct him? In the Middle East? At the military base of the Free Eagles Brigade, the armed organization leader Abu Nur, clad in a long robe and headdress, experienced a flicker of fervent ambition in his eyes. He was aware of the challenges ahead, yet recognized the immense potential for profit. Should he succeed, he would be impervious to global threats. For Lu Yun's technology could benefit humanity, yet also be manipulated to develop genetic weaponry, precipitating a bioweapon crisis. Faced with the threat of such a crisis, no one would dare confront him lightly. Furthermore, his subordinates could be transformed into super soldiers, enabling an army composed entirely of super soldiers to contend with the great powers in conventional warfare. I must seize this opportunity, otherwise I shall forever harbor regret. The fact that Abu Nur rose to become a leader of an armed organization in such hellish conditions is not without reason. His decisive nature is one of the key factors, and thus he has resolved to take action. Of course, he is not reckless. He will meticulously plan. Even if it takes a decade to succeed, it would still be a lucrative endeavor. Oh my goodness. Lu Yun is about to initiate the Human Genetic Evolution Project. At the conference venue, Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature magazine, widened his eyes in astonishment. He knew that Lu Yun would eventually launch this project, but he did not anticipate it would occur so swiftly. Clearly, today marks a watershed moment in human civilization. Prior to today, we belong to the era of natural humans. Henceforth, we shall enter the epoch of genetically modified beings. Gregory inhaled deeply. Witnessing the dawn of the age of human genetic evolution, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, coupled with an insatiable yearning. I, too, wish to partake in this venture. As this thought ignited in his mind, it blazed like an uncontrollable fire, growing ever more intense. Impossible to expel. He then gazed at Lu Yun on the stage, silently pondering, "Will you grant me the opportunity to be a part of this?" At the conference site, silence reigned once more. Only Lu Yun's voice echoed. The first step in human genetic evolution, the revolution of gene therapy. Those acquainted with biology understand that over 90% of diseases in the world, including those that inflict unimaginable suffering and despair such as cancer, AIDS, and congenital hereditary diseases, can be cured through genetic technology. In my vision, the evolution of the human genome must commence with the conquest of those grave diseases that threaten human health and quality of life. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, the audience in Li Mani's live stream erupted in excitement, with comments flooding in at an unprecedented pace. Although my greatest desire is to possess a superpower akin to electromagnetic control, the revolution in gene therapy is equally imperative. I cannot resign myself to a fate of waiting for death should I succumb to cancer. Merely contemplating it fills me with despair. If Lu Yun can achieve a breakthrough in gene therapy, even if it is solely in conquering cancer, he shall be revered as a modern-day sage, attaining sanctity through his deeds. Surely, it is feasible. Allow me to explain. Our body's T cells are capable of annihilating cancer cells, yet these malignant cells are cunning, employing various mechanisms to evade detection by T cells. Thus, by merely enhancing the T cells to recognize all cancer cells, Lu Yun could potentially cure cancer. If he can accomplish gene modification, then this minor adjustment to T cells is undoubtedly within his grasp. Likewise, if Lu Yun aims to tackle HIV, it should pose no challenge. He would simply need to modify the patient's immune cells to recognize the virus. The true difficulty lies in curing congenital genetic disorders, as the hundreds of trillions of cells comprising the patient's body all harbor genetic defects. My friend, how do you possess such extensive knowledge? Are you engaged in a related field? Haha, anyone genuinely trained in biology comprehends these concepts, yet globally, only Lu Yun possesses the capability to realize them, particularly in overcoming congenital genetic disorders, for he stands at the pinnacle of genetic technology, surpassing even the heights of Mount Everest. In a luxurious villa, the stock market magnate Bart was even more exhilarated upon hearing Lu Yun's statements. He was merely managing his prostate cancer, not fully cured. And if Lu Yun could restore his health, he would not hesitate to part with $1 billion without a second thought. At the Peking Union Medical College Hospital, the multifunctional conference hall was packed with attendees, prominently featuring Lu Yun's father, Lu Changqing, alongside 100 volunteers participating in the first phase of clinical trials for cloned kidneys. They gathered to watch Lu Yun's technological conference in anticipation of the upcoming kidney transplant surgery scheduled for a mere few days hence. Among them was Qingqing. The revolution in gene therapy, the conquest of congenital genetic disorders. Upon hearing Lu Yun's declarations, Qingqing felt a surge of excitement. For her own affliction of uremia stemmed from a congenital genetic disorder known as polycystic kidney disease, an autosomal dominant condition that carries a certain probability of being inherited by offspring. Consequently, she had pondered whether to have children in the future upon finding a partner. However, it now seems that this dilemma need not trouble her. As the revolution in gene therapy progresses, this wretched congenital disorder is bound to be vanquished. Your influence is poised to alter the trajectory of my life, Lu Yun. You are the angel of my existence. I sincerely hope for an opportunity to express my gratitude. Qingqing gazed at Lu Yun on the large screen, her heart swelling with admiration. Just then, Lu Yun's voice resonated in her ears once more. The second step of human genome evolution, rejuvenation technology. It is well known that as individuals age, their metabolic capacity diminishes. The immune system weakens, and the ability for cellular regeneration declines, resulting in a gradual deterioration of health. Thus, one might ponder whether there exists a technology that could endow the elderly with metabolic capabilities, immune strength, and cellular rejuvenation akin to that of the youth. I believe such a possibility does exist. My proposition involves extracting immune cells from the elderly, infusing these aging immune cells with specific transfer factors, thereby reverting them to stem cells and activating telomerase. Following this intricate series of genetic modifications, the resultant stem cells would be cultivated en masse and reintroduced into the body. These stem cells could then supplant every worn-out component within. In a sense, this is akin to a rejuvenation process, granting the elderly the vitality of youth. Upon concluding my remarks, a thunderous uproar erupted within the multifunctional conference hall. Every attendee's eyes widened in astonishment. The notion of rejuvenation had transcended their wildest imaginations and wielded an irresistible allure, surpassing even the temptation of wielding electromagnetic power like Caesar the chimpanzee. Who among us does not yearn to reclaim their youth? Even the monsters from the journey to the West sought immortality. In a lavish villa, the stock market mogul Bart trembled with excitement, exclaiming loudly, "Chris, arrange a flight for me to China and make it swift. Additionally, contact Lu Yun's company and inform them that I am willing to donate $1 billion to support his research on rejuvenation technology. If his endeavors succeed, I wish to be among the first beneficiaries. The sooner I can benefit, the greater my donation will be, up to $100 billion, without hesitation. Boss, I will make the arrangements immediately," Chris, Bart's assistant, responded, fully comprehending the fervor that consumed Bart at this moment. He also recognized that numerous affluent yet frail individuals worldwide shared Bart's ecstatic frenzy. These elderly millionaires possess inexhaustible wealth, yet without robust health. They cannot savor exquisite cuisine or indulge in the pleasures of life, rendering their riches nearly meaningless. Now, the prospect of reclaiming their youth presents itself. How could they possibly let it slip away? They have likely begun to envision a grand feast filled with beautiful women, boldly proclaiming, "Fairy, take my staff," and asserting their newfound vigor. Meanwhile, at the press conference, countless eyes brimmed with fervor, particularly those of the Speaker of the House, Carl, who understood the magnetic allure of rejuvenation technology. Not only could he not resist it, but none of the powerful figures within their ranks could either. Hence, it was imperative to court Lu Yun, ensuring he would bring the technology to their shores. Otherwise, should Lu Yun align himself with a certain Eastern power and compile a blacklist, those named would be barred from accessing the rejuvenation technology. The prominent figures of this group, in their quest for rejuvenation, may very well betray the national interests of their country, including their own. Chapter 54. Indiscreet Inquiries and Winning Over Lu Yun. Similarly, at the press conference, the classmates of Class 1 of senior year felt as though they had been struck by thunder. The rear row warrior, Wang Feng, exclaimed, "Goodness! The quest for rejuvenation, such technology is indeed the domain of the divine, reserved for those worthy of its mastery." With Lu Yun's announcement to delve into this field, it seems the entire world is poised for upheaval. Other students joined the fervent discussion, their voices trembling with excitement. Indeed, there will be chaos. My grandparents are both over 60. Although they remain vigorous, the mere prospect of rejuvenation would drive them to madness. They would not hesitate to sell their home, withdraw their pensions, or even toil in factories at such an advanced age. My father, a devoted son, would certainly part with his savings and sell our house to grant my grandparents this chance. In essence, this is a technology capable of inciting global frenzy. Haha. The elderly across the world will surely go wild over Lu Yun's discovery, especially the affluent. Yet, one must ponder, if seniors in their 60s were to undergo this rejuvenation process, would they still be regarded as elderly? Listening to your thoughts makes it seem as though the world is on the brink of madness, transforming into something unrecognizable. Friends, this is indeed splendid news. The value of being associated with Lu Yun is on the rise. In the future, whenever we mention that we are his classmates, we shall surely be the envy of all. The mere thought is exhilarating. Have you all overlooked a crucial detail? Lu Yun has already unveiled the concept behind the rejuvenation technology. Other scientists will undoubtedly pursue research following his lead. I believe you are being overly pessimistic. Lu Yun also disclosed the technical framework for the L gene carrier, yet scientists worldwide have admitted their inability to actualize it. It's akin to nuclear weapons. While the entire manufacturing process is publicly accessible, and answers can be found with a simple search online, only a select few nations possess the capability to produce them. Thus, on a global scale, it is clear that only Lu Yun can realize the rejuvenation technology. The scientific community may eventually achieve this, but it would likely take decades. Meanwhile, in Harvard University, the esteemed institution renowned for its top-ranking biology program, professors and students alike set aside their tasks to gather and watch the live broadcast of the technology conference. They understood that this broadcast would alter the future of the biological sciences. As they listened intently to Lu Yun's exposition on the rejuvenation technology, they held their breath, anxious not to miss a single detail. Following his presentation, a fervent discussion ensued. I believe Lu Yun's rejuvenation technology is theoretically feasible. My heavens, this is utterly astonishing. The dream of our ancestors to reclaim youth may finally come to fruition in our generation. Do you know how I feel right now? I am terrified. Lu Yun has articulated his technical approach, and while I comprehend it, I am utterly at a loss as to how to implement it. This is truly alarming. The technological prowess of Lu Yun has ascended to an unimaginable pinnacle. I, too, find myself utterly overwhelmed by Lu Yun's capabilities. Throughout my life, I have been perceived as a prodigy, and I believed I was deserving of such a title. Yet now, I have come to understand the true essence of genius. The online detractors, who label us as fools and our mentors as inept, fail to grasp the magnitude of Lu Yun's talent. While even genetically modified chimpanzees under Lu Yun's guidance have mastered electromagnetic control, we remain stagnant. Such individuals are indeed laughable. Do they truly comprehend the terrifying potential of Lu Yun's genius? At this very moment, those who were once regarded as the elite have wholly acknowledged Lu Yun's superiority, and a thought has begun to take root in their minds. Should the opportunity arise, they would undoubtedly wish to follow Lu Yun. For only in his company might they acquire the most advanced knowledge of genetic technology. At the press conference, Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature magazine, along with Professor Scott from Stanford University, solidified their resolve. They were determined to inquire if Lu Yun's company could offer them a position. Their concern was not for the remuneration. Rather, they yearned to partake in the monumental endeavor of human genetic evolution. This was a technology they had long dreamed of realizing, yet their own limitations had confined them to mere admiration. Now, not only did they glimpse the hope of success, but they also had the chance to participate actively, and of course, they would strive earnestly for it. Unbeknownst to Lu Yun, before he had completed his introduction of the human genetic evolution pathway, he had already stirred the winds of change across the globe. He continued, "The third step in human genetic evolution is the evolution of superhumans. Through genetic modification, we can enable humans to acquire extraordinary abilities akin to those displayed by the chimpanzee Caesar on stage, showcasing electromagnetic mastery. This is not mere fantasy. Our planet is home to numerous creatures endowed with enviable capabilities. Electric eels can discharge electricity, tardigrades can survive in the vacuum of space, and geckos can regenerate their tails. After genetic modification, these abilities may potentially become our own. Indeed, we might even evolve new methods of energy acquisition, transcending the mere consumption of food. We could harness energy from light, radiation, and dark energy. Of course, this is merely my vision for the future, and may not necessarily apply to humanity." At this juncture, he gazed at the audience below. Well, that concludes the introduction to the human genetic evolution pathway. This statement acted as a signal. Upon hearing it, the audience rose to their feet. A thunderous applause erupted. This was their acknowledgement of the human genetic evolution pathway, as well as their respect for Lu Yun. Some enthusiastic students from Class 1 of the senior year passionately shouted, "Lu Yun is amazing. Lu Yun is incredible." In a gathering dominated by wealthy elites, academic luminaries, and political magnates from around the world, the exuberant cries of the senior students stood out starkly. Yet, the prominent figures present nodded in silent agreement. Indeed, Lu Yun is remarkable. In Li Mani's live stream, the viewers were equally exhilarated. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. Lu Yun is amazing, manual applause. The press conference was utterly captivating. From the moment Caesar, the chimpanzee, made his entrance, I was completely enthralled. It wasn't until now that I regained my senses, only to realize I had been sitting on the edge of my seat for so long that my legs had gone numb. I declare that the era of genetically modified beings has commenced, and adjusters shall become the mainstream. At that moment, the esteemed host from CCTV, the charming Xiao Sa, ascended the stage, casting a warm smile towards the audience below. It is a profound honor to be invited as the host of this remarkable event. Just moments ago, I witnessed Caesar wielding electromagnetic forces and heard Lu Yun elucidate the trajectory of human genetic evolution, which filled me with excitement and ignited a myriad of questions I yearned to pose to him. I am sure the audience present, as well as those watching from home and online, share the same sentiment. Now, the moment has arrived. The interactive segment begins in earnest. I shall select a group of attendees to pose their most pressing inquiries to Lu Yun, representing diverse fields such as politics, commerce, academia, and corporate sectors to ensure a broad array of perspectives. Upon hearing this, the audience's interest was piqued, and the atmosphere in the conference hall became hushed. Soon, the first fortunate participant emerged, a blonde, blue-eyed female reporter. After a moment's contemplation, she asked, "Mr. Lu, the roadmap you've devised for human genetic evolution is undeniably enticing, especially the revolutionary gene therapy and rejuvenation technologies, which I believe few could resist. However, this raises a significant concern. With individuals undergoing genetic modifications living longer, an inevitable population explosion looms, potentially exceeding 10 billion or even 20 billion, surpassing the limits our planet can sustain. Have you considered this issue?" At this, the audience reacted with discontent. What of a population explosion? As long as I can undergo genetic evolution and rejuvenation, what does it matter? Lu Yun, disregard her remarks and focus on your research into human genetic evolution. We shall always support you. If anyone dares to impede your progress, fear not, for we will crush those dissenters on your behalf. In response to the question, Lu Yun found it rather intriguing and smiled gently, stating, "I am fond of a saying, life will find its own way. I believe humanity shall do the same. When a population explosion occurs, solutions will naturally arise. Moreover, when the world's population surpasses 20 billion, will it truly exceed the planet's capacity? I think not. Through genetic modification, we can cultivate rice, wheat, and other staple crops that thrive in saline alkali soils, potentially increasing global food production by at least 30. If we develop plants that can adapt to desert environments, we could gradually transform deserts into habitable oases for humanity. In summary, such expansive lands can certainly sustain a population of 20 billion. Lu Yun casually articulated his thoughts on plant genetic modification, yet the average audience member did not react significantly. However, the executives of the world's 4 major grain companies watching the live broadcast felt their hearts racing. If Lu Yun were to apply his genetic modification technology to the agricultural sector, would our positions still be secure? Please, do not approach us. Let us focus solely on the evolution of the human genome. At this moment, Xiao Sa selected another fortunate individual, a primary school teacher. Subsequently, 5 more lucky participants were chosen, posing questions that adhered to conventional norms. Lu Yun addressed each inquiry in turn. At this juncture, Carl, the Speaker of the House from the United States, could no longer contain himself. Seated in the front row, his prominent position and distinguished status warranted consideration for questioning, even if merely for the sake of international courtesy. Surely, they were deliberately excluding him. Carl scoffed inwardly, then retrieved a microphone he had prepared in advance from his briefcase. Seizing the opportunity as Lu Yun concluded a response, he resolutely stood up. Indeed, he was determined to pose a question, regardless of the potential breach of decorum. But what is dignity, really? How much does it weigh? Should he manage to win Lu Yun over, the rewards would be substantial, and he could emerge as a hero in the eyes of his compatriots. Chapter 55. Lu Yun, I will not be going. Do not waste your breath. Mr. Lu Yun, I am Carl, the Speaker of the Eagle Nation House of Representatives. Carl's voice resonated, leaving the audience in bewilderment. This prominent figure from the Eagle Nation exhibited a complete disregard for decorum, imposing his inquiries without the host's invitation. Was he attempting to stir trouble? In Li Manny's live broadcast, the viewers were equally perplexed. Goodness, is he really attempting to force a question? Has he grown accustomed to such audacity? He stood up to pose his question before it was even his turn. In my view, the situation is far from straightforward. This speaker seems to be eagerly trying to win over Lu Yun, having grown impatient waiting for his opportunity to ask. Indeed, the Eagle Nation is persistently fixated on Lu Yun, having faced rejection twice already, and now they send a high-ranking official to publicly court him. On site, the host, Xiao Sa, was also taken aback. An incident was unfolding, yet it was too late to intervene, so he could only listen as Carl continued to speak. Mr. Lu, on behalf of the Eagle Nation, I would like to express our gratitude for your contributions to the evolution of human genetic technology. And I sincerely invite you to come to the Eagle Nation for further development. To this end, we are prepared to mobilize national resources. We will fully support your research endeavors. Firstly, we will introduce the Genetic Modification Technology Act, granting you the authority to conduct any form of genetic experiments without the need for review. Secondly, you will have access to all resources of the Eagle Nation for your experiments, including DARPA and even military resources. Moreover, we will establish the Human Genetic Evolution Fund for you, allocating an annual budget of $100 billion US, with no upper limit on additional funding after the initial amount is exhausted. All research outcomes will belong solely to you. Lastly, to demonstrate our sincerity, we are prepared to grant you a 5% stake in Pfizer, facilitated by BlackRock, who seeks to cultivate your friendship. Additionally, concerning your company, Hongcheng Technology, we will implement the following support policies. First, you will not be subject to antitrust laws. Second, we will facilitate the tax-free entry of your products into global markets. Third, you will be permitted to enter the military-industrial sector. Carl confidently outlined his propositions. In Li Manny's live broadcast, the audience was no longer composed. It was evident that they aimed to win Lu Yun over. It is astonishing. They are specifically targeting our nation's talents. Currently, at least 30 of the scientists in the Eagle Nation hail from our country, and since Lu Yun's emergence, they have made persistent overtures, marking this as their third visit to seek him out. These offers surpass those of prestigious institutions like Harvard and MIT by at least 50-fold. With an annual research fund of $100 billion US at Lu Yun's disposal, along with access to DARPA and military resources, DARPA is akin to our Academy of Sciences, recognized as the world's most formidable research institution. Even more astonishingly, they aim to fully support Hongcheng Technology, aspiring to create a super enterprise reminiscent of the Weyland-Yutani Corporation from the film Aliens. My goodness, I am utterly astonished. Is this the value and status that Lu Yun currently holds? While the conditions proposed by the Eagle Nation are undeniably alluring, I fervently hope that Lu Yun will not acquiesce. Should Lu Yun depart, the repercussions would be dire for both us and our nation. Indeed, Lu Yun has already charted the course for human genetic evolution, spearheading a revolution in gene therapy, technologies for rejuvenation, and the evolution of superhumans. Each of these advancements is simply irresistible and possesses the potential to reshape the global landscape. However, if Lu Yun desires to leave, we cannot impede his decision. In the Fox News studio, the audience inundated the comments section with fervor. These wretched politicians have finally undertaken a commendable endeavor. Well done. Although an annual research fund of at least $100 billion is substantial, it is undoubtedly worthwhile. If Lu Yun does not come, by the time he develops the relevant products, our annual expenditure on importing his innovations will at least double. We could intensify our efforts to woo Lu Yun, suggesting that should he agree to come, we would amend the Constitution to enable him to participate in the presidential election. I would undoubtedly cast my vote for him, as he would bring tangible benefits, facilitating my genetic evolution. This would entail granting Lu Yun various privileges, a rather unprincipled attempt to curry favor with him. Nonetheless, I am in favor. Lu Yun is now the beacon of hope for global human genetic evolution. Any treatment he receives is well-deserved. Lu Yun must consent. His arrival would solidify our position as the world's preeminent power. Yet, at the press conference, Lu Yun merely scoffed disdainfully. I have already declined twice. Why do they persist in courting me? How tiresome. My family and friends are all rooted in this land, and my most cherished memories reside here. When I faced adversity and sought to exert pressure on the Drug Regulatory Agency and the Health Committee through public opinion, millions of netizens rallied to my side. And 15 academicians with whom I have no personal connection advocated for me. Even a friend, afflicted with a terminal illness, expressed online that he had only 2 months to live, yet his 2 kidneys were healthy. He wished to donate them to my father when he passed, considering it a meaningful final contribution to his country. During this time, esteemed individuals such as Jiang Hai, Li Mani, academician Wang Zhengguo, and academician Su Aimin have spared no effort to assist me, while the nation has mobilized its resources to support my cause. How could I abandon this land for a foreign country? If I were to leave, would not those who spoke up for me, the strangers willing to donate a kidney, and my steadfast supporters like Jiang Hai and Li Mani become the subjects of ridicule? Moreover, I merely wish to pursue my research, earn a modest income, provide a good life for myself and my loved ones, and contribute even a little to my homeland. These aspirations can be fulfilled right here. Only by remaining in my country can they be realized. No matter how enticing the conditions offered by the Eagle Nation may be, my interest remains unfazed. Mr. Speaker, Lu Yun interjected coldly, I will not go to the Eagle Nation, so do not waste your breath. At this declaration, Carl was momentarily taken aback, his voice abruptly silenced. This was a condition meticulously crafted for Lu Yun, allowing him to enjoy various privileges, harness the entirety of Eagle Sauce's resources, and ascend to the status of the world's wealthiest, most powerful, and influential scientist, such that a mere sneeze from him could stir the entire globe. Logically speaking, Lu Yun, a man who values benefits, would find it impossible to refuse. Yet, why did the speaker abruptly interrupt him before he could finish? He wished to continue, but upon perceiving Lu Yun's indifferent and somewhat disdainful expression, he swallowed his words. Years of dealing with people had taught him that persisting on this topic would only deepen Lu Yun's aversion towards Eagle Sauce and himself, a crucial consideration, as he too yearned for rejuvenation and genetic evolution. At that moment, Lu Yun's voice resonated once more. Let us proceed with the interactive segment and select the next audience member to pose a question. Upon hearing this, the host, Xiao Sa, couldn't help but commend Lu Yun silently. Not only had he unhesitatingly rejected the temptations proffered by Eagle Sauce, but he remained entirely unfazed emotionally. His psychological fortitude was remarkable. He promptly selected a fortunate audience member, whose appearance clearly indicated a Chinese nationality. Now, may this gentleman pose his question. Meanwhile, in Li Mani's live stream, the audience's anxious hearts finally settled. Lu Yun had consistently rebuffed Eagle Sauce's advances thrice. For this alone, I would be his lifelong fan. If anyone dares to malign Lu Yun again, I shall respond with stark reality. How splendid, a celebration for all. In the Fox News Channel's live stream, Eagle Sauce's audience was left bewildered. Wait, we offered such favorable conditions, and he dismissed them with a mere phrase? He didn't even allow Chairman Carl to finish articulating the terms before interrupting. Why is that? Apart from us, no other nation can offer him better conditions. It is rumored that the Chinese possess an inexplicable sense of local attachment and patriotism. Could that be the reason? This is not good news for us. Lu Yun being in China signifies that the future of human genetic evolution lies there. Even if we were to benefit from this technology, it would come at an exorbitant price. At that moment, the chosen fortunate audience member posed a question. Though I am of Chinese descent, I hold Eagle Sauce nationality. Thus, the events that transpired compel me to ponder a crucial issue. If human genetic evolution succeeds under your stewardship, say, if it could cure cancer, congenital genetic diseases, or restore youth to the elderly, will your company's products be exported to Eagle Sauce? Chapter 56. Stirring the Winds of Change. Lu Yun spoke without hesitation. I will consider whether to export in accordance with national strategic interests. Upon hearing these words, the distinguished political and business leaders from around the globe present at the press conference instantly understood that if they wished to regain their youth and achieve genetic evolution, they must cultivate favorable relations with the Eastern power, or at the very least, avoid being placed on a blacklist. In the Fox News live broadcast, millions of American viewers grasped the implications, as they had frequently encountered news on platforms like TikTok and Twitter regarding bans on the sale of advanced processed chips and lithography machines. These prohibitions were enacted based on the strategic considerations of their nation. At that time, they felt indifferent, as their lives remained unaffected. Now, however, the tides had turned. Advanced technology was firmly in the hands of the Eastern power, and with it came an irresistible opportunity for human genetic evolution. Once this technology reached fruition, the Eastern power would wield the power to impose export bans upon them. The realization sent a wave of panic through the American audience, flooding the live chat with anxious comments. Science knows no borders, and neither should genetic modification technology. It belongs to all humanity. We must persuade Lu Yun to abandon his narrow-minded views, allowing people across the globe to benefit without restrictions. Oh my God. If people from other countries can regain their youth and undergo genetic evolution while I am left to watch helplessly, I would go mad. We possess the most advanced aircraft carriers and fighter jets. Can we not use military might as a threat? Currently, there is but one nation that can disregard our military threats, and Lu Yun hails from that very nation. Thus, we must abandon any thoughts of military intimidation, as it could lead to the annihilation of humanity. It is absolutely imperative that we refrain from using force. Do you understand? Genetic technology is the most terrifying weapon, more fearsome than nuclear arms. Should Lu Yun become enraged, a bioweapon crisis targeted solely at us Americans could erupt. Damn it. All of these troubles have been orchestrated by the prominent figures in politics and business. They are the parasites of America, gorging themselves while sacrificing relations with the entire world, including the Eastern power. Meanwhile, our lives grow increasingly dire, job opportunities dwindle, and our incomes decline, leaving us potentially unable to partake in the benefits of genetic evolution. Those shameless elites will undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to secure their own opportunities for genetic advancement, even at the cost of betraying American interests, or worse, directly aligning with the Eastern power. Simultaneously, in Li Manny's live stream, the audience comprehended Lu Yun's intent, their expressions betraying their suppressed excitement. In recent years, they had frequently encountered news of chip and lithography bans, which had left them feeling frustrated and angry. The prospect of Lu Yun successfully researching human genetic evolution technology promised a reversal of fortunes. Haha. Although the events have yet to unfold, the mere anticipation brings a sense of exhilaration. To enhance this delight, I have resolved to spend the evening at a language school in the celestial realm. There is no question, I must lend my support to Lu Yun. His words are worth their weight in gold. Indeed, though his statement comprises fewer than 20 characters, it has the power to stir the tides of global affairs. Influential figures across nations, particularly those from the United States, are more eager than the average citizen for genetic evolution. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, they must carefully consider how to engage with our nation moving forward. This illustrates Lu Yun's significance and stature. It is no wonder that the Speaker of the House expressed a willingness to mobilize national resources for him. As the audience in the live stream became fervently enthusiastic, the host, Xiao Sa, had already selected the next fortunate participant. This was a young, beautiful university student, her gaze reflecting a naive clarity. Excitedly, she patted her chest and eagerly asked Lu Yun, "Do you know? You are my idol. I particularly admire your scientific talent. My question is, what is your life plan?" Lu Yun was pleasantly surprised to discover a fan in the audience. With a smile, he replied, "My life plan? It likely involves engaging in scientific research and realizing human genetic evolution, which I find both intriguing and challenging. Additionally, I will participate in this year's college entrance examination to experience university life. After 12 years of diligent study, it would feel incomplete to leave without a proper conclusion. I also wish to enrich my life further. If fate permits, I might find a girlfriend as well. This is my life plan, which is not vastly different from others. Ultimately, I am just an ordinary person with a modicum of talent and research." Lu Yun unabashedly describes the scientific assistance system as his gift. After all, it is a divine endowment. Yet, the audience's focus diverged entirely from his. The president of Qing University gleamed with enthusiasm. Contemplating, Lu Yun's desire to experience university life makes our institution the finest choice. He need not be a student, he could directly assume a professorship, enjoying flexible hours and offering a few lectures on the side. The president of Hongcheng University clenched his fist. Lu Yun's friends and associates are in Hongcheng, and his company is based there. Thus, the advantage lies with me. This opportunity to elevate Hongcheng University must not be squandered. Meanwhile, in Li Manny's live stream, the comments exploded, albeit with a different tone. I had thought Lu Yun to be a distant academic or a mad scientist, but he is far from it. His life plan mirrors my own, differing only in his choice to pursue challenging and interesting scientific work, while I opted for a lucrative programming career that does not pique my interest. Speaking of which, I envy his talent. If I possessed a similar aptitude in a field I enjoyed, I could dedicate my life to work I love. I almost forgot, Lu Yun is still a high school senior, with just over a month until the college entrance examination. Oh my heavens, could this be the most extraordinary college entrance examinee in history? Which university will he attend? It goes without saying, it must be Tsinghua or Peking University. My greater concern lies in the type of girlfriend Lu Yun will choose. Once this news spreads, beauties from around the globe will surely be enchanted, for Lu Yun surpasses even the most captivating protagonists of cinematic dramas. The press conference continues, and at this moment, the world is in turmoil. The American public, bombarded by platforms such as TikTok and Twitter, along with the relentless coverage from ABC, CNN, and other networks, are now aware that the chimpanzee Caesar has mastered electromagnetic control. They have learned that Lu Yun has unveiled the trajectory of human genetic evolution, and that once the technology for genetic advancement is realized, there is a high possibility that Americans may face a sales ban. The American populace is in an uproar. How can that genius from Huaxia behave in such a manner? It's infuriating. It's humiliating to think that we might be subjected to technological sanctions, an unprecedented disgrace. What are those high-ranking officials doing? They must resolve this matter swiftly. Meanwhile, in Huaxia, within the Aviation Bureau, in an office, Zhou Zixuan, responsible for approving international private jet flight applications, hurriedly informs her superior upon their entrance. Leadership, the system may have encountered a malfunction. In just a matter of minutes, I have received applications for international private jet routes that are several hundred times the usual volume, and many of the applicants are well-known figures. For instance, the American stock magnate Buffett, the super-rich Musk, and SoftBank's chairman's son Masayoshi. Upon hearing this, the leader chuckles. The system has not malfunctioned. They have come for Lu Yun, specifically for human genetic evolution. You are at work and are unaware of how astonishing today's genetic era, a new dawn for human evolution press conference has been. Let me summarize the key points for you. The genetically modified chimpanzee Caesar publicly demonstrated his mastery over electromagnetism, resembling a character from a movie brought to life. Lu Yun announced the trajectory of human genetic evolution, proposing not only a revolution in gene therapy but also the concept of rejuvenation technology, asserting that elderly individuals could attain the robust physique of their youth. Ultimately, Lu Yun publicly stated that he would collaborate with national strategies and consider whether to export his products. These prominent figures find the allure of genetic evolution irresistible and are eager to reap its benefits as swiftly as possible, hence their overwhelming rush to engage. They are merely the first wave. Many more distinguished individuals will soon follow. They will not only seek to cultivate favorable relations with Lu Yun but also with our nation. In summary, brace yourself for the forthcoming days. Remarkable news will frequently emerge. The recently surged American tariffs may suddenly return to normalcy. Simultaneously, the Speaker of the House, Carl, has departed from the conference, settling into a bulletproof vehicle. He does not harbor anger over Lu Yun's rejection, but rather feels a deep sense of regret for failing to win him over. A situation unfavorable for both him and the United States. The events that transpired at the press conference have likely spread, haven't they? Have they triggered a chain reaction? Carl took a sip of hot coffee and inquired. The assistant promptly replied. The White House has decided to convene an emergency meeting to discuss how to respond to Lu Yun and the ramifications he has caused. Certain super-wealthy individuals, including Bart, Masick, the Rockefeller family, and the Koch family, have already applied for international private jet routes to Huaxia and instructed their subordinates to communicate with relevant departments in Huaxia, indicating their intent to make substantial investments there. Upon hearing this, Carl was infuriated. These despicable individuals, indeed as I suspected, will stop at nothing to betray our nation's interests in their quest for eternal youth and genetic evolution. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to his assistant. Please reach out to familiar media outlets and have them publish an article immediately stating that I, Speaker of the House Carl, believe our current tariffs on the Eastern superpower are excessively high, disrupting the lives and consumption of our citizens. This situation is utterly unreasonable and demands immediate rectification to restore the rates to previous normal levels. Assistant, just moments ago, you were cursing those individuals. And now you. Chapter 57, Is Science Borderless? Lu Yun, please, spare us the double standards. Esteemed guests, the Genetic Era, a new dawn in human evolution technology conference, has now concluded. We thank you for your participation and bid you farewell. After addressing questions from 3 attendees, this momentous conference, destined to be etched in history, came to a close. A thunderous applause erupted as the audience rose to their feet in unison, filling the entire Hong City International Exhibition Center with resounding claps. At that moment, a poised and sharp-eyed young woman approached Lu Yun and inquired, Mr. Lu, the conference hall for discussions with the academic community has been prepared and security arrangements are in place. When should we notify them to attend? Her name was Chen Jing, appointed alongside Yang Zixin to assist Lu Yun. While Yang Zixin managed Lu Yun's daily affairs, Chen Jing led a team of elite security personnel, ensuring Lu Yun's safety. Before each departure, she meticulously planned the route and developed comprehensive security protocols. This academic exchange was organized out of respect for esteemed scholars such as academician Wang Jiangwo and academician Su Aimin, originally scheduled to occur prior to the technology conference. It was postponed to follow the event due to Lu Yun's decision to engage in genetic modification research on chimpanzees. While all attendees were distinguished scientists, security remained paramount, necessitating Chen Jing's careful preparations. Let us commence in an hour and a half, allowing our esteemed academic guests some time to prepare. Understood. I will notify the participants right away. With that, Chen Jing promptly turned and departed. Wait. Lu Yun suddenly spotted Li Manny among the crowd below, holding a selfie stick for a live stream. He felt a stir of inspiration, with an hour and a half to spare. Why not join Li Manny as a guest on her live stream? It would not only help pass the time, but also boost her popularity. Moreover, it would be an opportunity to express his gratitude to the online community. He recalled how millions had supported him in pressuring the Drug Administration and the Health Commission through public sentiment. All right, I'll arrange that. Chen Jing nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Yun then sent a WeChat message to Li Manny before descending from the stage to the relaxation area of the International Exhibition Center. Here, security personnel clad in suits and sporting crew cuts guarded the entrances, permitting no entry without prior authorization. Subsequently, Lu Yun took out his phone and began scrolling through Douyin to pass the time. As his thumb glided across the screen, an array of videos appeared. Among them was the star chimpanzee Caesar from the Qianlong Safari Park, who, following Lu Yun's genetic modifications, had become the world's first super chimp. In an interview at Times Square, the Eagle Sauce populist proclaimed that science knows no borders and that genetic modification technology should belong to all humanity. Following Lu Yun's rejection of overtures from Eagle Sauce speaker Carl, his Douyin account saw an explosive increase in followers, surpassing 20 million. Could the technology of rejuvenation lead to a population explosion? Lu Yun proposed that the solution lies in the transformation of food crops, which unexpectedly led to a decline in the stock prices of the 4 major global grain merchants. Meanwhile, Li Manny heard the delightful sound of a WeChat notification from her bag. She handed the selfie stick to her assistant and retrieved her phone. In the next moment, a look of astonishment crossed her face. Lu Yun was set to assist her once more as a guest in her live stream. It is essential to note that Lu Yun's current status has ascended beyond the heights of Mount Everest, surpassing that of many national leaders. Dear friends in the live stream, I have exciting news to share. Shortly, a mysterious guest will join me for the broadcast. Can you guess who it might be? Li Manny exclaimed, taking the selfie stick from her assistant and directing the camera towards herself, brimming with excitement. Could it be Xiao Ma from the Penguin Group? Is he attending the conference? Or could it be Speaker Carl from the Eagle House? Lu Yun had mentioned in a video that you are his friend in reality. Could this mysterious guest be Lu Yun? Upon seeing a comment from the audience, Li Manny laughed and said, "Congratulations to this friend. You guessed correctly. It is indeed Lu Yun. I will go find him now, and shortly you will see him in the live stream." As soon as she finished speaking, the live stream erupted with excitement. Wow, Lu Yun is actually coming to the live stream. The host is incredibly influential, given Lu Yun's current stature. His willingness to appear as a guest in the host stream signifies that he genuinely considers the host a friend, reflecting his admirable character, never forgetting his humble beginnings while extending a helping hand. I must invite my friends to watch this live stream. The news spread rapidly, igniting a sensation not only on Douyin but also on international platforms, capturing the attention of many Eagle citizens who were keen to persuade Lu Yun, emphasizing that science knows no borders and humanity should unite in progress. Oh my goodness, it is truly Lu Yun. Hello, Lu Yun. I am one of your female fans. 5 minutes later, when Lu Yun made his appearance in Li Manny's live stream, the number of online viewers surged past 13 million, igniting a fervor. With a warm smile, Lu Yun greeted the audience. Hello everyone, I am Lu Yun. First, I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the netizens who voiced their support for me back then. Thank you all. If anyone has questions, feel free to ask me directly, and I will do my best to respond. However, before posing your questions, I hope you can assist by clicking the follow button, as Li Manny is a good friend of mine in real life and has provided me with substantial help. As soon as he spoke, the number of followers in the live stream began to soar. How long until the rejuvenation technology can be realized? I am an alumnus of Hongcheng No, high school and am currently in my final year, facing the dilemma of selecting a major for the college entrance examination. What do you think about a biology major? Will it still be one of the 4 major pitfalls? Lu Yun, what project will you prioritize? tackling cancer, or revitalizing youth. The comments flooded in profusely. Lu Yun was preparing to select a question to answer when the live stream was inundated with comments from netizens from the Eagle Nation. Hello, Lu Yun. I come from the Eagle Nation and have some words to share with you. Science knows no borders. Once you successfully research human gene evolution technology, you should not impose a ban on us. If you do so, you betray the spirit of science. Lu Yun, you must not be brainwashed by narrow nationalist ideologies. Instead, you should focus on all of humanity. We are merely ordinary people from the Eagle Nation, passionately devoted to life like you, and we too desire gene evolution. Is that a crime? Your stance is a form of racial discrimination. The future of humanity should be shared. Upon witnessing this scene, domestic viewers in the live stream were incensed. How dare these Eagle Nation netizens come to our territory to brainwash Lu Yun and engage in moral coercion? The director of the live operations department at Douyin was sweating profusely. This was a live stream featuring Lu Yun, and how could such an incident occur? Lu Yun, taken aback by the sheer number of Eagle Nation viewers in Li Manny's live stream expressing such outrageous opinions, remained unperturbed and replied calmly, "Your remarks amuse me. Science knows no borders? If that were the case, why have your chips never prioritized serving Huaxia?" He gazed into the camera, tapping the table lightly. His voice deep and clear. "Today, my technology prioritizes serving my compatriots in alignment with national strategy, just as your chips prioritize serving yourselves. That is the essence of fairness." At this statement, the audience in the live stream erupted. "Well said, Lu Yun. Compatriots first. I would give that statement 100,000 likes. What a brilliant point. If science knows no borders, why have your chips never prioritized serving Huaxia? The Eagle Nation is indeed hypocritical. We can bully you, but if you dare to resist, it is your fault. To the Eagle Nation netizens, I say, if you wish for gene evolution, at the very least, you must learn to respect equality. Furthermore, you are not innocent. Those who vehemently demand bans on chips and photolithography machines, who call for increased tariffs, and that individual in the White House are all people you voted for. What these Eagle Nation viewers fail to understand is that a ban is not an inevitable outcome. If you and the Eagle Nation are willing to humble yourselves and pay a certain price, our country would not prohibit the export of related products to you. Or is it that you simply refuse to lower your proud heads? Well said, grounded and compelling, with sound reasoning. The presidents of Tsinghua University, Yinshan University, and Hongcheng University were all watching the live stream, and upon hearing this, they were even more eager to meet Lu Yun and offer him a professorship at their esteemed institutions. Chapter 58. Lu Yun's choice raises existential questions worldwide. Truly a genius with a high intellect, Lu Yun adeptly navigates unforeseen circumstances, exhibiting meticulous logic even outside the realm of scientific research. In the office of the Douyin company's live streaming operations, the director silently commended Lu Yun while wiping the cold sweat from his brow, instructing urgently, "Quickly mark all accounts within this streaming room, particularly those with IP addresses from Eagle Sauce, as abnormal conversations. The content of their messages should only be visible to themselves. In any case, it is better to err on the side of caution than to overlook. We cannot allow these Eagle Sauce users to continue their moral coercion against Lu Yun. Otherwise, if he reports this to the regulatory authorities, we will undoubtedly face repercussions. If this reaches the ears of our superior, we will be in serious trouble." Understood. The operations specialist nodded fervently, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Given Lu Yun's current value and status, such measures were entirely justified. Not to mention, the boss himself harbored aspirations for rejuvenation and genetic evolution. With the operations specialist's swift actions, it wasn't long before the Eagle Sauce user in the live stream received a notification, "Violation detected. Your messages are only visible to you." Instantly, the comments section of the stream returned to normalcy. Lu Yun discerned that the Douyin authorities had intervened, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he continued to interact with the viewers. A user inquired whether the biology major remains one of the 4 notorious pits in academia. My response is that the era of genetic evolution has commenced. The biology major is no longer a pitfall and holds significant promise, rivaling the currently popular field of artificial intelligence. Another viewer wished to know about the latest advancements in cloning kidneys. Let me address that. The cultivation of cloned kidneys for 100 volunteers is proceeding smoothly, and we anticipate they will mature in about 7 days. Comprehensive testing will follow, and if the data meets the standards, they will be airlifted to the Peking Union Medical College Hospital. If all goes well, the transplantation surgeries will take place in 10 days. A viewer also asked whether I would attend the Nobel Prize ceremony if awarded this year. I would not. Firstly, the allure of the Nobel Prize does not hold much appeal for me. Secondly, for someone in my position, traveling abroad poses significant risks. Thus, Lu Yun engaged with the live audience for several minutes, the atmosphere light and enjoyable, with the number of online viewers steadily increasing. At that moment, Chen Jing approached, accompanied by Jiang Hai, academician Su Aimin, and academician Wang Zhengwo, all of whom signaled their desire to speak with Lu Yun. Lu Yun returned the selfie stick to Li Manny and walked over, intrigued. What brings you all here together? It is as follows, academician Su Aimin began. The president of Yin University wishes to appoint you as a professor there. He is not well acquainted with you, so he has asked me to introduce you and facilitate a discussion. By the way, he is waiting outside. Academician Wang Zhengwo added. My situation is quite similar to Lao Su's. I intend to introduce you to the president of Tsinghua University. Immediately thereafter, Jiang Hai somewhat bashfully remarked. I feel the same way. I was merely intending to introduce you to the president of Hongcheng University. He truly lacked confidence, as Hongcheng University was not in the same league as Tsinghua or Peking University. Hongcheng University is an ordinary 211 institution, while Tsinghua and Peking University stand as the paragons of higher education in the nation. To consider appointing me as a professor? Lu Yun felt a stir in his heart. He merely wished to experience university life, to add a splash of color to his existence. His identity was of little consequence, whether as a student or a professor. It made little difference to him, as neither role would significantly impact his future. However, if he were to choose between the two, undoubtedly, the position of professor would be more appealing. As for which university to select, he pondered briefly and found a leaning in his thoughts. Please, let them in, he said with a gentle smile. Before long, the presidents of Qing University, Yin University, and Hongcheng University entered side by side. After exchanging pleasantries, the president of Qing University spoke candidly. Lu Yun, let us dispense with niceties. I am here to extend an invitation for you to become a professor at Qing University. Whatever conditions you may have, we are willing to mobilize the full resources of our institution, even if we cannot fulfill them at present. We can seek assistance from the national government. The president of Yin University promptly added, Lu Yun, our institution boasts the top-ranked genetic engineering program in the nation, with formidable technology and a wealth of talent, making it an ideal match for your human gene evolution project. The president of Tsinghua University promptly remarked that the so-called top-ranking program is merely a FAAD of impressive data, in terms of true strength. It is undoubtedly Tsinghua that excels, and our resources are far superior. At this moment, the only rival in the eyes of the presidents of Tsinghua and Yin University is each other. As for the president of Hongcheng University, a typical 211 university, he is not worthy of competing with them for Lu Yun. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream had already erupted with fervor. Is this the kind of narrative suitable for senior high school students? It is utterly devastating. Tsinghua University and Yinbian University are vying to appoint a high school senior as a professor, a notion I would never have dared to dream of. Lu Yun has yet to even sit for the college entrance examination, and yet is being considered for a professorship at these prestigious institutions. Such a precedent has surely never existed. Hongcheng University? I have no particular impression. Is this a 985 university? My assessment is that Hongcheng University displays commendable courage. A typical 211 university dares to aspire to Lu Yun. Lu Yun has been rejected by both Harvard and MIT. It is inconceivable that he would consider Hongcheng University. If he seeks to experience university life, he would undoubtedly choose Tsinghua or Peking University. As a student of Hongcheng University, I commend our president for his audacity and determination. At that moment, the president of Hongcheng University finally spoke up, albeit with a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Student Lu Yun, our university is willing to dedicate all our resources to this endeavor. Furthermore, we possess a distinct advantage, our proximity to both your company and your home. After finishing his statement, he anxiously glanced at Lu Yun. In response, Lu Yun nodded thoughtfully, expressing his agreement. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Choosing Hongcheng University would make it quite convenient for both returning home and heading to the office. However, I have certain conditions, for instance, absolute freedom, exemption from institutional regulations, no obligatory teaching duties or other time-consuming matters, and complete ownership of all research outcomes. Would Hongcheng University be amenable to such terms? Upon hearing this, the president of Hongcheng University was filled with elation. Absolute freedom, no mandatory teaching obligations, and the retention of all research, in essence, means the liberty to act as one pleases, reaping all the benefits without constraints. Any university would typically shake its head at such demands from a professor. Yet these were the conditions proposed by Lu Yun. My goodness! Are you jesting? Such minimal stipulations? What is there to deliberate? An immediate acceptance is imperative. Lu Yun, I acquiesce to your terms, including those yet unspoken. Thus, welcome to Hongcheng University. Without allowing Lu Yun to elaborate further, the president of Hongcheng University eagerly interjected. Fearing a change of heart from Lu Yun nodded lightly. Then, I accept the offer to join Hongcheng University as a professor. His tone was casual and nonchalant, as if making this decision were as effortless as sipping water. Upon hearing this, the audience in Li Manny's live stream was utterly bewildered. The comments section erupted in chaos. What? Lu Yun took less than a minute to reject Tsinghua and Yanda, opting for Hongcheng University? What kind of divine maneuver is this? The presidents of Harvard, MIT, and other prestigious institutions would likely weep inconsolably in the restroom. Lu Yun turned them down, ultimately choosing a university whose name they had never even heard. I cannot fathom why he would not select Tsinghua or Beida. Is it truly solely due to proximity? The presidents of Tsinghua and Yanda were equally astonished, incredulously inquiring. You chose Hongcheng University over us simply because it is closer? Lu Yun nodded affirmatively. This light-hearted affirmation left the president of Tsinghua utterly despondent. Despite the numerous advantages Tsinghua offers, the distance proved insurmountable, leading to rejection. What a predicament! The president of Yanda was similarly disheartened. If possible, he would relocate Yanda to Hongcheng, as this was Yanda's singular opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of global university rankings. In Li Manny's live stream, the viewers were equally dumbfounded. Unbelievably, it was merely due to distance that Lu Yun rejected Tsinghua and Beida. To the two presidents, could I possibly take the slot that Lu Yun has declined? I am more than willing, regardless of the distance. The two presidents could only lament the absence of a traversable wormhole, which would have enabled them to secure Lu Yun. I can fully comprehend that, irrespective of the university selected, be it Tsinghua, Beida, or even a vocational institution, there would be little difference for Lu Yun. For the average individual, pride in their educational institution is paramount, as the pinnacle of society they may encounter throughout their lives is likely their university professors. Conversely, for Lu Yun, the institution takes pride in him, and he shall elevate it in return. Chapter 59, Talent Harvesting, Academic Titans apply for membership at this moment. The audience count in Li Manny's live stream has surpassed 20 million, among which are journalists and social media influencers. Consequently, this astonishing revelation has swiftly ignited a frenzy online. Lu Yun has been appointed as a university professor, which is hardly surprising, as institutions like Harvard and MIT had recently sought to recruit him. However, Lu Yun astonishingly declined offers from Tsinghua and Peking University, citing the proximity of Hongcheng University as his reason. This truly left me astounded. The life of a genius is enviable. Merely catching a glimpse of it stirs my envy. This incident is likely to remain an unresolved issue for the presidents of Tsinghua and Peking University for the rest of their lives. With Lu Yun at the helm, Hongcheng University is poised for ascendance. At the very least, the College of Biology at Hongcheng University is destined for greatness. In Hongcheng, within the subway carriage, classmates from senior class 1 are gathered in small groups, chatting animatedly. Suddenly, Wang Feng exclaims, "Wow, have you seen Douyin?" There's another sensational piece of news. Lu Yun has accepted the professorship at Hongcheng University. Upon hearing this, the immediate reaction from everyone is disbelief. Lu Yun has always been an academic prodigy, frequently ranking first in the school, even without breakthroughs in renal cloning technology or genetic modification. He would undoubtedly opt for prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University. Now that Lu Yun has achieved fame and success, how could he possibly choose an ordinary 211 university like Hongcheng University? However, as they pull out their phones and open Douyin, they are shocked to discover that it is indeed true. Wow, reality is even more outrageous than fiction. One exclaims, we haven't even taken the college entrance examination yet. And Lu Yun is already a professor. If we apply to the College of Biology at Hongcheng University, it might just be Lu Yun teaching us. How surreal. Now that you mention it, I suddenly feel inclined to apply to the College of Biology at Hongcheng University. Seriously, Jie? With your grades, if you perform well, you could easily get into Tsinghua or Peking University. Even if you perform slightly below par, you could still aim for the C9 league. While Hongcheng University is merely a standard 211 institution, that was the case in the past. Now that Lu Yun has joined, Even if he is only a nominal figure and doesn't teach, the College of Biology at Hongcheng University will gain unimaginable resources, should Lu Yun choose to support it. The college could directly ascend to become the premier academic institution in the field of biology worldwide. There are many intelligent individuals who will recognize this opportunity. Thus, once I apply, I will likely compete against the nation's top scholars, and I'm uncertain if I can secure a spot. Yet, if I do succeed, I will be able to cling to Lu Yun's coattails. When I call out Professor Lu, he will surely be delighted and take me under his wing, allowing me to join the Human Gene Evolution Project. Ha ha, I will soar. That makes sense. I won't apply to Fudan anymore. Instead, I'll aim to apply to the College of Biology at Hongcheng University alongside you, Jia, in hopes of securing Lu Yun's golden support. You are all remarkable. I'm just devastated. With my grades, Hongcheng University is the most suitable choice for me. Now that the university is on the rise, does that mean I will only be able to apply to institutions in other provinces? The classmates of Class 1 in the senior year were not jesting. They genuinely aspired to apply to the College of Biology at Hongcheng University, although they previously regarded the institution with disdain. The arrival of Lu Yun heralded a new era for the university, with its potential soaring to heights determined by his influence. Professor, this is the venue for the academic exchange hosted by Lu Yun, but you will need to wait for about an hour before it officially commences, Zhang Jie stated, gesturing towards the guarded entrance of the multifunctional conference hall at the Hongcheng International Convention Center. Very well, you may return to the hotel for now. I will take a taxi back after the conclusion of the exchange. I have learned to use Didi, he added. Goodbye. With that, Zhang Jie turned away and made his way to the entrance of the convention center, where he hailed a taxi. Once inside, he pulled out his phone and opened Douyin. Scrolling through the feed, by chance, he encountered Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature, who revealed that he was set to attend an academic exchange organized by Lu Yun, featuring renowned figures from the field, including Nobel laureates. During a live broadcast, Lu Yun disclosed that, if all went according to plan, within approximately 10 days, his father, along with other volunteers for the first phase of the clinical trial for cloned kidneys, would undergo transplant surgery at Peking Union Medical College Hospital. Martial arts superstar Uncle Long had just published a Douyin video, publicly wishing Lu Yun success in his research and expressing hope that Lu would soon develop a rejuvenation technology. At that point, he could regain his youthful vigor and create martial arts films as riveting as those from his younger days. Lu Yun had accepted a professorship at Hongcheng University. Zhang Jie, upon seeing this video, could hardly believe his eyes. What caliber of institution was Hongcheng University to attract someone like Lu Yun? However, he quickly realized the truth of the matter. Perhaps, in Lu Yun's perspective, the disparity between Tsinghua and Peking universities and Hongcheng University was akin to the difference between $10,000 and $1,000 to a billionaire, difficult to dismiss but ultimately negligible. Thus he unhesitatingly chose the closer Hongcheng University. Zhang Jie felt a pang of envy. If only he possessed Lu Yun's prowess, he would not have had to leave his homeland to study in the United States, only to return empty-handed, as the field of genetic technology had undergone a transformation in his absence, with the U.S. lagging behind. What a headache. He still had at least 2 years to graduate with his doctorate from Stanford, and during that time, genetic technology might have advanced at a breakneck pace under Lu Yun's guidance, perhaps even achieving rejuvenation technology. Lu Yun had indeed accepted a professorship at Hongcheng University. Zhang Jie's spirits lifted at this thought. Although Lu Yun had made it clear during his acceptance of the president's invitation that he desired absolute freedom and would not undertake compulsory teaching duties, his past experiences indicated that he was a person of great responsibility. As a professor, he would undoubtedly engage in meaningful endeavors, propelling the development of the College of Biology at Hongcheng University, such as fostering collaboration between the college and his own company, integrating his human genetic evolution project into the institution's framework. With the support of the state, the College of Biology at Hongcheng University is destined to soar, becoming a global sanctuary for genetic technology. Perhaps I could withdraw from Stanford and enroll in the doctoral program at Hongcheng University's College of Biology. The more Zhang Jie pondered this notion, the more appealing it became. If fortune favored him and Lu Yun were to accept doctoral candidates, he might even have the opportunity to become Lu Yun's foremost disciple, securing a life free from worry. As for the 6-year age difference between himself and Lu Yun, that seemed insignificant. With this thought in mind, Zhang Jie promptly took action, seeking the contact information for the College of Biology at Hongcheng University and dialing the number directly. Soon, the call connected, and a middle-aged man's voice resonated through the line. Hello, this is the College of Biology at Hongcheng University. How may I assist you? Greetings. My name is Zheng Jie. I am currently pursuing my undergraduate studies at Yin University and am a doctoral student majoring in biology at Stanford University under Professor Scott. I still have 2 years until graduation, but I wish to withdraw from Stanford and transfer to your esteemed institution for my doctorate. I wonder if you would consider accepting me? You intend to withdraw from Stanford and transfer to our Hongcheng University for your doctoral studies? Am I hearing you correctly? While I am affiliated with Hongcheng University, I must candidly say that the disparity between these two institutions is considerable. Indeed, you heard me correctly. Perhaps you are not yet aware, but Lu Yun has accepted a position as a professor at your university. Consequently, the College of Biology at Hongcheng University is bound to ascend, which is why I reached out without delay to inquire. I must admit, I was unaware of this development, and it will undoubtedly have a significant impact on our College of Biology. Therefore, I cannot guarantee your acceptance at this time. However, please leave your contact information, and I shall inform you promptly should any updates arise. If Lu Yun is indeed recruiting doctoral candidates, you will certainly be among the first considered. As you are the first to call, you will be afforded special consideration. Thank you. Thank you. Zheng Jie left his contact details and, upon hanging up, could not contain his excitement, clenching his right fist, silently praying, "Heaven bless me. Please let Hongcheng University accept me. And may Lu Yun fortuitously select me as one of his doctoral candidates." Meanwhile, at the Hongcheng International Exhibition Center, Zheng Jie's advisor, Professor Scott from Stanford University, was engaged in conversation with acquaintances, including Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature. Gregory expressed his anticipation, saying, "The impact of this conference has been profound," leading me to contemplate a question for Lu Yun when I see him. Could I possibly join his company? What? You intend to relinquish your position as the editor-in-chief of Nature? Professor Scott was momentarily taken aback, yet he quickly recalled his own decision made during the conference. If the opportunity arose, he too would join Lu Yun's company. With this thought, he rubbed his nose and smiled, saying, "In fact, I share your sentiment. I wish to resign from Stanford and contribute to the grand endeavor of human genetic evolution." Hey, what secretive conversation are you two engaged in? At that moment, an elderly gentleman with golden curls approached. It was none other than their friend, the Nobel laureate Bruce. "I wish to resign and join Lu Yun's company," Gregory stated, echoing Scott's sentiments. Upon hearing this, Bruce chuckled. This is quite natural. After Lu Yun unveiled the human genetic evolution roadmap, who in our biological community wouldn't aspire to partake in the human genetic evolution project? Myself included. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, gesturing towards the eminent scholars nearby who awaited the commencement of the academic conference, indicating that they too shared this ambition. Upon hearing this, both Gregory and Scott could not help but furrow their brows. Although the number of attendees at the academic conference was limited, each individual was a figure of considerable stature. Should these luminaries choose to join Lu Yun's company, it would undoubtedly form an unprecedented assembly of academic brilliance. Conversely, this would signify a grievous loss for their respective nations, as they would be losing national treasures in the form of world-class scientists. Thus, it was likely that various countries would be reluctant to relinquish their scholars. This implies that even if Lu Yun were willing to welcome them, their successful integration into the Human Genetic Evolution Project was far from guaranteed. Chapter 60. The Security Upgrade of Lu Yun and Technical Confidentiality Measures. Ladies and gentlemen, today's live broadcast concludes here. However, I encourage you to keep an eye on the live stream. Should the opportunity arise, I look forward to meeting you again in this virtual space. Approximately an hour later, Lu Yun waved farewell to over 30 million viewers, returning the selfie stick to Li Manny. "Goodbye, Lu Yun. I have already followed you. If there are advancements in human gene evolution technology, please make them known promptly. Lu Yun." "Oh, I should address you as Professor Lu." "Greetings, Professor Lu. I am a first-year student at the School of Biology, Hongcheng University. Thank you for choosing our institution. I am immensely grateful, especially since I was redirected to this major. I initially feared I had fallen into one of the 4 notorious pits of academia, envisioning a bleak future. To my astonishment, it appears that our School of Biology at Hongcheng University is poised for takeoff. Ha ha ha. I cannot contain my excitement. This is exhilarating. Wow. There are actually students from the School of Biology at Hongcheng University in the live chat. I am genuinely envious. Your school will undoubtedly soar, inevitably becoming the top-ranking biology program globally. Furthermore, starting this year, the admission scores will likely become astonishingly high, possibly surpassing those of Tsinghua and Beida. Indeed, I can assure you that many top scholars who initially intended to apply to Tsinghua and Beida will now set their sights on the School of Biology at Hongcheng University. Though Lu Yun had departed, the fervor within the live chat remained palpable as viewers animatedly discussed the day's events, contemplating not only the elevation of Hongcheng University but also the implications for the world at large. Meanwhile, Lu Yun was en route with academician Su Aimin and Wang Jiangwo to the multifunctional conference hall for an academic exchange meeting. Surrounding Lu Yun were more than 20 impeccably suited guards, arranged by Chen Jing, who vigilantly surveyed the crowd, ensuring no one approached. These guards were merely the visible layer of security. At elevated positions in nearby buildings, snipers were already in place. Hundreds of police officers, including Zhou Shuijin and his team, formed an integral part of the security system surrounding the Hongqing International Convention Center. Every individual and vehicle approaching the center underwent rigorous scrutiny by them. The Hongqing Military District and the Guard Brigade were also on standby, prepared to mobilize at a moment's notice, with a mere phone call. Armed helicopters would roar to life, and a heavily armed force would swiftly arrive. Despite these precautions, Chen Jing remained uneasy. The National Security Department had just relayed alarming news, following Lu Yun's announcement of a revolutionary gene therapy and rejuvenation technology at the press conference. The volume of intelligence transactions related to him on the dark web had surged, indicating that many had set their sights on Lu Yun. These individuals could be spies from various nations, ultra-wealthy elites, or desperate criminals. Regardless, the risk of Lu Yun being abducted had escalated significantly. The individual responsible for security at the multifunctional conference hall informed me that numerous scientists are engaged in a significant discussion, which I deem essential to share with you. Chen Jing suddenly stated as they walked. What is it? The scientists gathered in small clusters, engaged in conversation, with many expressing to friends their desire to join your company, to partake in the Human Gene Evolution Project. If granted the opportunity, they would promptly resign from their current positions. Hearing this, academician Su Aimin was momentarily taken aback. The attendees of the Academic Exchange Conference were indeed formidable figures, pioneers at the forefront of biology. Over the past few decades, an overwhelming majority of groundbreaking biological theories and technologies that have shaped the world have originated from these individuals. In their homeland, they are rightfully regarded as national treasures. Their insights are indispensable when the government formulates policies for the advancement of biotechnology. Yet, it was perplexing to consider that they might abandon their roots to join Lu Yun's enterprise. However, upon further reflection, academician Su found this ambition understandable. The stature of these academic giants is not solely attributed to inherent talent, but also to a profound, unadulterated passion for scholarship. Thus, when they perceive an opportunity to advance further in the realm of science, the allure becomes irresistible, a temptation they find hard to dismiss. I am indeed fortunate, for being closely related to Lu Yun alleviates the concerns that foreign academic luminaries like Gregory face. A wave of emotion washed over academician Su, quickly replaced by exhilaration. On a global scale, these academic titans are a rare resource, not something that can be easily replenished like NPCs in a game. Should Lu Yun successfully recruit them, the Western biological community would not only be shaken but could suffer significant setbacks. Meanwhile, with Lu Yun at the helm and a wealth of talent at his disposal, China could decisively outpace the West, establishing an unparalleled lead. Of course, this hinges on Lu Yun's need for these academic elites and his ability to safeguard proprietary technologies, an aspect of utmost importance. Fortunately, as far as he knew, Lu Yun excelled in maintaining technological confidentiality. The commercial spy, Lu Zhilong, under Lu Yun's guidance, had participated fully in the cloning of renal experiments without ever compromising the core technology. To this day, the renal cloning technique remains firmly in Lu Yun's grasp. Contemplating this, academician Su inquired, Lu Yun, if you were to recruit these individuals into your company, do you have confidence in ensuring the safety of the core technologies? Lu Yun responded with a smile, during the development of the renal cloning technology, I anticipated the need for confidentiality, which is why I only filed for non-core patents. The most critical technologies, namely the gene restrictor and collagen variant proteins, have always remained under my control. The same applies to gene modification technology. As this technology is destined for commercialization, many employees will inevitably come into contact with it, so I have also taken measures for confidentiality. Each of the 3 modules of the L gene carrier incorporates leak-proof mechanisms. For instance, the viral capsid protein gene can be divided into a basic framework and customizable plugins. The basic framework encompasses only fundamental infection capabilities, which is the core function, yet employees lack the authorization to view or modify it. Regarding the customization of plugins, the decision on which cell types the viral capsid protein gene can infect, such as skin cells or cardiac myocytes, lies at the core. The customized plugins are encrypted with epigenetic locks, and only upon employees applying for access can they obtain the decryption methods, thereby allowing for limited modifications. Should an employee attempt to surpass their permissions and resort to brute force, a self-destruct mechanism will be triggered, resulting in the obliteration of the viral capsid protein gene. The electric eel discharge module is rendered entirely opaque. Employees possess only the authority to use this module without any knowledge of its internal mechanisms. Any attempts at brute force will similarly activate the self-destruct mechanism, leading to the module's annihilation. The self-destruct mechanism. Lu Yun casually introduced his technical confidentiality measures, not intending to obscure them, as he could not perpetually manage every detail himself. In the future, he would inevitably delegate the operation of the L gene vector to employees, who would consequently become aware of these matters. Moreover, he possesses confidence that, at the very least for the next decade, no one would be able to breach his technical confidentiality protocols. As for what lies beyond that decade, there is no need to wait so long. He is continuously evolving, and technology is perpetually advancing, ensuring that his confidentiality measures will be consistently upgraded. In essence, the longer time elapses, the more formidable his technology becomes against potential breaches. Academician Su Aimin and academician Hongcheng No, however, were increasingly astonished as they listened. Having personally participated in the technical assessment of the L gene vector, they were utterly unaware of such stringent confidentiality mechanisms surrounding it. While their limited testing of only certain functionalities of the L gene vector contributed to this ignorance, it nonetheless starkly highlighted the technological chasm between them and Lu Yun, one that is vaster than the Pacific Ocean. What a remarkable intellect he possesses, Su Aimin mused, subsequently stating, since you can ensure that the core technology remains undisclosed, I suggest you recruit these individuals. They could significantly assist your company. After all, your energy is limited, and you cannot manage everything personally. Furthermore, compared to ordinary employees at your company, the risk of these academic elites turning into spies is considerably lower, as they have already achieved success, and there is little left in this world to tempt them. Coupled with investigations from national security agencies, the risk of them being spies can be further mitigated. Lu Yun nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in this perspective. Since the company is destined to hire employees, the greater their capabilities, the better. Should these academic luminaries genuinely wish to join my company, it would alleviate many burdens, allowing me to delegate time-consuming tasks to them. Of course, prior to their employment. Thorough investigations by national security departments are imperative. Chapter 61. With technology in hand, the world is mine. Lu Yun and academician Su Aimin engaged in lively conversation as they swiftly made their way to the multifunctional conference hall. This venue had already been meticulously secured. Only invited academic luminaries were permitted to approach. Even these esteemed individuals underwent thorough security checks. Lu Yun has arrived. As the prominent scholars, including Gregory and Scott, gathered in small clusters exchanging ideas, they all ceased their discussions upon Lu Yun's entrance. When Lu Yun ascended the podium, they stood in unison, applauding fervently. It was only when Lu Yun raised his hand in acknowledgement that they took their seats once more. Thank you, Lu Yun said with a warm smile. I am deeply honored by your recognition, as you have greatly aided my academic journey. This was not mere flattery. During my studies in biological sciences, I perused a multitude of scholarly works and papers, at least half of which were authored by you. Hearing this, Gregory and the others could not suppress their smiles. The fact that Lu Yun, now standing at the pinnacle of genetic technology, had learned from them was indeed a profound honor. The knowledge that Lu Yun had only studied for a few months yet surpassed them, first developing kidney cloning technology and subsequently gene modification techniques, did not diminish their pride. After all, geniuses like Lu Yun are beyond conventional measures, and being outpaced by him is entirely natural. Let us delve into the main topic, Lu Yun continued. If any of you have inquiries, please feel free to express them, starting with Mr. Gregory. Gregory was taken aback that Lu Yun knew his name. Surprised, he rose and said, Lu Yun, many of us, myself included, are currently less interested in academic matters than in the possibility of joining your company and participating in the Human Gene Evolution Project. This statement elicited agreement from Scott, Bruce, and others. Indeed, this is my foremost concern. If I cannot become involved in this project, I shall regret it for a lifetime. So do I. Lu Yun had anticipated that such discussions would only arise at the conclusion of the conference, yet they were broached almost immediately, revealing their eagerness. This thought brought Lu Yun a sense of unexpected satisfaction, as these were indeed respected figures whose scholarly works he had once studied. Thus, witnessing this scenario felt akin to a former teacher now seeking to join his ranks. He couldn't help but smile, nodding as he replied, "If you're willing, you may come to my company for an interview. As long as you pass the employment investigation, you can join the Human Gene Evolution Project. However, I must inform you that my technology is accompanied by stringent confidentiality measures." With that, Lu Yun succinctly outlined the confidentiality protocols surrounding the L-gene vector technology. Gregory, Scott, and others experienced the same shock as academicians Su Aimin and Wang Zhengwo. They also came to realize a certain truth upon joining Lu Yun's company. Although they would have the opportunity to partake in the Human Gene Evolution Project, their research endeavors would be constrained, rendering them mere facilitators for Lu Yun's ambitions in human genetic evolution. The true core technology remained firmly in Lu Yun's solitary grasp. As prominent figures in the academic realm, the thought of being reduced to mere tools was intolerable. "I cannot accept such conditions," Gregory declared without hesitation. "Intolerable? It is indeed tolerable. The evolution of human genetics is my lifelong pursuit. Before Lu Yun's emergence, I saw no glimmer of hope. Now, not only do I see the dawn, but I also have the chance to participate firsthand. What harm is there in being a tool? Furthermore, this is a strategic technology capable of influencing the global landscape and shaping humanity's future. If Lu Yun did not implement stringent technical confidentiality measures, that would be unusual. I can accept that." Professor Scott nodded in agreement without hesitation. So can I. So can I." Among the assembled academic elites, at least half expressed their willingness to accept, while the rest showed signs of internal conflict and struggle. Witnessing this scene, academicians Su Aimin and Wang Zhengwo, who had entered alongside Lu Yun, could hardly suppress their smiles. Over the past few decades, top scholars from Huaxia had flooded into the Eagle Nation like a torrent. Yet now, the leading figures of the Western biological community were flocking to Huaxia. Was this not a true reflection of the age-old adage of 30 years on the East Bank and 30 years on the West? In the multifunctional conference hall, a significant portion of the Western biological elite found themselves ensnared in Huaxia's web. Concurrently, the populace of the Eagle Nation began to feel the repercussions of Lu Yun's technology conference. Damn, today is truly dreadful. In a student dormitory at Stanford University, Eric glanced at the stock application on his phone, fuming as he raised his fist and smashed the keyboard on his desk. "Eric, are you out of your mind?" His roommate, who had been showering, rushed out in a panic, thinking something had happened, and upon seeing the shattered keyboard, exclaimed in bewilderment, "I apologize. I was overwhelmed by rage," Eric retorted. "Today has been abysmal. I watched Lu Yun's technology conference, initially filled with excitement. But then that guy mentioned considering whether to export in conjunction with national strategy. Given the current relations between our Eagle Nation and the Eastern powers, it is clear we will not receive exports. That infuriated me. Gene evolution should belong to all humanity. Why should I be deprived?" After a while, someone on Twitter announced that Lu Yun would appear in a Douyin livestream, urging netizens to persuade him. I joined this initiative. Our arguments were sound and well-founded. Yet Lu Yun not only disregarded us, but also remarked that our statements were amusing and hypocritical. I was infuriated to the point of explosion, eager to continue my argument with Lu Yun. However, just as I sent my second comment, I received a notification from Douyin, stating that my comment violated regulations and was visible only to myself. After being reprimanded, I was prohibited from posting further comments. This is utterly unfair. The more I pondered, the more infuriated I became. After more than an hour, I finally regained my composure. In a moment of distraction, I opened my stock trading application, only to find that my heavily invested shares had all plummeted. Pfizer had fallen by 7, Roche by 9, and Google by 5. After a moment of contemplation, my roommate remarked, "I believe it would be prudent for you to divest your stocks as swiftly as possible." I too watched the technology conference hosted by Lu Yun, where he publicly showcased his unparalleled dominance in the field of genetic technology. He announced a commitment to advance the genetic therapy revolution and the rejuvenation technology, should these innovations come to fruition. The core businesses of pharmaceutical giants such as Pfizer and Roche would face catastrophic repercussions, prompting widespread panic selling. Eric inquired, "What does this have to do with Google's stock price?" Google is indeed a part of the technology sector, my roommate remarked, when Caesar, the chimpanzee, demonstrated his mastery over electromagnetic control, and when Lu Yun unveiled the trajectory of human genetic evolution while contemplating the potential for export in alignment with national strategy. The world became convinced of the inevitable success of human genetic evolution. This technology is destined to remain firmly in the hands of the Eastern powers, and only by fostering good relations with them can one hope to qualify for genetic advancement. In this context, the global perspective on our future has shifted, and companies like Google have seen a decline in their stock prices, as the fortunes of any major corporation are intrinsically linked to the fate of its nation. At this point, my roommate added, if you doubt my words, you may look online for the latest actions of the super-rich and politicians. Their endeavors are a clear indication of their votes in practice. Upon hearing this, Eric swiftly grabbed his phone and opened a popular social media app. Before he could even conduct a search, he was greeted with a cascade of shocking news. Speaker of the House Carl suggested an immediate reduction of tariffs on the Eastern powers, citing their significant disruption to the public's consumer life. Super investor Warren Buffett had arrived at the airport, preparing to board a private jet to the Eastern powers, expressing his intention to make substantial investments there. Elon Musk tweeted about his imminent journey to the Eastern powers, eagerly hoping for a meeting with Lu Yun. BlackRock announced that it would be relocating its investment center to the Eastern powers. As Eric continued to read, his anger and despair grew. These despicable figures, indeed, were not to be trusted. Just days prior, these politicians had been making aggressive statements about confronting the Eastern powers, yet today, they were casting flirtatious glances in their direction. The wealthy, too, were utilizing the profits extracted from us to barter for their own rejuvenation and genetic enhancement. This is a betrayal of our national interests. It is a blatant act of treachery. Is there still hope for Eagle Sauce being controlled by such a group of self-serving magnates? Alas, do not give me the opportunity to betray the interests of our nation, otherwise my actions will be swifter than yours. Meanwhile, within the halls of power, an urgent meeting has commenced at the White House to deliberate on how to address the emergence of Lu Yun and the ramifications it has wrought. Prominent figures from the realms of politics, business, and science have gathered. On the large screen, the effects of Lu Yun's press conference on the world are being showcased. Firstly, moguls such as Bart and Musk have hastily applied for international flight routes to the Eastern superpower, expressing their intent to invest lavishly in its economy. Secondly, House Speaker Carl has conveniently forgotten his recent statements during an interview regarding the need to increase tariffs on the Eastern superpower. Following the conclusion of Lu Yun's technology conference, he abruptly reversed his stance, proclaiming that tariffs should be immediately lowered to restore them to previous normal levels. This opportunistic Carl has certainly acted with remarkable speed. Upon hearing this news, the legislators could not help but scoff inwardly. Chapter 62. The arrival of super-wealthy individuals. I am willing to donate freely. Despite the complaints, the legislators were neither shocked nor outraged. They were acutely aware that they, too, could not resist the allure of rejuvenation and genetic evolution. It was likely that in the future, they would follow in the footsteps of their mentor, Carl, and publicly express goodwill towards the Eastern power. Thus, they feigned ignorance and continued to absorb the latest intelligence displayed on the large screen. The stock market was affected. Companies in the pharmaceutical sector, such as Pfizer and Roche, faced a dramatic plunge in their share prices, with Roche's stock plummeting by 9%. The technology sector, which held a pivotal position in the market, was also impacted, with Google shares dropping by 5% and Nvidia by 7%. We demand genetic evolution. Surged to the top of trends on Twitter and other platforms, as netizens rallied for a protest march to be held across the Eagle Nation. Meanwhile, Great Britain and 26 other nations had resolved to send delegations of political and business representatives to the Eastern power, with a focus on discussing cooperation in trade in the realm of human genetic evolution. Upon witnessing this, the legislators grasped the gravity of the situation. In summary, the outlook is grim. Even core allies like Great Britain and staunch supporters in the island nation were eager to establish amicable relations with the Eastern power. If the need arose, they would not hesitate to stab the Eagle Nation in the back, later smilingly admitting, "You guessed it, I betrayed you." Within the Eagle Nation, a faction of super-rich individuals and politicians had already begun to flirt with the Eastern power through tangible actions. If necessary, they too would not shy away from delivering a blow to their own country. In their worldview, they considered themselves global citizens, viewing the Eagle Nation as merely a platform for profit. The national interests of the Eagle Nation paled in comparison to their aspirations for rejuvenation and genetic evolution. At this very moment, who in the world was not seeking connections with the Eastern power? A congressman sighed inwardly and turned to CIA Director Paul. Paul, your CIA must take action. If we do not find a way to steal the genetic modification technology or invite Lu Yun over, we shall lose this battle for national destiny. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. If Lu Yun were to invent other advanced technologies, even controllable nuclear fusion, the Eagle Nation would have plenty of strategies to counter the Eastern power. Yet, it was precisely rejuvenation and genetic evolution that were the irresistible temptations. Ordinary citizens, super-rich individuals, and even politicians alike did not wish to strain relations with the Eastern power, risking exclusion from the benefits of rejuvenation and genetic evolution. Thus, the current best course of action was to invite Lu Yun over. Once that was accomplished, unity could be fostered within the Eagle Nation, ensuring the unshakable status of the world leader. How could they bring Lu Yun here? War was not an option. No one present would agree to that. Therefore, they could only rely on the formidable capabilities of the CIA. Director Paul of the CIA felt an overwhelming pressure. Rising from his seat, he said with an air of resignation, Lu Yun has already secured the highest level of protection, and his company is similarly shielded. Even if our CIA agents were all like 007 or Ethan Hunt, we can only promise our best efforts, with no guarantees of success. We must consider alternative approaches. Upon hearing Paul's words, the others felt a sense of helplessness. The CIA was powerless, and Lu Yun had explicitly rebuffed their offers. What means remained to persuade him to collaborate with them? However, if a breakthrough could not be found, it was certain that they would lose their status as the world's preeminent power, severely jeopardizing their interests. Although they yearned for rejuvenation and genetic evolution, given a choice, they would undoubtedly prefer a solution that satisfied both desires. Amidst the furrowed brows and scheming minds of these politicians in Hong City, General Manager Li Peiqiang of Hongcheng Technology had just returned to the office when the bespectacled receptionist eagerly informed him, Director Li, numerous calls have come in from people expressing their intention to donate substantial funds to our company for the research of rejuvenation technology. Stock market magnate Bart has pledged $1 billion, Ma Silk has offered $800 million, and Brother Ma from Penguin Group has committed $500 million, together with other promised amounts. This totals $7.3 billion. Their sole request is to be among the first beneficiaries once the rejuvenation technology is successful. If we agree, the funds can be transferred immediately. Furthermore, they have assured us they will continue to donate based on the progress of the research. The sooner the technology succeeds, the more they will contribute. At this, the receptionist touched her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she added, the only issue is that I cannot verify the identities of these individuals. I am unsure whether they are indeed the real Bart, the stock market tycoon, or Brother Ma from Penguin Group, or if someone is merely playing a prank. Li Peiqiang chuckled and reassured her, rest assured, there is a 90% probability that these calls are genuine. Global billionaires are captivated by the rejuvenation and genetic evolution proposed by Director Liu. My phone has been inundated with calls from domestic super-rich individuals. One billionaire from Hong Kong informed me that he is over 90 years old and uncertain how much longer he has to live. He remarked that upon his passing, he cannot take a single penny with him. Therefore, he hopes that Director Liu can expedite the research into the rejuvenation technology. He is willing to donate $3 billion immediately. And if the technology achieves success before his demise, he can contribute an additional $10 billion. Does this mean that the calls I received earlier were also genuine? Our company could potentially receive hundreds of billions, even over R1 trillion in unsolicited donations? The receptionist could not help but gasp in astonishment. My goodness. This is simply extraordinary. They are willing to invest such vast sums just to hasten the development of rejuvenation technology. At this moment, the phone rang. The bespectacled woman promptly connected the call and, after listening for a moment, excitedly informed Li Peiqiang, Mr. Li. This call is from a prince of the Camel Kingdom in the Middle East who wishes to make a substantial donation. Perhaps it would be best if you took this call. Li Peiqiang smiled and nodded, taking the phone. Hello, I am Li Peiqiang, the general manager of Hongcheng Technology. Regarding the donation, it would be preferable for you to discuss this in person. What? You have already arranged for an international private jet, departing in 2 hours directly to Hongcheng? And you wish to meet with Mr. Liu immediately? He paused, then continued, I apologize, but I cannot guarantee that Mr. Liu will meet with you. I can only relay your request to him. However, to be frank, there are many seeking an audience with him at present. 2 minutes later, Li Peiqiang ended the call. Unable to suppress a grin. I had initially thought we would need to wait until the launch of cloned kidneys for our company to take off. It appears we are already soaring. If Mr. Liu gives his nod of approval and assures these super-rich individuals, our company could easily secure billions in soft currency. As he spoke, he glanced at the woman, who seemed to hold back her words, and said with a smile, "I know what you are thinking. Rest assured. I will request Mr. Liu to grant a salary increase for all employees today, by at least 20. Previously, I refrained from discussing this with Mr. Liu due to our lack of income. Now, however, with billions in soft currency from a generous donation, our financial worries are over. I believe Mr. Liu will be delighted to learn of this, as it will not only clear our bank loans but also elevate him to billionaire status." Upon hearing this, the bespectacled woman could not help but take a deep breath, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Indeed, Mr. Liu is about to become a billionaire. My goodness. His allure will only increase, making him even more irresistible to women worldwide. Meanwhile, at the Hongcheng Investment Promotion Bureau, Zhang Suya, after hanging up the phone, hurried to the director's office, exclaiming, "Director Zhou, I have fantastic news. Our office's phone has been inundated with calls. Super-rich individuals from Eagle Sauce, such as Bart, Masick, and the Rockefeller family, have all reached out. They are eager to invest massively in Hongcheng, with each investment expected to exceed $500 million. They also mentioned on the call that we should persuade Liu Yun to expedite the research project on the youth restoration technology. Furthermore, they propose that our city implement a policy whereby investors meeting certain thresholds, for instance, investing $100 million, would gain access to this technology. The larger the investment, the more opportunities they would receive. They assured us that if the Hongcheng authorities find this policy unsatisfactory, as long as they can secure their place as the initial beneficiaries of the youth restoration technology, they would increase their investments. Hearing this, Director Zhou chuckled and remarked, "I suspect that these super-wealthy individuals have already been in contact with Liu Yun's company. They now seek to leverage the official strength of our Hong City to provide themselves with an additional layer of assurance, ensuring they can swiftly access the rejuvenation technology. It appears they are becoming increasingly frantic, yet they may have overestimated our Investment Promotion Bureau, or perhaps underestimated Liu Yun. We lack the capacity to exert influence over him. In fact, we might not even gain entry to his company, as his security personnel resemble imperial guards." Zhang Xia interjected, "However, these tycoons are drawn to Liu Yun. If we are unable to meet their demands, won't their investment plans in Hong City be thwarted?" Director Zhou replied with confidence, "Rest assured. Even if these super-wealthy individuals do not come, other discerning investors will continually flock to Hong City. Liu Yun has already demonstrated his profound affection for our city through his decisive action of rejecting Qingbei and choosing Hong City University. He is committed to developing here. His Hengshou technology will soon evolve into a monopolistic giant in human genetic evolution, with annual revenues starting at $1 trillion and likely exceeding $10 trillion at its peak. This single enterprise alone could propel our city's economy to new heights." He continued, "Furthermore, talents from around the world in the field of genetic technology will flock here, creating a clustering effect. Companies aspiring to make their mark in this domain will inevitably relocate to Hong City, which will naturally become the global capital of genetic technology, elevating our economy even further. Therefore, investing in Hong City now is a surefire way to secure profits. The world's wealthy are astute and will surely recognize this. So there is no need to worry about a lack of investment." In conclusion, he asserted, "As long as we provide excellent service to Liu Yun and ensure his continued development in Hong City, our city's rise will be unstoppable." My goodness. Zhang Suya gasped in astonishment. First, Hong City University took flight due to Liu Yun, and now the entire Hong City is soaring because of him. The extent of Liu Yun's influence is truly formidable. He has not even taken direct action. By simply choosing to remain in Hong City and serve as a professor at the university, he has altered the destinies of millions. Chapter 63, The Future of the World. Within a thought of Liu Yun at this moment, many astute individuals, like Director Zhou, have perceived the shifting tides of the world. Among them is the broadcaster Su Shanhe, who hastily finished his lunch to commence a live stream. Soon, his loyal fans began to trickle into the broadcast room. "Host, you were truly relentless. You just ended a stream 20 minutes ago, and now you're back on air. I know the reason. This morning, Li Manny's live stream was extraordinarily popular, siphoning traffic away from Douyin. The host likely didn't earn enough to cover even the round-trip fare, so he must continue streaming to recoup his losses." Haha, makes sense. But the host isn't exactly a beauty. It's not so easy to extract money from us. Of course. If you could emulate Li Manny and invite Liu Yun as a guest, then forget I said anything. Su Shanha glanced at the barrage of comments and replied with a smile. Brothers, this time, I will share a way to earn effortlessly. I won't keep you in suspense. Let me tell you directly, the real estate prices in Hong City are about to experience a significant surge. If you invest now, in 2 to 3 years, you may find yourself at least 100,000 richer, or possibly even doubling your investment. As soon as he finished speaking, the live stream erupted with reactions. Encouraging people to buy property is utterly immoral. Goodness, what era are we in? Advising people to buy property, especially in Hong City, is either foolish or malicious. The brothers in the stream aren't Navi. How could they possibly heed your advice? You better confess. Did you receive kickbacks from real estate developers? Host. If you don't clarify this matter, your reputation will be irreparably damaged. Even with the support of Lu Yun's devoted fans, you will find it hard to make a comeback. The comments were rife with skepticism and mockery, yet Su Shanha remained unfazed, still wearing a smile. Brothers, let me first show you some news reports. The super rich, including stock market mogul Bart, have just arrived at the airport, ready for a direct flight to Hong City. Tesla's CEO, Musk, tweeted that he is heading to Hong City. Furthermore, representatives from 27 countries, including Great Britain and Japan, have decided to send a delegation from the political and business sectors to visit our country. With Hong City as their first stop, it is no exaggeration to say that at this very moment, the eyes of influential figures from around the globe are fixed on Hong City. Their intentions quite evident. They wish for Lu Yun to expedite the realization of youth rejuvenation and genetic evolution, thereby positioning themselves as beneficiaries. These prominent individuals cannot resist the allure of youth rejuvenation and genetic evolution. Can we, the ordinary folk, truly afford to? I certainly cannot. And I suspect my brothers cannot either. This will inevitably lead to a singular outcome, with the products related to youth rejuvenation and genetic evolution. Lu Yun's Hongshou Technology is poised to rapidly evolve into a colossal enterprise, a monopolistic beacon of cutting-edge technology that once existed solely in the realm of cinema. Not only will it become the wealthiest company in the world, but its power and influence will also be extraordinarily formidable, rivaling the likes of Weyland Yutani from Alien and Umbrella Corporation from Resident Evil. Let me clarify that I am referring to strength and influence, not suggesting that Lu Yun's Hongshou Technology will become a villain. I am a devoted fan of Lu Yun and would never speak ill of him. In any case, my friends, a company that monopolizes the path of human genetic evolution has the potential to impact a nation and even the global economy and landscape. As the headquarters of this company, the economy of Hongcheng is bound to soar. It would be difficult for property prices not to rise. After hearing Su Shanha's words, the audience in the live stream couldn't help but compare Lu Yun's Hongshou Technology with Umbrella Corporation and Verlant Tongyi Company, and they collectively gasped in astonishment. They were shocked to discover that as long as Lu Yun remained at the helm, the hard power of Hongshou Technology far surpassed that of the Umbrella Corporation and the early Verlant Tongyi Company. Goodness gracious! Not only has the genetic evolution depicted in science fiction films become a reality, but it seems that the colossal enterprise is capable of shaking the world, even possessing the potential to annihilate it, are also manifesting in reality. Although still in its nascent stage, once it fully develops, its hard power and influence will be even more formidable than that of Umbrella Corporation. Whether this company will ultimately benefit the world or become a villain akin to Umbrella Corporation and Verlant Tongyi Company lies solely in Lu Yun's hands. Crucially, there exists no means to counterbalance Lu Yun globally, nor does anyone dare to attempt it. If, by chance, Lu Yun were to grow displeased and withdraw, the much-desired human genetic evolution would remain an unattainable dream, at least in this era. Upon considering this, the audience felt a shiver down their spines. However, when they recalled Lu Yun's deeds, the top student from Hongcheng No. 2 High School who, in a bid to save his father, risked imprisonment by contacting Oregon black market intermediaries, who publicly declared that the domestic price for cloned kidneys would not exceed 100,000 yuan under the condition of monopolizing technology, and who, once prosperous, repeatedly aided his former friendly Manny and maintained contact with classmates from his senior year, they breathed a sigh of relief. These actions reveal that Lu Yun is a filial, kind-hearted, and grateful individual, possessing a sense of loyalty and a commitment to legality, destined to benefit the world. Or rather, it appears that Lu Yun is inclined to prioritize the well-being of Huaxia, as he openly stated in Li Manny's live stream that his technology would primarily serve his compatriots, aligning with national strategy. Anchor, I was startled by your words earlier, but now I feel reassured. Under Lu Yun's stewardship, Hongcheng Technology will undoubtedly benefit us, at least for now. Upon meticulous analysis, it is evident that with Lu Yun at the helm, Hongcheng Technology can monopolize human genetic evolution technology, and our country will likely acquiesce to this behavior. Hence, Hongcheng Technology is poised to evolve into a colossal enterprise capable of influencing the global landscape. Furthermore, as the headquarters of Hongcheng Technology, the economy of Hongcheng is destined for takeoff. Currently, purchasing property in Hongcheng, provided one avoids inferior locations, is likely to yield substantial profits. I am but an ordinary individual. As long as Lu Yun does not bring about the world's demise, the magnitude of his enterprise bears no significance to me. My sole request pertains to products related to human genetic evolution. I hope they remain affordably priced, within my means. Tomorrow, I shall embark on a journey to Hongcheng to purchase 2 properties, eagerly awaiting their appreciation. Should property values rise by a mere 10, I shall bestow upon the streamer 10 tokens on Douyin. How astonishing it is. I once believed streamers solely capitalized on traffic, yet this one possesses a keen financial acumen. I am grateful for the recommendation and will discuss it with my family today. Ha ha ha, as a local of Hongcheng with 2 properties already, I can merely await their increased value. By the way, I am a sophomore at Hongcheng University, having done nothing yet, and the school is on the brink of soaring to new heights. My life feels exceedingly delightful. Indeed, I must express my gratitude to Lu Yun. He has propelled me toward success. This is the reality of one individual's elevation leading to a collective rise. Observing the lively barrage of comments, Su Shana chuckled, "Brothers, if you wish to seize this lucrative opportunity, you must act swiftly. However, I will refrain from discussing this further to avoid having the live stream shut down. Next, I will guide you all to the multifunctional conference hall near the International Exhibition Center, where Lu Yun disclosed during his morning broadcast that he intends to hold an academic exchange there, attended by esteemed scholars. I suspect significant news may unfold in that venue. The allure of human genetic evolution is irresistible not only to the wealthy but also to ordinary individuals like us. Those academic titans are likely to feel the same, and they may yearn to personally engage in this historic endeavor. Chapter 64. The Cloning of Lu Yun? I have a query. During the press conference, Caesar the chimpanzee performed while enveloped in a vibrant blue-green electric current for an extended period. This suggests that the electrical energy stored within its body is abundant, surpassing that of the electric eel. How is this accomplished? At the Hong City International Exhibition Center, in the multifunctional conference hall, Lu Yun had just responded to a question when another academic luminary inquired. Mr. Bruce, this relates to the scales on Caesar's arms. You must have noticed that Caesar's arms are covered in scales, all of which are electromagnetic scales composed entirely of electric cells. These electric cells are arranged in a series multi-unit stacked structure and have undergone multi-level H-bridge topology optimization. Lu Yun unreservedly shared his insights, revealing concepts he felt no need to conceal, as this structural design is rooted in physical knowledge rather than genetic technology. Moreover, even if he divulged this information, no one could replicate it. Nobel laureate Bruce experienced a moment of enlightenment, his scalp tingling with shock at the sheer brilliance of Lu Yun's technology. When genetically modifying Caesar, not only was he able to transform the skin cells on Caesar's arms into electric cells, but he also managed to ensure that these electric cells self-organized into electromagnetic scales while adhering strictly to a unique physical structure. The precision at the cellular level was comparable to that of a photolithography machine. Other academic dignitaries were equally astonished. The mere act of gene editing to allow cells to arrange in a specified structure was far beyond their imagination. The complexity was likely on par with converting chimpanzee skin cells into electric cells. As time flowed gently by, 2 hours slipped away unnoticed. After addressing the final query from the academic elite, Lu Yun rose, a smile gracing his face. This concludes today's academic exchange. A resounding applause erupted, with everyone rising to their feet to honor Lu Yun, genuinely grateful for the insights they had gained. For those aspiring to join the Human Gene Evolution Project, starting today, you may come directly to my company, and I will make the necessary arrangements. Farewell. Lu Yun waved as he made his way toward the exit. Attention, Mr. Lu is coming out. He is returning to the company. Chun Jing hurried to Lu Yun's side, promptly relaying this information to others via her tactical earpiece. In the next moment, the entire security apparatus sprang into action. Outside the multifunctional conference hall, every Imperial Guard heightened their vigilance, closely monitoring everyone in the vicinity. On the nearby rooftops, snipers entered combat readiness, scanning their field of vision for any suspicious individuals. The police also mobilized, enforcing traffic control from the International Exhibition Center to Hongcheng Technology as a precautionary measure. Brothers, the Imperial Guards at the entrance are moving. This indicates that Lu Yun may be about to emerge. At the entrance of the multifunctional conference hall, Su Shanhe had been live streaming for over 2 hours. Although he had yet to capture a glimpse of Lu Yun, the presence of the elite Imperial Guards intrigued the audience, leading to a steady increase in the number of viewers, which had now surpassed 1 million. However, Su Shanhe was acutely aware that the viewers were primarily eager to see Lu Yun. Thus, when he noticed the Imperial Guards beginning to move, he could not suppress his excitement. The viewers in the live stream felt the same anticipation. Approximately a minute later, Lu Yun made his appearance, surrounded immediately by the Imperial Guards, who escorted him forward until he soon vanished from sight. "Follow him. We want to see Lu Yun," some viewers urged. "Streamer, please don't go. If you're mistaken for something else, the consequences could be dire." It was surprising that some viewers suggested the streamer follow. Did they think Lu Yun was a celebrity? He was, after all, the highest security level individual in the nation. If the streamer recklessly pursued him, he might very well be taken away for questioning by the authorities. Reading these comments, Su Shanhe wiped away the non-existent sweat from his forehead and chuckled. This brother is quite right. Lu Yun is currently a dazzling gold mine, known worldwide. With Lu Yun in hand, one can acquire anything. He was undoubtedly under scrutiny. And should an opportunity arise, spies from various nations, mercenaries under the command of super-rich individuals, and desperate criminals from around the globe would not hesitate to act. Thus, the security measures arranged for him by the state must be exceedingly high. If anyone were to see Lu Yun in the vicinity, they should not recklessly rush forward. It could be perilous. Upon hearing Su Shanhe's words, the live stream's comments erupted with fervor. "Oh my!" Upon reflection, Lu Yun's situation is indeed perilous. Much like that of Tang Xing, the allure of profit is irresistible. If one could seize control of Lu Yun, they could easily become the world's richest individual. Few can resist such temptation. What they did not know, however, was that just an hour ago, numerous individuals on the dark web anonymously posted bounties, offering any sum for Lu Yun's kidnapping. Bids of hundreds of billions of dollars were not uncommon. One particularly bizarre bounty offered $1 million for providing a somatic cell of Lu Yun, perhaps in hopes of cloning a prodigy like him. Clone Lu Yun? My heavens! This is utterly insane. The state must ensure Lu Yun's safety at all costs. We cannot allow even the slightest misfortune to befall him. For I am counting on rejuvenation. At that moment, a group of academic elites emerged from the multifunctional conference hall, gathering in small clusters, their faces alight with excitement. Brothers, do you recall what I said at the start of the stream? I believe these academic giants may also find it hard to resist the temptation of human genetic evolution and would wish to personally partake in this project. Now is the moment to validate my hypothesis. I must interview a few of these academic luminaries. With that, Su Shanhe swiftly approached, positioning himself in front of 3 individuals, and in fluent English said, "Hello, I am a streamer. May I interview you?" The blond man at the forefront nodded and said, "Of course." The other 2 individuals also nodded in agreement. Su Shanhe promptly expressed his gratitude and then turned to the blond man, asking, "Could you introduce yourself to the audience in the live stream?" The blond man replied, "I am Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature magazine." Su Shanhe quickly translated this, and the live stream erupted with excitement. Wow, this is a big shot. Nature magazine, alongside Science and Cell, is hailed as one of the top 3 prestigious scientific journals. Publishing even a single paper in any of these journals qualifies one for the position of associate professor. This esteemed individual is the editor-in-chief of Nature, undeniably a titan in the academic realm. When I was pursuing my graduate studies, my advisor had a paper published in Nature, and he was overjoyed. The viewers, eager to delve deeper, discovered through an online search that he was indeed the editor-in-chief of Nature magazine and also held the title of Fellow of the Royal Society of Great Britain. Su Shanhe continued, "Mr. Gregory, as a scientist proficient in genetic technology, how appealing do you find the Human Gene Evolution Project? Have you considered personally joining this initiative?" Gregory replied, "In fact, I have already discussed this matter with Lu Yun. If all goes according to plan, I will soon be joining Lu Yun's company and participating in the Human Gene Evolution Project. Moreover, at least half of the attendees at this academic exchange have made the same choice as I have. We all wish to seize this opportunity to realize our dreams." Su Shanhe translated this once more, prompting the viewers in the live stream to widen their eyes in astonishment. This was the editor-in-chief of Nature magazine, a fellow of the Royal Society of Great Britain, truly a national treasure of British science. The notion that he was contemplating leaving his homeland to join Lu Yun's company was simply exhilarating. In recent decades, it was often heard that domestic prodigies and top scholars were flocking to countries like America for development, but now the tide had turned, with a world-renowned academic giant arriving instead. No, not just one. This esteemed Gregory claimed that at least half of the participants had made a similar decision. My goodness! If this were true, it would send shockwaves throughout the world, especially in the homelands of those academic giants preparing to join Lu Yun's company. It would undoubtedly be a frenzy. The host was indeed astute, suggesting that these academic luminaries might find the allure of leaving a historical legacy irresistible, thereby opting to join Lu Yun's company, and he was spot on. Once this news spread, British netizens would surely be infuriated, experiencing a sensation akin to ours when we hear about top domestic academicians heading to America for research. Britain has been a steadfast ally of America, and over the years, they have often vexed us. The more agitated they become, the more delighted I feel. Ha ha ha. Su Shanhao felt a secret satisfaction, although he kept it to himself and instead inquired of the other two individuals, "Gentlemen, are you also preparing to join Lu Yun's company?" Indeed. They both nodded in affirmation and proceeded to introduce their identities. Among them was the Nobel laureate Bruce, and the other was Professor Scott from Stanford University. The live stream erupted into chaos once more. My goodness, a Nobel Prize winner. This is indeed a prominent figure, and he wishes to join Lu Yun's company. If memory serves me correctly, Professor Scott had previously posted a video on Douyin, seeking to recruit Lu Yun as a student in the United States. Indeed, it is he. Who would have thought he would now follow Lu Yun? What a remarkable coincidence. This is a significant event. It is truly unprecedented for so many academic luminaries to come to our China for work. It will undoubtedly leave many astonished and others infuriated. This scene unfolding in Zuanshan's live stream quickly caused a sensation on Douyin. Viewers, unable to contain their amusement, found it hard to suppress their laughter. Previously, they had only seen news of domestic geniuses being lured to foreign lands. Now, they were witnessing a reversal. Foreign academic elites voluntarily coming to us? In Hongcheng, within a hotel room, Zhang Jie stumbled upon this video and, intrigued, clicked on it, only to find himself wide-eyed. Wait, is that not my mentor, Professor Scott? Zhang Jie was bewildered. He still had 2 years left until he completed his doctorate, and now his mentor was leaving? However, he quickly recalled that he had just contacted the biology department at Hongcheng University, expressing his intention to withdraw from Stanford and transfer to pursue his doctorate there. The two of us truly share an uncanny sense of timing. Zhang Jie couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Chapter 65. Lu Yun's blacklist after sharing a laugh. Zhang Jie casually uploaded the video to his Yongdo account, which promptly caught the attention of several Stanford alumni following his account. Almost instantly, Stanford erupted with fervor, as hundreds of Twitter groups began to discuss the matter. Professor Scott from our university is resigning to join Lu Yun's company in the Human Gene Evolution Project. Professor Scott? He is the cornerstone of our biological sciences department. His departure would severely weaken our institution. Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature, and Nobel laureate Bruce are also set to join Lu Yun's company, with reports suggesting that at least half of those attending the upcoming academic conference have made similar decisions. That said, the allure of the Human Gene Evolution Project is simply too compelling to resist. If I were in their shoes, I would find it equally difficult to decline. The repercussions of this situation are dire. We are already lagging in genetic technology, and now, even the top-tier figures are abandoning ship to support Lu Yun. The technological gap between our nation and Lu Yun's will only widen. People naturally aspire to ascend. In the past, we led the field of genetic technology, attracting the brightest minds from the East. Now, Lu Yun stands at the pinnacle of genetic technology, decades ahead of the rest of the world. Those who still harbor scientific aspirations will inevitably gravitate towards Lu Yun. This is an unavoidable reality. Does this mean that the battle for national destiny between our nation and the Eastern superpower is fated for defeat? The likelihood seems grim. The allure of Lu Yun's Human Gene Evolution Project is profound, garnering global anticipation for his success, compelling the world to foster relations with the Eastern superpower, including our nation. Have you not seen the news? The influential figures atop our nation's hierarchy are scrambling to curry favor with Lu Yun and the Eastern power. In the student dormitory, Eric, having painfully liquidated his stocks in Pfizer, Roche, and Google, opened a Twitter group comprised solely of current Stanford students, intending to vent his frustrations to familiar alumni. However, he was nearly driven to the brink of explosion upon discovering Professor Scott's decision to join Liu Yun's company. Liu Yun, who harbors a clear animosity towards our nation. This is betrayal. Politicians are selling out national interests, super-rich individuals are compromising those interests, and now even academic titans are doing the same. Damn it, this country is beyond saving. Eric seized his phone and smashed it violently against the ground. Bang! The screen shattered. In the next moment, Eric donned a mask of despair. Damn, I just bought the iPhone 16. Meanwhile, in the Eagle Nation, the White House. In the right ear of CIA Director Paul Day, a report from a subordinate resonated, leading him to unveil a significant announcement. Breaking news: the academic realm is in turmoil. 53 eminent scholars from our esteemed nation have attended an academic conference hosted by Liu Yun, and currently, at least half have canceled their return flights. It appears they are resolutely determined to join Liu Yun's enterprise. Their betrayal could inflict substantial damage on our nation's standing in the realm of genetic technology. Upon hearing this, a bald-headed senator promptly suggested, "We must enact a policy prohibiting leading figures in the genetic technology field from leaving the country to prevent a recurrence of such incidents." Agreement echoed throughout the room. For the sake of our national interests, such measures are imperative. What? You assert that we ourselves are compromising our national interests and yet deny academic professionals the opportunity to follow suit, exemplifying blatant double standards? Apologies. But that is indeed the case. After all, power resides in our hands. Within mere minutes, the resolution to bar leading scholars in genetic technology from departing the country was swiftly approved. The senators continued deliberating strategies to counter Liu Yun. Confidence is paramount. The bald-headed senator remarked, "The entire world has lost faith in us. The stock market has plummeted as a result. If this trend persists, the status of the dollar as the world's currency will face severe challenges, which we cannot permit. Therefore, we must devise methods to restore global confidence in us. I believe we must flex our muscles, demonstrating to the world that although the technology of human genetic evolution lies within the grasp of an Eastern power, we remain the most formidable military force on the planet. Combined, the nations outside the top 3 cannot match our might." Upon hearing this, the senator's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Strength is indeed the ultimate truth. When we showcase our formidable power, who among the nations outside the top 3 would dare to oppose us? Who in the world would lack confidence in us? Furthermore, we can amplify our efforts through propaganda. Beyond genetic technology, numerous innovations hold the potential to transform the world, particularly controllable nuclear fusion, artificial intelligence, and nanorobotics. After years of promotion, these 3 technologies have become deeply ingrained in public consciousness. Many believe that the success of any one of these technologies would result in monumental change. Thus, we must increase our research investments in these 3 areas and leverage our powerful propaganda machinery, employing NGOs and expert scholars to disseminate knowledge, while bombarding the media with information. Additionally, we can occasionally concoct false news to convince the world that breakthroughs are imminent. Once achieved, we shall soar to new heights. Success is secondary. The effectiveness of our promotional campaign is what will alter the narrative. While an Eastern power may grasp human genetic evolution, we possess controllable nuclear fusion, artificial intelligence, or nanorobotics. Let us call it even. After all, human genetic evolution has yet to materialize. The senator's enthusiasm rekindled. Propaganda? It is our forte. We can turn the fictitious into the believable, instilling unwavering conviction in the hearts of the populace. Moreover, the bald-headed legislator spoke wisely. What the United States truly needs at this juncture is confidence. By rejuvenating global faith in the nation, the stock market is bound to rebound. For stock prices are not mere reflections of value, but rather embodiments of confidence. Consequently, the stability of the U.S. dollar's position as a world currency will also be assured. Very well, let it be done. At the very least, it can alleviate our immediate concerns. Thus, another bill was passed. I have another stratagem, the bald-headed legislator continued. We can sow discord between Liu Yun and the Eastern power, pursuing 2 divergent paths. The first path involves leveraging the insiders we have previously recruited within the Eastern power. The second path entails engaging the International Development Department to manufacture public sentiment. For instance, we could fabricate a research report from the Academy of Sciences of Huaxia, claiming that Liu Yun's genetic technology harbors uncontrollable mutation risks, ensuring that the public remains oblivious to this information to avoid controversy. Additionally, We could create a fabricated surveillance video in which Lu Yun is heard speaking to himself, expressing his belief that the world is imperfect and contemplating the initiation of an apocalyptic plan akin to that of the film Resident Evil, using his genetic technology to reboot the world. Furthermore, we could orchestrate a news story, wherein an anonymous insider claims that Lu Yun concealed an experimental accident. In essence, our goal is to instill panic and division, leading the populace of the Eastern Power to question and fear Lu Yun. The success of this plan is irrelevant. After all, it bears a minimal cost. Should it fail, we would merely incur a slight waste of funds and lose some expendable pawns we have procured. However, if it succeeds in pitting Lu Yun against his own compatriots, engendering disdain, we may have an opportunity to win him over. The legislators were instantly invigorated by this plan. As the bald-headed legislator had articulated, while the probability of success may be low, so too is the cost. Should it succeed, the rewards would be substantial. Under his inspiration, others began to contribute their insights. Soon, a comprehensive strategy to address Lu Yun and the repercussions of his influence on the world was devised. 1. Reduce tariffs on products from the Eastern Power to last year's normal levels, aiming to ease relations with them. Note: immediate execution. 2. Deploy elite spies to steal genetic modification technology. If we could capture Lu Yun, all the better. Simultaneously, initiate the Discord plan through insiders and public sentiment tactics to sever Lu Yun's ties with the Eastern Power. 3. Increase military spending, conduct military exercises, and demonstrate our might. 4. Establish a research fund to amplify investments in genetic technology, controlled nuclear fusion, artificial intelligence, and nanorobotics. Launch a propaganda campaign to convince the world that the United States is on the verge of revolutionary breakthroughs in these fields, restoring global confidence in the nation. Note: genetic technology is excluded from the propaganda campaign, as no one would believe that your academic elites have fled, leaving the possibility of breakthroughs in question. Moreover, the success of these three technologies is not paramount. The critical factor lies in the ability to persuade the world that success is imminent, for once it is achieved, the United States shall soar. After the proposal was unveiled, the legislators emerged from the White House, feeling as though the sun shone more brightly upon them. For even if the outcome were dismal, they had conveyed their goodwill through the reduction of tariffs, refraining from employing excessive measures against the great Eastern nation. Once rejuvenation and genetic evolution were realized, it was likely they would not find themselves blacklisted by the Eastern Power. Meanwhile, amidst the escort of police vehicles, Lu Yun arrived safely at Hongcheng Technology in his bulletproof car. As the door swung open, Lu Yun stepped into the office building. At that moment, Chen Jing finally breathed a sigh of relief. The premises boasted a stringent security system, rendering the probability of any threat to Lu Yun's safety nearly non-existent. "Mr. Lu, you have finally returned." Just then, Li Peiqiang, the general manager of Hongcheng Technology, hastily approached Lu Yun, brimming with excitement. "I have significant news to share with you. Numerous super-rich individuals have proactively reached out to our company, expressing their intent to donate funds for the research of rejuvenation technology. Among these affluent benefactors are the likes of Bart and Musk from the West, as well as the domestic tycoon Xiaoma, and a prince from the Middle Eastern nation of camels. Each is extraordinarily wealthy. I conducted a rough estimate. And should we agree to their requests and expedite the research into rejuvenation technology, allowing them to be among the first beneficiaries, we could secure a staggering 75.3 billion renminbi. Furthermore, this is merely the initial round of donations. They are likely to contribute even more subsequently." Lu Yun pondered for a moment before responding. "Do not agree to them just yet." "Not agree?" Li Peiqiang was momentarily taken aback, questioning if he had misheard. Lu Yun continued, 75.3 billion is indeed a considerable amount, but I have always maintained that my technology must align with national strategy. We cannot forsake my commitments simply because these wealthy individuals are willing to pay. Take this list of benefactors to Yang Jixin and have him communicate with the relevant national departments to filter out those who qualify for the benefits of human genetic evolution. If memory serves, even among domestic magnates, there are many who have betrayed the nation and compromised its interests. Such individuals are unworthy of utilizing my rejuvenation technology. While technology can be valued, national integrity and principles cannot be compromised. Therefore, we shall not accept funds from certain individuals." "Understood." Li Peiqiang nodded vigorously, realizing he needed to reevaluate his perception of Lu Yun. Chapter 66. A warning through a sacrificial chicken in the lobby of Hongcheng Technology. Upon hearing the news from Li Peiqiang, Yang Zhixin swiftly responded, "Understood. Please send me the list of wealthy individuals. I will complete the screening by the end of the day and inform you of the results promptly, ensuring no hindrance to Hongcheng Technology's progress." "All right," Li Peiqiang nodded, leaving with a sense of reassurance. He was acutely aware of Yang Zhixin's stature and influence. Although he currently appeared to lead a leisurely life, immersed in reading and tea drinking, Yang Zhixin had previously held the position of deputy director in a governmental department, garnering respect from provincial leaders. His role had only grown in complexity. He possessed the authority to mobilize national resources for matters related to Lu Yun. Before long, Yang Zhixin received the list and promptly reported to his superiors. He dared not exhibit any negligence regarding matters tied to Lu Yun, fully recognizing the implications for his own future. Moreover, he understood Lu Yun's standing and influence. The endeavors Lu Yun pursued would likely encounter no significant obstacles. Ding dong. 2 hours later, Yang Zhixin's phone chimed. Upon checking, he discovered a document sent by his superior. He opened it, revealing a marked list of the affluent, with few names crossed out. The most conspicuous was that of Hong Kong's richest man. "Ah, so it is him," Yang Zhixin mused with a disdainful smile. This tycoon had chosen the wrong side, inciting public outrage. And his betrayal of the nation aligned perfectly with Lu Yun's assertion that those who sell out national interests are unworthy of utilizing his rejuvenation technology. Thus, the current punitive measures were entirely justified. Subsequently, he forwarded the list to Li Peiqiang. Meanwhile, in Hong Kong, a Rolls-Royce was en route to Pingcheng. Inside the vehicle, the nonagenarian tycoon fixated on the tablet before him, his cloudy eyes scrutinizing the screen as his frail fingers navigated it. A video began to play. In the video, Lu Yun eloquently spoke, the second step of human genetic evolution, the technology of rejuvenation. It is widely acknowledged that as one ages, metabolic functions decline, the immune system weakens, and cellular regeneration falters. This is the essence of rejuvenation, granting an elderly individual the vitality of youth. The tycoon had watched this video countless times, growing increasingly exhilarated and anticipatory. Only individuals of his age could truly comprehend the terror of aging, witnessing their bodies deteriorate and inching closer to death. It was an indescribable despair, particularly for someone wielding power over countless lives. And Lu Yun's technology of rejuvenation could grant him a second chance at life. How could he not feel exhilarated? How could he not look forward to it? A sudden ring interrupted his thoughts. The tycoon picked up his phone. Glancing at the caller ID, Li Peiqiang from Hongcheng Technology. In that moment, he grew increasingly agitated and promptly connected the call. Yet the voice emanating from the phone rendered him utterly speechless. "Mr. Li, I apologize, but our company cannot accept your donation. Nor will we be able to serve you in the future." "Why?" he inquired. "Because our boss has decreed that we shall not accept funds from certain individuals, notably those who betray the nation and compromise its interests." With that, Mr. Li Peiqiang abruptly terminated the call. The sound of the dial tone echoed in the mobile phone of the richest man in Hong Kong. How could this be? I have already stated that I can donate 3 billion now, and if the rejuvenation technology succeeds before my demise, I could contribute an additional 10 billion. That amounts to 13 billion. How is it possible that I cannot secure even a single opportunity from you? Lu Yun, you are a businessman as well. Why would you refuse such wealth? His disbelief was palpable. Moments later, he slumped back in his seat, gazing at the ceiling of the car, his withered fingers tapping against the door, lost in thought. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. "Xiao Zhang, we are not going to Pingcheng anymore. Return home." "Yes," replied the driver, Xiao Zhang, feeling apprehensive, hardly daring to breathe. His nonagenarian employer had lost the chance for rejuvenation, and it was certain that his mood had plummeted to unprecedented depths. He hoped fervently not to become a target for his ire. Hongcheng Technology's refusal to provide services to the richest man in Hong Kong, even rejecting the money offered, quickly spread through the circle of the affluent. Thanks to the machinations of those with ulterior motives, domestic tycoons were taken aback. This was a staggering 13 billion yuan, not an insignificant sum. Surpassing the total fortunes of many super-rich individuals, Lu Yun's rejection was simply incredulous. This was a clear message from the state, a warning to others. It was likely driven by Lu Yun himself, or at the very least, he was fully supportive of it. After all, given Lu Yun's current standing, the state would hardly protest if he accepted the funds. Xiaoma from Penguin Group disowned the essence of the situation immediately, feeling a sense of unease. While he was confident he had not betrayed national interests, he could not guarantee that his image in Lu Yun's eyes was favorable. After all, Lu Yun was merely an 18-year-old youth, and like many of his peers, might have had several gaming accounts banned by Penguin Group. This matter requires investigation. Upon hearing the news, other domestic magnates were equally shocked and incredulous, swiftly resolving to exercise caution in any future dealings involving national interests. They would not repeat the missteps of the richest man in Hong Kong. In summary, while profit was important, they already possessed considerable wealth. The pursuit of rejuvenation and genetic evolution took precedence. Even international tycoons were taken aback. My concerns were not unfounded. The great Eastern nation indeed has a blacklist. And once an individual is placed on it, they can no longer partake in rejuvenation or genetic evolution. Upon learning of this matter, the esteemed stock market guru Bart felt a flicker of relief in his heart. The absence of notification from Hongcheng Technology signified that he had not been placed on the blacklist, which was indeed a stroke of good fortune. However, he resolved to exercise utmost caution in his future dealings. Otherwise, being inscribed on that infamous list would likely plunge him into despair far greater than death itself. Akin to the plight of the wealthy magnate from Hong Kong, he could not suppress a sigh. Reflecting on the adage from the great Eastern nation, those who lag behind shall suffer the consequences. This sentiment resonated deeply with him. As the Eagle Nation found itself trailing in the realm of genetic technology, rendering it vulnerable to exploitation, a most unpleasant predicament. Henceforth, he vowed to bolster the technological sector of the Eagle Nation, particularly in the realms of life extension through groundbreaking genetic and nanotechnology. Lest they remain subservient to the whims of Lu Yun and the Eastern power, regardless of whether they lived for a millennium. In contrast, Tesla's CEO, Musk, upon hearing the news, felt a tinge of astonishment but harbored no concerns about being blacklisted. His reputation in the Eastern nation was commendable, far surpassing that of the Hong Kong magnate. Moreover, having immigrated to the Eagle Nation later in life, he possessed little emotional attachment, thus lacking the sense of shame associated with being exploited, as Bart did. His thoughts were instead occupied with the prospect of Martian colonization. Lu Yun's genetic modification technology might enable humanity to fully adapt to the Martian environment while extending their lifespans. Hence, the ambitious claims he had once made about achieving Martian settlement by 2060 might indeed become a reality, establishing a human colony on Mars. At that moment, a spark of inspiration illuminated Musk's mind. Meanwhile, this news spread rapidly across the internet. Su Shanha, having realized the potential for capitalizing on this trending topic, seized the opportunity to commence a live broadcast. Before long, the online audience exceeded 1,000 viewers. Brothers, Su Shanha exclaimed excitedly. The purpose of this broadcast is to share a momentous revelation. Some of you may already be aware, but do stay tuned for an exciting event to follow. At this, the audience's curiosity was piqued. What could be so astonishing as to elicit such fervor from the host? Earlier this afternoon, I mentioned that countless super-rich individuals were converging upon Hong City. At that time, I was only aware that they sought Lu Yun to expedite the realization of rejuvenation and genetic evolution, but I was uncertain of their intentions. Now, the mystery has unraveled. They come bearing gifts of wealth for Lu Yun, ranging from hundreds of millions to billions. Among them is a familiar figure, the wealthiest man from Hong Kong, who intends to donate a staggering total of 13 billion. Upon hearing this figure, I thought of the countless homeless young women. Even if I were to assist 10 of them daily, such a sum would last a lifetime. But do you know what transpired? Lu Yun does not wish to accept this money. You heard it correctly. The wealthiest individual of Hong Kong Island intended to offer his fortune without charge, yet Lu Yun declined. He articulated a profound statement. Technology can be priced, but national dignity and principles cannot. Thus, we shall not accept the wealth of those who betray the nation and sell its interests. As soon as he finished speaking, the live broadcast erupted in fervor. The barrage of comments flooded in, praising Lu Yun for his audacity and skill. I have long harbored disdain for the richest man of Hong Kong Island, and Lu Yun has provided me with a satisfying release of pent-up frustration. That individual deserves his fate. He presumed he stood on the side of inevitable victory, believing he could sell out his country's interests. Little did he know how mistaken he was. Though I may not be able to amass the funds for rejuvenation and genetic evolution, the thought that the illustrious richest man of Hong Kong Island lacks the qualifications to enjoy his wealth brings me immense joy. Some actions are simply unacceptable. I perceive Lu Yun is still embodying that youthful idealism, which is why he unhesitatingly rejected the 13 billion offered by the wealthiest man of Hong Kong Island. Were it me, I would undoubtedly struggle to refuse. Thus, I admire Lu Yun. He truly deserves to be my idol. Observing the dense stream of comments, Sushanha silently commended himself, recognizing his prowess as a trend-savvy broadcaster. He then remarked with a smile, "Brothers, let us deliberate on which other tycoons ought to be placed on the blacklist, barred from benefiting from rejuvenation and genetic evolution. Perhaps our nation and Lu Yun might heed our voices." This statement ignited excitement among the viewers in the live stream. They understood that their discussions would yield no tangible results, yet they relished the topic, unable to resist participating. Much like fantasizing about traversing back in time to alter history, fully aware of its impossibility while still indulging in the delightful reverie. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the news on platforms like Twitter and social media erupted as well. Just moments ago, during a press conference at the White House, the spokesperson solemnly announced, starting tomorrow, tariffs on products from the Eastern Great Powers will be lowered to 25, reverting to last year's levels. Upon hearing this news, the immediate reaction of the American populace was, have we capitulated? They recognized that to achieve rejuvenation and genetic advancement, it was imperative to ease relations with the Eastern powers. But this submission felt alarmingly swift. It was hard not to feel disheartened. Exhausted, they lamented the state of affairs. In a Stanford University dormitory, Eric, using his roommate's phone, stumbled upon this news, further solidifying his conviction that America is truly beyond salvation. He resolved to abandon any fantasies of being a heroic savior and instead aim to understand those influential figures, aspire to become one of them, and ultimately surpass them. He envisioned leveraging the American platform to reap benefits, and if necessary, he would not hesitate to betray the national interests of America, just like those prominent figures. I must progress, Eric declared, his gaze fixed on the screen displaying impeccably dressed, seemingly virtuous leaders, his fist clenched, igniting a fierce determination within his eyes. Chapter 67. Influence. The citizens of Eagle Sauce have been shaken. However, when this news reached Douyin, excitement permeated the air. In Sushanha's live stream, he spoke passionately, "Brothers, I believe this Pan Pao Pao should also be blacklisted, barred from enjoying rejuvenation and genetic evolution. What has he done? Perhaps many of my brothers are unaware. Let me explain slowly." At that moment, a flurry of messages flooded the screen. Breaking news. Eagle Sauce announces that starting tomorrow, tariffs will be directly reduced to last year's levels. Streamer, you can verify this. I am not deceiving you. Breaking news. Sushanha felt a surge of emotion, quickly grabbing another phone to search for related information. After a brief moment of contemplation, he exclaimed with fervor, "Brothers, the news on the screen is true. Starting tomorrow, Eagle Sauce will reduce tariffs to 25. I am overjoyed by this news. Not only does it provide relief to the beleaguered foreign trade industry, increasing the income of those within the related supply chain, but it also signifies our victory. Eagle Sauce pressured us to retreat, yet we stood firm. They demanded we kneel, but we refused. As they continued to exert pressure, we clenched our jaws and persevered. Now, Eagle Sauce has capitulated. They no longer adopt an aggressive stance. Instead, they lower their proud heads, willingly expressing goodwill by restoring tariffs to last year's levels. Brothers, we have won, decisively, and barring any unforeseen events, we shall continue to prevail. For no one in Eagle Sauce can resist the allure of rejuvenation and genetic evolution. Hearing Sushanha's words, the audience in the live stream was momentarily stunned, soon erupting into ecstasy. Eagle Sauce has bowed down. Just days ago, the once arrogant bald eagle has humbly lowered its lofty head. The contrast between their previous arrogance and their current predicament was striking. This thought sent the live stream audience into a frenzy, and the comments section exploded. Such is the power of human genetic evolution technology. When Lu Yun publicly announced the route to human genetic evolution, it was destined for Eagle Sauce to relent, as those in the realms of politics and business could not resist the temptations of rejuvenation and genetic evolution. Of course, Lu Yun's prominence in our nation is also a significant factor. Had he been a citizen of a lesser nation, the military of Eagle Sauce would have already invaded to seize him. The press conference was held in the morning, and Eagle Sauce bowed down by the afternoon. I find myself in awe of such rapid developments. Brothers, I believe this marks a historical turning point. Do you concur? Ha ha ha. Do you know what I am thinking? I suddenly feel that, in a certain sense, we have become a great power. In the past, great powers opened doors with cannons and dumped their goods. But we wield rejuvenation and genetic evolution. No nation in the world can resist the allure of this technology. Thus, these countries will open their doors to us. Patience is a virtue, as a plethora of news concerning free trade agreements is about to unfold. Consequently, our nation's goods will be able to flow unimpeded into global markets, including those of the United States. Meanwhile, this announcement has caused quite a stir within the foreign trade sector. Mr. Li, the proprietor of the Hengtai carton factory in Guangzhou, gazes despondently at the inventory in his warehouse. His factory specializes in the production of cartons and foam, primarily serving the lighting industry, which predominantly exports to the United States, where profit margins are already minimal. With the imposition of tariffs by the United States, his clients are unable to receive orders, leading to the cessation of their requests, even for goods already manufactured. Presently, his orders have dwindled by 80. Without a successful transformation, bankruptcy looms imminent. I must rapidly develop new clientele, particularly those with technological advantages and higher product margins. Only such customers can withstand the impact of tariffs, Mr. Li muses. Hastening to his office, acutely aware that time is slipping away, he must strive to secure a glimmer of hope for his company, himself, and his family. The specter of unemployment for his workers and a decline in his family's quality of life looms large, potentially even leading to marital discord. Ah, the trials of middle-aged men. He silently laments. At that moment, the sound of his phone ringing jolts him. Mr. Li quickly answers, and upon seeing the caller ID, his spirits lift. Old Li, I've placed a new order for you. Please complete it swiftly and send over the goods you've prepared today, the voice on the other end instructs. A look of astonishment crosses Mr. Li's face as he eagerly inquires, Mr. Zhou, have you found a capable new client? Haha. Hearing you say that makes me realize you haven't been keeping up with the news. Let me enlighten you. A significant announcement has just been made. The United States held a press conference and declared that starting tomorrow, tariffs will be reduced to 25. After seeing the news, I immediately reached out to our former clients in the U.S., and they all assured me they would place new orders today. Thus, I began preparations at once. Reduced to 25? Mr. Li is taken aback, curiosity piqued. What exactly transpired? That's a long story. Search for Lu Yun on Douyin. This matter is related to his technology conference. That's all for now. I must contact other suppliers. Let us arrange a time for tea when you're free. Certainly. Let us schedule a time. After hanging up, Mr. Li remains in a state of bewilderment. With orders down by 80, sleepless nights have plagued him, leaving him little inclination to browse the internet. He recalls hearing his employees mention Lu Yun, a reputed genius scientist credited with developing kidney cloning technology. However, the connection between a technology conference and a reduction in tariffs remains elusive to him. Thus, he hastily opens Douyin and searches for the relevant keywords. 1 minute passes, then 2, as he immerses himself in research for an entire 10 minutes. Boss Li finally unraveled the intricacies of the situation, his eyes wide with astonishment. My goodness. No wonder that despicable eagle sauce has capitulated. It was all in the hope of relishing the rejuvenation and genetic evolution devised by Lu Yun. Rejuvenation and genetic evolution. Who could possibly resist such alluring temptations? Eagle sauce could not, nor could other nations. Thus, as long as we firmly hold the reins of human genetic evolution technology, our country's goods will undoubtedly flow freely across the globe. All nations will be compelled to open their doors and engage in free trade with us. The springtime of foreign trade has returned for us. Moreover, it seemed that Boss Li had another thought, becoming even more animated. His parents and in-laws were advancing in age, and he had always harbored concerns about the sudden loss of their presence. Now, with Lu Yun's promised rejuvenation technology that could once again enjoy robust health, he only hoped the cost would be reasonable enough for the family to afford. Regardless, he fervently wished for the swift realization of this technology. With that in mind, Boss Li located Lu Yun's Douyin account, clicked to follow, and commented beneath one of Lu Yun's videos. Hello, Lu Yun. I am the owner of a cardboard factory. First and foremost, I must express my gratitude to you. Your efforts have led Eagle Sauce to reduce tariffs, allowing my factory to secure new orders and continue operating. Secondly, I wish you success in your research endeavors. My family and I eagerly anticipate the early realization of the gene therapy revolution and rejuvenation technology you mentioned. Lastly, I wish you safety and fortune in all your endeavors. In Hongcheng, at Hongcheng Technology, Lu Yun called his parents and then joyfully chatted with his classmates from class 1 of the senior year in their WeChat group before reclining in his office chair to peruse Douyin. After 6 consecutive days of relentless work on genetic modifications to chimpanzees, he had scarcely rested, and now it was time to unwind and indulge. Indulgence meant savoring delicious food, sipping on sugary beverages, and scrolling through Douyin. He had yet to experience more sophisticated pleasures. My Douyin account has amassed over 50 million followers. If memory serves, Just 6 days ago, there were only around 7 million. And the comments beneath this video, astonishingly, they have exceeded 100,000, nearly all posted today. Well, let us peruse the comments. Zhang Xiongfei from the School of Biology at Hongcheng University has commented, eagerly anticipating Professor Lu's return. I am a salesperson from a foreign trade company, and I was on the brink of being laid off. Now, with Eagle Sauce's announcement of reduced tariffs, the company has rescinded its layoff plan. I came here specifically to express my gratitude to you. Technology can be priced, but national dignity and principles cannot, Lu Yun. Your words resonate profoundly. Lu Yun, having emerged from the depths of the dark web, cautions you to be wary of the allure of the beauty trap, as there are those who seek to lure you abroad. Remain vigilant not to disclose any DNA samples, for there are individuals intent on creating a clone of you. In the current context of the national struggle, your timely emergence has undeniably influenced the trajectory of the world. The once arrogant eagle has been brought to its knees. Thus, you are undoubtedly a formidable force descended from the heavens. Continue your efforts to upend this chaotic world and elevate the glory of the Huaxia nation to the pinnacle of the world. Upon reading this remark, Lu Yun pondered for a moment and found the task not insurmountable. He harbored no intention to target anyone specifically. His pursuit of knowledge in areas of personal interest had already compelled the eagle to bow its proud head. Henceforth, he could focus on his scientific endeavors, confident that each subsequent achievement would deliver a significant blow to the eagle. If one strike was insufficient, another would follow, ultimately, by dedicating himself to his research. He could ensure the eagle remained gasping for breath, ultimately leading to its fall from the throne of global supremacy. A great thinker once proclaimed that one should pursue the remnants of a vanquished enemy with relentless vigor, rather than merely seek fame as a conqueror. By continuing my scientific pursuits, it appears that this wisdom may find its manifestation in the plight of the eagle. Lu Yun smiled gently, reflecting that this situation was indeed quite intriguing. However, what should he investigate next? Chapter 68. From Conquering Cancer to Biological Armor, Artificial Biology, Biological Intelligence, Biological Armor. The revolution of gene therapy, rejuvenation technology, the evolution of superhumans. Lu Yun discovered that the avenues for his research were abundant. Yet the project that piqued his interest the most was undoubtedly biological armor. This fascination stemmed not only from the allure of its complexity, but also from the formidable challenges it presented. However, after careful consideration, he resolved to temporarily set this endeavor aside. On one hand, the war of national destiny was far from over, and he yearned to leverage his research achievements to deliver a significant blow to the adversary. On the other hand, he had painted a grand vision for the world, termed the Human Genetic Evolution Roadmap, which had ignited global curiosity. Being a man of integrity, he could not leave this vision unfulfilled. Hence, he was compelled to take action. Should he pursue the revolution in gene therapy or the technology of rejuvenation? Lu Yun pondered deeply. Moments later, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. Although he had never specifically studied cancer cells, based on his extensive knowledge, he understood that cancer cells were, at their core, merely cells with genetic mutations that enabled them to proliferate indefinitely. Since they were indeed cells, theoretically, he could modify the L gene vector to invade and eradicate cancer cells. The first step would involve altering the viral shell protein gene to enable it to locate cancer cells within the patient's body and possess the capability to infiltrate them. The second step would be to replace the electric eel's discharge module within the L gene vector with an apoptosis-inducing system, granting it the power to eliminate cancer cells. The third step would require him to modify the self-destruct mechanism to ensure that the revamped L gene vector would not inadvertently harm normal cells, would be incapable of self-replication, and would evade detection by the patient's immune system. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Yun commended himself inwardly, never anticipating that the L gene vector, developed for genetic modification of laboratory mice, could potentially be a key to conquering cancer. Truly, he thought, what an impressive feat. A gentle smile graced his lips as he made his decision. His forthcoming research project would be the conquest of cancer, a technology that not only promised to significantly aid in the war of national destiny, but also aligned seamlessly with his vision for human genetic evolution. Indeed, it was remarkably straightforward. His familiarity with the L gene vector was profound. Otherwise, he would not have been able to complete the genetic modification of the chimpanzee, Caesar, in a mere 5 days. With his path determined, he resolved to begin his quest for knowledge related to cancer the following day. As for today, he would indulge in browsing Douyin, balancing his work and leisure. Lu Yun seized a large bottle of Coca-Cola and took a refreshing sip before continuing to scroll through the comments left by viewers on his videos. It was gratifying to witness such support and concern from so many people, uplifting his spirits and invigorating his passion for scientific research. The next day arrived swiftly. At Hongcheng Technology, the receptionist announced, "Mr. Gregory, Mr. Scott, Mr. Bruce, please proceed to the 5th floor conference room. General Manager Liu will meet with you at 10 o'clock. Mr. Bart, kindly proceed to the multifunctional conference room on the 3rd floor. Mr. Liu will arrive at 9:30. Mr. Ma, please make your way to the same location." Under the guidance of the young lady with glasses, a procession of esteemed scholars and affluent magnates from around the globe orderly made their way to their designated destination. Once the influx of guests ceased, the bespectacled lady couldn't help but pat her chest, overwhelmed by the exhilarating atmosphere. The prominent figures, whom she usually only encountered in the news, greeted her with utmost politeness, expressing their gratitude before departing. This was undoubtedly the pinnacle of her life thus far. If her close friends were to learn of this, they would surely be envious, their eyes sparkling with admiration. At Hongcheng Technology, on the 3rd floor, in the multifunctional conference room, Li Peiqiang was entertaining the super-rich from various countries. "Mr. Li, when you come to the Middle East, please do let me know. I would be honored to extend my hospitality," said a prince from the Camel Kingdom, presenting a card made of pure gold. "Mr. Li, let us keep in touch," added Xiaoma from Penguin Group, exuding humility and wearing a broad smile. "This building will soon be inadequate for your company's needs. Want it? If necessary, I could donate an industrial park to your company." The CEO of Tesla, Musk, was equally enthusiastic, eager to strengthen his collaboration with Liu Yun, which would greatly benefit his Mars colonization plans. If securing Liu Yun's favor could be exchanged for an industrial park, it would be an exceptional bargain. Hello. Li Peiqiang navigated through more than 100 super-rich individuals, his smile becoming somewhat rigid, yet his heart brimmed with immense joy. These magnates were the titans at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy. A mere sneeze from them could send ripples throughout the world. Yet now, they welcomed him with smiles, even displaying a hint of flattery, making Li Peiqiang feel more exhilarated than when he first sparred with his girlfriend. He felt as if he were floating on air. Of course, Li Peiqiang was acutely aware that the courtesies bestowed upon him were solely due to his title as the general manager of Hongcheng Technology. Should he resign, these magnates would scarcely spare him a glance. Thus, he reminded himself to work diligently and earnestly, striving to satisfy Liu Yun, for this was the greatest opportunity of his life. As time flowed gently, it soon approached 9:27. Liu Yun entered the conference room, clad in a sports leisure outfit worth only a few hundred. It was not that he eschewed expensive attire. He simply had grown accustomed to his style and did not wish to expend energy on trivial matters of dress. In truth, he had never been concerned about such things. Many of his garments were merely variations of the same design in different colors. Following Liu Yun closely were Chen Jing and 6 formidable bodyguards, who had entered a heightened state of alert, ready for action at a moment's notice. "Mr. Liu, greetings, I am Bart." "Mr. Liu." The affluent elites enthusiastically introduced themselves, their joy genuine and heartfelt. Although this brilliant scientist could not directly augment their fortunes, he could bestow upon them the gift of rejuvenation and genetic evolution, an endeavor they coveted far more. Liu Yun responded to each with a warm smile, embodying humility and grace. After a full 5 minutes, he had exchanged pleasantries with everyone, committing their identities and donation amounts to memory. An effortless task given his extraordinary ability to recall information with precision. He then ascended the podium and spoke candidly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your generous donations. They provide significant assistance and will accelerate the development of Hongcheng Technology. In return, I assure you that when the technology for rejuvenation is realized, you shall be among the first to benefit. I can also provide you with a definitive timeline. Within 2 years, we will achieve successful animal trials for the rejuvenation technology." Liu Yun's tone exuded confidence. According to his plan, following the conquest of cancer, he would initiate research into rejuvenation, transforming his grand visions into reality while simultaneously bolstering the national endeavor. How long would these research projects take? In truth, he believed they might require only 6 months to a year. He mentioned 2 years merely to allow himself some leeway. Gulp. Upon hearing Liu Yun's words, the venerable investor Bart, who had surpassed 90 years of age, could not suppress a gulp. 2 years. Just 2 years until the success of rejuvenation technology. He could reclaim the vigor of youth and live anew. Indeed, Liu Yun's words resonated with Bart, who believed them wholeheartedly. This faith stemmed from Bart's willingness to believe, as well as Lu Yun's astonishing track record, having developed a cloned kidney in 3 months, gene modification technology in a month, and completing gene alterations on chimpanzees in just 5 days. With such precedents, the prospect of achieving rejuvenation in 2 years was hardly a mere boast. 2 years. Other affluent individuals sparkled with anticipation, knowing they could enlist the world's finest medical teams, so they could certainly afford to wait. However, a few still considered this timeline somewhat extended. A prince from the Camelot nation posed a question. Mr. Liu, if we bypass animal trials and proceed directly with human experiments, could we expedite the process and develop the technology for human rejuvenation within 2 years? I can provide all the subjects for experimentation and assume any consequences. At this, the assembly nodded in agreement. Indeed, bypassing animal trials could significantly hasten the research. As for the legal ramifications, they had the means to advocate for legislative changes to legitimize the endeavor. Even if such actions were challenging in the Eastern superpower, numerous other nations existed around the globe. In short, should Lu Yun consent, they could bring this initiative to fruition. No, we must first conduct animal trials. Lu Yun spoke without hesitation. Although he always conducted experiments on himself before developing mature techniques for animal trials and clinical studies on humans, he was acutely aware that his situation was unique and could not be replicated by others. Therefore, if he were to set a precedent by bypassing animal experimentation and directly proceeding with genetic modification experiments on humans, it would be akin to opening Pandora's box. Other researchers would inevitably follow suit. As a genius standing at the pinnacle of genetic technology, he was determined to prevent such a scenario from unfolding. As a researcher who had undergone 12 years of traditional Chinese education, he understood the importance of maintaining a moral compass. Indeed, animal experimentation was imperative. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, the prince of the Camel Kingdom quickly echoed his sentiments. Albeit with a twinge of anxiety, he feared that he might incur Lu Yun's disdain and find himself blacklisted. The other affluent individuals chose to remain silent on the matter, as if it had never transpired. Lu Yun did not linger on the issue either. However, he was well aware that in the eyes of these super-rich elites, particularly those wielding power like the Prince of the Camel Kingdom, the lives of ordinary people might be regarded as inconsequential. Yet, he pondered, what did it matter? As long as it was not the lives of his fellow countrymen and he remained oblivious, it was of little consequence. He was not the savior of humanity, but merely an ordinary individual with a touch of patriotic sentiment. Chapter 69. A Clash of Spies, a Shift in Public Opinion. And Lu Yun is about to make his move. After Lu Yun pledged to complete animal experiments for the rejuvenation technology within 2 years, he engaged in conversation with those super-rich individuals eager to lavish gold coins before taking his leave. He proceeded to the 5th-floor conference room for a discussion with academic giants such as Gregory and Scott. It was imperative for him to gauge the true capabilities of these scholars and discern their areas of expertise to facilitate future assignments. However, this did not imply that Gregory and his esteemed colleagues would be granted employment. They were still required to undergo a thorough background check by the National Security Department. Meanwhile, stock market moguls like Bart and Little Ma exited Hongcheng Technology, their faces alight with excitement as they boarded their luxury vehicles. This scene did not escape the keen eyes of Su Shanhe, who was broadcasting live, nor the attention of over 10,000 viewers in his stream. Su Shanhe remarked, "Brothers, did you see that? These super-rich individuals are all grinning from ear to ear. Clearly, they have achieved the results they desired, which suggests that the rejuvenation technology may soon come to fruition." The audience in the live stream could not help but nod in agreement. These affluent individuals had their own medical teams and underwent regular health checkups. Even if they were diagnosed with cancer, it was typically caught in its early stages, allowing for effective management. The stock market savant Bart was a prime example. Thus, what truly captivated their interest was the rejuvenation technology. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. It seemed Lu Yun had indeed decided to prioritize research on rejuvenation technology. One wondered how many gold coins these wealthy patrons had expended. As this news spread, elderly individuals around the globe would surely be thrilled. The only lingering question would be the price once the technology was successful. Let us hope it isn't exorbitantly priced. One viewer mused, "For my grandparents are already in their 60s and would undoubtedly desire rejuvenation, while my parents, in their 40s, could also benefit from a boost in vitality. Such technology could not be overly affordable. Whether it cost 500,000, 1 million, or even 10 million, there would be eager demand from those willing to pay. Naturally, any businessman would contemplate. If that's the case, why not sell it at a higher price? Upon seeing these comments, Sushana had a brilliant idea to elevate the excitement in his live stream. Brothers, how about we make a wager? I bet that the price of the rejuvenation technology will not exceed 500,000. As Lu Yun's pricing for the cloned kidneys indicates, he is not solely driven by profit. If I lose, I am willing to accept any punishment, even if it means dressing in women's clothing for a live stream. As soon as he finished speaking, the comments exploded. I see you're just looking for an excuse to dress up. I'll take that bet. How could rejuvenation technology possibly be priced at just 500,000? It must be at least 1 million. This kind of technology needs to maintain its exclusivity, compelling ordinary people to work tirelessly to afford it. I believe the matter is contingent upon circumstances. If a single application of the rejuvenation technique could restore one's youthful state and sustain it for 2 or 3 decades, then the sum of 500,000 is indeed far too meager. Conversely, if the effect can only last for a decade, then that amount seems quite reasonable. The majority of older individuals would likely accept it, resigning themselves to laboring earnestly during that decade to recoup the cost. A thought suddenly struck me. What if Lu Yun were to introduce a rejuvenation loan? Wouldn't it mean that elderly individuals around the globe would opt for a pay-later scheme, subsequently working to repay their debts? In a certain light, could it be said that the elderly populace worldwide would be laboring for Lu Yun? As the atmosphere in Sushana's live stream became electric, discussions surrounding the rejuvenation technology surged to the forefront of Douyin's trending topics, drawing in a multitude of participants. During lunch, Lu Yun himself stumbled upon this topic on Douyin and couldn't help but smile. It seemed rather premature to be discussing the pricing of rejuvenation technology at this stage. Nevertheless, it did prompt him to contemplate the notion of cloned kidneys. At one point, he had been a billionaire in debt, owing the bank 500 million. With cloned kidneys being the sole product of his company, which had led him to set the price at no more than 100,000. The circumstances have since changed. The super-rich had just injected 723 billion gold coins into the market, which would begin to arrive today, with further contributions anticipated depending on the situation. He was no longer in need of funds. The price for cloned kidneys could indeed be adjusted downward. Lu Yun's mind raced as he calculated the costs associated with cloned kidneys, operational expenses, and potential profits, ultimately arriving at a figure, 80,000. A domestic price of 80,000 for each cloned kidney would alleviate the financial burden on patients while still ensuring the company could maintain a reasonable profit and operate healthily. Simultaneously, this news reached the International Development Department of the Eagle Nation. They recognized the potential of this topic to stir public sentiment in the Eastern superpower, aiming to incite opposition against Lu Yun. A Chinese man named Zhang Jiaduan, the deputy director of the Asian division of the International Development Department, was particularly intrigued. Tasked with influencing public opinion in the Eastern superpower, he commanded a team of professional internet commentators as well as numerous NGOs and public intellectuals. Under Zhang Jiaduan's leadership, the department had previously achieved remarkable success, creating a tumultuous online environment in the Eastern superpower. However, subsequent internal policy shifts had drastically reduced their resources, leaving Zhang Jiaduan disheartened. Yet circumstances have shifted once more. The legislators unanimously resolved that the International Development Department should take action, utilizing public discourse to instill fear and animosity, fostering skepticism and dread towards Lu Yun among the populace of the Eastern superpower. With resources replenished, Zhang Jiaduan was resolute in his commitment to excel. He ordered the mass production of videos suggesting that an anonymous source had disclosed the price of the rejuvenation technology to be 2 million. Additionally, he sought to fabricate videos depicting conversations between Lu Yun and Li Peiqiang, the general manager of Biotechnology, wherein Lu Yun allegedly urged Li Peiqiang to meticulously devise a pricing strategy that would compel ordinary families to labor for a lifetime to repay their debts after utilizing the rejuvenation technology. In summary, it is about inciting emotions and stirring dissatisfaction among the populace of the Eastern superpower towards Lu Yun. You may elaborate freely on the specifics, Zhang Jiaduan instructed. Understood. A nearby woman of Chinese descent nodded and immediately contacted her associates, who would, as per her directive, utilize AI to produce videos en masse for dissemination on platforms like Douyin. Approximately an hour later, at the Douyin Security Center, the video review department's head stared at the screen in a cold sweat. Video 1. Lu Yun conversed with Li Peiqiang, the general manager of Biotechnology. Lu Yun remarked, "I have seen discussions online proposing a youth restoration loan. I find this idea quite intriguing. Once this technology is successfully developed, we could offer a portion of our users a pay-later installment payment method, allowing them to enjoy the benefits first and subsequently toil for decades to repay me, along with interest. Video 2. A purported surveillance recording captured a conversation between academician Su Aimin and academician Wang Jiangwell. Academician Su expressed, "I hope the L gene carrier will not precipitate severe experimental accidents again. Otherwise, we would find it difficult to shield Lu Yun." Video 3. An anonymous individual, masked, disclosed that initially, 10 chimpanzees were utilized by Lu Yun for genetic modification, resulting in 4 fatalities and 5 unsuccessful experiments, with only Caesar's genetic modification proving successful. However, internal issues have arisen, suggesting the L gene carrier has modified other cells. Thus, Lu Yun's genetic modification technology is deemed unsafe. Video 4. A middle-aged man, visibly distressed, stated, "I had a nightmare yesterday where Lu Yun unleashed a biochemical crisis using his genetic technology, leading to a world rife with zombies and despair. Upon waking, I pondered and grew more fearful, realizing that if Lu Yun wished to do so, no one could halt them. Therefore, I strongly urge the state to closely monitor Lu Yun. Every move he makes must be under national scrutiny." These videos, seemingly featuring Lu Yun and academician Su Aimin among others, were fabricated using AI, achieving a level of realism that could easily deceive. The characters and voices in the videos mirror those in reality. Once disseminated, many would inevitably believe them, inciting panic. Other videos aim to provoke ordinary individuals' doubts and fears towards Lu Yun. Clearly, there are sinister forces at play attempting to tarnish Lu Yun's reputation. We must not allow such occurrences on the Douyin platform. Immediately take these videos down and report them, not to the police, but directly to the National Security Department. Furthermore, henceforth, any videos involving Lu Yun must undergo prior review and be subjected to manual scrutiny. The head shouted vehemently, "Panic is warranted." He fully comprehended Lu Yun's current worth and status. Should Douyin mishandle this public relations crisis against Lu Yun, a considerable number of individuals would face termination. And he would undoubtedly be the first. The Eagle Sauce International Development Department is in motion. The CIA has also intervened. Once a participant in the animal experiments involving cloned kidneys, Chen Weihua, alongside Lu Zhulong, encountered her high school crush, Zhou Mo, on her way home from work. Zhou Mo remained as radiant and handsome as ever, his casual remarks igniting a flutter in her heart. "Didn't you go abroad for your studies? When did you return?" Chen Wei inquired. "I couldn't adjust to the environment overseas and came back half a month ago," he replied. "What are your plans now?" she asked. "I intend to find a job and then a girlfriend." Thus, the two conversed for nearly half an hour. After parting ways, Chen Wei felt a sense of unease and dialed the number left by the National Security Department for all company employees to report the incident. 3 hours later, following an investigation, the National Security Department discovered that Zhou Mo had developed a gambling addiction while studying abroad, accumulating substantial debts. His parents, utterly disappointed, ceased to support him financially, leading to his return. Since then, Zhou Mo had been in a state of financial distress, yet today, he had lost a staggering amount of bait on a frequently visited website. It was evident that something was amiss with Zhou Mo. That evening, across from Biotechnology, a street vendor selling fried rice noodles had just set up. The proprietor, a young man in his 20s, had only been operating for 2 hours when the National Security Department obtained his complete information, including bank transactions. Among these was a transfer from a stranger, who was later identified as a cryptocurrency trader. Further investigation led to the young man's friends, who revealed that he had no prior experience with virtual currencies. Thus, a silent yet fierce campaign of public opinion and espionage against Lu Yun quietly commenced. Platforms like Douyin braced for impact, while the National Security Department adeptly managed the situation. Keeping the ramifications contained, the general populace remained blissfully unaware of the events that had transpired. 5 days swiftly passed. During this interval, the largest annual military exercise by Eagle Sauce commenced, showcasing an array of advanced weaponry, aircraft carrier battle groups, 6th-generation fighter jets, drone swarms, precision-guided missiles, an extravagant display of military prowess. Additionally, Eagle Sauce's DARPA announced a revolutionary breakthrough in the study of nanorobots, bringing commercialization within reach. These nanorobots promised effects akin to genetic evolution, offering potential treatments for cancer, eradication of viruses, and life extension, while also significantly aiding research in genetic technology. Tech giants like Google, Microsoft, and OpenAI declared the establishment of a joint laboratory to propel AI development, expressing confidence in the imminent advent of strong artificial intelligence, ushering the world into an era dominated by such technology. Through the expansive propaganda machinery of Eagle Sauce, these three monumental pieces of news rapidly echoed across the globe. In a fleeting moment, a singular voice resonated worldwide. Eagle Sauce has returned. It remains the world's preeminent power, leading militarily and technologically, save for genetic technology. Thus, the future of the world is intertwined with Eagle Sauce, the great Eastern nation poised for a promising future in the realm of human genetic evolution, remains unable to undermine the dominance of the Eagle nation, even within the technological sphere. After all, the successful implementation of nanorobots and advanced artificial intelligence could indeed transform the world entirely. The stock market of the Eagle nation has begun to show signs of recovery. Aside from pharmaceutical stocks, other sectors have rebounded. The citizens of the Eagle nation have realized that their earlier concerns were unfounded. Their country is indeed formidable, leading to a resurgence of national pride. Initially inclined to align more closely with the Eastern nation, several countries have retreated, opting instead for limited cooperation and trade. On social media platforms, users have experienced a jarring awakening, inundated with an abundance of videos pertaining to the Eagle nation, which undeniably showcases its enduring strength. Moreover, the potential in the fields of nanorobots and advanced artificial intelligence is alarming. Such technologies, often depicted as world-altering in science fiction, appear to be on the verge of flourishing in the Eagle nation. This exemplifies the formidable power of the Eagle nation's propaganda machine, capable of transforming death into life within the narrative. Sadly, many individuals lack the capacity for independent judgment. When confronted with dubious claims, they may initially remain skeptical, but repeated exposure may lead them to question their doubts, ultimately culminating in unwavering belief. During these past few days, Lu Yun has been diligently enhancing his knowledge, particularly regarding cancer. One morning, in the office of the chairman at Hongcheng Technology, he mused that he had nearly mastered the theoretical aspects and was ready to commence experimentation. Rising from his chair and stretching, he resolved to seek out Yang Zhixin to assist him in gathering data on cancer patients, as well as providing various cancer cell samples. He intended to use these cancer cells as a reference for conducting experiments on his own body, meticulously observing the progression from the inception of cancer to its advanced stages. Indeed, he aimed to voluntarily become a cancer patient. To others, this might seem the act of a madman, but for him, it was merely a fundamental exercise. Even if his body were inundated with cancer cells, he could effortlessly restore his health with the mere thought of it. Chapter 70. Lu Yun, do not be deceived by their current joviality. They shall inevitably weep in due course. Creak. As Lu Yun pushed open the door, he was greeted by Chen Jing, who had been vigilantly waiting outside. At that moment, Chen Jing held her phone, her lips pursed in mild displeasure. However, upon hearing the door creak, she quickly concealed her device and transformed back into her usual stoic demeanor as a cold-faced bodyguard. Observing her, Lu Yun chuckled lightly. This is a company with a robust security system. Everyone entering has undergone multiple screenings, so there is no risk to safety. You might as well relax a bit. As he strolled towards the left staircase, he casually inquired, "By the way, what video were you watching just now that seemed to irk you?" Chen Jing replied, "In recent days, Douyin has become a cesspool, reminiscent of the online environment from a few years ago, rife with sycophantic views that belittle our own nation. Numerous prominent figures have emerged, asserting from various perspectives that the Eagle nation is the strongest in the world and will remain so for decades to come, claiming it is impossible for our country to surpass them. Even your advantages in the realm of human genetic evolution are likely to be overtaken by the Eagle nation through nanorobots. Some individuals have made even more outrageous claims, suggesting that our nation's edge in genetic evolution technology is merely temporary, arguing against overstepping boundaries with the intention of extorting benefits from other countries through genetic technological hegemony. While it may seem advantageous now, once the Eagle nation achieves breakthroughs in nanorobots and advanced artificial intelligence, our country will face reckoning and must pay the price for its current actions. Therefore, it is prudent for us to share our human genetic evolution technology with the Eagle nation to curry favor and advance together." As she spoke, Chen Jing furrowed her brows and pulled out her phone to show Lu Yun the video she had just watched. Lu Yun felt a twinge of curiosity. What era are we in that such outrageous statements still emerge? To bow down and compromise with the Eagle nation is an act only a fool would undertake. Who is unaware that what the Eagle nation claims today can be disregarded tomorrow, their fickleness surpassing the turning of a page? However, Upon seeing the individuals featured in the video, he was no longer surprised. It was a dialogue program, and he recognized both participants. One was Zhang Jing, a once prominent public intellectual and former CCTV host, basking in glory and adulation until a documentary on environmental issues exposed her true self, leading to her fall from grace. The other was Shi Yi, a prodigious scientist who shamelessly declared allegiance to the Eagle Nation, stating, "China nurtured me, yet I choose to serve the Eagle Nation. And no matter what happens, I shall never return." The convergence of representatives from these two factions on the same program could only signify a diabolical agenda. The content of the video corroborated Lu Yun's suspicions. Shi Yi, in her capacity as a scientist, asserted that the Eagle Nation has gathered the world's geniuses, boasting a depth in scientific fields that far surpasses that of Dong University, in addition to significant breakthroughs in nanorobots and advanced artificial intelligence. They are also likely to achieve controllable nuclear fusion. These three technologies possess the potential to transform the world, once they are successfully developed. The United States will seamlessly transition into an interstellar era, its national strength soaring to heights that the University of Tokyo, with its mastery of human genetic evolution, could scarcely rival. Zhang Jing nodded in agreement, asserting that the University of Tokyo should abandon its current strategy of extorting the world through human genetic evolution, and instead share this technology with the United States to cultivate goodwill. Only through such cooperation can they hope to avoid future repercussions. In summary, both individuals believed that the advantage lay with the United States, and the University of Tokyo ought to submit. As the video concluded, Chen Jing could not contain her frustration. "It's infuriating. They were once our compatriots, yet now they relentlessly criticize and undermine our homeland." After watching the video, I was simply unable to suppress my anger. Lu Yun pondered for a moment and remarked, "The atmosphere on Douyin was initially calm. However, as soon as my technology conference concluded, these naysayers emerged from the shadows. Even those who have long settled abroad, virtually invisible within the domestic network, have gone so far as to create a dialogue program that has sparked considerable attention on Douyin. This is evidently a propaganda campaign orchestrated by the United States, so there is no need to pay it any mind." As for those two, Lu Yun smiled gently, though they may appear jovial now, once I develop the technologies they desire, such as rejuvenation, and they discover themselves on the blacklist. Their smiles will vanish. Chen Jing's eyes brightened at his words. The thought of these repugnant individuals being forced to witness others experiencing rejuvenation and genetic evolution while they themselves are denied such advancements filled her with delight. She firmly believed in Lu Yun's ability to realize his promises. Not only rejuvenation technology, but any innovation I develop that requires personalized customization will remain out of their reach. No matter how much they are willing to spend, Lu Yun continued. "Will all your research results be personalized?" She inquired. "The vast majority will be," he replied. "Take cloned kidneys, for instance. They are created using the patient's own cells, ensuring compatibility and minimizing the risk of severe rejection. The cancer gene therapy I plan to research will follow a similar principle. Each patient possesses a unique combination of genetic mutations, and thus, the viral shell protein gene of the L gene vector must be tailored to their specific mutation spectrum. Additionally, considerations regarding immune rejection must be made. In essence, the L gene vector cultivated will only yield optimal results when administered to the patient themselves. If mistakenly given to another individual, it could lead to catastrophic consequences, necessitating personalized customization." As the two continued to converse, they soon arrived on the first floor. Yang Zhixin, as laid back as ever, was leisurely sipping tea. Upon seeing Lu Yun, he promptly set down his cup, stood up, and approached with a smile. "Director Yang, I have two matters to discuss with you," Lu Yun stated directly. "In addition to the tycoons from Hong Kong, the actions of certain individuals have also been appalling. I wish to have these individuals added to the blacklist, ensuring that I will refuse to provide services for any technology one develop in the future. Moreover, while I could personally refuse to provide services, I sincerely hope that the state will enact policies that not only lend legitimacy to our actions, but also serve as a deterrent to malefactors." With this, Lu Yun elaborated on the individuals he deemed worthy of inclusion on the blacklist, particularly highlighting Zhang Jing and Shi Yi, who represent two distinct factions. Yang Zhixin fell into a moment of contemplation. The individuals Lu Yun had mentioned for the blacklist constitute an extensive and influential demographic. Should the government implement a policy to blackball them all, it would undoubtedly provoke widespread uproar. In summary, the resistance would be formidable. I shall promptly report this to the authorities, and I remain confident that the issue is manageable, Yang Jixin asserted without hesitation. What of the world's uproar? What of the formidable resistance? Given Lu Yun's current stature and value, such a modest request must be granted. Moreover, to speak candidly, he concurred with Lu Yun's perspective. If those individuals disdain Huaxia, they should not partake in its bounties. Lu Yun continued, as for the second matter, through my studies over the past few days, I have developed a concept for cancer treatment, and I am now prepared to embark on formal research. I aim to resolve this issue at the earliest opportunity and subsequently explore the technology for rejuvenation. Therefore, I would like to request your assistance in gathering comprehensive information on cancer patients, including case studies, medical reports, and cancer cell samples, covering all types of cancer. I intend to investigate a universal therapy applicable to all cancer patients. The prospect of conquering cancer? Upon hearing this, the typically composed Yang Jixin became animated. This is undeniably a strategic technology of national significance. Chapter 71. Grandfather Lu Yun and the world currency system centered on gene technology currently. There are 20 million new cancer patients globally each year, with approximately 4.8 million of these cases arising domestically, affecting every demographic, from national leaders and super-rich individuals to ordinary people grappling with life's challenges. Should Lu Yun succeed in conquering cancer, nearly 4.8 million newly diagnosed patients annually could regain their health. This achievement would not only rescue 4.8 million families, but also significantly mitigate the national financial burdens associated with treatment costs, lost wages due to illness, and caregiver support, amounting to a staggering annual loss of 3 trillion. Furthermore, this groundbreaking technology could continually generate foreign exchange, given the higher number of cancer patients abroad. How substantial would this revenue be? It would be sufficient each year to construct 10 aircraft carrier fleets. In summary, for the nation, a technology capable of curing all forms of cancer represents not only an unparalleled strategic deterrent, surpassing even nuclear weapons, but also an economic perpetual motion machine, fostering greater happiness and pride among the domestic populace. Now, as Lu Yun embarks on this technological quest, how could he possibly contain his excitement? As for the likelihood of Lu Yun's success, it is evident that few harbor doubts. After all, he has already demonstrated his capabilities by successfully genetically modifying chimpanzees, a feat more complex than overcoming cancer itself. I will handle this immediately. The first batch of cancer patient data and cancer cell samples will be sent over today. As he spoke, Yang Jixin seemed to have a thought and inquired, how long do you estimate it will take to conquer cancer? If this question were posed to other scientists, Yang Jixin would undoubtedly refrain from asking. After all, tackling all forms of cancer could take decades without yielding results. However, Lu Yun is different. His research pace is extraordinarily swift, and he has achieved remarkable breakthroughs, such as completing the genetic modification of chimpanzees in just 5 days. Consequently, Yang Jixin believed this endeavor would not require an extended period, perhaps just a few months before animal trials could commence. Lu Yun's response was somewhat cautious, primarily due to the multitude of cancer types, over 100 in total, and the continuous genetic mutations occurring within cancer cells. While discovering a treatment method for all cancers may not be insurmountable, it would certainly demand a considerable investment of time. Nevertheless, Yang Jixin accepted Lu Yun's casual remark without reservation, promptly retrieving his phone to relay the 2 matters Lu Yun had mentioned to his superior, conveying the information verbatim. In the ensuing moments, the world would be transformed. 10 minutes later, at the Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee, responsible for drafting national laws, a meeting room was abuzz with discussions among a dozen esteemed authorities from the legal and biological fields regarding the particulars of the gene technology law. This legislation had been in the works since Lu Yun successfully modified the genes of laboratory mice, and it now possessed a preliminary framework. Suddenly, one of the bald, elderly gentleman's phones vibrated, and upon glancing at the caller ID, he immediately straightened up, disregarding the ongoing meeting, and answered the call. Leader. 3 minutes later, the bald elder hung up the phone and said with solemnity, considering the national strategic significance of genetic technology, we must introduce a new clause in the genetic technology law that grants research entities the authority to refuse service to individuals or organizations that jeopardize national interests, social stability, or public ethics. Upon hearing this, the attendees were visibly taken aback. They were all astute individuals and quickly discerned that this was undoubtedly a special legal provision added at Lu Yun's behest, as he was currently the sole provider of mature genetic modification technology. With the enactment of this legal clause, Lu Yun would henceforth be justified and legally empowered to refuse to supply products to the wealthiest individuals in Hong Kong, embodying the will of the state and leaving no room for doubt. Yet, upon further reflection, they understood the necessity of complying with such a modest request given Lu Yun's current value and standing. In the capital, within a certain conference room, a high-level meeting commenced. Lu Yun claims he can conquer cancer in just a few months, and I believe he can achieve it. Therefore, we must begin our preparations. Domestically, sectors related to health insurance, medical equipment procurement, and pharmaceutical imports must start making adjustments to avoid resource wastage. Internationally, we must prepare for a significant undertaking. Once Lu Yun's cancer treatment technology succeeds, we shall engage in swift negotiations with countries worldwide, binding the renminbi to Lu Yun's genetic technology and stipulating that anti-cancer products are to be traded exclusively in renminbi. This will serve as the inaugural strike to replace the US dollar with the renminbi. I concur. Globally, there exists a vast number of cancer patients who expend considerable wealth on treatments, often resulting in little to no benefit. Thus, once Lu Yun develops a curative technology for cancer, it will be an absolute necessity. Except for the United States, I believe other nations will readily accept our request for transactions in renminbi, as this is merely a change in currency rather than a price increase. For us, this presents an exceptional opportunity to supplant the US dollar's status as the world's currency. We must seize it firmly. The meeting lasted for over 3 hours. Upon its conclusion, each participant was filled with anticipation for the future. Binding cancer treatment to the renminbi was merely the beginning. Subsequently, rejuvenation technology would also be associated with the renminbi, with the ultimate goal of establishing a renminbi genetic technology system to replace the oil US dollar system. Should this endeavor succeed, the renminbi would ascend to the status of a global currency, allowing us to print money akin to the United States, with the entire world footing the bill, thereby displacing the US from its position as the world's preeminent power. This process may be fraught with challenges, and the resistance from the United States could be fierce. Yet this plan will be executed without hesitation. The outcome is already predetermined. Meanwhile, at Jiang Province Tumor Hospital, within a patient room, the 9-year-old girl, Xin, wept as she said, "Mom, being sick feels so unbearable. I don't want to be ill anymore. When will I get better?" Her mother gazed at her daughter, whose hair had been shaved due to chemotherapy, and forced a faint smile, reassuring her, Xin will recover soon. And then you can return to school and play with your classmates. By the way, have you prepared the gifts for your friends? I've been ready for ages. Xin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she hastily picked up her sketchbook, pointing to her drawings. Mom, look. This is Zhang Yuming. This is Chen Zitong. And this is Wang Haoshuan. They look just like them. They will surely love them. When can I go back to school? You're amazing. Xin, your drawings are beautiful. In a few days, I will take you back to school, her mother said, fighting back tears. Deep down, she knew the harsh reality. Xin might never return to school. 2 months prior, after suffering from persistent high fevers, Xin was diagnosed with acute leukemia, with her platelet count plummeting to a mere 60. The doctors warned that without intervention, her life expectancy was only a few months. The family resolutely refused to accept such a fate and immediately arranged for chemotherapy, resulting in Xin's hair being shaved off. That day, the beauty-conscious Xin cried for a long time. Yet, she remained brave, unaware of the severity of her illness or what acute leukemia truly entailed. She understood, however, that her parents were deeply concerned, which motivated her to comply with the treatment, even if it meant losing her hair or enduring the painful chemotherapy process. Nevertheless, Xin could not return to school. Her frail health necessitated frequent hospital visits for examinations and treatments, making the hospital her second home. How she wished this were all merely a dream. Turning away, her mother wiped away the tears that had escaped her eyes. Ms. Zhu, a doctor in his 40s, entered briskly and addressed Xin's mother. Are you familiar with Lu Yun? He has begun researching methods to combat cancer and is gathering data from various cancer patients along with cancer cell samples. I have secured a spot for Xin in his study. Given Lu Yun's expertise, I believe you will soon discover a way to heal her. But I need your consent. Are you willing to proceed? Absolutely. I am willing. Ms. Zhu replied eagerly. She had seen Lu Yun's profile on Douyin. He was a prodigy among geniuses, possessing unparalleled talent in genetic technology, and was regarded as one of the most promising scientists in the world capable of conquering cancer. She had even visited the entrance of Lu Yun's company, hoping to plead with him directly to save her daughter, only to be turned away by security. Now, however, fate had taken a turn, and Lu Yun was actively researching cancer treatments. Xin truly had hope. Overwhelmed with emotion, Ms. Zhu could no longer contain her tears, which flowed like a torrential flood. She turned and embraced Xin tightly, choking back her sobs. Xin, Lu Yun is an incredibly brilliant scientist. He will surely find a way to heal you, and soon you will be back at school playing with your friends. Upon hearing this, Xin's eyes lit up with hope. Really? That would be wonderful. Once I am ready, I wish to attend school every day and play with my classmates. By the way, I also want to express my heartfelt gratitude to Grandpa Lu. Xin's mother gently caressed her daughter's head and smiled tenderly, saying, Xin. Not all scientists are elderly gentlemen. Lu Yun is quite young, just recently come of age. Comparable in age to the elder sister from our neighbor's house who is in her final year of high school. Chapter 72. We are once again under the control of Lu Yun soon. The doctor collected Xin's cancer cell samples and made copies of her medical records and examination reports, along with a document detailing her personal information, which were all delivered to the Oncology Department's plaza at Jiang Province Cancer Hospital. The director gathered the information and cancer cell samples from the patients, preparing to personally drive them to Hongcheng Technology. 1 copy, 2 copies, a total of 73. All the information for the 73 selected cancer patients from our hospital was ready for submission. The director adjusted his glasses perched on his nose, took the documents, and entered a nearby Mercedes-Benz, instructing, Xiao, let us go, drive a bit faster, Lu Yun is waiting for us. With a screech, the tires skidded against the ground as the Mercedes sped away. Meanwhile, at the plaza, hundreds of cancer patients and their families, including Xin's mother, gazed at the vanishing Mercedes, a glimmer of light emerging in their eyes, a light called hope. It wasn't until the car completely disappeared from sight that they snapped back to reality. They eagerly contacted their family members to share the good news. Xin's mother also took out her phone and dialed her husband's number. Darling, what's the matter? Is it about the payment? Just give me a few minutes. I'll borrow some money from a friend. No, it's good news. Remember I told you about that brilliant scientist who could find a way to cure Xin? He has truly begun researching methods to combat cancer. He has gathered a wealth of information on cancer patients through the hospital, and Xin is among them. Oh, Xin is saved. As she spoke, Xin's mother couldn't help but sob uncontrollably. On the other end of the line, in the kitchen of a new restaurant, a middle-aged man wearing an apron was also moved to tears. After hearing about Lu Yun's achievements from his wife, he had consulted a high school friend who is now a university professor, asking whether Lu Yun had the capacity to develop a cure for leukemia. His friend informed him that while the difficulty of genetic modification technology for chimpanzees was rated at 10, the challenge of developing a cure for leukemia was merely 1. Thus, if Lu Yun initiated this project, success was inevitable in a short period. Since that moment, he had been following Lu Yun's Douyin account, hoping to hear good news soon. To his astonishment, the good news arrived swiftly. Just a few days later, Lu Yun had launched the project to combat cancer, and miraculously, his daughter Xin's information had been selected. Xin was saved. Tears streamed down the cheeks of this man, standing at 6 feet tall. He was not sorrowful. He was elated. From the moment his daughter Xin was diagnosed with leukemia 2 months prior, this was the first time he experienced the sweetness of joy. At that moment, a silver-haired, weary old woman entered the kitchen. Upon seeing the tears in the middle-aged man's eyes, she was momentarily stunned, dropping the meat and vegetables she had just purchased onto the floor. Son, why are you crying? Don't frighten me. Is something wrong with Xin? Mother, Xin is safe. She has been rescued, and I am filled with joy. Xin's father hastily recounted the events. Upon hearing this, the elderly grandmother was overcome with tears, feeling as if the weight of her bones had lightened significantly. 2 months prior, when she learned of her granddaughter Xin's leukemia diagnosis, she was left in shock, nearly losing her balance. Xin, the sweet and sensible little girl she had watched grow up, how could she endure such suffering? If given the choice, she would willingly transfer Xin's affliction to herself. After all, she was but an old woman, unlike Xin, whose life was just beginning. In the following days, she witnessed Xin shaving her head, saw her son and daughter-in-law worry about finances, and especially felt heartache when she overheard them discussing a costly CAR T-cell therapy that could potentially cure Xin, with expenses reaching into the millions. After consulting with her husband, they decided to give their retirement savings to their son, and they began to earn money as well. She assisted in her son's restaurant while her husband took on odd jobs. Although their earnings were modest, even 1,000 yuan could alleviate their son's burden and provide Xin with a glimmer of hope. They also contacted an agent to sell their home. But due to its age and the poor housing market, it had yet to sell. Unexpectedly, a breakthrough emerged. A brilliant scientist had begun researching a method to save Xin. Hope was rekindled. Soon, she would be able to bounce around as she once did. And this fractured family could once again bask in happiness. Meanwhile, the news spread across the internet. On Douyin, related topics surged to the trending list. Su Shanhe was live streaming, discussing recent events online. Brothers, he said, I must tell you, the atmosphere on Douyin has been chaotic lately. Even someone like Zhang Jing has resurfaced. It must be the Eagle Nation waging a war of public opinion, increasing the dog food for NGOs and public intellectuals. Their intentions remain relentless. Suddenly, he noticed a comment in the live chat stating that Lu Yun had decided to tackle cancer. He quickly grabbed another phone to search for related information and was astonished to find it was true. Brothers, urgent news. The comments are accurate. Lu Yun has commenced research to conquer cancer. Su Shanhe exclaimed. To be honest, I am somewhat surprised. Just 5 days ago, Lu Yun promised the likes of Ma Sike and other super-rich individuals that he would complete animal experiments on rejuvenation technology within 2 years. I had assumed he had already initiated that project. Little did I expect that his chosen research endeavor would focus on conquering cancer. However, this is monumental news for us. Do you know how terrifying the current cancer incidence rate is? I tell you, last year, our country reported 4.8 million new cancer patients, averaging 8 diagnoses every minute. These individuals are among us. They could be teachers, classmates, colleagues, or even family members. The most terrifying aspect is that the vast majority of cancers remain incurable, rendering any attempt to purchase life futile, often resulting in the tragic loss of both life and wealth. If Lu Yun were to conquer cancer, a collective sigh of relief would resonate across the globe. The barrage of comments in the live stream would erupt instantaneously. What a relief. I need not await my demise. My grandfather is in the early stages of lung cancer and is currently undergoing treatment. Upon hearing this news, I am overwhelmed with joy. Cancer is indeed a dreadful affliction. A colleague of mine, upon receiving a cancer diagnosis, seemed to wither away, the light extinguished from his eyes, leading him to resign and return home. Tragically, his wife also chose to leave him. He was only 31 years old. It is heart-wrenching, and I believe that upon learning this news, he may find the strength to revive his spirit. My goodness, is it truly the case that so many are afflicted with cancer? It is utterly horrifying. My friend, the data speaks for itself. Can it be false? If you have had little exposure, it may indicate a lack of attentiveness, or perhaps you are simply fortunate to know predominantly healthy individuals. I suddenly recalled a matter. Recently, many prominent figures on platforms like Douyin have boasted about a revolutionary breakthrough in Eagle Sauce's nanorobot technology, claiming its imminent realization, which could potentially cure cancer and extend human life. Now that Lu Yun has embarked on the quest to conquer cancer, given his pace of research, he may succeed within a matter of months. I am indeed curious to see if Eagle Sauce's nanorobot technology will also achieve success, potentially being utilized for cancer treatment. Surely, you do not genuinely believe the words of Zhang Jing and other public intellectuals? To be candid, if nanorobot technology truly matures to the levels depicted in science fiction, it would indeed be formidable, not only capable of obliterating cancer cells within the body, but also functioning akin to a physician, patrolling internally to eliminate waste and repair damaged cells, even possessing the capacity to wreak havoc on a global scale. However, with current technological limitations, the creation of such advanced nanorobots remains implausible. The videos you have witnessed are undoubtedly part of Eagle Sauce's propaganda tactics, and the so-called technological breakthroughs are mere illusory advancements. Could it be? I have seen numerous experts and professors posting videos asserting they have contacted acquaintances in Eagle Sauce and confirmed the authenticity of the breakthroughs in nanorobot technology. Consequently, the audience in the live stream began to engage in bewildering debates. Some believed that Eagle Sauce's advancements in nanorobotics were indeed genuine, bolstered by endorsements from numerous prominent figures, with official confirmations from Eagle Sauce institutions, making it implausible to be false. Others contended that this must surely be a case of deceptive advertising by Eagle Sauce. The immediate cause of this phenomenon is the Barnum effect. Individuals only believe what they wish to believe. This also serves as one of the theoretical foundations for Eagle Sauce's belief in the efficacy of their media campaign. Upon reaching Eagle Sauce, this news swiftly caused a sensation. Platforms such as Yongdo and Twitter saw countless citizens of Eagle Sauce engaging in discourse. Wasn't Lu Yun supposed to be researching rejuvenation technology? How has he shifted focus to conquering cancer? Call upon DARPA. Did you not announce a revolutionary breakthrough in nanorobotics a few days ago? Expedite your research efforts to conquer cancer before LandCloud does, lest we find ourselves at the mercy of LandCloud and beholden to an Eastern superpower. Indeed, should LandCloud succeed, they are sure to exploit this technology to extort concessions from us, demanding exorbitant prices for their products, should we fail to comply. As an industry insider, allow me to present a pertinent statistic. We, the Americans, witness an annual increase of 2.4 million cancer patients, with an average treatment cost of $180,000, culminating in a staggering national expenditure of $432 billion on cancer treatment. If LandCloud successfully conquers cancer while our DARPA falls short, that fortune will undoubtedly be siphoned away by LandCloud. For every cancer patient yearns for health. DARPA, hasten your research. It is imperative that you discover a means to cure cancer with nanorobots before LandCloud does, or we shall once again find ourselves in a position of reluctant compromise, reminiscent of our recent voluntary tariff reductions. It is evident that LandCloud's image as a genius has been firmly established, and even the discontented American populace harbors confidence in LandCloud's ability to overcome cancer. Consequently, they have placed their hopes in DARPA. Believing the recent news that suggests DARPA has indeed achieved a revolutionary breakthrough in the realm of nanorobotics and is on the brink of commercialization. Simultaneously, pharmaceutical giants such as Pfizer and Roche have received this news. Unlike the average American citizen, they are aware that DARPA has not truly made any advancements in nanorobotics. This so-called breakthrough is a fabrication designed to buoy the stock market and stabilize the dollar's status as a global currency. Thus, when LandCloud's cancer-fighting product hits the market, these pharmaceutical companies, whose primary business revolves around anti-cancer medications, will face impending catastrophe. In light of this, Roche promptly convened an online meeting, attended by company executives and board members, with the central theme, Strategies to Salvage the Impending Bankruptcy of Roche Pharmaceuticals. Chapter 73, The First Step in Conquering Cancer, Success. CEO John proclaimed, Lu Yun's genetic technology is at least 2 to 3 decades ahead of the world. Therefore, do not hold any expectations for our researchers. With the assistance of spies, they have acquired numerous technical details regarding kidney cloning. However, they are lacking 2 critical components. One is the gene limiter, and the other is the collagen variant protein. Consequently, their reverse engineering of the kidney cloning technology has reached an impasse. It has been over a month. Yet there has been no progress whatsoever. This is a group of incompetents. John continued, the only way to save our company is to dispatch spies to steal the technology. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. They were acutely aware of the formidable challenge of stealing Lu Yun's technology. Even the renowned CIA had come up empty-handed. Nonetheless, they found themselves with no alternatives. If they failed to act, Roche, valued at over $100 billion, would face utter ruin, regardless of the cost. We must acquire Lu Yun's technology. There were murmurs of agreement, whether through seduction or bribing those around Lu Yun, as long as we can obtain his technology. We could offer $1 billion. No, $5 billion. We could also reach out to mercenaries. There are always those reckless souls who would take the risk for money. Upon this suggestion, hesitation flickered across some faces. We can contact mercenaries, but we must inform them that if they only aim to steal the technology, they may proceed without concern, even if they resort to nuclear means. However, if they intend to kidnap Lu Yun, they must ensure that he remains unharmed. Otherwise, the operation must be cancelled. Others chimed in, indeed, Lu Yun must not come to harm. At the very least, he must remain safe until he develops the technology for rejuvenation. We are all aging, anxiously awaiting his breakthrough. The attendees were prominent figures at the pinnacle of the American elite. Even if Roche were to declare bankruptcy, their losses would be substantial, yet their assets would remain considerable. Thus, they absolutely could not allow Lu Yun to encounter any peril before unveiling his rejuvenation technology. Meanwhile, other pharmaceutical giants such as Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson made similar determinations. They understood that Lu Yun had received the highest level of protection from China, and his company was under stringent security. Yet, they felt compelled to attempt something. Action was the only path to hope. Simultaneously, at Hongcheng Technology, within the laboratory, Lu Yun's desk was strewn with the files and cancer cell samples of over 100 patients. This was merely a fraction, as more patient data and samples would soon follow. There are so many cancer patients. Lu Yun could not help but reflect. He had previously known about the high incidence of cancer, but had never personally encountered it, thus lacking profound insight. In this moment, the documents and samples before him rendered everything tangible. With a solemn demeanor, Lu Yun picked up the topmost file and began to read intently. It contained the information of a little girl named Xin. Not only does it contain her personal introduction, but also her comprehensive medical history, physical examination reports, and even photographs. Name, Zhang Xinxin. Age, 9 years, acute leukemia, chemotherapy. After perusing this information, Lu Yun instinctively inhaled deeply. A mere 9-year-old girl, yet she is already in the advanced stages of leukemia. She has scarcely experienced the beauty of this world. At that moment, he felt an immense weight of pressure and responsibility. Some realities are easier to ignore, but once seen, in realizing one has the capacity to effect change, thoughts of transformation inevitably arise. This mirrors his decision to align his expertise with national strategies. I must accelerate the pace of my research. With a mere thought, Lu Yun commanded the secretion of dopamine and norepinephrine within his body, instantly entering a state of absolute rationality, unwavering focus, and tireless dedication, propelling his brain into an overclocked mode of scientific exploration. Indeed, he had once again activated his extraordinary potential. 3 days swiftly passed. Inside the laboratory, the apoptosis module 635th experiment commenced. With a mere thought, a cell apoptosis module composed of artificial gene fragments, proteins, and RNA was introduced into a lung cancer cell. Subsequently, the BXBK activator initiated, forcibly opening the outer membrane of the lung cancer cell's mitochondria. The mitochondria were utterly obliterated. Apoptosis factors were triggered, leading to cellular demise. The caspase-9 enhancer activated, amplifying the apoptosis signal to ensure the lung cancer cell's death. This cell has perished. Haha, I have succeeded. Lu Yun was filled with elation. Over the past 3 days, he had tirelessly attempted to modify the L gene carrier, transforming the electric eel discharge module into a cell apoptosis module, aptly named for its function of inducing cellular self-destruction. What is apoptosis, one might ask? Simply put, it is the process of cellular suicide. Each cell, dictated by genetic programming, possesses a mechanism for self-destruction. The apoptosis module Lu Yun was investigating aimed to activate this mechanism. Now, after 635 experiments, he had finally achieved success. Of course, this was merely a preliminary victory. Next, he needed to endow the apoptosis module with a new functionality. Upon confirming the death of cancer cells, it would secrete calreticulin, signaling macrophages within the body to clear the battlefield. Moreover, he would need to modify the viral capsid protein genes and the suicide switch of the L gene carrier. In summary, there remained much to accomplish. Yet the challenges ahead were manageable. Knock, knock, knock. A knock at the door interrupted him. Lu Yun exited his supercharged research mode and approached the laboratory entrance, discovering it was Li Peiqiang. President Lu, the testing of your father's cloned kidney, along with that of other Phase 1 clinical trial volunteers, has been completed, and all indicators are satisfactory. We can proceed to Peking Union Medical College Hospital to arrange the kidney transplant surgeries, Li Peiqiang announced. Wonderful. Lu Yun's expression brightened with joy. The cloned kidneys had matured overnight, and he was promptly informed of this development. He immediately instructed Li Peiqiang to arrange for tests on these cloned kidneys. Now that the test results were in, with all indicators meeting the required standards, it meant that he could proceed with the kidney transplant for his father. After such a long wait, the day had finally arrived. He quickly instructed, make arrangements to send the cloned kidneys to the capital today, ensuring that the transplant surgery can take place tomorrow. I have already made the necessary arrangements, and I have also contacted the Concord Hospital in the capital, Li Peiqiang replied. There are a few matters I believe require your attention. Please go ahead. Lu Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Li Peiqiang reported several significant issues concerning the company. 1. Due to Hongcheng Technology's plans for substantial expansion, it is necessary to construct an industrial park. The government of Hong City has offered multiple free plots of land for Hongcheng Technology to consider, and this decision requires Lu Yun's approval. 2. To meet future development needs, the company has devised a procurement plan for instruments and equipment amounting to over 10 billion. Given the substantial sum, this also necessitates Lu Yun's authorization. 3. A number of prominent academics have successfully passed the review by the National Security Department and have commenced their positions. Although Lu Yun held little interest in managing company affairs, his intellect made such matters manageable. He swiftly selected a location for the new company headquarters and addressed the other minor issues. Turning to Chen Jing, who stood guard at the laboratory entrance to ensure his safety, he said, "Sister Chen, please make the arrangements. I need to head to the capital this afternoon." Understood. Chen Jing's expression turned serious. Given the multitude of individuals with ulterior motives towards Lu Yun, and with dozens of spies already apprehended in just 3 days, she knew that meticulous planning and the mobilization of various resources were essential before she could confidently allow Lu Yun to travel from the company to Concord Hospital in the capital. Chapter 74. A man refuses to marry his girlfriend, surprisingly related to Lu Yun 3 hours later at Biotechnology. Chen Jing gazed at the route map displayed on her tablet and dialed the police station in Hong City. "Director Zhao, have you made the necessary arrangements?" Promptly, a middle-aged man's voice echoed in her earpiece. "From Biotechnology to the airport, we have established 2 routes, both under full traffic control and surveillance. Adequate personnel have been deployed along the way, all armed. Should any incident occur at any point along the route, assistance can arrive within a minute." Chen Jing nodded and proceeded to dial the Aviation Bureau. "Director Zhou, is everything coordinated on your end?" The response came swiftly. "The special flight route has been approved, and the aircraft has completed its inspections, currently on standby at Hong City International Airport." After hanging up, she contacted the next unit. The sequence continued with Hong City International Airport, the Hong City Guard Brigade, a special forces unit, and the police bureau from the capital. 15 minutes later, Chen Jing took a deep breath and pressed her earpiece. "Teams 1, 2, and 3, prepare yourselves. Mr. Lu's convoy is about to depart." With that, she briskly approached the door of Lu Yun's office and knocked. "Mr. Lu, we are ready to go." Inside the office, Lu Yun acknowledged, finishing the last of his fried noodles from a takeout box, discarding it into the trash can. He then picked up a napkin to wipe the grease from his mouth and stepped out with an air of ease. 5 minutes later, in front of Biotechnology's plaza, the scene was imposing. 6 police cars roared to life, maneuvering along the already secured route. Lu Yun's convoy closely followed behind. Above them, 2 armed helicopters hovered ominously. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd gathered hundreds of meters away began to buzz with excitement. Goodness, what a grand display. Indeed, Lu Yun has become a coveted figure among global opportunists. There are likely numerous mercenaries and spies lurking nearby. I recently browsed the dark web and spotted at least 100 bounties related to Lu Yun. This level of security is trivial compared to Lu Yun's contributions. Not to mention, in recent times, affluent individuals from around the globe have flocked to invest in our Hong City, propelling our economy to new heights, all thanks to Lu Yun. Precisely. My son called me, announcing his resignation in Peng City to return to Hong City for development. He believes our city will undoubtedly evolve into an international metropolis. If he can seize the benefits of this urban development wave, he could comfortably retire for life. Among the crowd, the local residents of Hong City wore expressions brimming with excitement, as the city they had called home for decades showed signs of economic ascension. Even the once ordinary 211 University, Hong City University, was on the brink of becoming a world-class institution. In the near future, Hong City might rival the likes of the capital and the metropolis. Yet, some among them sighed. If Lu Yun consistently traveled under such high security measures, their kidnapping schemes would stand little chance of success. Before long, the convoy of Lu Yun and his companions vanished, and the gathered crowd dispersed. Some returned to their hotel rooms to convene a discussion. Black Hawk, in my opinion. It would be prudent to abandon this mission. Lu Yun's security measures are exceedingly stringent. We can scarcely find an opportunity. I am inclined to relinquish it as well. The Eastern Power regards Lu Yun with excessive reverence. The entire city of Hong is ensnared in a veritable web, with rigorous inspections at every entrance and exit. We cannot smuggle in our firearms, and without weapons, confronting the imperial guard surrounding Lu Yun would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, the local authorities scrutinize outsiders with great severity. The longer we linger, the more suspicious we become. These individuals were mercenaries active in Southeast Asia, boasting commendable records and a robust confidence in their capabilities. Thus, when approached to abduct Lu Yun, they hesitated only briefly before acquiescing. Having lived on the edge, why not take a gamble? Furthermore, being of Chinese descent and fluent in Mandarin, They were well suited to infiltrate Hong City and execute this task. However, they now contemplated retreat, as hope seemed elusive. "Why rush?" inquired the mercenary leader, Black Hawk. "We have already received a deposit of $10 million from our employer. Such a substantial sum will afford us a lavish lifestyle for quite some time, and I believe Lu Yun's security system will eventually reveal a flaw, granting us our opportunity. Patience is key. As for weaponry, rest assured, I have already coordinated with a specialized team. They will transport arms across borders via drones, subsequently delivering them to the vicinity of Hong City and then utilizing drones to bypass the checkpoints at the city's entrances." Lu Yun was aware that many harbored intentions towards him, yet he remained entirely unconcerned for his safety. Apart from nuclear weapons, there was nothing in this world capable of posing a threat to him. Those with the capability to deploy such weapons were precisely the individuals eager for his rejuvenation technology. They would be the least inclined to wish him harm. At that moment, Lu Yun leisurely scrolled through Douyin within his armored vehicle. Shares of pharmaceutical giants such as Pfizer and Roche plummeted. A man's refusal to marry his girlfriend was somehow linked to Lu Yun. In an interview, this 27-year-old stated that he once felt it was time to settle down, but now he believed that in a few years, rejuvenation technology might materialize, allowing him to potentially live well into his hundreds while maintaining the vigor of youth. At 27, he no longer considered himself of advanced age, nor felt the urgency to marry. Reporters noted this as a phenomenon worthy of attention. With Lu Yun conquering cancer and pioneering rejuvenation technology, life expectancy would significantly increase. Altering many societal norms, it is conceivable that numerous individuals might opt to marry and bear children in their 50s or 60s. Lu Yun remarked, "Indeed, this is a pertinent issue. When a person has the potential to live to 100 or even 200 years, maintaining a robust physique without the fear of succumbing to terminal illnesses such as cancer or AIDS, would they still wish to marry in their 20s or 30s? Why not savor life a little longer? Furthermore, can the affection for a girlfriend endure for over a century?" Influenced by Lu Yun, the property prices in Hong City have generally surged, particularly in the Four Seasons community where Lu Yun's family resides, witnessing an astonishing increase of 57%. The price escalation of neighboring houses has been even more dramatic. Some have come forward offering exorbitant sums of $7 million per unit, a tenfold increase compared to the original price, yet these offers were declined by Lu Yun's neighbors. Upon viewing this video, Lu Yun suddenly recalled that the apartment in the Four Seasons community was rather cramped, with a substantial security team surrounding him. Even their presence in the living room would render it overcrowded. Therefore, it is imperative to purchase a larger, standalone villa, especially to provide a suitable accommodation for his parents upon their return from the capital. Naturally, such trivial matters do not necessitate his direct involvement. A simple phone call to Yang Jixin would suffice. Lu Yun promptly dialed Yang Jixin's number, communicated his intentions, and then resumed scrolling through Douyin. Meanwhile, Yang Jixin, not daring to exhibit any negligence, immediately reached out to the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau of Hong City. If one were to inquire which department possesses the most comprehensive knowledge of the city's south various real estate developments, the answer would undoubtedly be the Housing Bureau. Upon learning that Lu Yun was in search of a property, the Bureau's leadership swiftly assembled a specialized team to address this matter. Within less than an hour, they identified a villa that perfectly aligned with Lu Yun's requirements. After inspecting the property, Yang Jixin found it quite satisfactory and proceeded to finalize the arrangement. Any subsequent tasks involving contract signing and payment did not necessitate his direct oversight. At this moment, Lu Yun had arrived at the Xia Hospital in the capital, where security measures were already in place. Armed military police guarded the entrances and exits, and even patients were subjected to stringent checks upon entering or leaving. Chapter 75. Cloning kidneys for a mere 80,000. The organ black market comes to an abrupt end as dawn broke. The volunteers for the first phase of the clinical trial for cloned kidneys were prepared, having undergone a 12-hour fast and a 6-hour abstinence from water to mitigate surgical risks. Under the meticulous arrangement of the nurses, they reclined on their hospital beds, being successively escorted into the operating room. Mr. Lu was no exception. "Director Li, please ensure my father's surgical safety," Lu Yun implored, watching as his father was wheeled inside, before turning to face the esteemed president of Xie Hospital. "Rest assured, Mr. Lu, kidney transplantation is a highly refined procedure. The surgical team attending to your father comprises industry luminaries. Every participating doctor, anesthetist, and nurse has been involved in numerous kidney transplants. boasting a 100 success rate. I will personally oversee the operation to guarantee its flawless execution, the director assured with urgency. Thank you, Lu Yun nodded, acutely aware that this was indeed a well-established surgery. Coupled with the hospital's emphasis on excellence, the likelihood of complications was nearly non-existent. Yet, given that it was his father undergoing the procedure, a tinge of worry lingered. Mr. Liu, I shall proceed now. The surgery will take between 4 to 8 hours. You need not remain here. Feel free to find a place to rest, the director stated before pushing the door open and entering the operating room. He understood the gravity of this operation. Should any mishap occur, his position as director would be irrevocably jeopardized, along with any hopes of rejuvenation. After the director entered, Lu Yun turned to his mother, Zhou Shui, offering a reassuring smile. Mother, do not worry. The surgery will be successful. When my father awakens, he will be a healthy man. Indeed, Zhou Shui nodded, though her right hand clenched the hem of her blouse tightly. The agonizing wait outside the operating room felt eternal. Lu Yun took out his phone, attempting to scroll through Douyin to pass the time, yet found himself unable to concentrate. His mind flooded with memories of moments shared with his father. Exhaling deeply, he paced back and forth at the door of the operating room. This scene was captured by reporters from around the globe who had come to witness the first phase of the cloned kidney clinical trial. The topic. Lu Yun, pacing outside the operating room, swiftly ascended to Douyin's trending list. Viewers were taken aback. In their minds, Lu Yun had always been a genius, calm, composed, and profoundly compassionate. All descriptors associated with him conveyed an air of grandeur. Yet now, they glimpsed a more vulnerable side of Lu Yun. Strangely, this display of fragility endeared him to the audience even further, making him feel more relatable. Look, Lu Yun too experiences the emotions of an ordinary person. As his father lay in the operating room, he shared the same anxious turmoil we all do. Consequently, a multitude of netizens flocked to the comments section beneath Lu Yun's Douyin video, leaving heartfelt messages. Lu Yun, wishing your father a successful surgery and a swift recovery. Lu Yun, I too hail from Hongcheng. I express my gratitude for the transformations you have brought to our city, and on behalf of our fellow townsfolk, I offer my prayers for your father's well-being. I extend my best wishes for a successful surgery from the people of Sichuan province. As a fellow patient of uremia, I share in the fervent hope for your father's successful operation. Aside from your family, it is we, the uremic patients, who yearn for this outcome the most. Thus, I convey heartfelt wishes for your father's surgery to proceed flawlessly on behalf of over 1 million fellow patients across the nation. 1 minute, 2 minutes, an hour, 5 hours. Astonishingly, the comments below this video surged to over 1.3 million, nearly all filled with blessings. These well wishes came from various corners of the country, from diverse households. Yet at this moment, they all shared a singular desire: the hope for a successful surgery for Lu Yun's father. Creak. The operating room door swung open, and the director emerged briskly, wiping the sweat from his brow, wearing a beaming smile as he looked at Lu Yun. Mr. Lu, the surgery was very successful and your father has awakened. He will be brought out shortly, and you may speak with him for a few moments. But please keep it brief, as he must be transferred to the ICU for monitoring to prevent any unexpected occurrences. After all, this was a major operation. Thank you. Director Li. Should you ever require my assistance, feel free to reach out directly. Lu Yun's expression brightened, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. No need, no need. The director replied, though the joy on his face was unmistakable. With Lu Yun's words, his future was destined to be smooth sailing. What? You claim I am too old and will have no need for Lu Yun's help in the future? Nonsense. The technology for rejuvenation is soon to be realized. People may very well live to 150, even 200 years. I am just in my 50s. My life is merely beginning. Before long, a nurse wheeled out the bed. Lu Yun hurried forward and, upon seeing his father's improved condition, felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. Subsequently, he and his mother, Zhou Shui, accompanied his father to the ICU, and afterward, he took his mother, who had not even had breakfast, out for lunch. By the time they finished these tasks, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Lu Yun retreated to the rest area prepared by the director, seeking solace in Douyin to unwind. Lu Yun glanced at the comments beneath his Douyin account video and was momentarily taken aback. The people of Yun province wish your father a successful surgery and a swift recovery. On behalf of over 1 million uremic patients nationwide, I wish your father a successful operation. Lu Yun, keep going. After contemplating these comments for a considerable time, Lu Yun felt compelled to post a video. Thank you all for your blessings. I am deeply grateful. My father's surgery went splendidly, and the other volunteers' surgeries were equally successful. Lastly, I noticed that many of the commenters are uremic patients. I bring you good news. Considering the ample sample size of the first-stage clinical trial volunteers for cloned kidneys, coupled with the traditional scarcity of kidney sources, where less than 5 of patients can await a donor, and the fact that even successful transplants may encounter rejection, the Drug Regulatory Agency is making special provisions. After the completion of the transplantation surgery for volunteers in the first phase of the clinical trial, a 2-week monitoring period is permitted. If the data meets the standards, the second and third phases of the clinical trial can proceed concurrently with conditional market approval. This implies that you may directly apply for cloned kidneys at that time. The cost is set at $80,000 per cloned kidney, with an expected cultivation period of 1 month from the collection of somatic cells to maturity. Notably, this price is exclusively available to domestic citizens for foreign nationals. The cost rises to $400,000. The account of Lu Yun has amassed over 50 million followers, and thus, this video garnered immense attention upon its release. With a steady influx of comments below, congratulations! Your father has finally regained his health, and your initial aspiration to research cloned kidneys has come to fruition, undoubtedly. You must be elated. In your previous video, you mentioned that the domestic price for a cloned kidney would not exceed $100,000, which I found commendable. Now, you have voluntarily reduced the price to just $80,000. I commend you wholeheartedly. To be candid, I am quite moved. Lu Yun's cloned kidneys face no competition, and he has proactively lowered the price to $80,000. In contrast, other pharmaceutical companies would typically quote at least $500,000. I am also touched by the fact that for us, it is merely $80,000, while foreigners must pay $400,000. The additional $320,000 is undoubtedly a recognition from Lu Yun. In his eyes, our identity as compatriots holds a value of at least $320,000. A sentiment expressed not merely in words, but in tangible wealth. Lu Yun's video has genuinely resonated with many. Patients suffering from uremia and their families find this price astonishingly low. A cloned kidney costs only $80,000, and 2 would be merely $160,000. With the additional surgical fees, one could attain health for just over $200,000. This is a dream they previously dared not entertain. And the name Lu Yun is etched deeply in their hearts. Some even erect altars in his honor. Ordinary individuals are also filled with fervor. In the past, the internet and reality were rife with news favoring foreign entities, often highlighting the preferential treatment of foreigners and the discrimination faced by our compatriots globally. However, now Lu Yun, globally acknowledged as a genius scientist and the chief engineer of human genetic evolution, stands as one of the most esteemed figures worldwide. Through his actions, he consistently demonstrates that our people can indeed receive special treatment, deserving of distinction. Even when purchasing cloned kidneys, our identity affords us a discount of $320,000. How could this not evoke feelings of pride and honor among them? Soon, this news reached foreign shores, igniting a stir. In Siam, within a villa by the poolside, a bald man adorned with a thick gold chain was leisurely basking in the sun. Suddenly, a young man clad in beach shorts rushed over, phone in hand, exclaiming loudly, "Boss, trouble. Numerous clients just called to cancel their orders. They will not be purchasing kidneys from us." What? What has transpired? Have our competitors stolen the orders? Damn it. Find those individuals and eliminate them. This has nothing to do with my peers. That prodigious talent from Huaxia, Lu Yun, has achieved remarkable results in the Phase 1 clinical trials of his cloned kidneys. Moreover, he has publicly proclaimed that if all proceeds smoothly, the cloned kidneys will be available on the market within 2 weeks and at an astonishingly low price. Only $80,000 for the people of Huaxia and $400,000 for foreigners. Although we cater to numerous clients who are not from Huaxia, they also deem the price of $400,000 to be reasonable, as there are no rejection reactions. Consequently, they have called to cancel their transactions, even forfeiting their deposits. Additionally, even those wishing to transplant hearts and other organs have rescinded their orders, expressing that since the cloned kidneys are set to be available so soon, the cloning technology for other organs should not take many years to develop, and they are willing to wait. Damn it. To sever one's financial means is akin to murdering their parents. I must eliminate Lu Yun. The bald man seethed with rage. However, the young man in beach shorts couldn't help but smirk, pondering that individuals like us, who engage in organ trafficking, lack the stature to confront Lu Yun. In fact, should this matter be leaked, many eager to curry favor with Lu Yun might take it upon themselves to eradicate us. With this thought, the young man's eyes sparkled. Could this be the scheme to dispose of the boss, allowing me to? A similar scene is unfolding across the globe. Those nefarious factions who have thrived on organ trafficking, leading lives of excess and indulgence, have been utterly dismantled. The very industry upon which we relied has been uprooted by Lu Yun. Damn it. If given the chance, I must eliminate him. No, not kill, but rather seize control, ensuring a life free from want. Meanwhile, on platforms such as Eagle Sauce, Yongdo, and Twitter, the uproar is palpable. Chapter 76. Global reactions to the flawless cloning kidney data. The citizens of the Eagle Nation watched the subtitled original video of Lu Yun, their anger palpable. How dare you? Lu Yun? Previously, you merely spoke of aligning with the strategic interests of the Eastern superpower, contemplating potential exports. Now, you have resorted to price discrimination. For us, the citizens of the Eagle Nation, acquiring a cloned kidney comes at a staggering 5-fold price. This is utterly outrageous. The video, which quickly garnered over 1 million comments, sparked a flurry of reactions. Oh my goodness. He has gone too far. Surely, divine retribution awaits him. He hasn't even indicated an intention to penetrate our market. Instead, anyone desiring a cloned kidney must travel to the Eastern superpower. I am not an industry insider and lack comprehensive knowledge on the subject. Must those in need of a kidney solely rely on Lu Yun? Is it not permissible to refuse his offerings? As a patient suffering from uremia, allow me to address your concerns. Individuals like myself, regardless of wealth, face two formidable challenges: the scarcity of suitable kidney donors and the inevitable rejection post-transplantation. While immunosuppressants may mitigate the situation, one's health often deteriorates further. Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology adeptly resolves both issues. For patients like me, a simple collection of somatic cells yields a transplantable kidney free from rejection within a month, devoid of quantity limitations. Thus, we would undoubtedly opt for Lu Yun's products. Consequently, the organ black market has collapsed. Currently, the cloning of kidneys entails price discrimination. Once Lu Yun devises a method to conquer cancer, he will undoubtedly impose exorbitant prices upon us, laden with numerous stipulations. Heavens, this is dreadful. DARPA, expedite the research on nanobot technology. We must swiftly discover a method to cure cancer using nanobots. The citizens of the Eagle Nation are exceedingly displeased and engulfed in anxiety. While the number of uremia patients is relatively small, the implications of kidney cloning affect few. Cancer, however, is a different matter. Nearly everyone is acquainted with a cancer patient, and the potential of becoming one themselves renders this a personal concern. Moreover, another discontented group exists, those among the Huaxia who have settled in the Eagle Nation. Some have legal status, while others remain illegally, most merely seek a livelihood. Yet, a segment of this population feels profoundly uncomfortable living domestically, believing that only the sweet, liberating air of the Eagle Nation can provide them solace. At this moment, in a Chinese restaurant in Chinatown, two expatriates are dining together. Upon encountering the video on social media, one of them erupted in fury, more incensed than even the most aggrieved of Eagle Nation citizens. This scoundrel, leveraging his exclusive technology, first coerced us into lowering tariffs, and now he resorts to price discrimination. How dare he? Once our nation advances in nanobot and strong artificial intelligence technologies, bolstered by national power, he will undoubtedly face retribution. Chen Weihua fumed, his face flushed with rage. Although he was once a citizen of Huaxia, he has long regarded Eagle Sauce as his spiritual motherland and has since changed his nationality to become an Eagle Sauce citizen. Lu Yun's treatment of Eagle Sauce is akin to self-sabotage. Brother Chen, what is the matter? Inquired Lu Wei, who was wearing a hat. Is that scoundrel you mentioned Lu Yun? What trouble is he stirring up now? He said this while seizing the opportunity to pile his plate high with food. Lu Wei had been in Eagle Sauce for over 3 years, yet his circumstances were not favorable. He had not made any money and was in debt to the gangsters for exorbitant loans. Such pricey Chinese cuisine was a rarity for him. And if it weren't for Chen Weihua treating, he would hardly enjoy it even once a month. Chen Weihua exclaimed in anger. Didn't he develop cloned kidneys? Now he has announced the pricing. It's 80,000 for the people of Huaxia, but a staggering 400,000 for us Eagle Sauce citizens. Such a blatant price hike shows just how merciless he is. Doesn't he fear retribution? That is indeed outrageous, Lu Wei replied while eagerly devouring his food. Moreover, he is still researching cancer treatment technologies. If he succeeds, he will undoubtedly implement similar price discrimination as he did this time. Chen Jinxiang's anger intensified upon hearing this. For he was a cancer patient himself, battling stage 2 lung cancer. His life now depended on medication. If Lu Yun truly conquered cancer and DARPA's nanotechnology failed, he would find himself at the mercy of Lu Yun's exorbitant charges. Damn it, Chen Jinxiang exclaimed, pulling out a pill bottle from his pocket and popping an anti-cancer pill into his mouth. That's not even the worst part. I worry that after he develops a cancer treatment, he will delay selling the product in eagle sauce for 2 or 3 years, leaving me with no choice but to return to Dongda for immediate treatment. Chen Jinxiang genuinely wished to avoid going back, as he had borrowed from friends and family before leaving and had since severed all connections. If he returned and was discovered by those people, it would certainly be troublesome. Reflecting on this, he lamented that little miser Lu Yun lacks vision. With such advanced technology at his disposal, he should be developing it in eagle sauce, the most free and promising nation. He will inevitably regret this choice. After saying this, Chen Jinxiang picked up his chopsticks to grab a morsel, only to find the plate utterly bare. Looking up, he saw Lu Wei greedily chewing away. Damn it, eating like a starving ghost. No wonder he is struggling. Chen Jinxiang thought disdainfully. He looked down on Lu Wei, inviting him to dinner only to bask in the glow of Lu Wei's modest internet fame, where he was often referred to as an electronic pet, seeking a sense of superiority through him. Lu Wei noticed the contempt in Chen Jinxiang's eyes, but remained indifferent. All he wanted was a delicious meal. His luck had been poor since arriving in eagle sauce. First, he had been robbed, then involved in a car accident where he was extorted, and he had yet to find a decent job. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed such a satisfying meal. After finishing their meal, the two parted ways. Lu Wei felt unsated and bought a donut, indulging in it with enthusiasm. Chen Jinxiang became increasingly irate as he walked, opening Douyin to locate the video posted by Lu Yun. He left a lengthy comment, berating Lu Yun for his lack of intellect and failure to recognize reality, asserting that he would inevitably face repercussions in the future, regretting his actions too late. He further claimed that the future of the world undoubtedly lay with the United States, while the Eastern powers were doomed. He admonished others to wake up to the truth. Before long, Douyin users spotted his comment and unleashed a barrage of criticism upon Chen Jinxiang. Unfazed, he retaliated with remarkable skill and speed, having honed his abilities through years of engagement with platforms like Douyin and Bihu, where he extolled the virtues of the United States while disparaging the Eastern powers. Thus, he frequently engaged in intense exchanges with domestic netizens, developing a formidable prowess. Unbeknownst to him, however, the relevant government authorities had already initiated a genetic technology blacklist system based on Lu Yun's recommendations. His fervent denigration of his homeland and his contempt for domestic affairs had triggered the system's automatic flagging feature. His account was marked for scrutiny, and should he continue, it would be reviewed by specialists who would confirm his eligibility for inclusion in the blacklist, barring him from accessing products related to Lu Yun's genetic technology, including treatments for his lung cancer. Misfortune seldom arrives alone. Chen Jinxiang, blinded by anger, was preoccupied with battling netizens on Douyin, oblivious to the fact that he had wandered into a secluded corner until he heard a cheerful voice. "Hey, brother." Turning towards the sound, he was met with the astonished faces of two Mexicans, who licked their lips in anticipation. In that instant, he recalled the experiences of Lu Wei, who had allegedly been coerced by Mexicans. Meanwhile, at Beijing Sheda Hospital, the kidney transplant surgeries for 100